The story begins with the MC's inner monologue, predicting the dark, somber, and desperate events to come. He states that life is pain. There's no way to escape it. The only choice is to accept this fate and struggle to survive somehow. Even if we find God and resent him, he won't listen. God is just a bystander. No matter what your life looks like, he won't be interested. You're the only one who can change your fate. It's up to you to struggle until the very end. True to the MC's words, we cut immediately to a desperate battle. The sounds of clashing weapons and pleas for help echo through a gloomy room where rivers of blood and mangled body parts litter the floor. Corpses lie scattered, hacked into pieces. Decapitated heads and missing innards not far from their main bodies, as if attempting to complete a grotesque jigsaw. In this chaotic scene, the MC continues his inner monologue. He observes that, while people live differently, the end of their lives is always similar, desperate and violent. Sometimes, living requires more courage than dying. We switch to a warrior fleeing for her life, her hoarse voice pleading for help. However, she quickly meets her end as her arm is torn ruthlessly from her body. Next, a mage unleashes a lightning strike on an obscured enemy, shouting his reluctance to die in this manner. Like the warrior, he dies instantly, his body cleaved in two. Another male warrior wielding a great hammer has his head split open, brain matter splattering everywhere. And yet another warrior is savagely torn apart, helpless against the foe. Finally, the MC yells at the group not to scatter, warning them that the enemy is targeting the lone stragglers. He calls out to Maytal, urging her to limit the enemy's movement. She responds by casting an ice spell, trapping the enemy's legs in a block of ice. Panting and visibly exhausted, Maytal calls out, urging them to hurry, as she can't hold the spell for long. Two comrades, Stepan and Wade, answer her pleas, immediately charging the enemy. Stepan urges Wade to hurry, but Wade retorts, telling Stepan not to give him orders and to focus on his own task. True to their words, the duo blitz past the enemy, tearing off its arms. The grotesque creature shrieks in agony as green, alien blood spurts from its severed limbs. Seeing the immobilized and injured enemy, the rest of the party charges in. They can't afford to give it time to recover. Watching their reckless move, the MC shouts at them to retreat, warning it isn't the right time to attack. But his warning comes too late. The cornered alien responds immediately, growing numerous tentacles from its severed arms that lash out like lethal whips. In a swift motion, it sends them whipping through the battlefield. The result is catastrophic. The reckless party is shredded to pieces as if run through a grinder. Heads are severed, limbs are slashed, and the battlefield becomes a symphony of carnage, with blood and body parts scattered everywhere. As this bloody spectacle unfolds, the surviving members watch in horror. Wade curses the reckless fighters, calling them fools for charging in. Maytal, shocked silent by the gruesome scene, is at a loss for words. The MC takes the lead, instructing everyone to move back. If they rush in carelessly again, more people will die. He resolves to finish the battle himself. With his trusty sword in hand, he charges forward. Noticing him, the alien focuses its lashing tentacles on him, trying to shred him to pieces. But our MC proves formidable, deflecting the alien's attacks with minimal movements as he charges forward. He estimates the tentacles to be about 20 meters long, posing a problem due to their incredible hardness and speed. Without his sword, he would have been shredded ages ago. Realizing he can't keep deflecting the tentacles, he decides to gamble. Activating his active skill, Heist, he swiftly lunges forward, dodging and parrying the tentacles. Finally escaping the deadly tentacles, the MC lunges at the alien, his sword poised to strike. Panicked by his relentlessness, the alien unleashes its trump card. Its grotesque brain splits open to reveal a hidden eye. The eye powers up, preparing a psychic attack. To the MC and the party members' horror, the attack lands, kicking up a windstorm and a cloud of dust. Maytal calls out the MC's name, her voice laced with worry. But her concern is unnecessary. The MC, Jeong Hyeok, narrowly dodged the attack and now hovers above the alien. Wasting no time, he reappears behind the alien, radiating an intense aura. Activating his skill Julian's sword, he slashes the alien in half, and its anguished screams fill the room. Amidst the spurting green blood and spilling innards, Jeong Hyeok strikes a calm pose, having finally ended the desperate battle. The surviving party members cheer, elated to have survived. An aerial view of the battlefield reveals the extent of the desperation, particularly in the aliens' final attack. A system notification sounds, noting the mission's completion. The goal, kill the fast one, has been accomplished, and rewards will be distributed. Random skills or characteristics are offered as the first reward, and 10 souls are awarded as the second. Deeming his task complete, Jeong Hyeok sheaths his sword and instructs the party to take the souls, heal the wounded, and, most importantly, leave before the alien respawns. As they gaze at the mangled corpses of their former comrades, the party feels solemn. More than half of them have been wiped out, all killed from a distance. Wade remarks on the alien's intelligence. It used ranged attacks to keep the party from getting close. Turning to the MC, he calls him amazing for dealing with such a beast. The MC, ever calm, replies that they don't have time for sadness. They must regroup and move to the next room. But his words are cut short by a sharp pain in his back. Turning around, he is shocked to see a sword stabbed through him. Stepan and Maytal, noticing the sudden change, call out his name, worry in their voices. Unbeknownst to them, more backstabbing bastards are creeping up. The backstabber mocks the MC, thanking him for bringing him this far. Without him, he would never have made it. As he gears up to say more, the MC, furious and brimming with killing intent, clasps his palm over the traitor's face, calling him a traitor and promising to kill him. The traitor panics, stuttering that he was just following orders, and calls to Wade for help. The treacherous Wade acts swiftly, drawing his sword and slicing off Jeong Hyeok's arm, shocking him. The rest of the traitors act as well, stabbing the MC with their swords. Now reduced to a bloody mess, the MC collapses, clutching his bleeding stomach. With a livid expression, he questions the traitorous bastards, asking why they did it. Wade replies that they no longer need him and plan to share his soul and advance independently. Hearing their foolish words, the MC mocks them. How do they expect to survive with such trash skills? They clearly don't understand the danger they're in. Wade tells him not to worry about them. He should focus on himself, as he's about to die. The traitors taunt the MC, telling him he has no friends left. And true to their words, the lifeless bodies of Stepan and Maytal lie on the ground, bloody. Pale and disbelieving, Jeong Hyeok stares at his fallen friends. Wade continues his mockery, saying he couldn't risk leaving loose ends. Although he regretted killing Maytal as women were so hard to come by, he had no choice. He tells the MC not to be too sad. Death is inevitable. A traitor bitch approaches with a mace, taunting the MC. He always wanted to be a baseball player, and now he can live that dream, hinting at the Negan treatment. The MC, ignoring the mockery, is filled with rage. He mutters that he can't let it end this way. He can't accept this outcome. As the mace swings for his head, he suddenly roars in anger, lunging at the traitor. Using only his teeth, he bites a chunk out of the man's neck. Wade panics, yelling at his men to stop the MC before he can use his skills. But the MC is already fighting back. He draws his sword and decapitates one of the traitors. He turns swiftly, chopping off another's head, blood spraying around him. Before the head lands, another traitor stabs him in the back. Ignoring the wound, the MC decapitates this traitor too. One of Wade's main fighters lunges, slicing off Jeong Hyeok's remaining hand. Seeing the MC's weakened state, Wade steps in, determined to finish him. With a swift swing, Wade beheads Jeong Hyeok, sending his head flying. The MC's severed head rolls on the ground before finally coming to a halt. His eyes remain open, his defiance evident. Panting and exhausted, Wade curses the MC for fighting so relentlessly. But it's over now. There's no coming back from a severed head. Observing their fallen comrades, the traitors lament their dwindling numbers, but decide to push forward. In this brutal world, they can only keep fighting. Wade glances at Jeong Hyeok's body, conceding that he might have been the one to end their shared hell. The scene shifts back to the MC's severed head. In his fading consciousness, he curses the traitors, bitter over his unfinished battle. He regrets not avenging Stepan and Maytal. As his life slips away, he laments how close he came to ending it all. But, in a shocking twist, he awakens, his eyes shooting open. Confused and frustrated, he realizes he's still trapped in this endless hell, where even death offers no escape. Lag. Taking a moment to reflect on his disastrous situation, Jeong Hyeok lies motionless on the floor. All around him, the bleak walls mirror his current state. Bleak and listless. Everything is the same, even the cursed word, lag, written ominously in blood on the wall. Suddenly, as if coming to terms with his bleak predicament, he yells. His anguished voice reverberates throughout the tiny room. He curses and yells, repeatedly striking the floor in rage. Those backstabbing motherfuckers. He promises to kill them all. After what feels like an eternity, his rage finally subsides, leaving only his labored breathing. Nothing would change even if he screamed and made a fuss. His saviors, his enemies, he wouldn't get to meet them again. That was the nature of the hell he was in. Turns out this wasn't the first time he'd died. Death wasn't new to him. After multiple repetitions, you'd think he'd be numb to it by now. But you'd be wrong. Far from getting used to it, living in that hellish place only kept getting worse and worse. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he laments having failed again. It's always failure after failure, again and again, like a curse. Welling up with rage, he punches the wall, hoping to vent his frustration. This choice, however, proves foolish, as the pain from his stunt soon follows. Holding his throbbing hand, he notes that he hasn't awakened yet, hence the pain. Gazing around the gloomy and cursed first floor, a space covered in dark blue light, he laments that he hasn't been here in a while. We learn that the first floor is always the same. The only difference is whether he's alone or with others. Walking toward a nearby wall, he feels around its surface, seemingly searching for something. After a bit of rummaging, he finally notices a hidden compartment in the wall. Pressing it opens a secret door on the opposite wall, a doorway to another hell. Cursing the difficulty from the start, he promises to kill whichever psychopath hid that switch on the wall. During his earlier regressions, he was unaware of the secret switch, so he died repeatedly on the first floor, killed by starvation and dehydration. The situation was even worse when other people were around. Not only did they fight and kill each other, but they were also forced to eat each other. He had died countless times, killed by someone else's hand. Before the awakening, he was nothing more than an ordinary Korean man. As such, his failure to secure an exit led to countless deaths in that room, and upon each death, he would be revived again and again, only to die all over again. Staring somberly at the cursed name Lag, Jeong Hyeok comments on loathing it. He doesn't know what it means or stands for, but just like the word lag, he feels like his life is lagging. However, all that is not important. What actually matters is surviving and hopefully getting the hell out of there. He's grown tired of the repeated deaths and doesn't want to do it anymore. Resolving himself, he walks into the light, ready to face his bleak future head-on. What greets him beyond the white radiance is a wide white room, all but empty except for the red structure in the middle. The red structure turns out to be a bizarre combination of cubes, humming ominously in the quiet room. The MC takes a moment to reaffirm his resolve, breathing deeply to calm his nerves. Without further hesitation, he swiftly places his palm on the metallic interface standing before the cube. As the mysterious structure boots up, a system panel appears, identifying him as player Jeong Hyeok. After confirming his identity, it immediately begins the awakening process. With the awakening, intense pain follows, causing our boy to groan in agony. The pain, however, swiftly passes, disappearing as quickly as it arrived. As the system announces the completion of the awakening, he receives multiple messages informing him of the subsequent random allocation of skills. And true to the notifications, he immediately receives the active skills Light and Flame, as well as the passive skills Pant and Bare-Handed Combat. With the task done, the system informs him of the final goal. He is to reach the lowest basement level. Our boy, however, doesn't move, choosing instead to analyze his character screen. He has received the active skills Light Level 1 and Flame Level 1. As for the passive skills, Pant and Bare-Handed Combat are also Level 1. Scrolling further down, he finds more information. His public attributes state that he'll be limited to only 2 active skills. However, as compensation, his private attribute states that he can have an infinite number of passive skills. This revelation greatly shocks Jeong Hyeok, his eyes widening at the news. His shock is warranted, as usually, you'd get around 10 active skills, and the passive skills were always fixed at 2. This had been the case throughout his countless regressions, a fact that never changed. So, what the hell was going on? Although it could be fatal to only have 2 active skills, The idea of having an infinite number of passive skills is truly outrageous. Jeong Hyeok can't help but don a maniacal smile just thinking of the possibilities. His thoughts, however, are interrupted by a system prompt informing him of the random generation of a weapon. Our boy gazes intensely at the swirling blue vortex, hoping to get something good. Through sheer luck, something good actually comes out. A strong mini pickaxe, boosting muscle strength by 1%. As he swings the pickaxe around, the MC laments the absolute garbage he received in some of his previous regressions. Items that only led to his untimely demise. Seriously though, how are you supposed to fight with a pack of condoms? With his business done, he resolutely walks toward the next room. It's a full-fledged start, one he's determined to see through to the end. Emerging through the dimly lit hallway, our boy is faced with two choices. Basement level 1, room 1, and basement level 1, room 2. In his past regressions, he'd opted for room 1, but this time, he resolutely chooses room 2, deeming it much better. Walking through the door, he descends a seemingly endless flight of stairs, leading down to the abyss. After what seems like an eternity, he finally reaches flat ground, albeit shrouded in darkness. Utilizing his light skill, he shines a ray of light across the room, confirming his intended destination. Room 2. He's finally here. With a grim look, he resolutely walks through the door, which closes behind him soon after. There's no going back anymore. After entering a room and having the door close behind you, retreat is impossible. The only choices are success or death. A system prompt soon follows, acknowledging his entry into room 2. It further highlights the details of the room. The common mission, although for beginners, is noted as not easy. His goal is to eliminate the monster, a zombie, in the room. The first reward upon completion is a random skill, or a random skill level up. The second reward is random equipment, or the key to basement level 2, room 1. We get a bit of info about room 2. It's a pitch-black space where one can't see an inch ahead. Maintaining absolute silence is paramount to surviving the trial. In addition, sticking close to the wall is also necessary, as it reduces the range of defense as much as possible. As he traverses the ominously dark space, Jeong Hyeok remarks on knowing what lurks in the space very well. With his senses heightened, he listens for any sounds in the dark, searching for his prey. Picking up on some distant clatters, he immediately goes on high alert, waiting for the incoming clash. The sounds turn out to be the clattering teeth of zombies, inching closer to his position, drawn to the scent of his vitality. The MC, picking up on their ambush, immediately activates his light skill, shining a light before him. And as he expected, there they are. The zombies, beings with strong jaws capable of breaking bones with a single bite. Jeong Hyeok remarks on the only upside to these vermin, their slow movements. With his light skill still active, he somberly watches as the zombies inch closer and closer to him. Taking an attacking stance, he eagerly urges them to get closer. The zombies, as if responding to his wish, stagger toward him, their sharp fangs clattering. Our boy, still in his fighting stance, remains completely focused despite the zombies' slow approach. Just as they cross the 5-step mark, the zombies make an unexpected move, swiftly lunging at the MC, their earlier slow movements gone. Jeong Hyeok, having anticipated this, doesn't panic. He swiftly swings his pickaxe, striking a zombie in the head. The blow is strong enough to send the zombie crashing into a nearby wall. With 2 enemies remaining, he immediately resumes his attacking stance. Inwardly, he notes the zombies' weakness, their heads. No matter how many parts you destroy, they keep coming, unrelenting, until their heads are destroyed. In the past, there were many times he was beaten by zombies with only their heads left, eventually dying pathetically. In addition to their semi-invulnerability, their movements are more complex than expected. They move slowly at first, only to suddenly attack at close range, making it very difficult to react if it's your first time. However, our boy isn't a beginner. With his palm raised, he activates his second skill, Flame Level 1. A crimson flame shoots from his palm, engulfing the charging zombies. As he watches the burning zombies, our boy reflects on why he chose the second room. It was due to his pickaxe and flame skill. Zombies are vulnerable to fire, and when their heads are struck, it effectively puts an end to them. Activating his light skill, he continues his search around the room. The room clear notification hasn't sounded yet, meaning there are still some zombies hiding somewhere. Picking up on a clattering sound behind him, Jeong Hyeok immediately turns, only to come face to face with a charging zombie. The infant zombie, thirsty for his blood, lunges at our boy, its sharp fangs just inches from his face. Our MC, not one to hesitate, swiftly swings his pickaxe, killing it instantly. There is no reason to hesitate. The monsters are no longer human. With his task completed, he pulls back his pickaxe, ripping the zombie's head off in the process. Gazing at the grotesque creature, he remarks on never seeing one so tiny before. Was that why he didn't pick up on its movements until it got so close? The system notification sounds again, bringing with it the clear confirmation. It states that the Room 2 mission is over. Jeong Hyeok was the only participant, contributing 100%. As a reward, he is to choose between randomly acquiring a skill or having an existing skill randomly level up. The second reward is random equipment, or the key to B2, Room 1. Not wasting time, Jeong Hyeok immediately makes his choice. Soon the system sounds again, informing him of the successful acquisition of the passive skill Tough Skin Level 1 and the acquisition of the key to B2, Room 1. As he watches the key materialize, he remarks on his luck. If the skill had turned out to be an active one of his original skills would have been lost. So far, he has 3 passive skills. Pant Level 1, which speeds up his recovery rate. Barehanded Combat Level 1, which boosts his barehanded fighting skills. And finally, Tough Skin Level 1, which makes his skin tougher. Holding the key in his hand, he acknowledges his good luck in this regression. Not only is this his first time getting 3 passive skills, but they are also skills he can keep until the very end. Since physical ability is mostly affected by passive skills, and he can have an infinite number of such passive skills, there is definitely potential in this regression. He will keep forging forward, and with his new abilities, he's resolute to do it. He'll definitely conquer this hellish game, or die trying. Armed with the rewards from Room 2, our boy wastes no time challenging his next hell. Before him stands the door to 2 separate rooms. Basement Level 2, Room 1, and Basement Level 2, Room 2. To enter Room 1, he needs a special key, which can only be obtained by clearing B1, Room 2. As for the doorway to B2, Room 2, that's a freebie for everyone, as it doesn't require a key for entry. With a somber expression, our boy laments not remembering the exact details of all the cursed rooms in L.A.G. However, he's more than familiar with the first few. It's probably where he got his cheeks clapped the most. We learn that in the case of B1, Room 1, the room is bright, and only 1 or 2 zombies appear, unlike the cursed Room 2, where you have to fight in total darkness. However, there's a price for this reduced difficulty. The reward is minimal. Room 2 is obviously more difficult, but as a reward, you get the special key to access B2, Room 1. With a resolute expression, our boy bravely enters B2, Room 1, ready for whatever shitshow he'll face. As he makes his way down another seemingly endless flight of stairs, he reflects on why he chose the key as a reward rather than a piece of equipment. He's confident he can succeed in the mission for B2, Room 1. Another juicy incentive is that the reward is pretty good. Turning the knob for the room in question, our boy is met with another system notification. Player Lee Jeong Hyeok, the Chad has entered Room 1. The public mission for the room is to kill the bug behind the wall. The goal is to kill monsters from B2, Room 1, Space 1. As for the rewards, the first reward is speed boots, and the second is a random level up of one of his skills. Gazing at the loathsome notification, our boy laments the absurd difficulty. It's just 1 floor down, yet the challenge is already ridiculous, and they didn't even specify which monster he's to catch. As a point of reference, we get a better understanding of the structure of L.A.G. In this case, B2 means the second basement floor. The one in the middle refers to the exact room on that floor. And finally, the one at the end specifies which space in that room. For my fellow Chads, this basically means that inside a basement floor, there's 1 or more rooms. And inside those rooms, there are 1 or more spaces. Our boy reflects that so far, things are pretty good. Not to mention he already knows everything about the first few rooms. What bothers him, however, is the scene playing out before him. A man sits against the wall, seemingly asleep. This new addition to the party is player Kim Tae-min. His public attribute is breathing underwater, and his highest skill level is 2. Gazing at the sleeping dude, our boy can't help but wonder what the fuck is up with him. Even in such a situation, the dude is sleeping? Is he teasing death or something? As if sensing his gaze, Tae-min startles awake. Upon noticing the strange man staring at him, he almost shits his pants in fright. We also get an interesting new detail about the system of L.A.G. Everyone in the cursed game has access to certain information about the other participants. They can freely view the name, public attributes, and highest skill level of other players. For our boy, it shows his name, his public attribute. He can only have up to 2 active skills, and his highest skill level, which is currently 1. As expected, Tae-min is a bit taken aback. It's mostly due to the sudden arrival of the MC, but I'd like to believe it's because our boy has that alpha dog in him, rendering Tae-min speechless. All in all, there's a tense silence in the room as the two analyze each other. Our boy notices the hammer Tae-min is holding. From his memories, he identifies it as an item that boosts strength. The hammer is now covered in blood, hinting that it has been used recently. Finally breaking the ice, our boy questions Tae-min, asking him what the hell he's doing. The man, a fumbling mess, barely manages a reply through his constant stammering. Fed up with the nonsense, our boy tells Tae-min to speak properly. Tae-min finally pulls himself together and explains that he fell asleep while waiting for someone to arrive. Taking a moment to analyze the strange fellow, our boy notes it's unlikely that Tae-min passed B1, room 1, since he'd need the special key from room 2 to access this room. His scrawny appearance also doesn't suggest he defeated zombies in room 2. However, if that's the case, he shouldn't be here since he wouldn't have a key. All in all, the dude is hella suspicious. Our boy wonders if there was a third party who went into room 1, space 1 first, or maybe came down from B1, room 2. Drawing our boy from his thoughts, Tae-min replies that he was waiting for him. Jeong Hyeok, a bit puzzled, asks what he means. Tae-min explains that he had been partnered with someone upstairs. They had managed to survive the mission, but ultimately, the zombies got his partner. He tried to help, but he was helpless in the situation. Our boy, already piecing things together, replies that Tae-min must have survived somehow, and here he is. Tae-min confirms this, saying he came down in a hurry. I'm calling it now. This dude is hella suspicious. Just look at that teabag-like face. Tae-min goes on to explain that upon his arrival on B2, he didn't have the guts to go in alone, so he's been waiting for someone to venture in together. The MC, having picked up on something, replies simply, I see. Without wasting more time, he immediately heads toward the next room, casually reminding Tae-min to do whatever he wants. He can wait for someone else, or follow him inside. Flustered, Tae-min shouts at him to hold on. However, when he notices Jeong Hyeok has no intention of waiting, he decides to follow him into the room. To hell with caution, it's time to make moves. The system notification soon sounds, stating that players Jeong Hyeok and Tae-min have both entered B2, room 1, space 1. Having entered the new room, the boys are taken aback. Rather, Tae-min is taken aback. Our boy remains as nonchalant as ever. Having lived through multiple regressions, there are few things that surprise him. However, he understands how seeing such a sight for the first time could leave someone flustered. And true to his thoughts, the sight is indeed surprising. There's a forest inside the room. As for the sky above, it's hard to determine whether it's real or fake, but all he knows is that there's no ceiling. Grass grows on the floor and trees rise. No matter how you look at it, it's literally a forest. Though mesmerizing, our boy doesn't plan to stand around and ogle like a fool. Moves have to be made. He immediately starts walking toward the forest, an action that greatly shocks Tae-min. Flustered, Tae-min calls out, urging him to hold up. Does he not find the situation suspicious? They had been trapped inside a building, and now they're inside a forest. The whole thing doesn't seem right at all. After listening to his rant, our boy casually replies, sure, it's suspicious, but what does he expect him to do about it? Even if he asked, he doesn't know where they are or why they're here. The situation is already happening, and it's a waste of time to sit around with useless questions. The only move left is to forge ahead and hopefully secure the best chance of survival. Tae-min, unsatisfied with the MC's reaction, urges him to talk more about the situation. Our boy, however, shuts him down. Sitting around talking won't yield answers. Life isn't that easy. The goal is clear. They must reach the lowest basement floor. The only thing they need to focus on to maybe get out of this hell. With that, he forges forward. If Taemin needs someone to sympathize with, he can look elsewhere. But Jeong Hyeok isn't that person. Besides, he never asked Taemin to follow him. Taken aback, Taemin watches somberly as the MC puts distance between them. From the look on his face, it's clear this teabag-looking motherfucker is up to no good. Snapping out of his suspicious thoughts, Taemin catches up to the MC and apologizes, admitting he was thinking of useless things during their dire predicament. Jeong Hyeok waves off his apology, telling him that if he has time to talk, he should also pay attention to the forest ahead. They don't know when or where the monster will appear. We cut to the boys making their way through the gloomy, foggy forest. Though massive, it's eerily empty and quiet, adding an extra layer of dread to the already dodgy situation. After what seems like an eternity of treading in silence, Jeong Hyeok finally stops, his gaze fixed on an obscured entity in a nearby tree. Taemin, picking up on his strange behavior, asks what's wrong. Our boy, however, doesn't answer, his focus on the creature only he sees. He wondered how many of the vermin were secretly hidden in the forest. Not getting the answer he expected, Taemin traced Jeong Hyeok's line of sight, trying to figure out what had the Chad all hot and bothered. The answer, however, wasn't one he wanted to know about. Camouflaged on the tree was a monstrous wooden spider, its characteristic being that its whole body was as hard as wood, and currently, its highest skill level was 1. As expected, Taemin freaked out, scared shitless by the strange abomination. Our Chad, however, was as cool as ever, telling him to be quiet. The monster, noticing the two new prey, immediately sprang into action. Without any wasted movements, it lunged at the boys, its massive body casting an eerie shadow on the terrified faces of the duo. With a mighty thud, it landed before the boys, the force of the collision kicking up a dust storm. The boys had no choice but to clumsily leap backward, barely dodging the attack. After all the dust settled, we finally got a clear view of the monstrous spider, and it was a nightmare. With a body as huge as a truck and an almost impenetrable carapace, the fiend was anyone's worst nightmare come true. Damn, I'm developing arachnophobia just looking at it. Our boy, however, was built differently. Despite the monstrosity before him, his attention was drawn to Taemin instead. He noted that Taemin's movements were better than he expected. Even if someone awakens an ability, it varies widely, depending on the person who uses it. As such, the strange fellow was a real enigma. He was scrawny, yet appeared capable. Something just didn't add up about him. The spider, however, wasn't going to sit around and wait for him to figure out his suspicions. Identifying him as its target, it immediately charged at our boy. Jeong Hyeok thought back to some of his earlier regressions when he had unfortunately gone up against the spider and, unsurprisingly, lost pathetically. When caught in the spider's leg, the human body easily breaks in two. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it only mattered if he got hit by it. As such, our boy bravely faced the spider, unfazed by its menacing charge. Crunched into his fighting stance, he waited for the behemoth to make its move. Although it was indeed fast, it wasn't something he couldn't avoid. Besides, he wasn't a normal human anymore. He was awakened, a being that far surpassed the regular limits of mundane humans. The MC demonstrates this by easily weaving and dodging the spider monster's sharp legs. No matter how much it tried, it just couldn't reach the elusive MC. Although the exact nature of the awakening is unknown, it is clear that it is a change meant to make the participants more suitable for survival in the treacherous game. L.A.G. Their physical abilities improve, and most importantly, they gain the ability to use skills. The MC shows off the full extent of his awakening by easily dodging the spider's claw attack. With nimble movements, he runs up a tree before doing a backflip, swiftly lunging at the spider for his counterattack. Taemin, like a wolf waiting to pounce, watches all of his moves with a somber expression. This shady bastard is definitely up to something. The MC, completely oblivious to the ominous developments, continues his fight against the spider. From his aerial position, he jumps onto the spider, delivering a deadly attack on its leg. Reeling from the impact, the spider shrieks in pain, throwing the MC off its body. Jeong Hyeok, skidding to a stop, gazed sternly at the spider. As expected, its carapace is ridiculously hard. The fight won't end so quickly. Unbeknownst to him, the treacherous Taemin was secretly lunging at him, poised to deliver a sneak attack. I knew it. This teabag-looking motherfucker was definitely up to no good. I definitely called it. With his eyes screaming murder, the treacherous Taemin charges forward, his hammer raised, poised to attack. Our boy, finally picking up on the silent ambush, turns wearily to face Taemin. However, to my shock, the bastard actually directs his attack at the spider, not our boy. Activating his active skill, explosive attack, the suspicious Taemin delivers a devastating blow to the spider's legs, blowing them to smithereens. Jeong Hyeok, just as puzzled as I am about Taemin's interference, thinks to himself that it was unexpected. He'd thought the sassy bastard would just be an observer in the fight. Nevertheless, now wasn't the time to mull over such things. Capitalizing on the opening created by Taemin, our boy charges in again, craving some spider cheeks to clap. He performs a leap attack, landing a solid hit on the monster's leg, followed by a backward dodge, barely avoiding the spider's counterattack. Skidding to a stop, Jeong Hyeok faces the spider head-on, no fear visible in his Chad face. Analyzing his foe, he notices a crack in its almost indestructible carapace. Finally, a chance for a lethal attack has opened up. Wasting no time, Jeong Hyeok stealthily creeps up on the spider and, in a single swift strike, obliterates its leg. The bastard Taemin also joins the fray, delivering numerous explosive attacks on the beast. The monster, left reeling from the attacks, shrieks pathetically, its once majestic carapace now reduced to a mangled burning mess. Taking advantage of the beast's immobility, the MC charges back in, planning to finally put an end to the vermin. Leaping onto the spider's carapace, our boy charges up a devastating attack, his muscles tensed in preparation for the ensuing carnage. And he doesn't disappoint. He unleashes a barrage of attacks on the spider, his movements so swift and agile that afterimages are left in his wake. The endless blows continue. The once devastated battlefield is now reduced to a symphony of thrashing and shrieking sounds. Finally, the beast succumbs to the MC's relentless attacks, collapsing loudly and breathing its last. With his enemy felled, the MC calmly rises, his trusty pickaxe squarely tucked away. The bastard Taemin also survived the battle, although barely, judging by his labored breath. Jeong Hyeok analyzes the strange fellow, noting his lack of passive skills that offer physical reinforcements. However, he seems to be capable of continuously using his active skills, even if it's detrimental to his stamina. In addition, the sassy bastard absolutely sucks at combat. But he does make up for it with a high-level skill, probably even higher in level than Jeong Hyeok's. All in all, the bastard is one to be wary of, especially since the previous naive and timid face he portrayed strangely disappeared when he was fighting, and his real nature was revealed. The fact that the bastard can use that much power on the second floor means he'll probably be strong in the future. The MC is determined to secure his help, even if he has to be a bit forceful about it. But all that aside, the real reason he's keeping the sus bastard around, despite knowing how dangerous he could be, is because he's confident in his ability to kill him anytime he wants, should he deem it necessary. We cut to the boys walking in the forest, and as expected, Taemin is yapping non-stop. He questions the MC about their destination, but our boy just ignores him. Not getting a reply, he calls out to Jeong Hyeok again. The MC, frustrated by his constant yapping, asks him what he expects them to do. Should they stay there? He lets him know that the battle caused quite a commotion. Other predators must have heard it, and are currently heading in that direction. If he still wishes to stay, he's welcome to try. Taemin expresses his understanding, but he still wants to know their intended destination. Our boy, finally fed up with his constant questions and yapping, tells him to be quiet if he wishes to follow him. Taemin quickly agrees, his meek demeanor returning. This sudden change doesn't go unnoticed by the MC. He's seen through the mask Taemin is wearing. In L.A.G, everyone acts to deceive each other. It's a constant game of deception. Jeong Hyeok's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden ruckus from behind him. Gazing at the new guests, he laments that it's too late to make a safe getaway. The worst possible scenario has indeed happened. They've been flocked by a clutter of spiders. If you thought the lone beast was dreadful, try imagining a whole group of them, all thirsty for your blood. Taemin, scared shitless, asks what they should do. Our boy responds to the idiotic question, they should run like hell. And true to his words, the boys haul some cheeks, with a clutter of spiders hot on their trail. The pursuit continues through the middle of the woods, then the path to the left, followed by the path to the right. The spiders just weren't letting up, and the boys had no option but to run like their lives depended on it, because they did. Finally, Our boy notices that things can't continue like that. They will soon be swarmed, and he needs to do something before that happens. With a plan in mind, he immediately makes his way to a clearing beyond the forest. Tae-min, the noisy bastard, is quick to complain, shouting that the MC has led them to a dead end. Shouldn't they be looking for a door to the next floor, or maybe another way to get to the third basement floor? Jeong Hyeok, enraged, grabs the motherfucker by the face. With a chilling look, he tells him to shut his stinking mouth. Tae-min, dreading his doom, immediately apologizes. With a gentler tone, he voices his argument, noting that the spiders will soon catch up and they're trapped in a dead end. The MC ignores him. He's busy trying to calm his fury. He had almost killed the bastard out of anger. Looks like keeping the treacherous jerk alive will be harder than our boy thought. We cut to some general info about room B211. Although it seems like a vast forest, it's actually not infinite. Our boy intends to use that feature, along with the fact that the spiders will come hunting for them, to launch his counterattack. Activating his flame skill, he sets fire to a tree. He also instructs Tae-min to do the same using his explosive attack. The goal is to set fire to the whole forest. Obviously, the noisy bastard complains, but the MC tells him to shut up and do as he's told. Tae-min, still scared of our boy, decides to keep his head down and follow orders. With his trusty hammer, he strikes the trees, setting them ablaze. The embers from his attack spread wide, setting the nearby trees on fire. In just a couple of minutes, the fire blooms into a huge inferno, unstoppable in its spread. Tae-min asks why they did that. If the fire spreads, they'll be in danger too. Jeong Hyeok doesn't answer, seemingly waiting for him to figure things out on his own. Any further attempts by Tae-min to get clarification from him are met with a quick jab to the face, serves him right. Soon, however, the plan becomes obvious. The monstrous spiders, hidden and lurking in the forest, are set ablaze as well. Their dying shrieks echo in the forest as they fall. Under the somber gaze of our boy and the shocked expression on Tae Bastard's face, the spiders die, helpless as they burn alive. A system notification soon sounds. The mission is complete. The goal of killing the wooden spider is achieved, and the rewards will be given to player Lee Jeong Hyeok. He contributed 94%, while Tae Bastard contributed 6%. As such, Jeong Hyeok will be rewarded with speed boots as his first reward, and a random skill level up as his second reward. The MC explains that each mission has a minimum condition for receiving compensation. Even if you contribute toward the mission, if it's too low, you won't be rewarded. He reflects that the mission was only easy because of the nature of the room and spiders. They have a habit of tracking their prey down, so it wasn't difficult to lure them into a trap. Plus, their bodies are made of wood, so they burn pretty easily. We switch to our boy getting his rewards, the speed boots, which increase his speed by 5%, as well as a level up of his bare-handed fighting skill to level 2. He comments that everything seems to be going great. The boots are fantastic, and the skill level up is great too. The only problem he can point out is his horrible crime against fashion. Turning his attention to the stalking Tae-min, he asks him why he's staring so much. The latter asks if everything is over now. Jeong Hyeok calmly replies that if the system notification indicates it's over, then it's over. He has to quickly adapt if he wants to survive. Walking away from the bastard, he dives into his future plans. There are certain things he needs to acquire before moving forward. We don't know exactly what they are, but he's a regressor, so I'm sure he has something cooking. Behind him, the suspicious Tae-min is giving him the treacherous look again. I might have been wrong the last time, but my gut is telling me this bastard is up to something. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. We cut to the raging inferno finally dying down, leaving only its embers stubbornly clinging to life in the otherwise eerie, smoky forest. The boys, now free to move around, walk through the burnt battlefield, seemingly searching for something. Jeong Hyeok, taking a moment from his search, gazes suspiciously at Tae-min, his inner thoughts too cryptic to decipher. Maybe, like me, he's already caught a whiff of Tae Bastard's treacherous smell. Anyway, he decides to put that aside for now and continue on with his search. As he searches thoroughly through the battlefield, we learn more about the lore of the cursed game, L.A.G. Apparently, clearing missions isn't the only way to get rewarded in the death game. You can also get rewards for killing monsters, one of which is a soul. True to the lore, our boy finally finds what he's been looking for. A strange, luminous orb floating gently above a charred spider corpse. This is the soul. In L.A.G, souls essentially act as skill points. By collecting them, players can raise the level of their skills. Of course, depending on the skill type and level. Several souls might be needed to level up. We get a glimpse of this when a system notification pops up, informing the MC that he needs 2 souls to level up his bare-handed fighting skill to level 3. Since souls serve as a kind of skill point, they can be collected and stored in the body, only to be used when the player decides to do so. Players can also take them out of the body and use them for transactions. All in all, souls are very vital for survival in L.A.G, serving as both a means to get stronger and as currency. Done with the lore dump, Jeong Hyeok looks around the battlefield, searching for any souls he might have missed. His attention, however, is drawn to the bastard Tae-min, who is actively trying to steal a soul for himself. The treacherous bastard, arms outstretched, eagerly tries to absorb a soul, his greed palpable. Our boy, with a knowing grin, mocks the bastard, inwardly remarking that it's impossible for Tae-min to absorb the soul. And true to his words, the thieving scumbag is met with a system notification informing him that there are still 3 hours left before the soul is released. We learn that in L.A.G, souls are owned by the player who made the most outstanding contribution in killing the monster. This privilege lasts for 4 hours, and it's impossible for anyone to steal the soul during that time. The only way someone else can take the soul is if the 4-hour time limit runs out, or if the owner actively transfers ownership. Although the system mechanics for L.A.G are interesting, they can't compare to the look on Tae Bastard's face. This motherfucker actually thought he could steal a soul. The look on his face is priceless, especially with the mocking grin on our boy's face. Of course, there's another system mechanic for owning souls, one that, although ominous, is still valid. We get a hint of it by looking at the crazed expression on Tae-min. It seems the bastard has finally decided to show his true colors. Our boy, seemingly oblivious to the enraged bastard fuming behind him, casually dives into his inner thoughts, planning his next moves. He currently has 2 souls, and it's about time he heads to the next room. But before that, there's something he needs to take care of. Coming to a stop, we see an extra pair of legs charging toward him. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Tae Bastard, just as I predicted, lunges at our boy, his treacherous hands poised for backstabbing. I knew it. I told you guys this teabag-looking motherfucker could not be trusted. Nobody who looks this treacherous can ever be trusted. With his hammer brimming with power, Tae Bastard activates his skill, Explosive Attack, swinging it decisively at our boy. Blood splatters in the wake of the attack, and the camera zooms out, almost as if scared to show the result of the cowardly betrayal. Eventually, however, it zooms back in, revealing the outcome of the attack, and it is glorious. Our boy, with a move reminiscent of Neo from The Matrix, blitzes the fuck out of Tae-min, his pickaxe stabbed squarely through his neck. In a grotesque manner, the treacherous bastard coughs up a mouthful of blood, his eyes slowly rolling back in death. Our boy mocks him, teasing that he must be curious to know how he predicted the betrayal. He tells Tae-min he should have cleaned the blood off the hammer when they first met. Yanking the pickaxe from Tae-min's neck, he laughs at him. Tae Bastard had thought he could use the MC and kill him afterward, but he'd been playing right into his hands the entire time. Watching the treacherous bastard choke on his blood, our boy tells him that fools like him are common in L.A.G, and that unfortunately he's died many times because of them. So much so that he's tired of it. Without any mercy, he decisively swings his pickaxe, stabbing Tae-min through the skull and ending his pathetic life. We learn that one reason for the low survival rate in L.A.G is that humans, just like monsters, also produce a soul when killed. As such, some players in the death game hunt not only monsters, but humans as well. Tae-min was such a person, the type to hide his true self, use others, and do anything for his own benefit. From the moment they met, the MC had suspected him. Currently, they were on the 2nd floor, and zombies do not bleed, which means the blood on Tae-min's hammer must have come from a person. Additionally, as they were searching through the battlefield, it was clear that Tae Bastard was aware of the existence of souls. Zombies on the 1st floor don't have souls, so he must have killed someone and stolen theirs. Like the coward he was, he probably aimed for his partner's head after killing the zombies. But all in all, the bastard is dead now, even being used after his death. Thanks to him, our boy now has 3 souls to his name. Speaking of being used, it's funny how Tae-min died on all 4s like a dog. Dude will be crossing to the afterlife ready for backshots. What a fitting end for the bastard. Jeong Hyeok reflects on how he was able to outsmart Tae-min. He was already familiar with such situations. Through his countless regressions, he's dealt with people like that many times, often dying pathetically because of them. He's tired of that kind of death, so he's determined to focus solely on his survival. To make it out of L.A.G alive, he's prepared to do whatever it takes. The death game is a place where not only the strong survive, but where the survivors are also strong, and he's determined to be one of them. We cut to him equipping Taemin's hammer. The hammer turns out to be a relic that boosts strength by 1.2%. Although his fashion sense is terrible, and he looks like an engineer, his current loadout is pretty decent. In some of his previous regressions, he made it to the 6th basement floor with nothing but a crowbar, so he's doing pretty well right now. However, getting more equipment quickly is essential. In addition, he also needs to level up his skills. With his current gear and skills, it'll be a hustle to fight monsters. But he can't rush it. In the cursed game, impatience leads to mistakes, and mistakes only lead to a pathetic death. He has to tackle every situation with a calm mind. Saying so, he places his hand on the door leading to the next room. The door to basement level 2, room 1, space 2 slides open with a gentle swoosh. Behind it lies a long corridor leading into darkness. Our boy, not one to hesitate, resolutely walks through the door, which immediately shuts behind him. The system notification soon sounds, announcing that player Jeong Hyeok has entered B212. Our boy ignores the notification and calmly proceeds forward. At the end of the long corridor lies another room, with doors on all its sides. We learn that B212 is a lobby or restroom of sorts, a place where players can rest and reorganize. One door leads to basement level 2, room 1, space 3, likely another trial room. Another door leads to a shower, just in case you want to be fresh before you die. The final door leads to L.A.G, whatever that is. Our boy, clearly having more information than I do, decides to visit the third room first. Pushing open the door, he enters the L.A.G room. Behind it lies a mysterious, spooky phantom, a vendor of L.A.G. Jeong Hyeok notes that although he's used to seeing them, they somehow always make him feel uneasy. We learn that these vendors are forever silent, almost like virtual apparitions without any substance. However, that doesn't mean they can be touched recklessly. In one of his past regressions, a companion of his fucked around and found out. The blonde Chad had foolishly waved his hand into the vendor's image, and, let's just say, he got a very bloody surprise. Although surprising, such rash idiots are bound to die early anyway. Back to the mysterious vendor, our boy notes that they don't appear on every floor, so it's important to make use of them whenever possible. Approaching the phantom trader, Jeong Hyeok instructs it to show the equipment in its inventory. The mysterious trader immediately complies. With its arms spread out, it opens a pocket space showcasing its entire collection, and there's some good stuff in there. Trading with these vendors is simple. Because of the nature of their inventory, you can discern the equipment's attributes just by looking at it. Our boy, having browsed enough, asks to view the armor as well. The vendor, ever silent, complies, showcasing its collection. Jeong Hyeok, with a serious face, ponders what he can afford with his current collection of souls. With his mind made up, he immediately points to his selection, ready to complete the trade. The silent vendor stares at our boy for a moment before springing into action. First, it closes the inventory, then swiftly extends its long arm toward him. The gesture is simple, easily recognizable to anyone. Money first, bitch. In this case, money means souls. Each piece of equipment he picked out costs 1 soul, so he has enough to pay for all his drip. The ghostly vendor acknowledges his payment with a gentle nod before immediately retrieving the souls. Judging by how quickly it took the souls, it seems there are plenty of diners and dashers in L.A.G, which is actually quite funny if you think about it. Soon the silent vendor unveils our boy's purchase, a jacket, trousers, and a belt. The elastic jacket, as it's called by the system, increases muscle strength and agility by 2%. The same is true for the elastic pants. The leather hipsack, although a silly name since it's clearly a belt, boosts the speed of physical recovery by 2%, so it's also good equipment. Using telekinesis, the vendor hands over the purchased equipment to our boy, who wastes no time rocking them. First, the belt. Leather hipsack. Then the jacket. All in all, our boy is now officially dripped out, drippy beyond reason. With their official business done, the vendor surprises our boy with some extra provisions. Cooked meat and water, a kind of after-sales service. Even if the cursed game is trying to kill him, customer service is still important. Make sure to rate vendor chat on Yelp real quick. Under the gentle bow of the silent vendor, Jeong Hyeok leaves the room. At first, he didn't know what kind of meat the vendor gave him. Pause. That was hella sus. Anyway, he was unfamiliar with the vendor's meat, so he was hesitant to eat it. Now, however, he knows exactly what kind of meat it is. Taurus meat. With his current strength, it's a monster he can never hope to defeat, let alone even meet. For that to happen, he'll have to be at least on the 7th basement floor. With his scrumptious meal done, our boy drinks some water before doing some light post-meal stretching. With the official business out of the way, it's time to head to basement level 2, room 1, space 3. Before that, however, a quick shower is in order. In L.A.G, taking a shower is like going in and out of a washing machine. The whole process is swift and automatic. As he dumps this random lore on us, Jeong Hyeok reaches for the door handle. To his shock, the knob starts moving on its own. He isn't alone here. Acting quickly, he immediately hides behind the door, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. As he watches the door slowly inch open, he curses his luck. He can't even enjoy a shower in peace. With his weapons dual-wielded, he enters a striking pose, ready for action. Out of the door comes a shadowy silhouette, which quickly reveals itself to be a mommy. Elegant in her stride and obviously dangerous by the looks of it. Our boy, however, isn't the least bit concerned about the mommy before him. His thoughts are racing, calculating the odds of their encounter. Every time players enter a new room, a system message appears. But only one message is displayed unless multiple players enter at the same time. The message is also very clear, either through a pop-up window or through a sound in his mind. That being the case, the only explanation for her being there so stealthily is that she arrived in the room before him. I love how the MC is a Sherlock in such things. But is he really going to ignore that view? The mystery mommy turns out to be Emma Garcia, a player with the public attribute to use 2 active skills at the same time. Currently, her highest skill level is 2. Emma, the Latina mommy, unaware of the stalking MC, stretches lightly. She had been worried about the shower mechanics because they didn't produce water, but the bath turned out more refreshing than she thought. Left uncertain about her future path, she ponders what to do. Her thoughts, however, are interrupted by a cold metal placed against her neck, greatly shocking her. With a cold tone, Jeong Hyeok instructs her to stay still. If she moves, she'll die. He issues further instructions, telling her to raise her hands high where he can see them. Any foolish attempts to make noise or resist will be met with a swift and brutal bash to the head or a hole through the neck. Emma, a bit flustered by how fast things are progressing, tells him to hold up. They can always talk it out. Jeong Hyeok, however, doesn't relent. He instructs her to take out her equipment and souls. She is to slowly kneel and put everything she has on the ground. Garcia, scared shitless, immediately complies, placing her dagger and pouch on the floor. Although he's aware she has none left, Jeong Hyeok still asks her to take out her souls as well. Garcia replies that she has no souls. Surely he should know that as well. Her words hold true. In L.A.G, it's impossible to know the exact number of souls a player holds, but it is possible to determine if they have souls on them or not. Gazing warily around the room, our boy inquires if there are others around, probably her companions. Emma immediately replies that she's alone. The MC, however, isn't convinced. He tells her to stop with the lies. If she already knows that he can check if someone has a soul or not, then she should know he already sensed something. There's someone else with her. Garcia, despite the tense atmosphere, shows a smile, probably thinking about the best way to explain herself. Jeong Hyeok, noticing the odd reaction, asks if she thinks this is a laughing matter. Is the situation funny to her? Emma immediately denies this. Thinking quickly, our boy concludes that the only place left to check would be the shower room she just came out of. With Emma as a hostage, he instructs her to open the shower door. When they enter the room, however, it's completely empty. Jeong Hyeok, a bit puzzled, tells Emma to speak the truth. What the hell is really going on here? Emma nervously replies that the person she was with had already left, gone to the next room, room B222. She further clarifies that after they finished their mission in room B221, 2 doors appeared. The stranger went to room B222, while she came to room B212. This news greatly shocks Jeong Hyeok. The system of L.A.G had changed. Normally, if he'd gone through room B211 and she went through room B221, they shouldn't have met. The only way to meet would be if they both went to the next basement floor. But now it's different. She went from room B221 and came directly to room B212. For you Chads who are a little confused, it basically means that although they were on the same floor, they were in 2 different rooms. In the normal setting of L.A.G, they shouldn't have met unless they both went down to the next floor. But now, she left her room and joined him in his room, which should have been impossible according to his multiple regressions. With his pickaxe held threateningly against her scalp, Jeong Hyeok asks if she's sure. Latina Mommy immediately confirms, saying she's double sure. Although the change is bizarre, our boy remarks that it's a good one for him. Normally, you're forced to choose a single room on each floor, but now that is no longer the case. So long as he remembers which rooms have the juicy rewards, he can freely choose any room on any floor. Diving back to business, he asks Emma why she didn't go with her companion. Scared and visibly shaking, Latina Mommy answers that the dude was a serious pervert. She didn't want to travel with him. As soon as he chose a room, she immediately escaped to the opposite one. Our boy, with a serious face, decides to think hard about his choice. Should he kill her or not? Currently, the only benefit to killing her would be to get a single soul, which is not really worth it. Latina Mommy, apart from being busty, has a pretty decent understanding of the survival game. Meeting such a person is very rare on the second basement floor. Another juicy incentive is that she can use 2 active skills, which is pretty OP. Our boy, lost in his murderous thoughts, is interrupted by Garcia, who's grown uneasy from the sudden silence. She directly asks if he plans to kill her, expressing her reluctance to fight him. She goes further to plead her case, saying that she has no intention to harm anyone, and, if that still isn't enough for him to keep her alive, he should know she's also smart, athletic, cute, and, of course, sexy. She has sexiness galore. I know it might sound like I made that up, but she actually said that. Our boy, tired of her embarrassing ramblings, tells her to shut up. With a calm voice, he tells her to travel together with him. Although he might sound cool on the outside, inwardly, our boy is thinking that if he is to end her, he should do it later, as it will be more profitable. Damn, it's sad. But currently, Emma Mommy is just a sheep being fattened by our boy to be slaughtered later. The Latina Mommy, unaware of her bleak future, asks Jeong Hyeok if she could turn around. Our boy agrees to this, reminding her to pick up the equipment she'd discarded. Emma Mommy, like a true simp, blushes at the sight of Jeong Hyeok. She had thought he was a middle-aged man from the sound of his voice, but it turns out he's a dripped-out, handsome Chad instead. Everything about him screams Poppy, except for his eyes. He has the eyes of a lousy person. Jeong Hyeok, a bit taken aback by the compliment sandwich, asks if she can afford to say that. He had her hostage not too long ago, after all. Emma casually replies that she's a positive person. All that is in the past. Besides, he already decided to travel together with her, so he shouldn't change his mind. Jeong Hyeok, in a roundabout apology, explains that his behavior was necessary. It was a means to protect himself. In this treacherous game, it's better to kill than be killed. Emma, picking up on his long and concealed apology, expresses her relief. She officially doesn't think of him as a bad person, nor as a thirsty pervert. Hearing such straightforward and somewhat naive thinking, our boy reflects that she probably hasn't been forced to kill someone, or maybe hasn't seen someone die before her eyes. She might know the fear of death, but she still isn't realistic about it yet. In that cursed game, they are forced to be close to death. The only difference is the form of the death, whether it's theirs or someone else's. Turning to our boy, Emma Mommy inquires about what their next move will be. Jeong Hyeok replies that they will be challenging the next room, basement level 2, room 1, space 3. Emma asks if there will be monsters in there, and our boy swiftly confirms it. Garcia Mommy, surprisingly resolute, immediately heads for the door, urging Jeong Hyeok to follow. Her false confidence, however, immediately crumbles, and she's left frozen before the door. Turning to our boy, she begs him to go first. She's a vulnerable woman after all. Our boy, however, isn't a simp. As a proud member of the Virginity is Cool Club, he tells her to go in first. Besides, he's a serious gentleman and believes in ladies first. Manners make a man. Garcia mocks him, telling him that he must have learned it wrong. He should probably go learn it again. Saying so, she opens the door. Behind it is a dark and eerie corridor. Our boy, remembering his manners, immediately pushes her inside. A lady should always go first, even if it's into a dark and ominous room. We cut to our Chad and Mommy traversing the dark and ominous corridor. The eerie atmosphere is further emphasized by the silence in the room, their subtle footsteps being the only sound echoing. The soul-saving grace in the otherwise dreadful situation is that Garcia Mommy turns out to be more busty than we initially thought. Just look at that figure. I mean, if you're going to die anyway, You might as well do it in the company of someone busty. No offense to our flat queens. I'd nibble on you any day of the week. Our boy, oblivious to the dynamite Garcia is parking, casually dives into his thoughts, desperately trying to recall the challenge of the next room from his multiple regressions. Garcia calls out to him, interrupting his thoughts. She complains about the room being too dark to see anything. In such a situation, what should they do? Our boy, always a man of manners, ruthlessly pushes her into the room. What's there to be confused about? Just enter the damned room. Garcia moans, startled by Jeong Hyeok's thuggish behavior. It's not the kind of moan we expected, but hey, it's something. The system notification soon sounds, announcing that players Lee Jeong Hyeok and Emma Garcia have entered basement level 2, room 1, space 3. Upon the system's announcement, the lights finally turn on, and the sight before them is revealed. Two Chads down on their luck have checked out of the death game. Shocked by the dreadful sight, Emma screams. Our boy, however, is as nonchalant as ever. His multiple regressions have rendered him numb to such things. This is lag. Death is almost inevitable in this hell. The camera zooms out, and we finally get a glimpse of the entire room. It is mostly empty, with nothing of note except for the hanging contraptions and seats, their purpose apparent. Calmly gazing around the room, Jeong Hyeok notes that there are two bodies this time. He doesn't delve too deep into it, but it's obvious he's familiar with the shit going on in that room. Garcia Mommy, the only oblivious one of the two, tries to make sense of the situation. They're in a room with hanging bodies, and on the wall are multiple screens, their content obscured for now. Leaning closer, she gazes intently at the monitors, trying to discern what they are showing. Jeong the Chad calmly answers her question, saying the screens show where they should head to. Their final destination seems to be a maze from the looks of it. Garcia, the Latina mommy, noting an odd movement in one of the screens, points it out, urging our boy to focus. There was a man shown in it. As the scene zooms in on the man, we can tell he's having a hell of a day. Garcia, noticing the random NPC's expression, comments that he seems to be surprised by something. She turns to Jeong Hyeok, asking what might possibly be hidden there. Our boy, however, shushes her. He's too focused on the man to pay attention to her words, or her bust. Don't worry, mommy. I can do both. The scene zooms in on the random extra fleeing for his life. In typical bot fashion, he trips on himself and falls. Garcia notes that his leg is injured. Should they go help him? Jeong Hyeok, however, turns down her foolish suggestion. Why should they go help him? Rushing in thoughtlessly would only get them killed. Besides, the man is clearly a paid actor. Doesn't she know in a horror film one person has to run and trip on themselves? It's an obvious development. As they continue to stare intently at the screen, the cursed game throws them a curveball. On the screen, a majestic yet deadly predator emerges, calmly stalking its prey. This behemoth is the masked lion, a being capable of eating anything well. Really? Anything? Ahem. Get your dirty minds out of the gutter. Currently, its highest skill level is 5. As the literal cameras for the death game zoom in on the dreadful creature, our busty mommy, Garcia, startles in surprise. What the fuck kind of creature is that? Jeong Hyeok, the experienced regressor, isn't faring too great either. With a panicked expression and butt cheeks clenched, he wonders why a masked lion would be on the second basement floor. Lag had changed, and as it turned out, it hadn't changed only for the better. He cursed himself for being too complacent in his common sense. Of course, the death game wouldn't be kind to him. It had changed as a whole, for better or worse. The random NPC, who turns out to be a genuine person and not a paid actor, was currently shitting himself. The lion had him in its sights. Like a spoiled child playing with a toy, it mauled him ruthlessly, his blood painting the ground crimson. Even as he screamed desperately, the giant behemoth was unrelenting, determined to swallow him whole. It even bit his crown jewels for good measure. Damn, just what did he do to make the lion that mad? Despite his pathetic screams and mauled body, the NPC wasn't going down without a fight. Activating his skill, Ice Spear Level 1, he conjured a freezing spear of ice in his palm. Wasting no time, he stabbed it into the dreadful foe. Jeong Hyeok, watching all this from the control room, sighed. It was useless. At that level, the skill couldn't do much to the lion. And true to his thoughts, the freezing spear just bounced off the lion's hide, doing 0 damage. Eventually, however, the NPC decided on a more strategic approach. He stabbed the lion through the only soft spot available, the eye. The lion, left reeling from the attack, wailed in agony. Contrary to the bot's expectations, it didn't release him. Instead, it doubled down on the damage, digging deep into his flesh. And I'm not kidding this time. His balls. In a brutal show of rage, the lion feasted on the NPC, completely ignoring his death throes. The man helplessly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his death seemingly inevitable. Under a bloody shower, the random dude finally succumbed to his fatal injuries, moving on to the afterlife squeaky clean. GG to our boy. Back at the control center, Jeong Hyeok and Emma Mommy watched the scene unfold in shock and horror. Despite the corpses chilling in the background, the duo were glued to the screen, unable to take their eyes from it. Our boy, vexed by his horrible luck, cursed. Throughout his countless regressions, there had been a monster in the maze, but never a masked lion. The situation was proving impossible. A complicated maze, an unkillable mob, there just wasn't a way through it. Fighting the lion was suicidal with zero chances of winning. The best, and maybe only solution, would be to somehow get to the next floor without meeting it. But that was easier said than done. And with his luck, it would be a miracle if it happened. Calming himself down, he steadied his resolve. He wasn't going to give up, not just yet. This regression was a great opportunity, one he couldn't afford to miss. With a firm will, he resolved to survive. He'd survive no matter what. Latina Mommy, with her own MC power-up moment, thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Our boy noted that although she was scared shitless, she didn't turn her eyes from the screen. She was desperately trying to gather as much information as possible, possibly formulating her own plan. As expected of someone with good survival skills, a lethal combination, bust and brains. Jeong Hyeok, turning to the door, urged Garcia to come along. It was time to go. Emma, visibly worried, asked if they'd encountered the dreadful lion in the maze. The MC casually replied, "Maybe." Still worried, Garcia told him to hold the fuck up. Even knowing that, he'd still go in. Our boy, as nonchalant as ever, asked her in return, "What do you plan on doing instead? Stay in this room forever?" It must be obvious to her by now. As soon as you enter a room, there's no going back. You either move forward or die. If she didn't like it, then she could always choose the third option. Go hang out with the boys. Turns out, that was why this room was created, for the players to, hang around. Damn. Turning to the scared but still busty mommy, Jeong Hyeok informed her that they only had two options. They could either go into the maze, despite all they'd seen, or they could stay and do the same as the Chads. Garcia, obviously conflicted, gazed somberly at the Chads. This was a tough decision to make. Our boy, the anti-simp, ruthlessly urged her to go ahead and do it if she wanted to. He wasn't going to stop her. Garcia rebuffed, sarcastically telling him his words were so beautiful. Obviously, our boy is an honored member of the Virginity is Cool Club. Of course he'd speak beautifully to a lady in such situations. Cursing her shitty luck, Garcia drew her sword. This whole place was crazy. The game was crazy. She was crazy. And the guy she thought was a chatty poppy was also crazy. Why did she have to be trapped in such a place? Jeong Hyeok, uncaring of her ramblings, told her to make up her mind. That was the nature of the hell they were in. If she hesitated, she'd die. If she didn't reduce unnecessary behavior, she'd die. She had to be as quiet as possible, or, guess what? Yep, she'd die. Saying so, he firmly gripped the doorknob, poised to enter. Before doing so, however, there were certain things he had to confirm first. Turning to the scared mommy, he asked what skills she had and how many there were. Garcia replied that she had 3. We finally get to see Latina Mommy's skills. She currently has Heist Level 1, which increases her movement speed, Magic Missile Level 1, which fires a sphere that deals physical damage, and Mark Level 1, which leaves a mark on a target. Jeong Hyeok, skeptical, asked if she only had 3 skills. Emma, a bit vexed, replied that not trusting people was a bad habit. Jeong Hyeok, not buying her bullshit, thought to himself, maybe her private attributes are related to her active skills. A side note, if a public attribute is positive, the private attributes will be negative, and vice versa. Taking a moment to plan, he lamented that it was a shame. If her heist had been level 2, they could have made some moves. But as it stood, it was too much to deal directly with the masked lion. However, her active skill mark could indeed come in handy if used properly. It's regrettable that the busty mommy only has 3 active skills. But hey, He's not in a position to talk, since he only has 2 active skills. Garcia called out to him, willing to disclose her passive skills. Jeong Hyeok, however, stopped her. They wouldn't come in handy in the current situation. The only useful traits are the active ones. Garcia asked about his skills as well, and our boy immediately answered, stating his 2 active skills, light and flame. Inwardly, he reflected on not needing too much information. It would just make him dizzy. What was important was giving as much information as he could to gain Emma's trust and lower her doubt. Nothing else mattered at the moment. Turning towards the doomed door, he decided to head in. It didn't matter to him if Emma died before he collected her soul. Even though she was just a sheep being fattened, it was still better in his books if the lion got her instead of him. An added bonus was that if that happened, he could use her as a meat shield and escape. This mission was definitely going to be bloody and challenging for him as well. He didn't have enough active skills, and the advantage of having multiple passive skills would only show later in the future. So for now, he's cooked. On the bright side, however, active skills really shine in the beginning, so there's that. Another thing of note is that he has to be careful not to spam his skills, as it would take a huge toll on his body. But it was better to do so than die pathetically. Even if his heart gave out in exhaustion, he was still determined to live. There was no right choice for him here, not in this hell. The only choice he had was restricted to the current situation he was in. It was up to him to find an answer in the chaos. The death game was changing. It was no longer the place he knew. It had morphed into a hell that was hard to predict. What would happen in the future? He didn't know, but he couldn't run away. The only choice forward was to risk his life and proceed onward. Reaffirming his resolve, he resolutely entered the door, and the true horror of the maze finally revealed itself to them. The system notification soon follows. The public mission for the door is to get out of the maze, the main and only goal being to reach basement level 3. The condition for successfully passing the trial is to contribute 10% or more. If they manage to accomplish that, they'll be rewarded with equipment related to the masked lion and, of course, 3 souls. That was the public mission. The room also had another surprise for them: private missions for each participant. For our boy, the private mission was not to kill. The goal was not to kill people or monsters. If he accomplished that, he'd be rewarded with 4 souls and a random skill. In typical Lag fashion, the skill level would be random too. Jeong Hyeok gazes contemplatively at the system notification. Under the current circumstances, he's actually quite glad to receive that private mission. Fighting the masked lion was never an option for him. I mean, he did see the paid actor get his shit rocked, so that's obvious. Anyway, Garcia seems to be lucky. At least she won't die by his hands in this trial. It's truly a shame he can't even do the gentlemanly thing and use her as bait. The system was very ambiguous in its definition of not kill, so leaving her to die when he could have saved her would probably be punished. All in all, it's not a bad start to the nasty trial. The main problem, however, was the private mission she received from the system. If it directly opposed his, then it'll be annoying. Garcia, the Latina mommy, picking up on his stare, turns to him. What was up with the intense gaze? Was she that pretty? Well, mommy, normally I'd answer yes. But the artist really rocked your shit in this panel, so I'll go with possibly cute. Our boy, the anti-simp, casually tells her to knock it off. Turning away, he wonders if she's vigilant for noticing his gaze, or just immature based on her actions. All in all, it seems he doesn't have to worry about her. We finally get to see the maze up close. It's not much, but it sure is daunting. Garcia, with some big brain moment, suggests they climb the wall to see what's on the other side. Our boy ignores her foolish suggestion. Emma, not giving up on her big brain moment, points out the electric current-like thing flowing atop the wall. Should they go check it out? Really, bitch? We cut to them standing before the maze door. Like most things in the game, they are given a choice, albeit both equally daunting. The MC laments on the maze changing every time he regresses. As such, his past knowledge is practically useless here. He's feeling a tension he hasn't felt in a long time. There's the obvious instinct and resolve to survive, but mixed in is the anxiety that this might actually be his last regression. The two emotions are blended, constantly plaguing his mind and dulling his senses. Our boy, however, chooses to put all that aside for now. It's not like anything will change if he stresses about it. Besides, there have been many times when he wished his death would be permanent in the cursed game, so dying isn't really a problem. Latina mommy pulls him from his thoughts. asking which path they should choose. Jeong Hyeok, like a true man of culture, uses the best and arguably only method to decide. Hawk 2, spit on that thing. Guided by the sloppy, he confidently points left. Emma, startled by the odd behavior, shouts at him, asking what he's doing. Our boy casually replies that it's a common thing back where he's from. Obviously, Emma doesn't buy this, but we don't blame her. She clearly gets no bitches. Getting serious, the MC reminds her to be silent. They are entering the maze. It'll be dangerous if she continues yelling like that. We cut to them inside the maze. The death trap is exactly as you'd expect. Long, dark corridors flooded with unnerving silence. In a sick twist, there are actually numerous braziers lined up against the walls. However, as expected from the twisted game, all of them are unlit, silently mocking them. Jeong Hyeok reflects that, currently, they lack the means to deal with the masked lion. As such, meeting the fiend in that straight corridor would be their doom. However, even if they had the means, the straight corridor would severely limit their countermeasures. Currently, the only noteworthy equipment in his possession is the speed boots he's wearing. If he gets a heist effect, he might be able to rival the masked lion in speed. Emma, however, would be cooked. There's just no way to stop her from being eaten. Their best bet is to hope they never run into the masked lion. Thinking so, they finally arrive at their first fork in the road. Jeong Hyeok deploys his divine technique, peeping Tom no Jutsu. With perfect precision, he cranes his neck, analyzing the road ahead. From his stellar form, it's obvious our boy is an experienced Tom. Turning to Emma, he gives her the go-ahead. The road seems clear. They can proceed. And so they do, walking through the ominous corridor with no end in sight. They soon reach another crossroad, and our boy, experienced in navigating, immediately turns to the mighty Hawk 2 for guidance. Again, the sloppy points them left, and left they go. Emma, visibly shaken, pleads with the MC, asking if he could use another navigation method. Our boy, however, is a Chad. He informs her that the sloppy never lies. If she doesn't like it, then she can decide their next move. And so, in silence, they move, up until their next crossroad. Turning to the doubtful mommy, he asks her which road they should take. Garcia, a bit flustered, finally relents, officially agreeing to consult the mighty sloppy. It points left again. They continue on in this peaceful fashion until, inevitably, L.A.G reminds them why it's a cursed death game. Standing on the blood-soaked ground, Jeong Hyeok dons a somber expression. He feels suffocated, and his blood pressure is high. Why wouldn't it be when such a grotesque scene unfolds before their eyes? Not only did they hit a dead end, but a bloody corpse greets their arrival, almost as if mocking them. The poor fellow must have taken a wrong turn while being chased by the masked lion, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. Emma, visibly shaken, turns to the MC, asking about their next move. She fearfully brings up the possibility of meeting the masked lion but immediately drops the issue. Jeong Hyeok, equally vexed, curses. The death game sure is unforgiving. Emma, playing the role of supportive baddie in the apocalypse, encourages the MC. They should probably try the other forked road. Jeong Hyeok, noting how cool Emma seems to be, finally calms down. He chastises himself for being too nervous about the multiple variables at play. He needs to remain calm. He can't let his emotions be swayed. Just like Emma. She must be terrified, yet she's doing her best to hide it well. He can't lose to her. Turning to the scared mommy, he urges her to go. And so, they turn back, hopeful about the other forked road. As they walk the narrow and gloomy corridor, Jeong Hyeok reflects on how quiet and suffocating it feels. It's even worse because their footsteps are the only sounds echoing in that desolate place. He's been actively trying to avoid the long, straight roads, but the cursed game seems to make passing them a necessity. It's almost as if it's trying to force an encounter with the masked lion. Meeting that fiend, however, is the worst possible outcome for them. The beast doesn't feel pain, so whatever they do, it'll just shrug it off and chew them. Eventually, the inevitable would happen, and at that point, he'd have no choice but to give up on the private mission and use Emma as bait. Damn. I thought Emma had graduated from being a fattened sheep to a certified apocalypse baddie, but it seems I was wrong. We cut to them arriving at a new crossroad. Emma, as nervous as ever, asks for guidance. Maybe the mighty sloppy has some wise choices for them. Our boy, however, tells her to decide. He's not particularly confident in his choice this time, especially the middle road. It gives him a bad feeling. Garcia nervously turns down the offer, opting to let the MC decide. Our boy, a bit puzzled, wonders why she keeps leaving such life-threatening decisions to him. Well, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. She just wants someone to blame when shit hits the fan. It might be a death game, but mommies will forever remain mommies. He understands her though. In such a situation, it's human nature to want someone to rely on. And right now, he's that someone. That being the case, he remains resolute. He won't drop his guard. You can never be sure what someone is thinking or what they're hiding inside. He should know better than anyone else, referring to the time he was sent ahead. Done with his inner monologue, the MC continues on his journey. By his side, Garcia is holding her own. It might be a death game, but both are determined to survive somehow. Who knows? Maybe things might actually go well for them. Or so they thought. Their naive hopes are immediately crushed by grim reality. Coming to a stop, a feeling of pure terror grips the duo, their faces slick with sweat and anguish. Who can blame them, though? Before them stands the dreadful behemoth, the creature capable of fucking up their day. The masked lion, as if sensing their presence, turns in their direction, its maw still bloody from its last victim. Surprisingly, there's nothing there. The MC and Garcia have vanished. When we zoom closer, however, we see they're hiding in a corner. A perfect blind spot for the beast. And when we zoom even closer, we see that our boy is secretly copping a feel. Damn. Even in this mess, he's still representing the squad. Truly, not all heroes wear capes. Jeong Hyeok, visibly nervous, tracks the lion, hoping it won't come their way. But his luck is absolute trash. The behemoth's footsteps grow louder, signaling its imminent arrival. Cursing his rotten luck, he desperately scans his surroundings, trying to figure out a way forward. The path back is too far. It's impossible to make the trip unnoticed. Worse, their footsteps would lead the lions straight to them. As it stands, they're cooked. But he can't give up. He can't stop thinking. Even if the odds are slim, he has to try something. Finally, a grim idea dawns on him. The thought is almost laughable, but it's all he has right now. Turning to Garcia, he asks how much she weighs. Garcia stammers that she weighs 55 kilograms. Then, in a moment of clarity, or guilt, she quickly amends it, 60 kilograms. Really, bitch? Even in this situation you're lying about your weight? With a serious tone, Jeong Hyeok tells her to trust him. There's no time to explain. She just needs to follow his instructions. First, she's to cast Heist on him. Then, upon his signal, she's to shoot as many magic missiles as she can. Emma, noting the gravity of the situation, immediately agrees. She casts the Heist skill on Jeong Hyeok, and he immediately notices how light his body feels. Next, it's time to enact their desperate gamble. With their backs facing each other, they ready their attacks. At the MC's signal, they activate their skills, Magic Missile and Flame. Two contrasting abilities swiftly manifest. One majestic, the other subtle. Yet both are equally deadly. The masked lion, still calmly traversing the narrow corridor, is distracted by the sudden magical projectiles zooming past it. The missiles, unbothered by the savage behemoth, stay true to their intended target, the wall. Our boy, holding Emma close, instructs her to focus. They'll use the explosions to mask their movements. Upon impact, they're to immediately jump. Garcia blushes at their body's closeness, but she doesn't let her horniness distract her. She's resolute. She will survive. What follows is an intense game of wits and luck, a desperate gamble that will determine their fates. As the magic missile nears the wall and the masked lion lunges toward them, Jeong Hyeok clears his mind. His sole focus is the impending explosion. So what if he's holding a hot Latina mommy? So what if she's clearly hot and bothered, drunk on his Chadley scent? None of that matters right now. What matters is perfect timing. When the missile lands and the glorious explosion erupts, he's ready to act. With no wasted movement, he scales the wall effortlessly, running up like it's flat ground. Using his trusty pickaxe, he strikes the wall, creating a solid foothold for their hopeful escape. All in record time too, as the lion catches up, thirsty for blood. But instead of a tasty duo, it's met with a wall of flame, far from the busty Latina mommy it was expecting. Jeong Hyeok takes this moment to explain his big brain plan. He used the wall of fire for two reasons. First, to keep the lion's gaze down. He didn't want it looking up and noticing them hanging on the wall. Second, the masked lion hates fire. As such, it would be reluctant to approach the flames and, by extension, their hiding spot. The beast is designed to seek and track prey. However, if it doesn't find any, it will eventually leave and continue hunting elsewhere. Our boy nervously tracks the creature, praying his desperate gamble will pay off. So far, so good. The lion hesitates. But then, in that dire moment, the cursed game throws them another curveball. Zooming in on the behemoth, Jeong Hyeok notices something that sends a chill down his spine. If you ignore the majestic chad mane and the dreadful bloody maw, there's one detail that stands out. The beast is perfectly intact. No scars. No scars on its eyes. The same scars the paid actor inflicted before dying a pathetic death. The meaning is clear. There are more lions in the maze. Despite how dire the realization was, it wasn't the end of their horrible luck. Like the Chad Murphy said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And true to Lord Murphy, the trusted pickaxe, the only buffer between them and the lion's jaws, finally failed them. With subtle cracking sounds, the pickaxe shook, inches away from completely giving way. Cursing his luck, Jeong Hyeok panicked, wondering why the pickaxe would fail at such a time. Did he lack muscle strength? Or had the Latina mommy really lied about her weight? Well, not that it mattered, because even if he forced himself to endure the strain, the wall wasn't going to last long either. Just when he thought things couldn't possibly get worse, they actually did. A piece of rubble from the wall gave way and stealthily fell. And worse still, he was helpless to stop it. Damn. Dude really used up all his luck to have a Latina mommy cling so tightly to him. Before the rubble could reach the ground and seal their pitiful fates, Jeong Hyeok improvised. Using his boots, he expertly intercepted it, skillfully balancing it on the tip of his shoe. This, however, didn't last long, as the stubborn bastard slid off and continued its fall. Watching the cursed rubble, and with no more cards to play, Jeong Hyeok cursed. Damn it. Was it that much of a sin to hold a Latina mommy? Why was he plagued with such horrible luck? In that desperate moment, Emma finally came in clutch. In a show of pure athleticism, she wrapped her legs around our boy and caught the rubble with her free hand. Turning to Jeong Hyeok, she whispered to him, urging him to hold on a bit longer. If he thought his luck was shitty before, just wait till he has to pay for this. The collective curse of all jealous virgins will hit him like a truck. And true to my words, his luck plummeted. The pickaxe was finally giving way. It couldn't hold much longer. Jeong Hyeok noted the dire situation. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to move, and he had to do so now. Whether he liked it or not, they had to fight. Turning to Emma, he signaled her to get ready. Garcia, quick on the uptake, nodded in understanding. Planting his feet firmly against the wall, the MC prepared to leap off, his face showing grim determination. His actions, however, were swiftly thwarted by a strange sound from the maze. Putting a pin on his plan, he listened attentively. He soon identified it as the sound of human footsteps, someone probably being chased by a lion. The poor fellow must have run into the lion they saw in the control room. But that didn't matter to him, because due to the chaos, the masked lion was lured away from them. Thinking quickly, he immediately turned to Emma, instructing her to use her mark skill. The Latina mommy reacted instantly. With the same nimble movements, she clung to our boy, and while still upside down, she activated her skill. Mark. A red projectile shot from her finger, targeting the masked lion. Upon reaching it, it clung to its body. This was the visual manifestation of the active skill. Mark Level 1. It could detect when an object designated as a mark was within a certain distance. Finally free from the harrowing experience, Jeong Hyeok leaped from the wall and performed a superhero landing. Of course, Garcia was still tucked in his arms, so you jealous virgins can suck it. He said GG to the bastard being chased by the masked lion. He might have had a chance to escape one, but now that two lions were probably after him, he was definitely flamed. Turning to Garcia, he urged her to move. They had to escape that place as soon as possible. Garcia immediately followed, activating her heist skill to keep up with him. Catching up to Jeong Hyeok, she asked if they were heading in the right direction. The MC calmly replied that he didn't know and that it didn't matter. What was clear was that they had to immediately leave that place. He instructed her to inform him should she sense the mark placed on the lion. They had to avoid it as much as possible. What followed was their desperate struggle to survive. They went through many forked roads and even met dead ends twice. However, fortunately, because of the mark placed on the lion, they managed to avoid an encounter with it. For now. Eventually, They found themselves running along a narrow corridor, similar to the numerous ones they'd been through before. Jeong Hyeok, optimistic about their progress, noted that they had advanced quite far into the maze. The end should soon be in sight. If they could continue like that, then surely. However, in typical Lag fashion, just when your hopes are raised, the merciless death game crushes them. In that seemingly ordinary fork in the road, one similar to countless ones they'd been through, a nasty surprise was waiting. The MC cursed, lamenting that, of course, Lag wouldn't end so quickly. It was a death game after all. Pulling the startled Garcia along, he ran away. It wasn't over yet. They just had to keep moving until the end. Garcia, panting and desperately trying to keep up, called out to him. Jeong Hyeok, however, didn't have time for her at the moment. He chastised her, telling her that if the info wasn't important, she could hold off and tell him later. Emma was resolute. Whatever she had to say had to be said now. That's when she dropped a bombshell. She could sense the marked lion nearby. This info hit our boy like a ton of bricks. Before he could process the info, however, more bad news came. In front of them was another masked lion, chasing its own prey. Jeong Hyeok was taken aback by how fucked the situation suddenly got. 0 to 100, real quick. Despite all the chaos, he still felt something was off. The masked lion chasing the bastards before them didn't have a mark on it, and the one chasing them also didn't have a mark on it. Then where the fuck was the marked lion? The bastards, oblivious to how cooked they were, shouted at our boy, asking for help. The MC ignored them, opting to analyze the situation instead. If his guess was right, then the most likely location of the marked lion would be the next fork in the road. Turning to Garcia, he explained the situation to her. He informed her that they'd most likely run into a lion at the next turn. As expected, the Latina mommy was shocked, but our Chad ignored that. He told her they would bait the lions from the front first. After that, she was to follow his steps as much as possible. Saying so, they finally made the turn, and as expected, the marked lion was there waiting. One of the bastards, unaware of the third beast, found himself in the loving embrace of its toothy mouth, his anguished screams soon sounding. Jeong Hyeok, unbothered by the sight, focused on Garcia. She said she was athletic, right? Well, it was time to prove it. Grabbing her by the arm, he used all his strength to throw her forward, straight towards the lion. Garcia didn't disappoint. In a show of excellent athleticism, she easily parkoured across the lion's body, gently landing in a dodge roll. Turning to the MC, Emma worriedly called out to him. Our boy, showing why he's the MC, parkoured the fuck out of those maze walls, sliding past the lions with ease. He shouted back at Emma, telling her not to stop. The door was finally within sight. And true to his words, the door to the third basement level was just a few meters away. The trio, the MC, Latina mommy, and a random surviving bot, ran for the door like their lives depended on it, because they did. As they got closer, he could finally see it, the cursed iron door that looked solid. The door to hope and possibly despair in that fucking place. The door to escape the current hell they were going through. And the door to head to the next hell they had to face. With a resolute twist, the MC finally opened the door, crashing into the room with a thud. Although they had made it through, it wasn't over. The random extra wasn't as lucky as them. The bastard had his shirt gripped tightly by the masked lion. If things continued like that, he'd be toast. With despair on his face, he looked at the duo for help. Jeong Hyeok, acting quickly, immediately seized Emma's dagger. With an ominous look, he approached the random bot. Although it seemed like he was going to cut him down, he instead slashed his shirt, freeing the lucky guy. Finally, the bastard crashed into the room, safe from the bloody maw of the dreadful tiger. As he walked towards the door, Jeong Hyeok explained that the mobs of the game could never enter through the door. As such, they were no threat. With a screw-you face, he told the lion to fuck off, loudly slamming the door shut. The system notification sounded, announcing that players Lee Jeong Hyeok, Emma Garcia, and finally Dylan O'Brien had entered basement level 3. Upon the system's announcement, the room fell into an unnerving silence. Dylan, gassed out and visibly traumatized by the harrowing experience, collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. Our boy, despite all the shit they'd just gone through, didn't lower his guard. From the looks of it, his paranoia was slowly rubbing off on our innocent mommy. Dylan, oblivious to the tension, turned to them, thanking them for their help. Without them, he would have fallen into the loving embrace of the masked lion, so he sincerely meant it. We get a bit of personal information on the new Chad. His full name is Dylan O'Brien. His public attribute is that any movement-based skill he has gets a buff of 1 level. Currently, his highest skill level is 3. Jeong Hyeok, ignoring Dylan's gratitude, focused more on his character profile. He noted that Dylan had been able to outrun the lion by utilizing his public attribute. He probably used the buff to survive. The curse system sounded again, notifying them of the previous mission's status. It stated that the mission to reach basement level 3 was complete. The rewards would be given to all 3 surviving participants. As for the individual contributions, Dylan surprisingly contributed more than our boy. He had 58%, Jeong Hyeok had 31%, and finally, Garcia Mami had 11%. Although surprising, it turns out that the cursed game is fair in its rewards. While our boy was busy fondling Garcia's plot, Dylan had been hauling cheeks in the maze, escaping from the lions, hence the high score. Turning to Garcia, Jeong Hyeok informed her she'd cut it close. In L.A.G, rewards are only given to those who contribute 10% or more, so Garcia barely survived. Emma, puzzled, asked if it was because of her mark skill. Our boy replied that it was probably because of the stony bastard she'd caught as well. The thirsty system had probably rewarded her for that amazing feat. I would have rewarded her for the amazing view, but that's just me. Soon, another notification sounded, this time for the mission rewards. For successfully completing the mission, they were to choose 1 out of 3 options: a sword, a mask, or a bracelet. Garcia chose the masked lion's bracelet. It increased her muscle strength by 2%. Dylan, with his rock-hard abs, chose the masked lion's sword. It also increased his muscle strength by 2%. Our boy, however, chose the masked lion's mask. It had the active skill, Lion's Cry, level 1. What followed was yet another system notification, this time for the juicy personal mission rewards. It stated that Jeong Hyeok's private mission, Don't Kill People or Monsters, had been successfully completed. As a reward, he'd receive 4 souls, which brought his total to 7. Turns out, not being a gentleman and using Emma as bait really paid off. In addition to the souls, he also received a random skill, and in typical L.A.G fashion, the skill level was random too. The skill acquired was Strong Bones, level 3. It was a passive skill with the effect of making his bones stronger. And I mean all his bones. I would have loved to explain more, but that would be, hard. Obviously, our boy was pleased with the rewards. He remarked that Strong Bones was a useful skill, not only because it was a passive skill, but also because it was already at level 3. Considering all the shit he has to go through to acquire souls to level up, I'd say he's goddamn right. But hey, with challenges come benefits. We wouldn't have gotten the pleasure of seeing Tay Bastard blitz to the afterlife without the challenges, so it's worth it in my books. Smiling deviously, he remarked that he had been drawing a big picture ever since he received the infinite passive ability. And now, with each quest and reward, that picture was slowly becoming reality. He didn't know what private missions Emma and Dylan had. However, it wasn't necessary to spread info about himself to them. In that cursed hell, a situation where they'd have to kill each other might very well arise, and the more they knew about him, the more troublesome it would be. In a real battle to the death, how well you know your enemy, and how much they know about you, really makes a big difference. Done with his thoughts, he finally noticed the odd and awkward silence in the room. Dylan, picking up on it, broke the ice. He apologized to them. He'd been occupied with the system's notification and had suddenly stopped talking. He tried to explain some more, but our Chad and Mommy were giving off some very murdery vibes. The blonde Chad, obviously feeling uncomfortable, appealed to them. They just finished a hell mission. Did they really intend to fight with their lives on the line? Garcia, unsure of the next moves, turned to the MC. What should they do? Our boy, with a calm gaze, told her to put it back in. Put what back in? And where? Anyway, Dylan, reaching out, proposed cooperation. They should continue to help each other survive, just like before. Jeong Hyeok, always a Chad, replied that if he was asking for help again, then he should forget about it. It was already hard keeping himself alive. Dylan, undeterred, replied that he'd up his game the next time. Our boy made it clear that he didn't need his help. All he had to do was not become a Sakura. He didn't need burdens in his squad. Dylan immediately agreed. After all, no one deserves a Sakura in their squad. With the formalities done, it was finally time to proceed. Proceed to the next hell. As they made their way down the seemingly endless flight of stairs, Jeong Hyeok dove into his thoughts. He remarked that the nervousness he was feeling right now wouldn't last forever. He had to hold on to the tension that kept trying to overwhelm him and suppress it. He didn't think Emma and Dylan were vigilant of him. However, he still wouldn't lower his guard. Whether he liked it or not, in that fucked up hell, if you wanted to survive, you'd inevitably have to kill people. And when that hammer finally dropped, most people would choose to kill rather than die. We cut to them arriving on the 3rd basement floor. This time, L.A.G gave them 3 choices. Basement level 3, room 1, space 1. B3 room 2, and finally, B3 room 3, space 1. The experienced regressor noted a difference from his past regressions. Up until this point, there had always been 2 doors on the 3rd basement floor. It wasn't that surprising that such a change had happened, especially after all the shit show he'd been through. However, what worried him was the middle room, room 2. Before he could explain why it made his balls itch, Dylan interrupted him. He called out, saying that if they chose the 2nd room, they'd head straight to the 4th basement floor. Garcia, finally getting some dialogue time, agreed with him. She noted that the longer the room number, the more space it occupied on the floor. What she basically meant was that the more space it occupied, the more trials you'd have to complete to move on to the next basement floor. Jeong Hyeok, the chatty regressor, agreed with them. However, L.A.G wasn't that simple. When a floor had only 1 room, it was difficult to imagine the kind of shit show that was inside. As much as it was great to head to the next floor, it was equally important to build up your strength by going down step by step. Moreover, it was the first time he was seeing a single space on the 3rd basement floor. If they weren't careful, then they'd probably join Tae-min in hell, getting hella backshots. All in all, something was definitely fishy. The reward might be great, but the risk just wasn't worth it. More importantly, he was already familiar with the strategy for conquering B311. Knowing the strategy meant he could easily handle any variables that might arise. With that, his mind was made up. Dylan, thinking he was the MC of the manhwa, confidently pointed to room 2. Reality, however, humbled him real quick. Jeong Hyeok chose B311, and as expected, the hot and bothered Latina mommy followed him. Dylan, realizing he was alone and without bitches, immediately relented. If everyone was going to B311, then he should probably follow. Jeong Hyeok mockingly replied, telling him it was his choice. Dylan, flashing a charming smile, replied that he wasn't a jerk. On the contrary, he was surprisingly strong-minded. He definitely wouldn't complain about it later. With the formalities done, it was time to make some moves. The MC, with a Sigma Riz, donned his lion's mask, immediately activating the active skill, Fear. Garcia, feeling the effect of the mask, moaned. Again, it wasn't the kind we expected, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. I'm just glad you down-bad chads are at least getting some action. Noticing the potent effect of the mask, Jeong Hyeok unequipped it, opting to use it only when he needed its skills. Turning to the duo, he urged them to make any preparations they needed before they headed in. The duo immediately agreed. What followed was a quick level-up montage. Using 2 souls, he leveled up his barehanded fighting skill to level 3. He also upgraded breathing from level 1 to 3, and finally muscle from level 1 to 2, consuming 6 souls in total. He had decided to only invest in his passive skills. With that, his total souls dropped to 1, specifically kept for emergencies in the future. Finally, with all preparations done, the trio resolutely headed into the next room, the door closing ominously behind them. There was no turning back now. The system notification sounded, announcing that players Lee Jeong Hyeok, Latina Mami Garcia, and Dylan the Abs O'Brien had entered B311. Upon their arrival in the next room, the trio was shocked. Unlike every room until now, basement level 3 was packed. There were friendly and unfriendly faces everywhere, each eyeing them with caution and vigilance. The trio, experienced in the hell that is L.A.G, immediately entered a battle formation, ready to respond to any suspicious moves. Jeong Hyeok, with his usual murdery thoughts, noted that with his current skills and equipment, he'd probably be able to take down 5 people. However, he'd most likely die too. The enemy outnumbered them way too much, and his skills alone were limited. Their only chance of survival hinged on Garcia and Dylan's power. In that tense moment, the enemy finally made a move. However, it was an unexpected one. Instead of attacking, their likely leader approached them alone and unarmed. In a gentle tone, he told them to relax. He didn't mean any harm. The gentle giant in Gigachad turned out to be Dwayne "The Rock" Smith. His public attribute was that he'd get a 10% buff on equipment that increased muscle strength. Currently, his highest skill level was 3. Jeong Hyeok visibly paled at the cheat-like ability. Apparently, a 10% buff was outrageous, especially since the buff would only accumulate the further down they went. To give more info on this point, skills attached to equipment cannot be leveled up with souls. In addition, their power varies depending on the wielder's physical ability. In Dwayne's case, he'd have a buff of 10% on every piece of equipment that increases muscle strength, and that buff stacks. So you can imagine how broken the attribute is. Dwayne, with a gentle voice, called out, telling them they didn't need to be so vigilant. He nor his group had any intentions of fighting them. Of course, he understood the need to be wary in the cursed game. However, as things stood, they would definitely have a better chance of survival if they joined forces. Jeong Hyeok analyzed the situation. At that distance, there was plenty of time for the bastards at the back to prepare a surprise attack. Fighting wasn't a good decision. With that thought in mind, he calmly walked forward, ignoring Emma and Dylan's shouts for him to stop. Stepping before the gentle giant, our boy calmly eyed him. He noted his extreme size and height. Only a giant poppy like that would be capable of leading the group behind him. Shaking Dwayne's hand, he expressed his intentions to cooperate, and the latter agreed to it. Names weren't necessary as the system revealed everything anyway. We learned that the group had run into each other on the third basement floor. Of course, they didn't fully trust each other, but survival made cooperation inevitable. Dylan eyed the group suspiciously. He asked if they could trust them. Our boy, like a true Sigma, let him know he didn't trust them either. He had only fondled Garcia a bit. That wasn't enough to guarantee trust. At the very least, Lord Hawk 2 had to be involved for trust to develop. He informed them they didn't have to fight, not only because they lacked the numbers advantage, but also because it'd be better to move together for now. Emma resolutely expressed her stance, saying she believed in our boy. Jeong Hyeok, like a true member of the Virginity is Cool club, ruthlessly shut her down, telling her not to trust anyone. She'd rather get used to death instead. Emma, however, simped harder, saying he wasn't just anyone. The MC ignored her. He didn't have time to deal with her horniness. We cut to Dwayne giving the group a pep talk, encouraging them to work together. Jeong Hyeok noted that he seemed to be the optimistic type. He further gave us some lore about the death game. Apparently, it wasn't a place where missions could be solved just by throwing numbers at them. The cursed game was ruthless. Whatever you did, it'd just counter and fuck you back. However, that didn't mean numbers were useless. In some cases, they could come in handy. An example of this was the next room, B311. Although numbers weren't absolute, they could indeed help. However, if you thought you could pass the mission solo, then you'd be gravely screwed. But even with that said, he was still uncertain if the next room was the same as in his memory, or if the cursed game had thrown him another curveball. Guess he'd just have to wait and see. With his final pep talk done, Dwayne called for the virgins to assemble. It was time to head to the next room. Turning around, he confidently walked toward the door. To his surprise, however, no one followed. First of all, there was no way these bastards were virgins. Just look at this emo chick, she clearly gets bitches. And most importantly, they all had the same expression on their face as if to say, fuck that. This was L.A.G, the cursed death game. It wasn't a joke. Did he really think they'd follow just because he wanted them to? Even the bustiest Latina mommy wouldn't be enough for them to move. Jeong Hyeok, gazing from the sidelines, mocked the fool. It seemed he still didn't understand how the dreadful game worked. The reason for their hesitation was quite simple. How could they risk their lives for people they didn't know or trust? Especially in a situation where the worst of humanity came out. Nothing stopped the other participants from prioritizing their own lives, or maybe even stabbing them in the back while doing so. Dwayne the Rocky Chad clearly didn't understand this, so he kept trying to convince the squad. But as expected, nobody moved. Jeong Hyeok, noting the hopeless situation, called out to the only dependable person in the group, Emma Mommy. He informed her of his intentions to leave. Would she come along? Garcia, like the down bad Stacy we know, immediately agreed. How could she let her poppy go alone? Turning to the Abs O'Brien, the MC asked what his intentions were. Dylan replied that Jeong Hyeok seemed more trustworthy than the sketchy folks assembled there. He might as well go with him. Besides, he owed our boy a debt, and like the Lannisters, he always paid his debts. With the mini-meeting done, Jeong Hyeok, always a man of action, decided to act immediately. He knew there was no need to reason with people who were scared shitless from being trapped in that hell game. The best way to reach out to them was through actions. As such, he calmly walked past the arguing bots and headed straight for the door. With his hands firmly on the knob, he prepared to enter. The random bots, noting the odd change, immediately called out, ordering him to stop. Who the hell did he think he was to just casually enter without discussing it with them? First of all, the nerve of these motherfuckers. And second of all, he's the freaking protagonist, and he's got all the bitches. If he can't enter the room, then who the hell can? As expected, our boy ignored their useless shouts. He simply called out to his squad, telling Mommy and Abs O'Brien to hurry up. Addressing the gentle giant, he asked if he would be coming along. Upon Dwayne's hesitation, our boy, always a man of manners, told him to hurry the hell up and decide. He didn't have time to beg giant chads like himself. If he was a mommy, then maybe. But there's no way he's begging a chad. He chastised him, saying that if the squad wasn't united, it'd be better to just go solo. Didn't he know that much? All in all, he didn't need people who weren't ready. They'd just be a bunch of Sakuras. Dwayne grew silent at the harsh truth, seemingly thinking about Jeong Hyeok's words. The MC, noticing his persistent hesitation, immediately turned to leave. He could stay if he didn't want to. The gentle giant, finally coming to a decision, shouted at Jeong Hyeok to wait. He'd join him. As expected, the rest of the bots were shocked. They never expected Dwayne to leave them behind. Especially this emo chick. Her expression was divine. Sure, she got bitches, but what's the use of bitches if you're in a death game? Doing a full 180, they all shouted at our boy, begging to join him. Jeong Hyeok gazed at the bots with scorn. He remarked that their reaction was expected. When other people start to move, they'd obviously be forced to move as well, since nobody wants to be left alone. Flashing his yandere vibe, he informed the people that he wouldn't be moving with all of them. Their huge numbers might cause a complication later on. As expected, the bots visibly shook, desperately scrambling to be taken along. It wasn't surprising though, as in the cursed game, most of the participants were just your average normies dragged into the hell game. Behind the betrayal and backstabbing, they were just your average folks trying to survive. Of course, there were exceptions to this, and one example was the Chad Dwayne. This hunk of a unit was definitely built different, and the MC really wanted him in his squad. All in all, it wasn't up to him to decide, it was all up to Dwayne. He hoped the Chad wouldn't be swayed by the useless words of others, as such people tend to die quickly in lag. Turning around, he resolutely pushed the door open. If Dwayne wanted to stop the bots from following, he could. Hell, he could even let them all in. He could do whatever he wanted, just don't disturb him. With that, he immediately entered the next room, and as expected, all the bots followed. The system notification soon sounded, announcing that player Lee Jeong Hyeok had entered room B311. The same notification sounded for every participant that entered the room. But who has time to acknowledge such bots? So let's skip it. The next room, like all the rooms before, was gloomy and dreadful. Although it was mostly empty except for the red crystal in the middle. For all those familiar with the cursed game, looks can truly be deceiving. Before the participants was a clear line painted on the floor, probably marking the start of the trial. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but if this trial is like the red light, green light game from Squid Game, then these motherfuckers are cooked. The system notification sounded again, explaining the details of the trial. The objective was simple: survive and escape B311. If they did so, they would be rewarded with 2 souls and a random level 2 passive skill. Jeong Hyeok, salivating at the possible reward, noted that if the skill turned out to be useful, he'd be golden. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by the bots' useless chatter. It seemed they didn't have a juicy narrator like myself to inform them of the room's contents, so they were just calling shit out. They noted the line on the ground, the ominous crystal in the middle of the room, and finally the doors at the back of the room. Jeong Hyeok, smiling to himself, remarked that fortunately the room stayed the same as in his memories. He already knew everything about the room, including the dreadful guy that would show up. The system sounded again, announcing the start of the game. It was a snowball fight. Upon the sound of the start signal, they could begin moving. A random bot, in typical bot fashion, ignored the system's announcement and stepped forward. The fool, noticing everyone's shocked faces, shot them a puzzled look as if he didn't know what he did wrong. Really, bitch? You really don't know? The system noted his false start and, as punishment, Rent was released. It then issued a second notification, reminding the poor bastard to wash his neck for death. Jeong Hyeok, calmly observing the situation, remarked that there were always such fools in the game. Dwayne chimed in, shocked by the guy's obvious foolishness. Wasn't it common sense not to cross a line when it was so obviously painted on the ground? The MC noted that because of the bastard, the dreadful guy would come out early. Well, he was always going to come out, so it wasn't a big deal. Turning to the squad, he warned them not to take their eyes off the red crystal. No matter what happened, they had to remember this. The other bots, holding their own meeting, noted how close the doors were. If they just had to leave before something came, then they should have enough time, right? Deciding to act on that foolishness, they immediately made a run for it, desperately aiming for the door. In a shocking twist, Dylan joined them, apologizing for leaving early. What the hell, man? What happened to the Lannisters and always keeping their promises? Garcia, noting the obvious betrayal, cursed Dylan. The MC, however, was chill about it. He calmly reminded the group not to move. The start signal hadn't sounded yet. In typical lag fashion, just when you thought you'd gotten away with something, the hell game comes knocking. The red crystal, as if in response to the numerous violations of game rules, started shaking. With a crimson aura radiating, the red crystal cracked, kicking up a windstorm. This change obviously attracted the participants' attention, but it was already too late. With a final hum, the crystal shattered, sending its pieces flying everywhere. Like shrapnel from a dirty bomb, the pieces zeroed in on the participants, blitzing the shit out of them. In a symphony of carnage, the ominous red pieces landed, leaving the bots desperately scrambling to survive. The Chad trio wasn't safe from the fallout either. Some of the crystals flew their way, forcing Garcia to duck for cover. However, even this wasn't enough, as one red bastard targeted her gorgeous face, poised to wreck it. In that desperate moment, Jeong Hyeok came in clutch, shattering the crystal with his bare hands. Not gonna lie, that was hella cool. I'm sure Garcia mommy is moist right now. The MC, oblivious to my down bad thoughts, noted that because of his passive skills, hard skin and strong bones, his hands didn't get hurt. The blow felt more like a tickle to him. Emma, thankful for the save, called out to him. Our boy, however, cut her off. Now wasn't the time for that. She should focus on the situation. No matter what, she shouldn't look away. As the dust finally settled, we got a glimpse of the devastating aftermath of the carnage. Corpses lay mangled and bloody on the ground. Some bastards, ignoring the grotesque scene, hurriedly scrambled to collect the souls of the fallen. Dwayne, enraged by the vile actions, moved forward to act. The MC, however, stopped him. That was the true nature of Lag. Whether he liked it or not, the cursed game would always remain the same. Besides, he didn't need to act personally, as the idiot was bound to die anyway. And true to his words, a ghostly silhouette manifested in the settling dust cloud. With yellow eyes straight from a horror film, the ghostly abomination howled, unleashing its harrowing aura upon the participants. I would love to explain exactly what it is, but honestly, what the fuck is this? At some point you just have to say, fuck that, and check out of the game, because this is some bullshit. The system notification sounded, introducing the dreadful foe. The fiend was called Miet. Its attribute was that it had eyes, which honestly makes no sense. Currently, its highest skill level is 6. All in all, the group was fucked. And true to my words, the dreadful fiend stared down at the terrified participants, its long limbs itching to move. Dwayne called out to the MC, asking for answers. Jeong Hyeok, however, ignored him, opting to focus solely on the beast. The other participants were faring much worse, their faces slick with sweat and horror. They didn't know exactly what the fiend was, but it didn't take a genius to tell just how royally screwed they were. Even the treacherous Dylan was freaking out, probably regretting betraying his poppy. One of the bots decided to capitalize on the stillness. Activating his active skill, Haste, he made a run for it, hoping to outpace the fiend. The beast, however, wasn't messing around. It swiftly locked onto him. Crouching down, it immediately launched into the air, kicking up a windstorm. Rising high into the sky, the fiend bore its ghastly claws, lunging straight for the fleeing fool. In a horrifying show of power, it clawed the bastard in two, painting the ground with his entrails and blood. With its prey slain, the beast stomped on his corpse as if challenging the participants to do something about it. In a husky voice, it sealed their fates. One prey down. One bot, as if blind to the obvious situation, lunged at the beast. Kicking off the walls, he swung his pickaxe at the fiend. The abomination easily caught it, finding no challenge in his pitiful resistance. In grotesque retaliation, the fiend grabbed his head, crushing it like a ripe tomato. Despite the gross and sticky brain matter soaking its claws, the beast remained passive, unmoved by the brutality of its actions. The other participants, noting the brutal change, made a run for it. Their only salvation was to hopefully reach the door. But even that was easier said than done. The fiend, done with its second prey, dove back into the hunt, its thirst for blood unquenched. With ridiculous speed, it lunged at the first bastard in its way. The poor fool, helpless and desperate, swung his sword, hoping to high heaven his attack would land. Reality, however, proved to be brutal as the fiend bitch-slapped the sword out of his hand, tearing through the hard steel like it was paper. In a harrowing move, it tore the man's head from his neck, leaving a fountain of crimson blood in its wake. However, even that wasn't enough to satiate its lust for carnage, and so it dove back into the hunt, pursuing the fleeing participants. As the beast clawed and yanked out a participant's entrails, we learn more about the cursed game. The fiend was the penalty for breaking the game rules. If it caught you, then it would attack, no questions asked. Sure, it might seem a bit unfair, and some fools might want to argue, but this was L.A.G. That's just how fucked up the death game was. In most cases, a single moment of carelessness, or maybe just a random dumb decision, could spell your demise. Dwayne, watching the massacre from the sidelines, proposed to help the poor fools. Jeong Hyeok, however, immediately shut down his foolish thoughts. Was he blind? Didn't he see the fiend clearly clapping cheeks on the death floor? If he was that desperate to die, he could go right ahead. Besides, the mission wasn't one that could be solved by simply fighting your way through, nor was the fiend something they were capable of fighting with normal means. All in all, his meaning was clear. Wash your own neck for death. Don't wash ours. In that desperate situation, the only arguably positive thing was that a lone figure had miraculously survived the massacre. And that chatty figure was Dylan, the treacherous O'Brien. Relying on his active skill, jump, he put a considerable distance between himself and the fiend, his escape imminent. The MC, calmly watching from the sidelines, noted that it was probably the jump skill that allowed the treacherous bastard to survive his encounter with the masked lions. One thing was for sure, though. Despite how OP it seemed, it had a significant drawback on stamina, so it couldn't be spammed. Back on the death floor, Dylan had made considerable progress in his escape. The doors to freedom were so close that he could already smell them. Garcia, also watching, commented on Dylan's successful escape. Our boy, however, thought otherwise. He confidently replied that the bastard was dead. Just like Tae Min, all treacherous bastards had the same inevitable end: death by backshots. Dylan, oblivious to his fate, loudly celebrated. He had made it. With his arms stretched, he reached for the door, ready to escape that death floor. The cursed fiend, however, threw him a curveball. In a Luffy-like move, it gomu no-meat off the walls, swiftly catching up. With a loud thud, it landed right beside the fleeing Dylan, the latter left cursing his luck. Jeong Hyeok somberly watched all of this from the sidelines. Turning to the squad, he instructed them on the rules. Only when the fiend showed its back to them should they close their eyes. Otherwise, they should always keep them open. No matter what, they shouldn't dare close them. Saying so, we finally see the fate of the fleeing traitor. With sputtered blood and a dropping head, the treacherous bastard meets his end. Death by decapitation. The system, as if celebrating the death of the bastard, announced the official start of the game. From that moment, the staring contest game would commence. Jeong Hyeok, always a man of action, moved immediately. He reminded the squad about the rules. In addition, they shouldn't scream or go for the souls or items dropped by the fallen. They shouldn't do anything unnecessary. They should simply and calmly make their way to the door. Turning to Emma, he specifically emphasized his instructions. The Latina mommy, a bit vexed for being singled out, argued that she'd understood the rules. Jeong Hyeok, like the Chad he is, told her to cut the bullshit. She had a tendency of moaning for the slightest reason. She should definitely cut that out. Hell no. Do your thing, baby girl. Let that voice sing. With the basics out of the way, the squad moved. Dwayne, a bit tense, questioned the MC, asking what would happen if they broke the rules. Jeong Hyeok calmly replied that if they did so, the fiend would attack, and their fates would probably be the same as the earlier fools. They were to move forward bearing that in mind. So long as they followed the rules, they'd be fine. For now. We cut to the fiend absolutely violating Dylan's corpse. I know I hate the treacherous bastard, but goddamn. The abomination stomped on his corpse, ripping and shredding his flesh into pieces. Jeong Hyeok, unmoved by the grotesque situation before him, continued his walk. The fiend wasn't looking their way, so it was the best time to reach the door. The other surviving participants, desperate and without any other options, followed the trio, their faces slick with sweat. And so, in that fashion, The group slowly made their way to the door, the tension in the room evident. The fiend, as if sensing their move, turned to them, its harrowing eyes staring down at them. The squad, feeling the pressure from the gaze, immediately stopped, helpless against the beast's whims. Watching the abomination walk toward them, they panicked, their voices laced with worry. The MC, however, calmed them down. He informed them that the fiend would bait them into a staring contest. No matter what, they shouldn't close their eyes or make a sound. If they abided by those rules, the beast wouldn't attack them. And obviously, they shouldn't do anything to aggravate it. But that was obvious. Actually, scratch that. It isn't that obvious after all. There are some dumb motherfuckers in this manhwa. With that, the fiend pounced on its first victims, challenging them to a staring contest. The duo, stunned by dread, looked helplessly at the fiend, cursing their horrible luck. The MC, unbothered by their outcome, urged his group to move. It was a great opportunity, one they couldn't afford to miss. He urged them to move quickly. However, they were to pay attention, not to run. Back to the unlucky participants. The duo was currently shitting themselves, their bodies drenched in sweat. In typical bot fashion, one participant held onto the other, begging to be saved. The man, equally worried about his fate, told the bitch to let go. Did she plan to get them both killed? The fiend, however, wasn't concerned about all that. In its typical brutal fashion, it grabbed the woman's head, her end obvious. Despite the desperate screams and pleas for help, the squad didn't look back. They calmly made their way to the door. Even as the beast chased down the man and ripped him to pieces, the squad didn't stop. Their steps continued. They moved on through the screams, through the anguished moans, and finally through the eerie silence. No matter what happened behind them, the trio didn't stop, their eyes fixed firmly on the doors. With a solemn look, Jeong Hyeok reminded them not to hurry. If they panicked, they'd die. And so, with tense steps, the squad moved forward, drawing closer to the door. Up until a deafening thud sounded behind them, the beast had finally caught up. Ignoring the looming figure, bathed in its victim's blood, the MC instructed them to continue moving. If the beast wasn't in front of them, then they had no reason to meet its gaze. Despite the beast's husky voice baiting them to play with it, the trio kept moving, completely ignoring it. Even as it stalked them, begging for just one game, the trio ignored it, continuing to move. The tense atmosphere made the MC despair. He knew the beast was waiting for any of them to make a mistake. Its ghostly claws were stretched, ready to shred them to pieces. However, even as the hair on the back of their necks stood, the trio didn't make any mistakes. They continued to move, completely ignoring the fiend. The MC activated his passive skill, Pant. It was because of this skill that he could barely keep his calm. The same couldn't be said for the other two. They were definitely faring much worse than him. Grabbing them by the arms, he led the way to B331. Of course, he had no intention to force them. If they had other plans, then they would naturally drift away. But as it stood, that didn't seem to be the case. With bated breath, they slowly made their way to the chosen door. Just 20 more steps, and they'd be done. Just a little bit more, and they'd finally say goodbye to that cursed room. However, in typical lag fashion, just when everything seemed to be working, the death game sent them a curveball. The fiend, as if laughing at their useless attempts, ricocheted off the ceiling, landing before them. In its grating voice, it begged them to play. As expected, the squad panicked, their faces slick with terror. Garcia, probably feeling the worst of it, shook like a leaf, her usual brave facade crumbling. With darting eyes, the fiend stared at the trio, searching for the best partner for its death game. Eventually, it settled on one. Garcia. Damn. With a silent scream, the fiend announced its pick, immediately beginning its game. Despite the horror she was feeling, Garcia held her own, maintaining eye contact with the fiend. She did great, up until she didn't, and a silent moan escaped her lips. Please no, not our mommy. Garcia, with tears in her eyes, turned to Jeong Hyeok. She didn't need to say much. The desperate look on her face was evident. She had broken the one rule he'd warned her about, and now the only person she could rely on was him. Jeong Hyeok, however, didn't move. As bitter as it was, he knew it was all over. It had been over from the moment she made a sound. Nothing could be done about it. And so, when the fiend blitzed Garcia, he stood by, motionless. Even when the demon crushed her head and Garcia desperately begged to be saved, Jeong Hyeok still did nothing. What could he do? He was powerless in the face of the fiend. The best he could do was hold her hand. accompanying her on her journey to the afterlife. A feeling of deep sorrow and resentment overwhelmed him, trying to push him to act, but he knew he couldn't. The bastard fiend still had its eye on him, baiting him to react. If he did, he'd surely die as well. In the past, there had been many times he couldn't control his emotions, and ended up running headfirst into impossible foes. And, as expected, he met his demise in every one of those situations. So, as the bastard fiend viciously brutalized Garcia, ripping her body into literal pieces, Jeong Hyeok stood silent, watching it all unfold like an uninvolved spectator. The fiend, done with its massacre, eyed the duo as if waiting for retaliation. The Chads, however, didn't move, maintaining their passive stance. Not getting the reaction it expected, the fiend threw Garcia's severed head toward them, baiting them to make a move. As expected, the Chad's brave facade cracked, threatening to collapse. In that desperate moment, a new voice sounded, drawing their attention. One of the NPCs had miraculously survived the massacre and was begging to be saved. The fiend, noticing the new plaything, immediately leapt into action, leaving the Chads behind. Where the fuck was this bot when Garcia was being violated? Stupid bot. Can't even do his job right. Back to our slain mommy. Garcia's severed head lay on the ground, her eyes wide open. From the tears in her eyes, it was obvious she still had some lingering regrets. Jeong Hyeok, always a practical man, collected Garcia's soul. Under any other circumstances, he wouldn't have. But Garcia's soul manifested from her head. This was clearly a sign. She'd wanted to give him head one last time. Respecting her wishes, he immediately pocketed the soul, leaving the mommy behind. Dwayne, watching this from the sidelines, eyed our boy. A lot needed to be said, but now wasn't the time. Jeong Hyeok, oblivious to his thoughts, instructed him to collect Dylan's soul. He needed to be fast before the bastard fiend returned. Dwayne, being a man of principle, turned down the offer. Our boy, accustomed to the fucked-up death game, calmly pocketed the soul. This was L.A.G. No matter the situation, resources had to be treasured. Done with his business, he opened the door to the next room. Before he could go in, however, the dreadful fiend returned, eager to continue its cursed game. The MC, unbothered by the looming foe, told Dwayne to head in. The fiend couldn't do anything to them anymore. And so, under Miete's constant pleas begging them to stay and play, our boy moved, his gaze fixed firmly on the next room. With the door shut and the system notification sounding, the dreadful trial of B311 finally ended. Our boy had gained a lot, but he'd also lost a lot. The busty mommy, Garcia. GG to our girl. Back to the Chads. Dwayne, sympathizing with the MC's loss, consoled him. There was nothing he could have done. Jeong Hyeok, still holding on to Emma's hand, wondered if that was truly the case. He hadn't known her for long, and as a regressor, he was more than realistic about death in the cursed game. However, he'd be lying if he said it didn't sting. Me too, bro. It stings like hell. The system notification, unbothered by our mourning, sounded, announcing the mission's status. It stated that the mission was cleared, and players Lee Jeong Hyeok and Dwayne Smith would receive rewards. Dwayne, always a gentle giant, cursed himself. It was unfortunate, but he couldn't stop himself from anticipating the rewards. The MC told him not to worry about it. That was the nature of the death game. Survival always came first. Speaking of rewards, for the first clear reward, the system gave 2 souls. If he added that to the 4 souls he'd collected from Emma and Dylan, plus the one he had saved, his total was back to 7. Not wasting time, he immediately upgraded his passive skills. Tough skin, strong bones, and bare-handed combat to levels 3, 4, and 4, respectively. The second clear reward was a random level 2 passive skill. The system gave him swordsmanship level 2. With the skill, his knowledge of swordsmanship would increase. Jeong Hyeok was delighted by the skill. He remarked that there was no such thing as a useless skill, only a useless person. That being said, it still felt better to get skills that would be immediately useful, like the swordsmanship skill. With the rewards out of the way, the system immediately issued the next mission. The objective was simple. They had to survive and exit the next room, B331. As for the clear conditions, the first was to reduce the number of any living organism by at least 1. The second was to do the same, but to a group of creatures. If they succeeded, they'd be rewarded with 6 souls. Dwayne, a bit vexed by the announcement, complained about not getting time to rest. The MC, more accustomed to how things worked, remarked that lag never stops. The death game starts the moment you open your eyes, and ends the moment death takes you, not a second before. Dwayne, a bit confused, questioned the MC about the clear condition. What did the system mean by any living organism? Jeong Hyeok nonchalantly answered. What did he think? Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Dwayne exclaimed in shock. The MC, however, ignored him. He had more important things to do. Turning around, he conducted a makeshift funeral for Garcia. With a solemn smile, he noted that she was a good person. If they had continued their journey together, she might have been someone he could have trusted. But alas, they were separated too quickly. He didn't know when the bond between them had deepened, but because of it, he was starting to waver. The feeling of loss was one he'd felt countless times, but it never got easier, no matter how much he experienced it. The only consolation he felt was that Garcia would be resting peacefully and wouldn't have to suffer anymore in the cursed game. Offering a gentle prayer, he wished the Latina mommy eternal, peaceful rest. With that, he turned away, forever severing their fates. Dwayne, noticing his solemn mood, asked if he was okay. He had just lost a companion after all. Jeong Hyeok told him not to worry about it. What was done, was done. Even still, Dwayne found it regrettable. Having to collect a soul in such a situation must have felt like trash. Our boy, as calm as ever, brushed it off. He was used to it by now. Switching topics, Dwayne brought up what was really on his mind. The MC, however, stopped him. He didn't need to say anything. Besides, he had a pretty good idea of what he wanted to say. He didn't need to explain himself or convince him. They just needed to do what they thought was right. If at any point they disagreed, then they could simply part ways. Dwayne, agreeing with his reasoning, offered a handshake. The first one was a greeting, but this time, he was offering it as a sign of trust. Jeong Hyeok, always a Chad, asked the giant if he expected him to trust him because of a handshake. Dwayne replied that the whole basis of a handshake was to prove to each other that you weren't holding a weapon, so it was definitely a sign of trust. Well, I doubt Lord Hawk II, the god of trust, can get involved in this situation, so he'll have to take his word for it. Jeong Hyeok agreed to the sentiment. However, from now on, they shouldn't shake hands. Who knows where Dwayne's hands have been after all. With their business done, the Chads prepared to head out. The gentle giant, showing a more tsundere side, told the MC to hold up. He expressed his reluctance to fight Jeong even if they were the last two people left standing. Our boy, always a Chad, immediately turned down his confession. First of all, he was still grieving his best eater, and secondly, words were pointless in that cursed hell. However, he'd gotten the message. So long as Dwayne didn't backstab him, he had no intentions of killing him, especially over some souls. He was pretty sure there wasn't anyone on basement level 3 who'd sucked as many souls as him, so he was pretty much invincible. The only thing he needed to watch out for was special traits or skills that were beyond his expectations. Despite the possible betrayal, he still brought Dwayne along, mostly because he was confident he could kill him anytime he wanted. However, just because he could, doesn't mean he should. Finding someone to trust in L.A.G is very difficult, so he'd like to hold on to Dwayne for now. That being said, it's still too early to judge whether Dwayne is trustworthy or not. After living countless lives, he could still count the number of people he thought he could trust, and some of them even ended up betraying him. So, there's no need to be hasty in his judgment. Matter of fact, now that he thought about it, trust didn't really matter. If someone became a companion, it was only because their goals aligned. He didn't need to trust them to work together. And so, it was better not to trust anyone ever again. Damn. I know bro's grieving, but goddamn. Garcia's death must have really hit him hard. Dwayne, puzzled by the MC, asked why he'd zoned out. Wasn't he going to the next room? Jeong Hyeok replied that he was organizing his thoughts. He was on that loner, emo grind. With his mind clear and their business done, the duo entered B331, the door shutting behind them. What greeted them was a vast snowfield with mountainous peaks scattered all around. Dwayne, shocked by the sudden environmental change, cursed. What kind of bullshit was this? Turning to the MC, he asked what they should do. The MC calmly replied that they should obviously take care of the cold first. If Garcia were still around, they could have borrowed some heat. But alas, Latina Mommy was now in heaven, so that wasn't an option. Locking in, Jeong Hyeok noted that if the clear conditions were the same as his past regressions, then either he or Dwayne would be leaving the room. They couldn't both make it out alive. Right now, however, something needed to be done about the cold. With that in mind, he activated his skill, Light. Apparently, the skill could also be worn over the whole body and not just emitted from the hands. I'm calling bullshit on that. I know plot armor when I see it. Dwayne, delighted by the walking heater, thanked Jeong Hyeok. Moving around should definitely be easier now. Our boy, puzzled by his exaggerated behavior, asked if he didn't have a skill that could produce heat. The gentle giant replied that he didn't. As a matter of fact, he hadn't even considered such a situation before the death game thrust them into it. Jeong Hyeok remarked, that's always the case with L.A.G. Surviving in the game required one to always expect the unexpected. Anyway, they should move. Staying in the same place would definitely be dangerous. As the two Chads made their way through the snowy fields, our boy dove into his thoughts. From what he recalled about the room, there wasn't a need to search for a road. So long as you had a skill that could keep you warm, you'd inevitably clear the space. What was surprising, however, was the mission. To his knowledge, the only trial of the room should have been enduring the cold and snow. There shouldn't be any other living creatures in the room apart from them. So, in essence, the trial was asking them to kill each other. Dwayne, as gentle as he was, didn't seem to have realized that. But inevitably, he would, and when that happened, the outcome would be obvious. Of course, there was the option of waiting for someone else to enter. But that decision held many variables. And with variables came danger. He knew what he had to do. However, before he made that move, he needed to make sure there wasn't anyone else to kill. We cut to the duo still on the snowfields. This time, however, Lady Luck seemed to have smiled on them. In an excited tone, Dwayne pointed out a cave in the distance. It seemed they could finally escape the bitter cold. Wasting no time, the duo headed over. As they neared the entrance, Jeong Hyeok, with his usual paranoia, donned his lion's mask, his weapons at the ready. Puzzled, Dwayne asked what he was doing. The MC replied that he was getting ready, just in case they got jumped. Dwayne, too cold to bother with his nonsense, immediately rushed for the cave. The MC, however, stopped him. Did he have a death wish or something? With how stiff his body was, he'd definitely die if he was attacked in that state. Besides, it might be faint, but he could definitely hear some noise from the cave. Caution was necessary. With that in mind, the duo slowly made their way to the cave. Staying outside in the freezing cold wasn't an option, after all. As they walked, Jeong remarked that apart from the mission, the cave was also new. Throughout his countless regressions, he'd never seen it before. As such, he had no idea what could be waiting for them inside. But if there were living beings in the room, they'd definitely be in there. Feeling the walls, he noted that they weren't steady. In fact, with his current strength, he could probably break them apart with just his fist. He's talking big for someone who couldn't even save our mommy. Stupid asshole. Noticing the freezing Chad, he encouraged him to hold on a bit longer. Dwayne, ever the Chad, told him not to worry. Something like that couldn't faze him. Besides, compared to the outside, the cave felt more like a sauna. Okay, what's going on here? Why do I sense a BL tag popping up? Jeong Hyeok, with his normal murdery thoughts, remarked that Dwayne was a good guy. However, that didn't change the circumstances. If he couldn't find something to kill, he'd have no option but to delete Dwayne. It was the only way to advance to the next level. And so, with murder on his mind and an oblivious companion, the duo continued, their struggle for survival unending. We cut to them arriving at the cave's edge. Dwayne, all fired up, told the MC to leave the rest to him. He'd handle whatever came their way. Jeong Hyeok, trusting the brute to do brute things, let the giant lead. The cave turned out to be mostly empty, except for a tree in the middle. Dwayne, focused on the tree, failed to notice the suspicious movements of our boy behind him. Turns out this asshole had only let Dwayne lead, because it'd give him a better chance at ambushing him. If he were to kill the giant, now was the best chance. A well-aimed attack at the back of his head or neck was all it would take. If he did that, he'd immediately satisfy the clear condition for the room. Thinking of the clear condition, Jeong Hyeok's eyes widened in realization. The condition stated to kill any living being, not just people. If that was the case, then maybe the tree could also count. His hopes, however, were immediately crushed by some dire news from Dwayne. The tree was already dead, nothing but charcoal. Jeong Hyeok, cursing his luck, sighed. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. When has the death game ever been kind to him? Noticing his solemn expression, Dwayne asked what was wrong. Our boy, however, brushed him off. It wasn't like he'd appreciate the thought even if he shared. Activating his skill, he He set the tree on fire. Turning to the Chad, he told him to rest up. They'd explore the rest of the cave later. Dwayne immediately agreed. He'd been waiting for those magical words. We cut to the Chads resting by the campfire. Our Chad, always in his emo vibe, lamented his fate. It seemed until the day he left that cursed hell, or maybe died for real, he'd always be burdened by his choices. To kill or to save. Those were the only two moves the death game left him. Speaking of killing, he turned to Dwayne, asking why he didn't say anything about his flame skill. Surely he must have realized that skill could have come in handy in the snowfield. Dwayne, always a gentle soul, came up with a bunch of reasons as to why he didn't use it. Everything from stamina conservation to the flame being too tiny to keep both of them warm. All in all, it didn't matter to him. Whatever his reasons, he wouldn't have faulted him even if he froze to death. Hearing his words, the MC struggled with his choice even more. The more awesome Dwayne was, the harder it became to kill him. But what choice did he have? Dwayne, oblivious to his chaotic thoughts, thanked him. Because of him, he'd survived the previous room. Although he couldn't pay him back yet, he'd be sure to at least not be a burden. As for the flame skill, he should forget about it. He was already glad he could use him as a walking heater. Jeong Hyeok calmly listened to the giant Chad. He remarked that, surprisingly, Dwayne's thoughts were deeper than he'd expected. In fact, he might have already considered the possibility that they might need to kill each other. It's just that he was keeping quiet about it. Cursing, he wondered who'd said muscleheads were dumb. If he found that bastard, he'd surely feed him a two-piece combo. With a grave look, he wondered if he should have killed Dwayne earlier. Maybe that would have prevented variables from happening. Soon, however, his face dropped. Even if it's for survival, he really hated himself for having such thoughts. The cursed game had really twisted his personality, to the point where he couldn't bear to think about the person he'd become. Getting up, he instructed Dwayne to follow. They still had a mission to complete, and moves still needed to be made. Dwayne, however, didn't move, his gaze fixed on something behind the MC. Picking up on it, Jeong Hyeok immediately turned around, his killer demeanor back. Behind them was a new group of survivors. The man was Anton Reed, whose public attribute was a buff to a skill by 1 level. Currently, his highest skill level was 5. Beside the man was a samurai, or maybe a ninja mommy. I can't tell. My brain short-circuited the second I saw her rocking bod. The mommy's name was Bree Hudson. Her public skill was a debuff to agility every time she ate meat, which honestly is a bummer, but hey, she doesn't have to eat. What about them hands? Jeong Hyeok, oblivious to my down bad thoughts, studied the duo. He noted that neither of them had weapons, but that couldn't fool him, especially with the clothes they were rocking. Those were obviously decent gear, probably giving hella buffs to their physical stats. Also, in Ninja Girl's case, her no-eater attribute, although negative, just meant that her private attribute was positive, so he should be on the lookout for that. The duo didn't look dangerous at first glance, but a little caution wouldn't hurt. If he'd known the situation would turn out like this, he'd have definitely geared up. But now, it was too late. Dwayne, breaking the silence, addressed the duo. He remarked that he hadn't expected to find someone in there. Anton replied, saying it was the same for them. Noticing their odd closeness, Jeong asked if they were a couple. The duo confirmed this. Switching gears, Anton asked if they too were a couple. Jeong immediately denied the allegation, saying they were just travel buddies and weren't clashing swords. Addressing the couple, he asked if they had met each other in L.A.G. The couple, flustered, fumbled their reply, saying they had met long before the death game. Picking up on their odd behavior, Jeong Hyeok immediately came to a conclusion. Those bastards were fucking lying. The couple, oblivious to their ruse being exposed, continued with their lying nonsense. They claimed they'd gone on an engagement trip, but everything after that was a blur. Their next memories were of waking up in the death game. Our boy, choosing to overlook such blatant deception, asked what they were doing in the cave. The duo replied that they were looking for somewhere quiet to bump uglies, and from the blush on Bree's face, Anton must have done his thing. Dwayne, in a mocking tone, teased the couple. They sure were healthy to think of cheeks in such a situation. Our boy, a bit jealous, and also finding the topic meaningless, decided to end the chatter. In his usual cold tone, he bid the couple goodbye. They were free to go about their humping. With Dwayne in tow, the duo turned to leave. Anton, a bit flustered, called out to the MC. He informed them that the cave was empty. There wasn't a need to check the deeper parts. Bree chimed in, claiming they'd already searched everywhere and found nothing. The MC, always a Chad, told them not to worry about it. Whether they found something or not was none of their business. They should just go about their day. Besides, the cheeks were getting cold. The sussy duo, with no reason to counter, watched the pair leave. From the anxious look on their faces, it was obvious these bastards were hiding something. Dwayne, surprisingly perceptive for a brute, told Jeong that the duo was lying. The MC agreed with him. However, there was no need to speculate. They could just confirm it themselves. And so, with quiet steps, the duo made it to the back of the cave where a shadowy silhouette was veiled in the darkness. Signaling to Dwayne to get ready, Jeong used his skill, light, illuminating the area in front of them. To their shock, a couple lay dead on the ground, their corpses riddled with bullet holes. Noticing the bloody mess, the MC noted that the murder must have taken place recently. In addition, the souls were already extracted. It didn't take a genius to figure out who was responsible. Dwayne pointed out the bullet-like wounds. The couple didn't have any weapons on them, so was it a skill? The MC, more experienced, confirmed his guess. In a mocking tone, he insulted the duo. It seemed they didn't have the brains to scheme. If they had informed them of the corpses beforehand, they could have redirected their suspicions. But alas, their brains must have been flushed with all the clapping. Locking in, he noted that the bullet-like skill was one he was familiar with. From the looks of it, it wasn't that high level just yet. Although challenging, the confrontation wasn't one they couldn't handle. Turning to the giant, he informed him that their clear condition target had basically fallen into their laps. This was a chance they couldn't waste. Noticing Dwayne's sullen expression, he asked if he was hesitant. The Chad replied that he couldn't hesitate for people like that. Besides, the fact that they were clapping while he was without bitches already signed them up for death. Their conversation, however, was interrupted by footsteps echoing in the cave. Someone was coming. That someone turned out to be Anton. The sketchy bastard, clearly up to no good, activated his skill formless sword. With the manifestation of the sword, the brute peeped around the corner, searching for his prey. What met him, however, was a bright flash blinding his sketchy ass. Jeong Hyeok, not one to waste time, immediately lunged at Anton, his pickaxe at the ready. With a brutal blow, he spiked the shit out of Anton, leaving a gaping hole in his skull. Just like that, the bastard was done, leaving behind juicy souls to be reaped. Jeong Hyeok, completely unfazed by the murder, noted that the clear conditions had been met. They could leave that room anytime they wanted. However, there was still a bug that needed to be squashed. Turning to Dwayne, he warned him not to stick his head out unless he wanted a bloody surprise from Bree. He informed him that, if his guess was correct, Bree must be the mastermind behind everything. The couple had been killed by a bullet skill, yet Anton had a sword skill, so it was clearly her doing. In fact, the little wench must be out there somewhere, aiming her treacherous fingers at them. And true to his words, the ninja mommy Bree was dual-wielding them hands, ready to poke our boys. I don't know about them, but getting clapped with that outfit on isn't the worst death. All in all, Bree was the real threat to look out for, especially since she didn't seem to care about her companion's death. Turning to Dwayne, he asked what skill he had. Noticing the Chad's hesitation, the MC told him not to share if he wasn't willing. Dwayne clarified the misunderstanding. It wasn't that he didn't want to share. It's just that his skills were complete trash in the situation. Jeong Hyeok, always a believer in there being no useless skills, decided to plan with what they had available. Bree's skill, although deadly, wasn't at a level where it could penetrate the body. The key to surviving this ordeal was to avoid getting hit in critical areas. Addressing the giant, he informed him that he had a plan and his help was crucial. We cut to a while after the plan had been shared. Dwayne, mulling it over, noted that it might just be possible. If it's a matter of physical strength, he should definitely be able to do it. He was staking his life, so Jeong better not miss. Our boy, brimming with confidence, told him not to worry. Who would miss such a mommy? We switched to Bree, the scheming mommy. The nasty wench, a bit frustrated, cursed Anton. She had brought him along thinking he'd be useful, but the bastard turned out to be trash. It was just shitty luck that she had to deal with the new duo. The plan had always been to kill the couple and move on, but that was already up in smoke. Well, not that it mattered. If they dared stick their heads out, she'd definitely give them a nasty surprise. As she was still in her villain yappery, a surprising development occurred before her. Anton's corpse was suddenly dragged, disappearing behind the walls. Before she could piece together what the hell was going on, the Chads charged at her, using Anton's corpse as a literal meat shield. Bree, shocked by the odd development, froze. Soon, however, she locked in, unleashing a barrage of air bullets at the charging foes. Dwayne, undeterred by the relentless attack, continued his charge, his war cry booming. Bree, not backing down, doubled the barrage, calling for the fools to die. With well-aimed shots, she blew off Anton's hand, leaving a nasty graze on Dwayne's arm as well. Dwayne didn't stop. He continued his charge toward the deadly wench. Finally, Bree ran out of bullets, forcing her to reload. Dwayne, noticing the change, called out to the MC. Jeong Hyeok, not one to disappoint, spawned behind Dwayne, his bloodlust brimming. Bree, noticing the MC, realized he must have known about her skill. But it didn't matter. In 2 seconds, the reload would be done, and she'd light him the fuck up. She commended their desperate attempt, but this was where their journey ended. Jeong Hyeok, however, threw her a curveball. Forget closing the distance, he simply yeeted the pickaxe, aiming straight for the cocky wench. Bree, still brimming with confidence, laughed at his foolish attempt. She could just dodge the throw. Our boy, always one step ahead, had already accounted for that possibility. In that critical moment, he activated his trump card, Lion's Roar. The skill induced a feeling of fear in opponents, stunning them for a second. It wasn't an OP skill, and the duration wasn't long. However, a second was more than enough. It was enough to stun the cocky bitch, leaving her vulnerable to the pickaxe. And so, in a bloody twist, the ninja mommy got poked. Her bouncy plot did nothing to cushion the blow. Jeong Hyeok, carried by momentum, crashed to the ground. He kept his eyes on Bree, waiting for the scheming bitch to bite it. Bree, however, refused to die so willingly. With a spiteful gaze, she vowed to take Jeong down with her. Noticing the vengeful act, the MC cursed the poisonous wench. Couldn't she just die in peace? Where was her dignity in death? Vulnerable and out of options, he decided to tank the shot, hoping his passive skills would be enough to save his ass. In that desperate moment, Dwayne came in clutch. In a genuinely Chad-like move, he yeeted Anton's body straight at Bree. The vengeful wench, not expecting the sudden development, got crushed by Anton's corpse, a sickening moan escaping her lips. The boys, quick to react, targeted the vile woman. They needed to be ready in case she had more surprises planned. To their relief, however, Bree was done, having fainted from the blow. Our boy, always a gentleman, handed Dwayne the pickaxe. He should deal the finishing blow. Of course, the souls would be his as well. Dwayne, delighted by the honor, thanked the MC for his generosity. With a savage face, he wielded the pickaxe, ready to bless Bree with death. Soon, however, his gentle soul returned. He couldn't do it. He couldn't kill someone in cold blood. Turning to the MC, he begged for Bree to be spared. She was already out cold. She wasn't a threat to them anymore. Jeong Hyeok eyed the Chad, his thoughts cryptic. Soon, however, he snatched the pickaxe from Dwayne. If that was Dwayne's choice, he wouldn't argue with him. However, for himself, there was no way he'd let the poisonous bitch live. This was L.A.G. No good deed went unpunished in that vile hell. Saying so, he brought the pickaxe down on Bree's skull, bathing the ground in her blood. Done with the brutal yet necessary action, Jeong addressed Dwayne. It wasn't that he liked killing or that he was a bloodthirsty fiend eager to clap cheeks. His rule was very simple. Kill whoever tries to kill you. This would always be the case, no matter who it was. With the subtle threat out of the way, the MC pocketed Bree's soul. Thanks to her generous donation, he was back to 5 souls. Turning his back to the gentle giant, he advised him to rest up and, more importantly, decide what he would do moving forward. Dwayne, burdened by the grim reality, watched him go in silence. Deep down, he knew what was expected of him, but because of his morals, it was easier said than done. Jeong Hyeok, understanding the tough choice Dwayne had to make, gave him space. If possible, he didn't want to fight, which is why he let him decide instead of forcing him. The clear conditions for the room had already been met, so Jeong didn't care what Dwayne did. He could leave, or he could fight. Either way, Jeong was down for whatever. Throwing hands was his specialty after all. Perhaps the giant was right, and they should have spared Bree. Perhaps she would have been so grateful that she thanked them with some cheeks. But what about the other possibility? What if they'd created a new foe, one who'd bide their time and stab them in the back? That wasn't an ideal situation, especially in that cursed world where death always came knocking. Besides, like Lord Newton said, for every action, there's a reaction. If you aim for someone's life, you should be ready to lose your own. Done with his inner turmoil, Jeong Hyeok gazed at the corpses before him. He noted that the man had died protecting the woman. From the looks of it, they were a real couple, unlike Bree and Anton, who were clearly just clapping cheeks. Having a FWB in a death game is wild, but hey, do you boo-boo? After giving the couple a makeshift funeral, Jeong Hyeok offered a silent prayer. He didn't know if heaven existed in such a cursed place. However, if it did, he sincerely hoped the two of them would reunite there. Done with his good deed, our boy noticed a strange mark on the wall. Before he could explore, his attention was drawn to heavy footsteps behind him. Dwayne, throwing shade at our boy, remarked that Jeong had more humanity than he thought. Our boy, not one to back down, teased that Dwayne should have already known that, given Jeong had already saved his life, preventing him from dying like a wet dog. Dwayne, with nothing to counter, admitted his loss. Switching gears, Jeong asked if he'd made up his mind. Dwayne replied that he liked Jeong. Our boy, always a Chad, immediately turned down the confession. He wasn't a swordsman, so why should he clash swords? Dwayne, undeterred, expressed his desire to travel together, though he didn't want to kill humans. Gazing at the naive companion, Jeong subtly warned him. There's no guarantee the enemies would feel the same way. However, he was free to do as he wished, so long as he didn't get in Jeong's way. Dwayne's non-killing disposition was one Jeong was familiar with. Heck, even he had it back in the beginning. But that mindset didn't belong in L.A.G. Jeong had learned painfully that such naive thinking could only spell your doom. Guess Dwayne would just have to learn on his own. Speaking of the gentle giant, he questioned Jeong about what he was up to. The MC replied, informing him of his findings. Dwayne, analyzing the mysterious pattern, noted that it resembled a flaming sword. However, there was no need to speculate. They could simply smash the wall and find out. Cocking his guns, Dwayne channeled his brute strength and, in a thunderous bang, struck the sturdy wall. The once imposing structure immediately crumbled under the Chad's might, helpless against such brute force. Jeong, watching from the sidelines, noted that Dwayne's strength was way higher than his. In fact, most people wouldn't even stand a chance against the brute Chad. Dwayne, oblivious to the MC's sussy glazing and wandering eye, pointed out an obscured object in the hole. A sword. Our boy, delighted by the unexpected windfall, calmly retrieved the blade. It was the blazing blade, its unique ability being to hold heat. If equipped, it would buff agility by 2%. Swinging the sword around, Jeong remarked that, as expected, it was a great blade, not only sharp, but, if used with a skill, capable of becoming hotter. Dwayne, watching from the sidelines, expressed his confusion. How could a sword produce fire? It didn't make sense. Really, brah? I know you're a brute, but goddamn. Jeong, sharing my sentiment, looked at Dwayne like he was the biggest idiot. They'd just fought a wench who could literally shoot bullets from her fingers. So how was he surprised by that? Or was he too distracted by Bree's rocking bod to notice such obvious things? All in all, it didn't matter. Addressing the giant, Jeong asked if he could keep the sword. Dwayne readily agreed. It was Jeong who had found it, after all. Jeong, always a generous Chad, gave Dwayne his pickaxe, making it clear he was a generous poppy. Dwayne, satisfied with his new weapon, swung it around. He was sure he'd do some damage with that thing. With their business done, the duo turned to leave. The clear conditions might have been met, but this was L.A.G. Who knew what shit show the twisted game might suddenly throw their way? We cut to the Chads at the exit of the cave. Dwayne, dreading the cold, expressed his reluctance to head out. Jeong Hyeok, always a generous Chad, handed him the blazing blade. He had his light skill, so Dwayne could use the sword for now. Dwayne, not one to turn down generosity, especially from his poppy, immediately equipped the sword. And so, with their preparations done, the duo finally left the cave, braving the harsh cold. We switched to the duo still traversing the snowfield, trudging through the relentless cold. In front of them lay a grim, yet expected sight. A corpse sprawled in the snow. Analyzing the corpse's state, Dwayne remarked that he had probably died from the cold. Jeong, always cynical, pointed out the missing soul. That wasn't a simple accident. However, it had nothing to do with them. They should hurry. Staying would only endanger their lives. With those words, the two pressed forward, their determined gazes fixed on the horizon. They continued their hellish journey, pushing themselves until they finally reached the exit to the freezing abyss. The cold was brutal, but they had made it. In typical L.A.G. fashion, they were given a choice. They could either go to the next room, B332, or choose the mysterious space in between, B3 Room 2. Jeong Hyeok, a bit conflicted, paused to assess the situation. The ever-changing nature of L.A.G had been chipping away at his advantage. His once reliable knowledge of the future was becoming obsolete. In such a volatile environment, every decision carried weight. Dwayne, unbothered by his inner turmoil, told him to decide quickly. His crown jewels and future descendants were at risk of being frozen stiff. Jeong, puzzled by his sudden trust, questioned the giant. Didn't he know his decision could lead to his death? Dwayne, always the happy-go-lucky one, told him not to worry about it. He wouldn't blame him even if he died. Besides, if you leave your life in someone's hands, the least you can do is accept your fate in case shit hits the fan. Our boy, smiling at Dwayne's simplicity, didn't waste time. From now on, Dwayne should let him decide everything. If he does, he'll be swimming in bitches. With that, he confidently chose the next hell. The system notification sounded, welcoming the players Jeong Hyeok and Dwayne the Chad Smith to room B32. Upon their arrival in the new room, the freezing cold finally retreated. Dwayne, obviously delighted, exclaimed that he finally felt alive again. The room was completely different from the last. The system notification, always punctual, announced the mission status. It stated that the main goal to escape B331 was a success. In addition, they had completed the side quest of decreasing the number of any living beings by 1. As such, both players would be rewarded with 6 souls each. Our boy, calmly pocketing the rewards, advised Dwayne to rest up. They'd head to the next room once fully refreshed. Dwayne readily agreed. There was no rush. The next room would probably be another hell anyway. Jeong Hyeok, taking a look at his current skills, noted that his highest skill level was 4. With his 11 souls, he could definitely raise it higher. But there was no need. He'd rather observe the situation first and respond accordingly. His biggest problem, however, was the active skills. He needed something stronger than light or flame if he were to continue on. The only consolation was that his drip and equipment were excellent. Everything from the elastic jacket to Tae-min's black hammer. He was pretty secure in that department, not to mention the pièce de résistance, the blazing sword. Something that OP had no business being on the 3rd basement level. But now that he had it, he was sure it would be useful even beyond the 5th basement floor. With their loadout done, the duo assembled. It was time to head to the next hell. Upon entering, the duo found themselves in another strange room. Before they could analyze the room further, the system notification sounded, announcing the mission details. The public mission was the weight of life, which honestly sounded ominous as fuck. The first goal was to make a deal by any means necessary. The second goal was to get rid of something big and heavy, aka your mama. If they did that, they'd be rewarded with 10 souls, random equipment, and, lastly, a random skill exchange coin. Jeong Hyeok, the experienced regressor, noted the odd change. They were only on the 3rd basement level, yet L.A.G was already issuing 2 goals and 2 rewards. The implications were obvious. The difficulty of the room was crazy high. As troubling as that was, there was something more urgent they needed to address. Turns out they weren't alone in that room. In fact, the room was packed with dozens of shady folks just hanging around. Not to mention, at the far end of the room, a bloody drape divided the space, probably concealing horrors beyond. Dwayne, puzzled by the development, asked Jeong for clarification. The MC, however, ignored him. He was focused on something more dire. The place was completely different from his earlier regressions. Thus, his advantage was officially useless. Before he could mull it over, a figure called out to him. This rat-looking bastard was Song Wiri-yong. His public attribute was a buff to speed when wearing equipment that raised movement. Currently, his highest skill level was 5. Jeong Hyeok, obviously suspicious of the rat bastard, told him to speak. Whatever he had to say could be said from way over there. The sketchy Song told him not to be so mean. He understood his caution, but honestly, he was hurting his feelings. There was no need to be so wary. He just needed to drop some exposition on him real quick. According to Song, the place was a makeshift zone for people to trade, among other things. Of course, that wasn't the official purpose of the room, but it was the only way they could grow their strength and hopefully defeat the monstrosity behind the drapes. The items on sale were basically trash, but Jeong noticed some decent and maybe useful items mixed within. Song, an experienced peddler, asked Jeong if anything had caught his eye. Our boy, an equally experienced haggler, immediately played it cool, not giving away his edge. Addressing the sketchy peddler, he asked how much for the health potion. Song, startled by Jeong's knowledge, questioned how he'd known souls were the official currency. Most people didn't know about that, let alone how to take them out. Jeong Hyeok, not bothering with his nonsense, asked how much. Song replied, asking for 2 souls. Our boy immediately countered, offering 1. The two argued about the price for a while until Jeong unleashed his trump card, active skill, Asian mother haggling. Overwhelmed by the generations of haggling experience, Song finally lost it, telling Jeong to get lost. He didn't need to sell to him. The MC, always calm, told him not to be so hasty. His final offer was the skill shard alongside the health potion for 2 souls. Song could take it or leave it. In fact, if his current skill wasn't so trash, he wouldn't even be buying that shit. Song, finally caving, accepted the trade. We learned some crucial lore of the death game. When making a trade, you extend the offer with the left hand and collect the items with the right hand. Of course, this isn't foolproof, as some bastards like Song could easily con you out of your souls if you aren't careful. The rat bastard, proud of his deception, mocked the MC. He'd be sure to use the souls well, and true to his words, the ugly bastard immediately used the souls, raising his highest skill level to 7. Jeong Hyeok, obviously livid, gazed threateningly at Song. However, he didn't immediately react. As unfortunate as it was, he was used to such occurrences. Some might even outright aim for his life, so this much was nothing. The fact that Song could so openly con them must mean he had a gang he could trust. And true to his deductions, the sketchy bastards surrounded the MC, their bloodlust obvious. Jeong Hyeok, unfazed by the looming foes, addressed Song. If he wanted to keep his trash life, he should immediately give back the souls. Song, feeling cocky, mocked the MC. It seemed he didn't quite understand his situation. Besides, he'd already used the souls, so there was nothing to give back. Before he could continue with his villain yappery, Jeong delivered a brutal kick, sending the ugly rat bastard flying. Approaching the sketchy thief, he promised him death. Death delivered by his own hands. Song, enraged, challenged the MC. He'd planned to go easy on him after taking the souls, but now that was out, he'd be sure to kill the bastard. Saying so, he activated his skill, conjuring an ominous purple shine on his palm. Jeong, however, wasn't idle. He immediately kicked Song's hand, crushing the treacherous palm with a sickening crunch. The bastard, enraged and in pain, cursed at the MC. Who gave him the right to do this to him? Our boy didn't relent. With a decisive blow, he drove the hammer into Song's mouth, opening an extra hole for the rat bastard. Song, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, called out to the gang. What were they waiting for? They should kill Jeong immediately. He wanted him dead. He wouldn't rest until he drank soup from his decaying skull. Jeong Hyeok sighed. It seemed, even until the end, Song had no thoughts of giving up. Well, if that was the case, he'd left him no other choice. Saying so, he swiftly plunged the hammer into Song's skull, putting an end to the thieving bastard. One of the gang members charged forward, his thirst for revenge evident. Before he could get far, however, a giant palm grabbed him, slamming his face against the wall. The gentle giant had finally joined the fight. Dwayne, still holding the yeeted foe, addressed Jeong. He understood the crimes of the rat song, but did he have to kill him? Jeong Hyeok, as calm as ever, addressed the gentle giant. He let him know this was how he'd always be. A soul in L.A.G was akin to your life force, and he'd kill anyone who threatened his, no matter who it was. Drawing his sword, he emphasized his stance. Whoever got in his way would receive the same treatment, so Dwayne should think carefully. This was L.A.G. In here, good guys were always the first to die. If Dwayne was the kind to pity such scumbags, then his end wasn't far off anyway. It was unfortunate, but it seemed the time to choose had finally arrived. As the two Chads stared each other down, the tension in the air palpable, the rest of Song's gang watched in shock. How had the rat bastard died so easily? Not that it mattered to them. They could simply pillage his remains and make some quick change. Their plan seemed set in stone, but something about the odd situation in front of them caught their attention. Why were the two lovers fighting? Trouble in paradise, maybe? Well, that only worked in their favor, so who were they to question it? Signaling for their assassin mate to move, the gang prepared their counterattack. The assassin, acting fast, immediately charged forward, aiming a sneak attack at Dwayne. The gentle giant, a second too late to react, watched helplessly as the assassin's blade slashed at him. The evil bastard, not satisfied with a simple sword attack, activated his active skill, Snake's Poison, coating the blade in a deadly venom. However, the assassin made a crucial mistake. Dwayne wasn't alone. Jeong Hyeok, acting swiftly, used his light skill, temporarily blinding the stealthy assassin. That second was all the time they needed. When the bastard opened his eyes, Dwayne's knuckle sandwich was waiting for him, blitzing the assassin into oblivion. The blow was so strong that the assassin's face caved in, his eye sockets rupturing. Despite this, Dwayne wasn't done. He immediately exerted more force, pinning the bastard into the ground. With his knuckles bloody and his eyes finally opened, the gentle giant accepted his naivety. His way of thinking had been wrong. The rest of the gang, undeterred by Dwayne's savage brutality, lunged at Jeong, calling for his death. The MC, unfazed, analyzed the gang's attack plan. They had opted for a pincer attack. Judging by their lack of hesitation, this was clearly not their first ambush. Going a step further, he analyzed the skills they were using. Thanks to his countless regressions, he had become skilled at identifying the abilities used in L.A.G, and as long as he could identify them, he could handle them. Reacting quickly, Jeong conjured a ball of fire in his palm before spraying it at the charging foes. The fire skill's level was low, likely high enough to deal minimal damage to the gang, but they didn't know that. The attack served its purpose, halting the enemy's momentum. Capitalizing on this advantage, Jeong immediately yeeted the black hammer, striking one thug straight in the eye. With the fall of the fool, the enemy's count dropped by 1. A new thug, L.A.G, enraged by the MC's brutal kill, charged at him. He vowed to deliver Jeong a painful death, one so gruesome that he wouldn't close his eyes even in death. Jeong Hyeok, unrattled by his yappery, calmly assumed his battle stance. Maybe if the thugs had attacked in unison, it would have been troublesome, but unfortunately for them, they had lost their composure and were charging solo like rabid dogs. Locking in, Jeong unleashed his fire skill on L.A.G. The cunning foe, more agile than Jeong had anticipated, immediately dodged the attack and resumed his charge. With a brutal slash, he aimed for Jeong's neck. The MC easily blocked the attack. Thanks to his strongbones passive skill, the slash was nothing more than a tickle. L.A.G, not expecting such monstrous defense, froze for a moment. Before he could gather his wits, Jeong blessed him with a hot kiss to the skull, stabbing straight through his peanut brain. With another enemy down, Jeong turned to face the remaining fools. The bastards, unrelenting, charged at the MC. Jeong, not one to waste time, launched his own attack, slashing his blazing sword at the enemies. He comboed the attack with a fire strike, savagely burning the foes' heads. Watching the screaming thugs, Jeong showed no mercy, unleashing another fire strike to burn the bastards to cinders. Done with the brutal battle, the MC casually collected the souls. Addressing Dwayne, he asked if he still harbored naive thoughts about peaceful coexistence. Like he'd said before, L.A.G was a death hell where only doom awaited the foolishly kind. Gazing sternly at him, Jeong asked Dwayne to make up his mind. His hour of hesitation was over. Dwayne took a moment to mull it over before turning his attention to the beaten thug. With a sickening stomp, he crushed the bastard's skull, putting an end to his rotten existence. The giant, finally manning the hell up, told Jeong he was right. In L.A.G, death was repaid with death, and he had no intention of avoiding it any longer. Jeong, proud of his boo, encouraged Dwayne's growth. In that hell, the death of another fueled their own strength. And true to his words, Jeong immediately utilized the loot dropped by Song, acquiring the passive skill Calm Mind from the skill shard. The skill guaranteed composure regardless of the situation. With their massacre complete, Dwayne eyed the other people in the room. Despite the huge fight, no one had intervened. Jeong explained that it was expected. Most people in L.A.G were strangers to one another. It didn't make sense to stick your nose into someone else's business. The only ones who might have intervened were Song's gang, but they were already decimated. Besides, the crowd had just witnessed them annihilate Song and his group. Most wouldn't want to fuck with them after that. As Jeong was still glazing, a clanging sound came from behind the drapes, startling everyone. Whatever it was, it clearly had everyone on edge. Dwayne noted the sound of breathing behind the drapes. Jeong Hyeok, equally puzzled, replied that he didn't know what it was either, but whatever it was, it had everyone scared shitless, so it probably wasn't anything good. A loud voice interrupted their discussion. The voice belonged to Jeong Hyeok, a Chad with flashy hair and killer drip. His public attribute allowed him to use 2 active skills simultaneously. Currently, his highest skill level was 6. The MC, always suspicious of new arrivals, invested 11 souls to level up his calm breathing. With the level raised to 6, his recovery would improve significantly. The new Chad introduced himself, telling the duo his name. Jeong, however, cut him off. He told him to get to the point. What did he want? Byung, with a dazzling smile, expressed his desire to join the Chads. Oh? Is this a love triangle I sense? Watch out, Dwayne. Someone's coming for your boo. Dwayne, like a jealous boyfriend, asked Byung if he was trustworthy. Byung replied that trust wasn't necessary. What mattered was his ability. If they wanted to survive, cooperation was inevitable. Jeong Hyeok, always in his murdery vibes, warned Byung not to think of betraying them. If he did, then no matter the situation, Jeong would drop everything and kill his ass. Byung, unfazed by the obvious yet slightly gay threat, told him not to worry. Despite how he looked, he was a pretty chill guy. Besides, he had no intention of dying just yet, so betrayal wasn't in the cards. Locking in, Byung pointed at the drapes. As much as they wanted to leave, they had a big problem. Something big and vile was waiting for them behind the bloody curtain. Dwayne, the jealous boyfriend, immediately raised his complaints. He didn't like or trust Byung, so traveling with him was out of the question. Besides, the flashy bastard was clearly after his poppy, so why would he give him the chance? Byung countered his objection, pointing out that while the duo was strong, even with his help, the task would still be nearly impossible. Jeong Hyeok, picking up on the ominous tone, asked Byung what he meant. The flashy Chad, finding it easier to show rather than explain, led the duo to the drapes. Drawing them back, he revealed the other half of the room, and it was hellish. Not only was it bloody, hinting at a bleak fate for whoever stepped inside, but it was also discouraging since the exit door was far across the room, meaning they'd have no choice but to face the monstrosity guarding it. Speaking of monstrosities, a heavy, bloody foot slammed into the ground, crushing the concrete floor beneath it. This foot belonged to the megalithic man, a dreadful stone behemoth towering over the petrified players. I'd like to describe what it looks like, but again, lag is on some bullshit, so I'm struggling to find the words. Honestly, what the fuck is this? As expected, our Chads were terrified, especially since the quagmire-looking bastard was glaring daggers at them. Byung, continuing his presentation, introduced the dreadful foe to the party. He explained that the megalithic man was the true obstacle to clearing the room. Luckily, the fiend never left its half of the room, so they were still relatively safe. The gentle giant, visibly shaken by the behemoth, noted that it towered well over 3 meters, a genuine giant, unlike his bootleg title. The mission stated they needed to get rid of something big and heavy, so this was clearly it. Jeong Hyeok, equally spooked, stared at the foe. To think he'd meet the behemoth on the 3rd basement floor. Just what the hell was going on with Lag? Turning to Dwayne, Jeong asked if they could solo the Guardian. Dwayne immediately rejected the idea. No matter how he looked at it, that was completely beyond their means. But what about Jeong? Did he have some big brain strategy to overcome this obstacle? Jeong, always practical, told him to forget about it. The enemy wasn't one to go down easily, even with the best strategy. Shifting his attention to Byung, Jeong asked why he was so insistent on tagging along. What was he scheming? Byung replied that his reasons were simple. The two of them were strong, giving him the best chance of survival. Based on his analysis, 3 people should be enough to handle the Guardian, but most refused to try, fearing for their lives. Of course, there were those who accepted, but the MC and Dwayne annihilated them, leaving him back at square one. The MC pressed further, asking why he didn't try teaming up with anyone else. Byung explained that his involvement with the sketchy gang basically ruled out any cooperation with the other players. Because of those bastards, he'd been forced to move around a lot of corpses, which inevitably put a wedge between him and everyone else. But even that wasn't enough to secure his safety, as the treacherous thugs still ganged up and ambushed him, nearly killing him. Noticing the scars on Byung's stomach, the MC's eyes widened in shock. In a panicked voice, he asked Byung how he'd managed to heal the wounds so quickly. Flustered by the exaggerated reaction, Byung replied that it was thanks to his skills. He explained that he could deal with external wounds based on his skill level, though the action exhausted him, sometimes to the point of being unable to move. Jeong Hyeok, unnerved by the revelation, noted that this was a skill he'd never seen before, not even across his countless regressions. Did this mean Lag had new passive skills as well? He'd felt something was off before, but now it was obvious. The missions, enemies, and skills in this regression were constantly changing, and the death game had been wilding ever since he woke up. This might just be a guess, or maybe a strong feeling, but this life felt like his last in Lag. Byung, oblivious to the MC's ominous realization, called out. He asked what their next move was. Would they tackle the Guardian together? Jeong Hyeok, never one to waste time, immediately agreed. Delaying wouldn't do them any good. Dwayne, the tsundere, chimed in. Although he didn't like the flashy Chad, his hands were tied in this situation. They might as well get it over with. Locking in, Jeong upgraded his strong bones to level 7. Though confident in his physical defense, a little preparation wouldn't hurt. Speaking of preparation, it was overkill to tackle the behemoth with their current skills and levels. The only solution was to gather souls and raise their levels. But even then, their battle strategy was severely limited. A full frontal assault was the only feasible tactic, though survival was doubtful. Byung, quick on the uptake, volunteered to gather everyone. Jeong, however, told him to chill. Even if they did, it still wouldn't be enough. Turning to the desolate players, the MC shouted to get their attention. He let them know their current fate was absolute trash. They were just sheep waiting to die. The only difference was when and how. That said, he was giving them two choices. They could either combine their strength and help take down the Guardian, or they could die by their hands, right then and there. The choice was theirs. Fight together as comrades, or forcefully gift their souls and lives to him. Byung, visibly shocked, told him to hold the fuck up. What did he mean, their hands? Was he including him in the smoke as well? Turning to Dwayne, he pleaded for him to talk some sense into Jeong. Dwayne, unfazed, told him to chill out. Although Jeong's methods were unconventional, they were the reason he was still alive today. Byung should sit back and trust their poppy. One of the players responded to Jeong's provocation. He warned Jeong not to throw words around so carelessly, especially when they carried such obvious threats. Sure, the trio might be strong, but even for them, handling such a large group was impossible. Besides, what was stopping them from just killing the cocky MC? This faded-looking bastard was Mark Rowan. His public attribute was a strong voice. Currently, his highest skill level was 6. Analyzing this Chad, who seemed to be high on mushrooms, Jeong Hyeok noted that his aura was different. From the looks of it, Mark was the true boss of the group. The reason the dearly departed Song and his gang couldn't fully control the room was probably because of him. Our boy, refusing to back down, doubled down on his threat. He let Mark know he was dead serious. The only question was whether Mark really wanted to test him. The faded Chad immediately backed off. He had no desire to fight Jeong. Besides, the MC was right. The people in that room were at their limit. A change was necessary before things spiraled into total chaos. Addressing Jeong, Mark asked what the plan was. How did he intend to kill the Guardian while keeping everyone safe? Hearing such naive words, Jeong chuckled. Mark, puzzled by the reaction, asked what was so funny. Jeong replied, telling him to cut the bullshit. What did he mean, keep everyone safe? Some were obviously going to die. It was inevitable. The only thing he was certain of was that their chances of survival were much higher if they pooled their strength and fought the Guardian as a group. In fact, Mark must have already known this. That's why they could have that conversation in the first place. With those words, the MC ended the debate. The time for talking was over. It was time to act. Before they could move, however, a loud bang erupted behind them, startling the group. The dreadful noise came from the Guardian punching the steel gate, seemingly testing its limits. Dwayne, sweating bullets, asked Byung if the Guardian usually behaved like that. Byung denied it, explaining that although it occasionally hit the bars, it was never to that degree. The rest of the bots murmured in agreement. Something was definitely off. Even a bootleg Garcia chimed in, asking nervously if they'd be okay. Don't worry, mommy. Our boy will protect you this time. But of course, this was L.A.G. Nothing ever went according to plan in this cursed world. With one mighty punch, the Guardian shattered the steel gates, obliterating the last safety net for the players. With a menacing glare, the behemoth locked eyes with the group, who could only watch in shock and horror as their safe zone was annihilated. Dwayne, cursing their shitty luck, remarked that they were all in the same boat now. Whether they wanted it or not, the other players would have to fight. Byung, also cursing, lamented that they hadn't even formulated a plan. How were they going to tackle the behemoth in such a manner? Jeong, unfazed by the unfair development, told the Chads to lock in. Any prior plans were effectively out the window. The only thing they could do was focus and respond accordingly. The Guardian, unbothered by their rattled state, made the first move. Crouching low, it launched itself toward the group with terrifying speed that defied its enormous size and weight. The MC, recognizing the lethal intent, immediately shouted for everyone to dodge. The squad complied, narrowly avoiding the charging doom. Some players, however, weren't as lucky. Caught in the behemoth's path, they were blitzed into oblivion. With anguished screams, their bodies were reduced to mangled heaps, blood pooling where they once stood. Jeong Hyeok analyzed the baleful foe. Its overwhelming durability, absurd speed, and devastating attack power were enough to one-shot anything it touched. No matter how he looked at it, they were well and truly fucked. The bots also picked up on this, their expressions turning sullen in desperation. Collectively, they all had one thought. That bastard Jeong wanted them to fight such a beast? Was he out of his mind? Jeong Hyeok, as if sensing their doubts, shouted at them to focus. He instructed them to put distance between themselves and attack the Guardian with ranged skills. They were to target its legs, hoping to limit its mobility. Despite the great instructions, none of it reached the players. With a charging behemoth before them, they were too busy protecting their own lives to worry about the ramblings of a stranger. And so, without coordination, the inevitable happened. The behemoth yeeted the players, sending their mangled corpses flying like ragdolls. Some unlucky fools were slammed into the wall, their deaths as pathetic as their lives. Jeong Hyeok, watching all of this from the sidelines, cursed. Forget about tactics. At this rate, they'd all be wiped out. Unfortunately, it seemed everything would have to fall on him yet again. Running around the room, he aimed to collect as many souls as possible. Everything would inevitably depend on his strength, so he might as well increase his level as much as possible. Mark, also noting the unfavorable development, decided to act. Activating his strong voice skill, he repeated Jeong's instructions to everyone in the room. Because of his strong throat, his words cut through the panic, finally reaching the players. With seamless coordination, the players surrounded the foe, eager for a counterattack. One mommy even had time to rock a thong, because what better way to fight a boss than with a killer wedgie? Jeong Hyeok, still on his scavenger hunt, commended Mark. Thanks to his quick thinking, the situation was barely salvaged. Not to mention his ingenious use of the strong voice skill. Jeong hadn't even known it could be used like that. Well, not that it mattered at the moment. He had more important things to do. Moving from corpse to corpse, Jeong ignored the shame of plundering the dead. So what if he looked like a hyena feeding on corpses? He was determined to do anything to survive. We shift to the players. With a coordinated assault, they launched their skills at the behemoth, showering it in a barrage of attacks. One bot, feeling cocky, stopped to taunt the foe, his lips curling up in a mocking grin. This, however, proved to be a foolish mistake, as the fiend easily brushed off the flame attack, pouncing brutally on the cocky dude. With anguished screams, another foolish player fell, his death equally as foolish. Jeong Hyeok, still observing from the sidelines, marveled at the bot's stupidity. Wasn't it common knowledge that fire was weak to earth? Just what the hell was the dude thinking? Not only him, but the rest of the players were equally foolish, as their attacks wouldn't reach the Guardian anyway. The only way to attack was through melee damage, but obviously, none of them were willing to get that close. Turning to Dwayne, Jeong reminded his boo not to advance recklessly. He should first gather souls and level up his skills. When they had enough, they'd attack together. The desperate battle continued. Players dropped like flies as the behemoth rampaged through the room. In a final act of desperation, one player hurled a lightning attack at the creature, hoping to break through its defenses. But just like fire, lightning was weak to earth. The Guardian brushed it off with ease, yeeting the poor fool into oblivion. The rest of the players, capitalizing on the Guardian's distraction, froze its feet, effectively pausing its momentum. Mark, thrilled by their teamwork, signaled for everyone to attack. The players, blindly trusting their leader, charged at the behemoth with their weapons at the ready. The fiend, however, proved more cunning than they'd thought. After baiting the players to close the distance, the Guardian swiftly initiated its counterattack. With a mighty slam, the Guardian blitzed the players, sending their pathetic corpses flying. Even this wasn't enough for the fiend. It comboed the slam with a punch attack, easily reducing the players to bloody pulps. In an overwhelming show of power, the Guardian punched the shit out of the players. Wherever its fists went, lives were reaped, powerless to stop it. Jeong Hyeok, still on his scavenger hunt, stealthily made his way around the room, collecting as many souls as he could. Sure, it was grim to capitalize on the dead like that, but what choice did he have? He had to get stronger, no matter the method. As he was reaping the souls, Jeong stumbled upon a wounded Chad barely clinging to life. In a broken voice, the man begged for mercy, the pain too much to endure. Jeong Hyeok, always a merciful Chad, immediately complied. Drawing his sword, he promised to avenge the man. The unfortunate man, although weak, thanked the MC. With that, he could at least rest in peace. Jeong Hyeok, acting on his promise, immediately stabbed the fellow, ending his life. In a silent prayer, He wished the poor soul peace in the afterlife. Upon collecting the man's soul, Jeong noted that his collection was up to 19. Although not a lot, it was enough to at least put up a fight. Turning his attention to the battle, he noticed Mark charging at the Guardian. The brave leader, stealthily approaching the boss, immediately utilized his trump card, Time Bomb. This was an active skill that planted a bomb on a target. Upon activation, the bomb would detonate within 10 seconds. With the task done, Mark swiftly called for everyone to scatter before setting off the bomb. The explosion hit with a deafening boom, dealing significant damage. Excited by its success, the players urged Mark to use the skill again. The boss, although willing, wasn't able to fulfill their demands. The attack wasn't something he could spam indefinitely. This was lag. Cheat abilities weren't allowed. As the players were still hopefully staring at the fallen foe, wishing it wouldn't get back up, the MC's loud voice called out, reminding them to be careful. However, his warning came too late. The boss was already targeting Mark, its giant palm closing in on him. Before he could react, the boss grabbed him by the head, lifting him off the ground. The rest of the players, worried about their leader, shouted his name in desperation. This, however, proved futile as the foe crushed Mark's head, bathing the ground in his blood. Jeong Hyeok, noting the bleak development, instructed Dwayne to join him in attacking. Since Mark was dead, the rest of the players were bound to collapse. Something needed to be done before that happened. True to his prediction, the behemoth charged at the players, making quick work of them. Without their leader, they were nothing but fodder, falling pathetically with every stomp or punch from the boss. In a show of grotesque savagery, the boss crushed the players into bloody pulps, tearing their bodies apart. Jeong Hyeok cursed at the expected massacre. He'd known this would happen, but he hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. Dwayne, infuriated by the slaughter, decided to make his move. Utilizing his active skill, Strength Increase, he buffed his strength by 50% before charging at the boss. With a booming war cry, he shouted at the cocky rock to eat his black axe. The axe wasn't huge, but she'd said his was the perfect size, so it was all right. Saying so, he struck the boss, chipping away at the beast's stone hide. Not relenting, the gentle giant immediately doubled his assault, showering the boss with a flurry of attacks. Swords might have been ineffective, but his pickaxe was the perfect tool to deal with a stony bastard like that. While he was still glazing himself, the boss threw him a curveball. With frightening speed, the behemoth intercepted his attack, grabbing his arm in a tight grip. Dwayne, shocked by the counterattack, cursed. It seemed he had fucked up. Under the boss's iron grip, Dwayne was forced to let go of his trusty pickaxe. The clanging sound of the pickaxe hitting the ground served as a signal for the boss to initiate its counterattack. Reeling back, the behemoth prepared a killer jab, which it unleashed on Dwayne, with frightening speed. The Chad, now defenseless, watched in horror as the lethal blow neared him. Reacting quickly, he immediately deployed his active skill, Stamp Kick, delivering a nasty kick to the behemoth's leg. The sheer power of the attack sent shockwaves through the room, driving the boss's leg into the concrete floor. Having lost its balance, the behemoth's once lethal jab landed pointlessly into the ground, narrowly missing the trapped Chad. The boss, however, wasn't going to leave empty-handed. Exerting more force, it crushed Dwayne's arm, sending stinging pain through the Chad's body. Dwayne, now with a panicked look on his face, endured the blinding pain. Inwardly, he thanked his strength skill because, without it, the behemoth would have already crushed his arm into a bloody pulp. However, even his skill had a limit, so something needed to be done, and fast. Clenching his fist, Dwayne reeled back before driving a killer hook into the boss's face. The blow left the behemoth reeling, its once majestic defense subtly crumbling. Dwayne, however, wasn't left unscathed. The behemoth wasn't called Megalithic Man for no reason. Its defense was as absurd as you'd expect. As such, even though he was the one who dealt the blow, he still suffered considerable damage to his fist. Noticing he wouldn't last long under those circumstances, Dwayne begged for help from the one person he could rely on, his Poppy and Boo, Lee Jeong Hyeok. Our boy, as if sensing the distress signal from Dwayne, crept up on the boss, his black hammer poised to strike. In a brutal slam, he struck the behemoth straight in the back, sending chips of its defense flying. The force from the blow left the behemoth dazed, forcing it onto its knees. Jeong Hyeok, not relenting, immediately activated his passive skills, Strong Bones and Tough Skin. With the protection of the upgraded skills, he lunged at the boss, his left hook ready. Not wasting time, he swiftly sent the punch flying, driving it deep into the behemoth's body. The boss, left reeling from the punch, finally loosened its grip on Dwayne's arm, giving the Chad a chance to slip away. Jeong, noticing his boo was safe, doubled down on his attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes on the boss's back. With grim determination, he comboed hammer strikes with punch attacks, desperate to bring the boss down. Sure, his fists were burning, and his knuckles were bleeding, but he didn't care. The only thing on his mind was to deliver one more punch to finally bring the bastard down for good. As he was still in his bloody trance, an urgent voice called out, warning him to dodge. Jeong, a little hazy from the bloodthirst, failed to understand what Byung meant. Before he could mull it over, a lethal blow aimed at his head swiftly materialized before him. Jeong Hyeok, cursing the bastard who'd done this, immediately lunged to the side, narrowly dodging the explosive attack. With chatty agility, similar to our fallen Mommy Garcia, he performed a backflip, landing gracefully on his feet. The rest of the players, noticing the boss was up for grabs, all lunged at the behemoth, their selfish desires overshadowing logic. Jeong Hyeok, watching the bots charge at the boss, immediately understood their reasoning. The fuckers wanted to fulfill the 10% contribution quota issued by the trial. They had no care for Jeong Hyeok, even if he suffered collateral damage. One player even took it a step further, launching a sneak attack on our boy. With a cheesy line from a budget Temu movie, the bot called for Jeong to die. Our boy, shocked by the obvious sneak attack, easily parried his spear attack, leaving him open for a counter. With brutal efficiency, he punched the shit out of the bastard, forcing the poor fool to swallow his own teeth and blood. The MC, not one to show mercy, immediately lunged at the fool. With a sickening crunch, he brought the hammer down on the player's skull, drowning the ground in his blood. Mocking the stupid bastard, Jeong advised him to keep his mouth shut the next time he wanted to ambush someone. Well, he was already dead, so he'd just have to shut his mouth hole in the next life. Turning his attention back to the boss, he wasn't surprised to see the behemoth absolutely annihilating the players. The best way to deal with the stony bastard was to take it down while it was dazed from a sneak attack. But because of the foolish players, that chance was out the window. And now, because of their foolishness, the fiend was hunting them down like sheep, smashing each player into bloody pulps. Dwayne, visibly nervous about the massacre, asked Jeong if they should join. The MC swiftly rejected the idea. There wasn't a need to deliver themselves so willingly to death. They should let the behemoth clap more cheeks. Hopefully, when the numbers thinned out a bit, a chance for a counterattack would open up. For now, they could just watch the show. As fucked up as it was, the sight of the behemoth yeeting the players was a fun show to watch. Taking the moment to teach his baby, Jeong expressed to Dwayne the dangers of trusting the treacherous players. Like he'd seen before, the bastards wouldn't hesitate to attack them if they thought it would be beneficial. In fact, he could bet his right nut that as soon as they took down the boss and were low on HP, the fuckers would instantly attack them. Switching topics, he asked Dwayne about his arm. The gentle giant replied that, although it stung, it wasn't broken. Satisfied with the answer, Jeong told him to prioritize gathering more souls. The foolish players weren't going to take down the boss, so that task would inevitably fall to them. Before it came to that, though, they needed to level up as much as possible. Turning to his second boo, Jeong advised Byung to do the same. Byung, always a submissive boo, immediately complied. With the bothersome tasks out of the way, our boy surveyed the room, seeking to see just how many players had survived. Shockingly, the pantsu mommy had survived. I don't know if it was the collective prayers of all the virgins, or maybe the thong had some OP buff skills. Either way, the walking fan service was still alive and kicking. Speaking of fan service, this unfortunate but busty mommy didn't make it. We didn't get to know her name, but heaven is a better place with her bust around. Our boy, also noticing the hot waifu, immediately turned in her direction. To his shock, however, he wasn't the only one attracted to the big, bouncy soul floating above her chest. Another player also had his eyes on the tempting loot. The two stared each other down in a Mexican standoff before the other player made his move. Utilizing his jump skill, he easily closed the distance to the mommy, his hands ready to grab her bouncy soul. Jeong, however, mocked the foolish Chad. He was so blinded by the loot that he failed to study his surroundings. Pointing to his right, he told the dumbass to look beside him. The bot, craning his neck, was shocked shitless to find the looming figure of the behemoth charging at him. Before he could react, the boss brutally punched off his head, sending his blood and brain matter flying. Skidding to a stop, the behemoth turned to face its next target, Jeong Hyeok. Our boy, unfazed by the menacing foe, stared back at the boss, his gaze resolute. He'd wanted to test the limits of his body, and now was the perfect chance to do so. The boss, enraged by his challenge, swiftly lunged at him, its mighty fist raised for a slam attack. Jeong Hyeok, however, didn't back down. Entering his defense stance, he challenged the bastard to come at him. In a sickening crunch, the boss's punch landed, sending ripples of force through Jeong's body. The MC, with a metallic taste in his mouth, endured the blow, resolute not to back down. Exerting more force, the boss threw the MC back, forcing him to stumble a bit before regaining his balance. Our boy, although battered, stood resolute, his firm gaze unyielding. He had been right to trust his sturdy body. From the looks of it, as long as he wasn't caught lacking, he should be able to fight the behemoth in close combat. With his decision made, Jeong immediately lunged at the behemoth. The time for a sweet counterattack was nigh. The boss, noticing his charge, entered an attacking stance, its fist cocked back to deliver a killer jab. Jeong Hyeok, unbothered by the ready foe, immediately targeted the bastard's head. He would have preferred to attack the already damaged back, but obviously, the fiend wouldn't let him. So, he opted for the next best thing, a brutal bash to the head. Utilizing the hammer, he chipped away a chunk of the boss's face, leaving a nasty scar on its ugly mug. The boss, enraged, countered with a straight jab, sending the MC reeling backward. Although he'd managed to block, the attack still hurt like hell. Jeong couldn't help but curse the bastard for its absurd speed. The boss, as if sharing the same sentiment, eyed the MC with rage, probably wondering where this sturdy motherfucker came from. In a shocking twist, it jumped backward, putting considerable distance between itself and Jeong. The MC, visibly perplexed, wondered what was up with the fiend. It wasn't in its nature to back down, so what the hell was going on? Soon, however, the reason became apparent as the behemoth swiftly turned and targeted the other players instead. Jeong Hyeok, in a self-glazing moment, noticed that the boss found him troublesome to take down. As a result, it opted to attack the weaker players instead, which, honestly, is the biggest compliment you can get as a Chad. After this feat, our boy will be pulling all the boss bitches, including Millennia. Let's turn back time to when Jeong first ate the boss's killer hook. The rest of the players, watching from the sidelines, commented on how monstrous he was. However, in typical L.A.G fashion, the players weren't happy about it. The treacherous bastards plotted to take Jeong down as soon as he finished with the boss. Behind the scheming bastards, Pantsu Mommy made another appearance. With a disdainful look, she eyed the scheming fools, calling them pathetic. I don't want to count my mommies before they hatch, but I'm definitely sensing waifu energy from this babe. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Resuming time, we see the behemoth charging at the idle players. Obviously, this sudden development caught them off guard, driving most into a panicked frenzy. One bot, feeling cocky, stepped forward to intercept the charging boss. If Jeong could do it, surely he could too, right? Wrong. The behemoth yeeted the fuck out of him, bashing the bastard's face like he owed him money. Done with the brainless fool, the boss turned, seeking its next prey. Its eyes landed on a helpless mommy, and it didn't hesitate to lunge at her. With killer precision, its fist tore through the air, aiming for the poor babe. At that desperate moment, a Chad in shining armor came to her rescue, bashing the shit out of the behemoth and forcing it to backpedal. This brilliant knightly Chad was none other than Dwayne, who'd sensed the damsel's distress and come running. With this, he should be able to collect some thank you cheeks after the fight. Well, assuming the babe survives. This selfless attempt, however, didn't come without consequences. With Jeong's warning, Dwayne turned to find the boss mid-swing, aiming for his chatty face. Acting quickly, Dwayne immediately activated his active skill, hammering. With a grim look, he met the behemoth in a contest of pure power. The clash of fists kicked up a fierce shockwave, sending ripples through the room. Our boy, not backing down, doubled down on the punch, pushing the behemoth backward. However, he also found himself in an awkward situation, having lost his balance. If the boss attacked at that moment, he'd be well and properly screwed. Byung, coming in clutch, swiftly lunged at the boss. With frightening agility, he somersaulted off the boss's head, leaving a nasty stab in its eye. Task done, the nimble Chad landed in a dodge roll, firmly securing his footing. Not bothering to look back, the scared Chad immediately made a run for it. He'd acted to save his new boo, but he'd be damned if he stayed to fight the giant behemoth. While hauling hella cheeks, he shouted at Dwayne to remember he was the one who saved him. If possible, he should put in a good word for him with the major poppy, Jeong Hyeok. The rest of the players, capitalizing on the momentum, launched their attacks at the behemoth, all aiming to blind the bastard. The boss, however, was more cunning than they expected. Using its arm, it easily shielded its eye, preventing the attacks from landing. With savage brutality, the boss counterattacked, charging straight for the players. Jumping up, it gained momentum before crashing down on the poor fools, reducing all of them to meat paste. Unsatisfied with its carnage, it initiated a brutal slaughter, ripping the players into literal pieces. The MC calmly watched all this from the sidelines. Sure, he could have intervened and saved them, but why should he? The bastards had aimed for his life, and he wasn't one to forget such things easily. This was L.A.G. This damn place had its rules. When fucked, you should be ready to fuck harder. After the boss's rampage, we're given some dire statistics. The total number of survivors in the room had been 40. Right now, however, that number had drastically dropped to just 7. And, of course, Pantsu Mommy made it. I'm telling you guys, my waifu senses are tingling. Garcia can finally rest in peace, because a new mommy is coming. Pantsu Mommy. With the annoying hindrances gone, the boys decided to lock in. It was time to seriously face the behemoth. Before that, however, Jeong had some cleanup to do. He asked the Chads to point out the bastards who'd attacked him before. Upon being singled out, Jeong vowed to kill them himself. There was no way he'd let such treacherous bastards live. With that out of the way, the Chads charged at the boss, their bloodlust brimming. The behemoth, sensing the ominous development, immediately lunged at its first target, soon to be Pantsu Mommy. It knew its end was near, so it opted to do as much damage as possible before falling. Jeong Hyeok, however, wasn't going to let it do as it pleased. He'd barely gotten a Garcia replacement. The hell if he'd let her die. The new mommy, not completely helpless, fought back against the behemoth, telling the rock pervert to stay away. Her name turned out to be An-ji-ah, a spicy babe from the Asian continent. Her public attribute was a buff to agility when wearing metal equipment. Currently, her highest skill level was 5. With a mommy in distress, the boys swiftly lunged into action. Sure, she could somewhat hold her own by parkouring off the walls, but how long would that last? This was L.A.G. Things went from 0 to 100 real quick in this hell. Addressing the boys, Jeong immediately issued the tasks. Byung was to take the left flank and wait for the behemoth to make a big move. Of course, the MC was aware his personal damage was minimal, or rather, straight trash. But that's not what he needed him for. He was simply to shake the boss's balance. As for Dwayne, the little giant was to utilize his stamp kick to hopefully bring the fiend to its knees. Everything else would be handled by him. They're Poppy, so they need not worry. Back with An, the spicy mommy, finding herself in a pickle, utilized her trump card, Ice Pick. The skill effectively froze anything it hit, and when utilized correctly, as with the behemoth, it could serve as a binding skill of sorts. Anji, finally getting some breathing room, immediately jumped back, putting distance between herself and the boss. I initially didn't want to say something about this view, but god damn. To the artist of this manhwa, I wish you and your descendants eternal joy. Byung, capitalizing on the boss's binding, swiftly closed the distance, running across the steep walls like they were flat ground. With deadly precision, he landed a nasty kick on the behemoth's head, leaving the fiend reeling. In typical Byung fashion, the flashy Chad immediately skedaddled. No way in hell he'd stay to fight that thing. The gentle giant, having expected Byung's Chadly cowardice, immediately lunged at the boss, his stamp kick ready. Utilizing the active skill, Dwayne landed a brutal kick on the behemoth's leg, tripping the giant bastard. With a busted leg and no support, the fiend wobbled on its feet. Our boy, knowing the best time to spawn the fuck up, appeared behind the boss, his attack ready. Without mercy, he unleashed a nasty axe kick on the boss's head, finally bringing the bastard to its knees. Capitalizing on the fiend's stunned state, Jeong unleashed a flurry of attacks on the boss's back, chipping away at its formidable defense. He used whatever he could to bring the bastard down. His hammer, feet, fists, anything to silence the fiend for good. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity and with a heaving chest, the weakness of the boss was exposed. Its heart. Our boy, not one to waste time, immediately unsheathed his blazing sword, his face resolute. With a precise stab, he brought the burning sword down on the fiend's heart, finally putting an end to the stony bastard. As if congratulating his efforts, the behemoth released a golden soul, one vastly different from the rest. Turning to the squad, Jeong informed them of his intention to keep the soul. The two Chads immediately agreed. As for the Pantsu mommy, she had no objections either. It was because of him that she could enjoy her thong wedgie. so who was she to complain? Jeong, not one to waste time, swiftly pocketed the soul, netting a whopping 8 souls for his troubles. With a satisfied grin, he casually turned in the direction of the new arrivals. The lucky trio, who'd basically been carried throughout the fight, approached the MC, delight evident on their faces. Their makeshift leader, an old wizened man, glazed the MC, calling him amazing. This ass-kissing bastard was Jeff Norris. His public attribute was a steel right hand, probably from his late-night activities, and his highest skill level was 7. Next in the group was Alejandro Sanchez. His public attribute was breathlessness, and his highest skill level was 6. Last but definitely not least was Anna, belly dancer, Taylor. Her public attribute was that she couldn't stay in one body position for long. In essence, she was a restless bitch. Her highest skill level was 7. Jeong Hyeok, eyeing the new trio, decided to lock in. Some trash still needed to be taken out. Anna, oblivious to the ominous undercurrents, approached our boy, her sultry voice tinged with appreciation. She expressed her thanks to the MC. It was thanks to him that they survived. Jeong, however, brushed off the thought. He told her not to be thankful to him. All he did was complete the mission objective, and he would have done so regardless of their survival. Addressing Sanchez, Jeong asked about his highest skill level. The dude, obviously suspicious, asked why he needed to know. Jeong replied that his reasons were simple. It was to determine whether he killed Sanchez or not, so the dude needed to answer seriously. Sanchez, having picked up on his meaning, stared down the MC. He shot back, telling him that if that was the case, then he had no intention of answering. Jeff, finding himself caught up in the nonsense, told the two Chads to chill. As fellow survivors, surely they should use their words before their fists, right? Jeong, however, wasn't in the mood to indulge him. He told the old man to shut his hole. Unless he was in the same treacherous boat as Sanchez, he should sit back and stay quiet. Turning back to Sanchez, Jeong repeated his question. This time, his sword was already drawn, seemingly hinting at the severity of the situation. Sanchez, finding it pointless to continue the charade, calmly activated his skill. He was sure that was what Jeong was looking for. Indeed, this was Jeong's target, the skill that almost took his head. With a deadly glare, Jeong asked Sanchez why he'd attacked him before. Sanchez played dumb, claiming that the chaotic situation had forced him to make a mistake. Secretly, however, he reached for his dagger, his treacherous intentions clear. Jeong, not buying his bullshit, told him to save it. He didn't need Sanchez's confession to know his intentions. They were as basic as his mama. The foolish bastard probably thought it'd be easy to finish him off and steal his souls. He'd likely wanted to eliminate the biggest threat and contributor in the room, opening up an easy clear for himself. However, Sanchez had made some very crucial mistakes in his backstabbing plans. First of all, Jeong wasn't so pathetic that he'd fall to the likes of him. Secondly, although injured, the megalithic man was still strong enough to clap all their cheeks, so they would have ended up dying anyway. Lastly, the people Sanchez was relying on to help him win the fight in case the sneak attack failed ended up dying, so now he was left alone, left to face Jeong's wrath solo. In a cold tone, almost as if spoken by King Yama himself, Jeong told Sanchez he'd be dying today. Right here, right now. And there was nothing he could do about it. Sanchez, still feeling cocky, shot back. Sure, Jeong was great, and his threats were A+. However, there was one thing Jeong had failed to realize. The one to die would be him, not Sanchez. Saying so, Sanchez fired his Kamehameha at Jeong, the baleful attack brimming with energy. Our boy, however, easily sliced the attack in two, causing it to explode harmlessly to the sides. Sanchez, not relenting, followed up with a dagger attack, using the explosion to mask his movements. With pure savagery, he stabbed at Jeong's face, seeking to put a hole through it. Jeong, although flustered, swiftly tilted his neck back, narrowly avoiding the blade. Reacting quickly, he retaliated with a hammer bash, digging it deep into Sanchez's spine. Gazing at the shocked bastard, Jeong taunted him. If he aimed for someone's life, then he should be ready to lose his own. With those words, Jeong drove the blade through Sanchez's neck, giving him a hot kiss of death. The bastard, now choking on his own blood, dropped to his knees, powerless to stop his inevitable demise. With an unbelieving and regretful gaze, he finally toppled over, dying on his hands and knees like a common dog. With this, Jeong was 2 for 2, having gifted hell with 2 bastards ready for killer backshots. Make sure to greet Tai Min in hell, you treacherous bitch. With the task out of the way, The full squad assembled, ready for their next hell. And so, with determination, the group bravely headed for the next floor, basement level 4. Upon the door shutting, the Chads found themselves in an empty room, a sort of rest room from the looks of it. Predictably, the system notification sounded, bringing with it the clear notification for the room. It stated that the public missions for room B32 had been completed. The contributors were as follows: Jeong Hyeok, 63%, Dwayne Smith, 17%, Byung Ho, 12%. The remaining bots, 7%. As per the rules of the death game, the ones to be rewarded were Jeong Hyeok, Dwayne Smith, and finally, Byung Ho. Speaking of rewards, the first reward was 10 souls. The second reward was a random piece of equipment, which for our boy was the Skull General's jaw. The OP equipment had 2 active skills, Bone Blade and Skull Army. For Jeong Hyeok, the experienced regressor, this was yet another new thing in Lag. He'd never come across it in any of his earlier regressions. For the final reward, he received a random skill exchange coin. Our boy, not minding the obvious curveball the death game had just thrown him, casually equipped the new drip. As expected, the 2 skills were hella OP. The first skill, Bone Blade, allowed him to form a blade made of bones. The sword's form would be flexible and scale with the user's strength stat. As for the second skill, Skull Army, it allowed him to summon a skull soldier, basically some necromancer type shit. Jeong, now dripped out, glanced at his new equipment. He remarked that, because of its effects, it would synergize nicely with his passive skill, Strong Bones. And he was goddamn right. A general's jaw and strong bones were a killer combo, even for the toughest of mommies. With a glint in his eyes, Jeong couldn't wait to try out the wonderful effects. "Oh, Jeong, you naughty, naughty dog." Byung, calling out to the MC, disrupted his, or rather my, shady thoughts. He asked Jeong if they'd rest up before challenging the next room. Jeong immediately agreed. Who knew what shitshow the game had in store for them? It was better to rest up and head out when everyone was at their best. With that, the game plan was set. Before moving out, however, we turned back time to when the other Chads were getting their rewards. The gentle giant, always the lucky one, received an OP shoulder guard. Like Thor in that iconic Avengers scene, he said the magic words, "I like this one. Oh, the chills. I'm fanboying so hard right now." Byung, a bit jealous, threw shade at Dwayne, calling him Muscle Hyung. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also believed Dwayne's drip was hella drippy. Before he could drown in jealousy, however, the system issued his own reward, a zesty-looking belt. We don't get to know the name of the equipment, but since Jeong's own belt was called Leather Hipsack, it's probably something hella stupid. Predictably, Byung wasn't happy with the reward, but if he wanted the stat boost, he'd have no choice but to rock that zesty-looking belt. Over at Pantsu Mami, the brave Chadlet made a daring move, shooting her shot at Jeong and telling him he looked cool in the face gear. Jeong, however, shot down her thirsty remark, telling her he didn't wear it to look cool. Anji, not backing down, replied that she knew that. She was just giving a compliment. Surely he couldn't be that dense, right? With a cute pout and tsundere vibes, she advised Jeong not to be so obtuse. Otherwise, he'd be unpopular with the ladies. Of course, for her, his bad boy vibe was okay. Actually, she very much liked it. Damn, talk about being direct. It's finally official, guys. A new mommy is upon us. Make sure to cash in on your pantsu mommy stonks. Jeong, taken aback by her straightforwardness, gazed at the retreating babe. Inwardly, he wondered if it was okay to abandon the virginity club for her. Guess he'd just have to wait and see. Locking back in, Jeong reflected on the nature of the death game. To him, Lag was a trap that threw everyone into chaos. Actually, now that he thought about it, Lag was chaos itself, and chaos forces choices. For everyone surviving in the game, this was their norm. Even for him, a regressor. He'd been forced to make countless choices by the chaos, and predictably, they all led to his untimely demise. There was no such thing as one right answer in Lag. The closest thing to it would be the final survivor, as they would be the true answer. To get there, however, he still needed to tackle all the obstacles in his path, which, from the looks of it, kept changing as the game progressed. Speaking of change, the room had changed as well. In his past regressions, the only doors on the floor were B411 and B421. Unlike this time, there were 2 doors in total. Byung, analyzing the room, remarked that the door before them, B431, was different from the rest. Its size was arguably double that of the others. Dwayne, more experienced in the death game, chimed in, noting that the difficulty of the room must be double as well. Jeong, already aware of this, pointed out another fact they'd missed. The rewards would be doubled as well. The Chads, completely trusting their Poppy, told Jeong to decide. Whatever path he chose, they'd follow. The MC, obviously burdened by the trust, thought hard about his choice. Ultimately, he realized it didn't really matter. There was no way to know what was in the room without actually walking in, so thinking too hard about it was just a waste of time. Addressing the Chads, he let them know they'd be heading to the suspicious door, B431. As for the rest of the guys, they could make their own choices. He wasn't going to force anyone. An-ji replied, letting him know she'd follow him as well. No one wanted to move alone after all. The rest of the group equally agreed. Wherever the majority went, that's where they go. Only a lunatic would move alone in that cursed hell. With the matter settled, our boy immediately turned to leave. There was no need to waste any more time. Soon, however, his bravado crumbled, leaving him staring foolishly at the door. Dwayne, puzzled by his odd behavior, asked why he wasn't moving. Our boy, in a calm tone, replied that the door wouldn't open. Not only that, it also lacked a handle, so how the hell was he supposed to go in? Dwayne, taking the lead, told Jeong to step back. Sometimes, brawn is better than brains. If the door wouldn't open, he'd just have to force it open. With those words, the giant Chad held onto the door, giving it the best push he could manage. Despite giving it his all and shaking like a leaf, the stupid door didn't budge. It stubbornly stayed closed. An-ji and Byung, throwing shade at our boy, teased that Dwayne wasn't all that strong after all. He might have the huge guns, but apparently, having big muscles didn't mean he was strong. The blonde mommy chimed in, calling Dwayne pathetic. It was sad to see, but the buff Chad was indeed very brittle for his size. Dwayne, fired up by the disses, doubled down on the effort. Who the hell did those bastards think they were dissing? He'd be sure to prove them wrong. Thinking so, he finally put a crack in the door, forcing the stubborn bastard open. Before he could celebrate, the door shut again, rendering his efforts worthless. Dwayne, fuming in rage, activated his skill. Strength increase. If the stubborn door wouldn't open willingly, he'd just have to break the damn thing. With a determined gaze and flexed muscles, he gave the door his all. Although it resisted for a bit, the door eventually gave in, creaking open with a loud shriek. Turning to the squad, Dwayne yelled at them to hurry inside. He was already at his limit, and the stupid door wouldn't hold for long. The squad wasted no time and rushed through the opening, Jeong being the first to enter. With everyone safely inside, Dwayne finally let go, causing the door to slam shut behind them with a resounding bang. Upon their entry, a system notification sounded, announcing the mission details. The public mission was simple: snuff out the cry of the beast. The objective was to kill all the beasts present in the room. If they managed to do that while contributing at least 5% to the mission, they'd be rewarded with 15 souls. Alongside the public mission, each player received an individual private mission. For Jeong, the task was straightforward. He had to avoid killing anyone in the room. Our boy, taking a moment to mull it over, remarked that the mission suited him just fine. There was no guarantee he'd get even 20 souls if he killed everyone in the room, so the act was pointless. However, the same couldn't be said for everyone else. The room grew unnervingly silent after the private missions were issued. Nobody but the individual could see their private mission, so the tension in the air was thick. For Jeong, it didn't matter. If anyone wanted smoke, he'd make sure they got high on it. Byung, breaking the tension, commented on how dark the room was. Dwayne chimed in, grumbling that the room better be worth all the effort he put into getting them inside. Jeong, ever the chill dude, told the Chads to lock in. Who knew what kind of shit show the room might throw their way? They'd best be prepared. As if responding to Jeong's challenge, the dark room was suddenly illuminated by dazzling white light. The squad, shocked by the sudden development, immediately entered their battle stances. Jeong drew his hammer, while the others looked on gravely. With the light, the group could finally study the room. It was surprisingly glorious. Beautifully crafted statues of wolves lined the walls, all of them staring at a golden light. Speaking of golden, tiny specks of golden light flooded the room, each one dancing gracefully in the air. And then there was the centerpiece, a mysterious silhouette bathed in a beam of white light. As the light revealed more details, the silhouette turned out to be a drop-dead gorgeous babe with a figure for days. The mysterious mommy, undoubtedly the best mommy in the story so far, was begging to be saved, her arms outstretched in despair. Jeong, shocked by the obvious thirst trap and likely death trap, wondered what the hell was going on. This was the first time he'd seen such a sight. It seemed Lag had thrown him another curveball. This time, however, the ball was hella curvy, because goddamn. The rest of the squad, equally stunned, studied the room further. They noted that apart from their group, there was no one else in the room, nor were there any signs of a fight. That being the case, just who, or what, was this dazzling mommy asking help from? The thirst trap continued her pleas, begging for the squad to save her. Byung, ever the cultured man, blushed at the sight and commented on how hella sexy she was. Anji, a bit jealous, told the pervert to focus. It didn't take a genius to figure out the woman was clearly suspicious. Jeff, losing himself to the thirst, calmly walked forward, his gaze resolute. Upon Anna's questioning, the old pervert expressed his reluctance to ignore a damsel in distress, especially when the damsel was smoking hot. As a true gentleman, there was no way he'd sit by and let such a gorgeous babe suffer. Dwayne, watching from the sidelines, asked Jeong if this was okay. No matter how you looked at it, this was clearly a trap. Jeong told him not to worry about it. The old pervert would find out soon enough, so all they had to do was watch. Inwardly, Jeong remarked that while not quite like this, he'd found himself in similar situations throughout his countless regressions. Such setups typically played out in two ways, either a trap or a reward. As for which one the horny dog would encounter, well, they just have to wait and see. Switching scenes, we find Jeff closing in on the mysterious lady. Noticing his arrival, she reached out, urging him to grab her hand. Jeff, like an idiot, obliged, firmly clasping the delicate hand. In a twist that isn't shocking at all, since everyone with a brain expected it, the situation drastically changed, causing Jeff's face to fall. With swift agility, he kicked back, putting distance between himself and the babe. The rest of the squad, reacting to the sudden change, turned to face a bizarre scene playing out in front of them. The mysterious lady was melting, akin to wax placed in fire. What was more horrifying was that she didn't seem to understand what was happening, forcing her to scream pitifully for help. Byung, not one to read the room, commented on the lady melting, calling her a sexy noonim. I know I'm thirsty, but goddamn, dude needs to lock in. With the woman's pitiful death, a brilliant soul manifested from her melted body. The soul was gifted to Jeff Norris, whom the system acknowledged as the bravest and most helpful in the room. Jeong, watching all of this play out, noted that it was indeed a reward. As much as he'd like to be happy for the Chad, this was Lag. Such rewards always came with consequences. True to his words, a spooky development began playing out, forcing the squad to lock in. All the golden dust in the air, the same dust that had harmlessly danced around, suddenly converged at the center, pooling together under some mystical force. The golden dust morphed into a golden sphere, which seamlessly levitated into the air. The tense silence lingered until a bright flash of light seemed to signal the beginning of disaster. With supernatural accuracy, the golden orb split into 10 parts, each shooting directly into the eyes of the wolf statues lining the room. Upon receiving the golden essence, the stone wolves stirred to life, their golden eyes as daunting as the sun. The system notification, as if sensing the group's confusion, sounded, bringing news of their foes and a new mission. It stated that the new enemies were wolf statues. Their public attribute was a tough body, and their highest skill level was 6. As for the new mission, it was described as a test between those who helped and those who didn't. In other words, the squad was super cooked. Jeff Norris, finally realizing just how much he'd fucked up, cursed. Damn it. All he wanted was some mysterious cheeks, so what the hell is this nonsense? If his older brother Chuck Norris were here, he was sure he could have pulled the mysterious baddie. Too bad the goat wasn't around. Upon the system's last prompt, the statue wolves fully came alive, their viciousness showing through their growling. Like a pack of savage beasts, the wolves locked onto their first target, the so-called bravest one, Jeff. In typical hunting fashion, the wolves surrounded Jeff, leaving him no room to escape. Jeong Hyeok, still watching from the sidelines, analyzed the situation somberly. He'd expected something like this to happen. After all, there were no free lunches in Lag. The cursed game had to get its gifts back in blood or flesh. Back to the undoubtedly cooked Jeff, the wolves, deciding to initiate their attack, closed in on the poor fellow, their growls menacing. Jeff, finally realizing the gravity of his screw-up, cursed Lag. What kind of messed up poison apple was this? Baiting someone with cheeks only to give them teeth was too harsh a punishment, even for Lag. Dwayne, ever the gentle soul, charged forward to save Jeff. There was no way he'd let the bastard wolves do as they pleased. Jeong, however, stopped the hasty fellow, cautioning him to be patient. He chastised him for his recklessness, an undeniably bad habit that would definitely get him killed. This was L.A.G. The first person to jump in carelessly was always the first to die. And so, heeding Jeong's advice, Dwayne had no option but to sit back and watch Jeff fend for himself. The bootleg Chuck Norris wasn't doing so bad either. Utilizing his steel arm, he landed a brutal cross on the statue wolf, blowing up half its face. Despite the seemingly lethal damage, the wolf shrugged it off. It was made of stone, so such attacks wouldn't take it down for good. Before Jeff could respond to this unfavorable development, a stinging pain shot through his body, stunning him instantly. Glancing down, he was shocked to see one of his legs cleanly severed by a wolf's claw. The blinding pain nearly drove him insane, his anguished screams reverberating throughout the room. The wolves, taking advantage of his vulnerability, pounced on him, their sharp fangs digging deep into his flesh. Jeong, still watching from the sidelines, remarked that this was the result of Jeff's choice. In that hell, all the choices everyone made had direct consequences. The consequences might be unfair, but life and the death game were never fair to begin with. Just like with Jeff, who got a brutal and savage death simply for wanting some mysterious cheeks. GG to the horny dog. Upon Jeff's death, the system notification sounded, announcing his failure of the mission. Those who helped failed to overcome the test, and as such, the test was passed on to those who didn't help, aka the squad. With the system's announcement, the wolves swiftly lunged at the squad, their new prey acquired. The squad, noticing the ominous development, immediately entered their fighting stances. The two mommies, visibly scared, asked Jeong what they should do. The MC, always cool, told them to do the obvious, prepare themselves and respond accordingly to whatever shit the bastard wolves threw at them. Contrary to his outer confidence, inwardly our boy was sweating bullets. He was teamed up with noobs who hadn't faced the statue wolves before, although they might seem similar to the megalithic man. Only he knew about the subtle differences in their abilities. The whole thing was driving him crazy, especially since he'd have to carry them through the fight. The best course of action would be to utilize his saved souls, but he was hesitant to do so. It was still too early in the game to spend them. The wolves, unbothered by his distress, closed the distance before stopping shy of the squad. Jeong, puzzled by their odd behavior, immediately went on high alert, wondering what the hell the wolves were scheming. His confusion was immediately answered as the stony fiends began charging up a laser attack. Jeong, not liking the development, immediately jumped into the fray, closing the distance to the wolves with frightening speed. There was no way he was going to let them do as they pleased. The bastard wolves were obviously trying to keep their distance while bombarding them with ranged attacks. Like hell he would let them. With a wall behind the squad, they were essentially trapped. If the wolves dominated the front as well, they'd just be picked off like fish in a barrel. It was important to break their formation before their attack overwhelmed them. Thinking so, Jeong continued his charge straight into the laser attacks of the wolves. With nimble movements and some luck, he barely managed to weave through the laser attacks, the searing heat from the beams charring his skin. Jeong, his face visibly pale, cursed. He didn't know what kind of attack it was, but he was sure one hit from that would send him directly to Yama. Brushing off the distracting thoughts, Jeong swiftly lunged at the wolves, his black hammer ready. With a brutal bash, he drove the hammer straight through the wolf's head, chipping away at its face. Despite the damage, it still wasn't enough to take it down. Jeong had severely underestimated the resilience of the stony bastards. Before he could react, another wolf blitzed him from the side, sending our boy reeling. With an anguished moan, Jeong was thrown to the side, skidding pathetically across the room floor. Getting back up, Jeong thanked his lucky stars. Although the attack hurt like hell, he was generally okay thanks to his strong bones' passive skills. However, he couldn't rely on such crude methods to survive the challenge. Something needed to be done. All his current attacks were basically trash, so the only choice he had was to burst out his latest skill, Bone Blade. It's a pity though, because he wanted Pantsu Mommy to be the first to get his bone. But some things can't be helped. With his mind made up, Jeong immediately activated his Bone Blade skill, causing a blade to sprout out of his palm. I don't know what I was expecting, but it definitely wasn't this Wolverine-type shit. Actually, it's not even Wolverine. It's more like the original and horrible version of Deadpool. Man, fuck Marvel for that shit show. Jeong, watching the skill's slow manifestation, cursed. Turns out the skill was a duration skill, and it took hella stamina to maintain. In the current situation, burning through his stamina wasn't the best option. As he was still racking his brain thinking of a different solution, a chatty figure lunged forward, shooting straight for the wolves. The figure was Dwayne, who, from the looks of it, was tanking all the laser attacks from the wolves with ease. Jeong, watching the absurd show, commended the giant Chad. Forget being all brawn and no brains. Dwayne was officially the king of bronze. Tanking an attack that could pierce through concrete wasn't easy at all. Before Jeong could get lost in his Dwayne glazing, a wolf pounced at him, snapping him out of his thirsty thoughts. Reacting quickly, Jeong ducked below the pouncing wolf, delivering a backhand bash in retaliation. The attack landed true, digging deep into the wolf's jaw. Because of the sudden interruption, the laser attack was trapped in the wolf's mouth, causing the fiend to explode from the backlash. Jeong, marveling at his great deed, mentally counted one less foe to deal with. The rest of the wolves, however, weren't going to let him gloat for long. With savage fury, they shot their beams at Jeong, trapping him in a pincer attack. Jeong, finding himself cornered, tanked the hit, relying on his passive skills to hopefully make it out alive. Just when it seemed over for our boy, the chatty Poppy burst out of the explosion, his limbs still intact. The wolves, enraged by the slippery bastard, doubled down on their attack, chasing him with their deadly lasers. Our boy, barely clinging to life, cursed at the fiendish bastards. They coordinated their attacks so well that closing the distance was impossible for him. If things continued like this, then forget saving the squad. Even he would be in danger. Back at the two mommies' side, An-ji, channeling Chadlet vibes, used her ice skills to block the baleful beams. Addressing Anna, who was cowering behind her, An-ji told the basic bitch to get her shit together. This wasn't a Taylor Swift concert, so why the hell was she screaming? If she had a skill that could be useful in the fight, she'd better use it. Otherwise, she would come back there and tear her ass up. No homo, of course. We switch back to Dwayne the Chad, still tanking the hits. Although this feat was incredible, superhuman even, it wasn't one he could sustain for long. All equipment and skills in L.A.G had their limits, and slowly but surely, his shield was reaching its limit. Deciding to be more proactive, Dwayne ducked below a laser attack before cocking his hand back. With his strength buff active, he delivered a brutal bash on the statue wolf, completely obliterating the stony fiend. He had assumed his attack would land despite Jeong's earlier failure, and he was goddamn right. Sometimes, brawn is better than brain. Speaking of Jeong, the MC was still howling cheeks, desperately trying to escape the pursuing laser beams of death. In that frantic moment, Byung called out, announcing the arrival of reinforcements. The flashy Chad, in a genuine big brain moment, lured the pursuing wolves into attacking their own pack members, obliterating them with friendly fire. In a show of pure athleticism, Byung leapt over the carnage, seemingly unfazed by the explosions and flying debris. Landing gracefully, Byung addressed the MC, advising him to regroup with the squad. Before he could complete his statement, however, Jeong called out, warning him to be careful. Unfortunately, the warning came too late, as a statue wolf blitzed Byung from the side, sending the Chad reeling. The blow was so devastating that Byung was launched high into the air before crashing brutally to the ground. Capitalizing on Byung's vulnerability, the wolf began charging a laser attack, seeking to snuff out the flashy Chad. Jeong, vexed by the dire development, swiftly lunged at the wolf, his rage evident. However, despite his impressive speed, he was still too far away from Byung. There was no way he'd make it in time. Cursing the death game, he watched helplessly as the wolf finished charging up its laser attack. In that desperate moment, Dwayne came in clutch, grabbing the wolf and shifting its aim. Because of this, the deadly attack barely missed the vulnerable Byung, allowing him a new lease on life. Dwayne, consumed by rage, tightened his grip on the wolf's neck, squeezing the bastard as hard as he could. With a bellowing war cry and taut muscles, he viciously ripped off the wolf's head, finally putting an end to the menacing fiend. With the immediate threats neutralized, the two Chads turned their attention to Byung, their faces laced with worry. Byung, though clearly in pain, told the Chads to forget about him. They still had enemies to vanquish. Jeong, in a rare display of selfless concern, told the Chad to hold on. Once they were done with the foes, they'd come back for him. We switched to the two mommies still trapped by the fiends. An-ji, in a genuine Chadlet move, was fending off the combined attacks of 5 wolves. Considering how destructive those beams are, it's safe to say Pantsu Mommy is hella OP. However, even with her cheat-like abilities, she wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. Reinforcements were definitely necessary. The boys, as if sensing this, lunged at the foes, their weapons at the ready. The wolves, noticing the new arrivals, swiftly split their forces, sending 2 wolves at the charging Chads. In their typical move, the bastards charged up their beam attacks, aiming straight for the boys. Jeong, however, wasn't going to let them do as they pleased. Taking a throwing stance, he immediately yeeted the black hammer at a wolf, landing a direct hit in its mouth. Because of the unexpected blockage, the wolf exploded, suffering recoil from its own attack. Not to be outdone, Dwayne increased his speed, ramming straight into the remaining wolf. The bash was so powerful that the fiend was sent airborne, helpless against the gentle giant. Our boy, trusting Dwayne to handle the business, didn't slow down. He increased his pace, charging forward with blinding speed. Even when the wolves unleashed a laser attack on him, Jeong didn't slow. He swiftly dodged to the side, causing the attack to miss him by inches. Crouching low, he prepared a killer cross and unleashed it on the wolf's head, knocking the fiend backward. Despite the devastating blow, the concrete hide of the wolf tanked most of the damage, leaving the beast with minimal injuries. Quick to counterattack, the beast charged a beam attack, aiming straight at Jeong. At such close range, the MC was effectively trapped, with no room to dodge. Desperate and cornered, Jeong opted for a suicidal move, shoving his arm straight into the wolf's jaw. Using his bare hands, he trapped the beam in the fiend's mouth, causing the stony bastard to explode from the recoil. Predictably, Jeong didn't escape unscathed from the explosion. His hand was reduced to a mangled mess. Most of his fingernails were broken, and his palm was charred. But considering the alternative outcomes, he was lucky. He was well aware of the risks. Heck, he'd even expected to lose his hand from the irrational act. But luckily, the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. Before Jeong could celebrate his brief dance with death, another wolf lunged at him, its jaw uncomfortably close to his delicate skull. The sneak attack was so effective that our boy had no room to counter. He was essentially powerless to prevent his pathetic demise. However, Jeong wasn't alone. Dwayne, coming in clutch again, kicked the shit out of the wolf, shattering the bastard into tiny pieces. Anna, finally deciding to be useful, activated her active skill, Big Hand, smashing the last wolf to smithereens. As expected, the Chads were taken aback by the weird attack. It wasn't every day you'd come across such huge jerk machines. Anna, oblivious to the great potential she held in her hands, calmly deactivated her skill, returning her hands to their original size. Jeong Hyeok, watching from the sidelines, marveled at the strange and unfamiliar skill. From the looks of it, the blonde babe hadn't made it to the 4th basement floor from luck alone. Done with the foes, the squad focused on the next urgent task, their fallen comrade Byung. Walking up to him, the squad noticed he was in worse shape than they'd expected. Byung, as if confirming their deduction, replied that he couldn't feel his legs. Everything from his waist down was essentially numb. Cursing his luck in the death game, he lamented not having the chance to date a girl properly. From the looks of it, he was going to die a tragic virgin. Dwayne, visibly somber, noted that his spine had been broken during the wolf's earlier ambush. Addressing Byung, Dwayne asked if he could heal himself using his healing skill. The flashy Chad replied that it was impossible. At his current level, he could only manage small wounds. Healing a broken spine was out of the question. Seeing no other options left, Byung asked them to kill him. Even with a healthy body, he'd been barely surviving before. But now, with a broken spine, his life was basically over. He'd rather have them do him in than fall by the hands of the treacherous game. Hearing his words, Jeong agreed, reaching for something behind his back. Noticing his movements, Byung smiled darkly. As expected of Jeong, he'd always known he was an objective person. To his surprise, however, what Jeong brought out wasn't a weapon, but a health potion. Although the potion wouldn't have much of an effect, it was still better than nothing. For now, Jeong urged Byung to hold on a bit longer. Nobody knew what they'd face in the next room. They might be lucky and stumble upon a cure for Byung, so there was no need to give up so easily. Loading the Chad out, Jeong ignored his pathetic cries to be killed. He was a prideful man, and there was no way he'd concede so willingly to the game. Before he did everything humanly possible to save Byung, he didn't plan on giving up. As for the flashy Chad, he need not worry. If Byung proved irredeemable, Jeong would be the first to slice his throat. As the squad was having their emotional and manly tears moment, urgent footsteps echoed, charging straight for the door. The footsteps turned out to be Anna's, who had an unusual request. She begged the squad to let her be the first out of the room. Contrary to the puzzled squad, Jeong already knew what was going on. This was probably Anna's private mission. Finding no issues with the request, he allowed the blonde babe to do as she pleased. Anna, delighted, immediately turned to the door, pulling on the knob with all her strength. To her shock, however, the door didn't budge, seemingly glued shut. Before she could process the sudden development, the entire room plunged into darkness, leaving the squad completely blind. The ominous change didn't end there. The room started shaking, and a baleful aura rapidly filled the space. From the looks of it, whatever horror was hidden in the room had finally been stirred from its slumber. Predictably, the squad was freaking out. Losing one sense in L.A.G was never a good sign. The death game was already hellish enough, so facing a new abomination with nothing but Jeff's soul for lighting was definitely going to be a daunting task. In another bizarre twist, the corpses of the statue wolves started disintegrating. Slowly but surely, the stony bastards were morphing into black and white embers that gently drifted into the air. Jeong Hyeok, noticing the odd development, immediately drew his sword. Cautioning the squad, he told them to get ready. A new foe was coming. Seeing the usually cold MC so flustered, the squad couldn't help but panic, especially Anna. It was obvious that she was the odd one out in the group. The bond between the others was way deeper than her own, so if shit hit the fan, she'd most likely be on her own. Unbeknownst to the panicked babe, the embers slowly gathered above her, coalescing into a black ball of darkness. Upon feeling the embers fall on her, Anna looked up, curious to know what was happening. To her horror, directly above her was a shadowy phantom stalking her from its dark domain. Before the blonde baddie could react, the phantom wolf lunged at her, chomping her body into literal halves. All that was left of the babe were severed limbs and a cheeked-up lower body. Gyat damn. The squad, visibly spooked by the sudden development, gazed at the new foe, their faces laced with sweat. The fiend, as if gloating, stared back at them, its maw a bloody fountain of gore. This new abomination was the Shadow Wolf. Its public attribute was that it could do anything in the dark. Really? Anything? Currently, its highest skill level was 8. Jeong, recognizing the fiend, immediately cursed their luck. To think they'd meet this bastard here. He was well aware of the beast and its capabilities, having fought it countless times in the past. Consequently, he'd also died countless times to it. This was a foe that had bested a much stronger version of himself in a past regression, so it was safe to say they were cooked. The wolf, as if taunting the squad, swiftly dove into the shadows, disappearing completely from sight. Our boy, noticing this cheat-like ability, lamented that it was one of the reasons the bastard was so deadly. Anyone who faced the foe without knowing its abilities would be helpless against it. However, he wasn't just anyone. He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. To the current him, and with the skills he possessed, it would be a breeze to handle the boss. Addressing the panicking squad, Jeong told them to stand back. He'd handle the beast on his own. As for them, all they had to do was create an area devoid of shadows, and stay there. He left this task specifically to An-ji, as her skills were more suitable for it. With that out of the way, Jeong confidently stepped forward, eager to face the new boss. As he walked, Jeong reflected on the nature of the Shadow Wolf. It instinctively hated light, so it would most likely target him instead of the squad. With that in mind, our boy confidently used himself as bait, taunting the fiend to attack him. The beast didn't disappoint. Noticing the juicy prey helplessly isolated from the group, it stealthily emerged from the shadows, its baleful eyes glued on Jeong. Without wasting time, it lunged at Jeong, its ominous fangs primed to rip him to pieces. Our boy, having expected the ambush, immediately turned to face the lunging foe. With swift reflexes, he narrowly dodged to the side before unleashing a nasty slash on the wolf's flank. The beast, not expecting the counterattack, immediately jumped back, warily putting distance between them. As for the brutal slash to its side, it casually shrugged it off, the wound closing up as fast as it was cut. The squad, noticing yet another cheat-like ability, cursed. Just what the hell was up with that fiend? Jeong, however, wasn't flustered at all. He'd fought enough of these bastards to expect such a thing. When in their shadow state, the beasts were essentially formless, so any attack on them would be pointless. To genuinely damage it, a more ingenious tactic needed to be employed. Watching the wolf dive back into the shadows, Jeong wasn't bothered. He simply heightened his senses, tracking the wolf through its treacherous ambush plots. He tracked it through the ceiling, through the pillars, and finally through the floor as it lunged at him, hiding its body in its shadowy domain. Reacting quickly, he leapt up, narrowly avoiding the toothy maw of the stealthy fiend. Before he could counterattack, however, the wolf immediately sank back into the shadows, having learned from their previous exchange. The MC, vexed by the cunning foe, noted that he had to take it down in one strike. Dragging the fight out wouldn't be beneficial, especially if the wolf learned to counter all his moves. Anji and Dwayne, watching from the sidelines, worriedly spectated the fight. Things weren't looking good, but they had no choice but to trust in their Poppy. Dwayne, addressing An, asked how long she'd be able to keep the shield active. The pantsu mommy replied that it would be hard, but she'd definitely give it her all. Before the fight ended, she'd do everything in her power to endure. Dwayne, satisfied with her answer, turned to the real cause of his worry, Byung. The flashy Chad was in terrible condition, and his state was rapidly declining. If the fight was drawn out, he'd most likely be the first to die. Hopefully, Jeong would settle things before then. Speaking of Jeong, the chatty Poppy, in a Matrix-like move, leaped above the charging wolf, rising high into the air. Capitalizing on his aerial position, he unleashed a blazing flame attack on the fiend. Terrified and in pain, the boss swiftly jumped back, drawing away from Jeong. However, this didn't extinguish the fire on its hide. The blazing hell continued to burn, forcing the boss to shake deliriously. Jeong, not one to waste time, immediately pressed the attack, seeking to put an end to the confrontation. Inwardly, he remarked on the Shadow Wolf's only weakness: light. Any body part exposed to light would be substantialized and thus vulnerable to damage. Another cherry on top was that once in this state, the wolf wouldn't be able to hide in the shadows. So, in essence, the beast was up for easy picking. The foe, as if sensing the death knell, lunged at Jeong, its movements chaotic in desperation. Our boy, unbothered by the frantic beast, easily ducked below the pouncing wolf, effortlessly avoiding its baleful attack. Reacting quickly, he immediately shone his light skill on the boss, further worsening its substantialization and, by extension, the damage it received from the flame attack. With the beast cornered and frantic, now was the best time to end it, and our boy wasn't one to miss such juicy opportunities. He swiftly pounced on the wolf, delivering a nasty slash to its back. Due to the added fire damage, the slash cut deep, dealing extra harm to the fiend. The wound was so severe that half of the wolf's flank was essentially gone. Jeong Hyeok, not relenting, focused his light skill on the wolf. He was well aware of its tactics. Given the slightest opportunity, the bastard would dive into the shadows and rapidly heal its wounds. There was no way he'd let that happen. He had to kill it then and there. The wolf, cornered and desperate, lunged at Jeong, its speed buffed by despair. Our boy, however, wasn't fazed by the absurd speed. He easily leaped above the boss, causing its ambush to end in pathetic failure. Taking advantage of the dazed foe, he initiated his counterattack, plunging his sword deep into the wolf's skull. Despite the sputtering blood and the obvious lethal blow, the wolf didn't relent. It grabbed Jeong, slamming him ruthlessly into the stone pillars. Upon witnessing the brutal clash, Anji proposed helping Jeong. The MC clearly seemed to be struggling. Dwayne, however, told her to chill. Interfering in the fight might do more harm than good, so there was no need to intervene. Besides, Jeong was the type to ask for help when he needed it, so until the Chad asked for it, they wouldn't step in. Back to the proud Jeong, our boy was getting absolutely mollywopped by the wolf. Forget biting. The wolf was basically using him as a battering ram, slamming him ruthlessly into the stone walls and pillars. Predictably, our boy wasn't having the best time, and from the metallic taste in his mouth, it was clear some of his innards were already a mess. However, he wasn't one to give in. Channeling his MC Riz, the same Riz that got Anji hot and bothered, he viciously plunged his blazing sword straight through the bastard's skull, bathing in its fiery blood. Doubling down, he bellowed a victorious war cry before slashing the fiend cleanly in half, finally putting an end to the menacing foe. Amidst sputtering putrid blood and heaving breaths, the baleful threat of the room was finally subdued. The squad, noticing the conclusion of the fight, approached the MC, their voices tinged with worry. The MC reassured them, letting them know everything was over now. As for the rewards, he'd obviously be taking them all. It was his ass on the line after all. As he pocketed the juicy purple soul, the lights in the room finally turned on, and with it came the system notification. It announced the official conclusion of the trial. Their mission had been successful, and the highest contributors were Lee Jeong Hyeok, Dwayne Smith, Yoo Byung-ho, and Anji. The dearly departed horny dog had already been forgotten by the system, so his name was listed as others. Damn. In typical Lag fashion, the ones to be rewarded were the chatty squad, each getting 15 souls. For the private missions, our boy also passed his. He hadn't killed any person. As such, the system rewarded him with a whopping 20 souls. With this, his soul count was officially 80. Talk about swimming in riches. Our boy would be pulling all the mommies. With the official business done, the squad immediately headed to the next room. This time, Lag gave them 4 choices. Dwayne, flustered, asked Jeong which one they'd choose. The MC replied that he'd be going for the last door, B421. His strategy in Lag was always to go for the door with the most space. As for the Chads, they could make their own choice. Hearing his useless words, Dwayne scoffed. Obviously, he'd be following him in, and the same was true for the incapacitated Byung. Pantsu Mami also agreed. Wherever her poppy went, she'd follow. With that out of the way, the squad entered the next room, the door shutting behind them. Upon their arrival, an odd sight caught their, or rather my, attention. A chatty man was busy fondling some juicy cheeks. This goddamn lucky bastard with his tongue deep in the mommy's throat was Anil. I'm so jealous, Kapoor. His public attribute was a buff to physical ability when wielding a sword. Currently, his highest skill level was 12. As for the spicy Mamacita, she was Kim Ji-na. Her public attribute was a buff to physical ability in accordance with her heart rate, hopefully explaining the current situation, because otherwise, I'd be hella pissed. Currently, her highest skill level was 11. The Chads, taken aback by the awkward situation, stared silently at the fondling couple. Ji-na, noticing their heated gazes, asked Anil to stop. The bricked-up Chad, however, refused to comply. The train had already left the station. There was no way to stop it now. Jeong, watching from the sidelines, analyzed the couple seriously. Despite their odd behavior, the duo was hella strong. Having skills at levels 11 and 12 on the 4th basement floor wasn't a joke. It would be better to avoid fighting them. However, if that wasn't possible, he'd better prepare accordingly. Thinking so, he immediately utilized his souls to upgrade his skills. He increased calm breathing, bare-handed combat, tough skin, strong bones, and swordsmanship to levels 7, 5, 7, 10, and 5, respectively. With this act, his soul count dropped to 51. Turning his attention back to the couple, Jeong expressed his disinterest in fighting them. They were clearly in the middle of something, so they should just go ahead. No need to mind them and their occasional wandering glance. Anil, feeling himself, shot back, stating that Jeong's attitude irritated him. Ji-na, however, didn't mind it. She told the hasty Chad to let them be. Our boy, ignoring the couple, studied the room and, to his delight, noticed a peddler was present there. Before he could head inside, Gina called out, advising him to prioritize treating Byung first, since from the looks of it, he seemed to be in terrible condition. Replying to the nosy bitch, Jeong let her know that was why he wanted to visit the peddler. He would be buying medicine from him. Gina shot down his plans, letting him know that the peddler in the room didn't sell medicine, just gear. However, if he needed medication, it'd be better to visit the recovery room to the side. Jeong, puzzled by the new term, turned to study the strange door. This was yet another new addition in Lag, but he'd grown accustomed to such shocks by now. Just because they didn't exist before didn't mean they didn't exist in this regression. With that thought in mind, he bravely walked into the recovery room, the squad following closely behind. Upon their entry, they were met with strange pod-like devices, probably recovery capsules. Opening one of them, Jeong instructed Dwayne to put Byung in it. The gentle Chad immediately complied, placing the flashy Chad gently inside. With the lid closed, the system immediately got to work, measuring the degree of damage to Byung's body. After a bit of calculating, it determined that the severity of the injury was high. As such, Byung would need 124 souls to be treated fully. With his current soul reserves, he was still lacking 103 souls. Without the balance, the treatment wouldn't proceed. The squad, hearing the notification, cursed their shitty luck. From the looks of it, Byung was too broke to afford the medical care. Of course, if they pooled their current soul reserves, they might be able to foot the bill. However, they were clearly hesitant to do so. Jeong, in particular, wasn't too keen on using his souls on Byung, someone he'd just met. He didn't care if others thought of him as a selfish bastard. His priority would always be himself, and he very much wanted to live. He had resolved to get out of that nasty hell, and he wasn't going to let anyone get in the way of that, especially since this regression seemed to be his last. The same was true for the others. Although hidden, they also held a desire to escape that hell, and saving Byung would jeopardize that effort. Byung, as if sensing their hesitation, told them to forget about it. In this hell, souls were akin to their lives, and asking them to give away their lives was too big an ask. Even if they decided to be selfless and give them away anyway, how could he possibly pay them back? Not to mention, how were they to survive the next room? Without upgrading their skills, they were bound to die, and when that happened, they would obviously blame him. That wasn't a fate he wanted for himself. It's sad to say, but this was as far as he went. Turning to Jeong, Byung asked him to kill him. For some strange reason, he felt more at ease with him being the one to do it. Jeong, accepting his death wish, agreed to grant him that favor. Byung, wrapping things up, took out his remaining souls. This was his farewell gift to the squad. With that out of the way, Jeong hesitantly raised his blade, his next task obvious. Under the somber gazes of An-ji and Dwayne, he prepared himself to end Byung. The flashy Chad, bidding them farewell, wished the squad good luck. He sincerely hoped they'd make it out of there alive. With those words, Byung closed his eyes, waiting patiently for the call of death. Jeong, clearly burdened by the task he'd been given, told Byung to keep his eyes shut. Byung, having come to terms with his inevitable demise, replied that it didn't matter. Whether he had his eyes closed or not, death would come for him all the same. However, if Jeong could, he should make sure it didn't hurt. Jeong replied that he need not worry. He'd make sure it didn't hurt at all. Gazing sadly at the fallen Chad, Jeong wished him good luck in the afterlife. If there was a heaven in that hell, then he'd be sure to meet Byung there eventually. Byung, staring sadly at his comrades, returned the sentiment. He hoped they'd meet again someday. With that, Jeong swung his sword, severing Byung's head. As Byung's head bounced off the concrete floor, Jeong lamented over his cursed fate. This wasn't the first time he'd been forced to end a companion. In some regressions, he'd been forced to delete people he'd known for far longer than the flashy Chad. At first, it was difficult, but over countless regressions, he'd been faced with the same grim task over and over again, until he slowly lost all feeling to it. Sometimes he wondered what he'd turned into. Even if he made it out of L.A.G alive, would it really be him who survived? Still lost in his thoughts, Jeong addressed the squad. He let them know Byung had gifted them 21 souls. Adding that to the 5 souls he'd probably dropped by dying, the total came to 26. He would take 8. The rest were for them to divide however they chose. An-ji, vexed that he was discussing souls at such a time, shouted at Jeong. Didn't he feel anything? Their comrade had just died. Where was his humanity? Dwayne, stepping in, told An to calm down. He was sure Jeong was grieving in his own way. Just because the Chad wasn't showing it didn't mean he wasn't feeling it. In a surprisingly mature tone, he told An to quietly take her share. As the squad debated their next course of action, a smug voice called out, mocking them for looking distressed. The voice belonged to Anil, who had at some point teleported before the squad. Acting quickly, the thieving bastard immediately pocketed Byung's soul, taunting them that he'd make good use of it since the squad didn't seem to want it. Jeong, taken aback by the sudden development, immediately acted, swinging his sword with frightening speed. However, even this was too slow, as Anil easily teleported away, escaping with Byung's soul. The bastard, as if toying with the squad, teleported behind Jeong, swinging his sword straight for Jeong's neck. Jeong, unfazed by the sneak attack, lunged back, headbutting Anil in the process. Caught completely off guard by the quick reaction, Anil paused to assess his situation. Normally, most would be so surprised by his teleportation ability that they wouldn't be able to respond. However, this Jeong bastard not only responded, but also counterattacked, leaving him in a perilous position. Gazing at the charging giant behind him and the menacing foe in front of him, Anil decided to make a quick getaway. Jeong, however, wasn't going to let him do as he pleased. Even if teleportation was Anil's strongest skill, he should only be able to teleport once more before the skill went on cooldown. Knowing this, Jeong knew exactly how to deal with the thieving bastard. Thinking quickly, he grabbed Anil's hand, getting pulled along in the teleportation. When the bastard materialized back in the main hall, he was shocked to see Jeong still clinging to him. Before he could process what was happening, an intense wave of fatigue assaulted his thieving ass, causing him to stumble. Jeong, not one to waste time, immediately drew his sword, slashing Anil's arm off. As he gazed at the screaming thief, Jeong reflected on the weakness of the teleportation skill. The skill forcibly teleported anyone the caster had physical contact with, and obviously, the stamina consumption shot through the roof with added passengers. For the fool before him, it basically meant he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, and would thus enjoy Jeong's full hospitality. Addressing Anil, Jeong instructed him to take out the souls, not only the one he'd stolen, but also the ones he had on him. Anil, enraged and in pain, told him to fuck off. Did he really think he'd comply after cutting off his arm? Jeong's response was a savage stab to Anil's thighs, causing him to wail in agony. He let the bastard know there was still so much he could do to make him talk. Coincidentally, he'd been in a bad mood and seriously needed an outlet to vent his anger. If Anil didn't want to talk, that was fine. They'd just play a game to see who'd crack first. First, he'd cut off his feet, then he'd target his eyes. He was genuinely curious to see just how much Anil could handle. Hearing the crazy threat, Anil visibly shook, cursing his shitty luck for running into such a psycho. Folding under the pressure, he immediately took out the souls, surrendering them to Jeong. With this, he hoped the psycho Chad would spare his life, at least. Jeong, however, immediately decapitated the fool. He'd never entertained the idea of sparing him. From the second Anil acted against him, his death had already been declared. Turning his attention to the watching mommy, Jeong asked if she also wanted smoke. Gina, seemingly unbothered by the murder, replied that she was good. She didn't have any intention of fighting him. Jeong, pressing further, asked if she really didn't intend to avenge Anil. They were on the same side after all. The pink mommy replied that they were just hump buddies. Nothing more than a quick smash in the death game. She had no intention of fighting for someone like that. However, if Jeong decided to target her regardless, then she wouldn't sit idly by and watch it happen. Jeong, ever the gentleman, told her he'd back off. He had no desire to kill women either, but if she proved sketchy, he'd give her a good clapping, and not the fun kind. Gina, finally breathing a sigh of relief, stepped back. To think she'd almost died for someone with trash D like Anil. The bastard better be rotting properly in hell. Jeong, oblivious to Gina's tweaking thoughts, addressed the squad. The thieving Anil had generously gifted them 42 souls. They could each keep 14 souls. After distributing the souls, Jeong returned to the recovery room, instructing the duo to wait for him. Under the squad's puzzled gazes, Jeong emerged from the room, his actions cryptic for now. Choosing not to discuss it, he instructed the duo to head to the vendor first. He'd stay back and keep watch. The duo, accustomed to his paranoia, immediately complied, heading straight for the vendor. Now left alone with the emo MC, Pink Mommy immediately confronted him. Didn't he say he'd back off and trust her? Why then was he watching her? Jeong, ever the Chad, told her he didn't trust anyone, especially someone carrying such obvious weapons of mass destruction. Goddamn. He further added that she shouldn't do anything stupid. Otherwise, he'd truly believe in equality and molly whoop her ass. Gina, flashing a bit of fan service, told him not to talk so brutally to her. They were a man and a woman. Their conversation should be more sensual, if he knew what she meant. Anyway, he need not worry. Like she'd said before, unless attacked, she wouldn't attack first. Jeong, not believing the bitch, stared daggers at her. Gina, equally bold, returned the gaze. At this rate, it wasn't clear whether they wanted to fight or smash. Oh, Jeong, this naughty dog. Dwayne and An, oblivious to the sensual tension in the room, calmly walked in, their new drip on full display. Dwayne got himself some Thriller gloves, paying homage to the king of pop. As for Anji, she got herself a sleek bracelet and, more importantly, an extension for her thong. With that out of the way, it was Jeong's turn to visit the vendor. Cautioning the squad, he told them not to let their guards down. The pink wench wasn't a normal person. Dwayne, accustomed to poisonous flowers after the Brie incident, immediately complied. There's no way in hell he'd drop his guard around such a babe. Finally free, Jeong came face to face with the vendor. Sadly, the Chad was different from the vendor Chad he'd met on the second basement floor. Oh, how time flies. Deciding to get to business, Jeong asked for the list of skills it had for sale. The new vendor Chad, equally professional, immediately stretched out its arm, showcasing its collection of skills. Our boy, taking a moment to mull it over, noted that his current weakness was a lack of useful active skills. If he wanted to keep his neck in that twisted game, he definitely had to remedy that problem. With that in mind, he bought 7 skills, 6 passive and 1 active. The passive skills were Owl Eyes, which granted him clear vision even in the dark, Water Breathing, which did exactly what it sounded like, Electric Man, which increased the static electricity in his body as well as his tolerance to electric shock, Danger Detection, which allowed him to detect danger, Lizard Tail, which granted him increased regeneration, likely the same skill Byung, the fallen Chad, had, and finally, Pain Relief, which eased pain. As for the active skill, he got Electric Shock, which enabled him to emit electricity, basically some Thor-type shit. With the splurge over, Jeong immediately replaced his light skill with Electric Shock. Because of his limited active skill slots, he could only equip 2 at a time. He would have loved to level it further, but with his current pitiful soul count, he'd rather level up Calm Breathing instead, as the skill had proven to be a major savior in the game so far. Done with the skills, Jeong asked the vendor Chad to show him the items. Of course, He didn't think he'd get anything worthwhile, as most would have been taken already. He was just browsing for the sake of it. Soon, however, his face changed and his rage exploded. That damn wench, what the hell was she plotting? Acting quickly, Jeong immediately stormed out of the room, charging straight for Gina. Before the pink baddie could react, Jeong gave her the Wayne Brady treatment. Choke a bitch. With his hand tightly wrapped around her neck, Jeong reminded her of his earlier warning. Didn't he tell her he would kill her if she did anything stupid? So why the hell was she still plotting? Jeong, livid, reminded her of what she said earlier. She'd claimed the vendor didn't sell medicine when, in fact, it actually did. Gina, panicking, told him to wait, insisting she didn't lie to him. Jeong, however, wasn't ready to listen to her nonsense. Whatever she was plotting, he could simply thwart it by killing her. Gina, finally sensing the danger, immediately locked in. She'd also warned Jeong earlier. If he acted against her, then she wouldn't sit idly by and take it. Saying so, the pink mommy immediately powered up, her aura radiating. Jeong, unfazed, rose to the challenge, tightening his grip on the baddie's throat. Before the two could clash for real, Dwayne called out, asking him to wait. Jeong, already fuming, shouted at the gentle giant. If he intended to give him some talk no jutsu type shit, then he better stop, because this plotting wench was definitely going to die by his hands. Dwayne, however, had a different bombshell to drop. He let Jeong know that he didn't see it either. Whatever medicine Jeong saw at the vendor, he hadn't seen it at all. Anji also chimed in, saying it was true for her as well. Jeong, taken aback, wondered what the hell was going on. Everyone who visited the same vendor always got offered the same goods, or at least, that's how it should be. So, was this yet another change in Lag? Gina, standing up for herself, told Jeong to let go of her. She wasn't an object for him to vent his emotions on, and besides, who was he kidding with this bullshit? Based on the severe injuries Byung had, did he really think a measly medicine from the vendor could save him? Turning away from him, she told Jeong to give her space. They'd settle their emotions before meeting up later. Jeong, taken aback, watched her go in silence, his chaotic thoughts hidden for now. We cut to a while later with our favorite squad preparing to challenge the new hell. Jeong, finally remembering his manners, asked Gina what she planned to do. The pink mommy replied that she didn't have much of a choice in the matter. He'd already killed her smash bro, so now she had no option but to join them. Our boy, not buying the pity party, casually turned to leave. She could do whatever she wanted. He didn't care. With that, the squad entered the new room, the door shutting ominously behind them. What greeted them was genuine hell itself, a garden of swords and corpses. As far as the eye could see, the space was filled with disgusting, decaying corpses and abandoned swords all planted firmly in the ground. Dwayne, voicing his thoughts, commented on it looking like a battlefield, a place filled with death and despair. Before the squad could chime in, the system notification sounded, interrupting their musings. It brought with it the details of the mission. The public mission was simple. Only 5 can survive. The goal was to fight, kill, and survive until only 5 were left. Once that condition was met, the door to leave B421 could be safely crossed. If not, they would be trapped there until the mission was completed. As for the rewards, the system would offer 15 souls and an exchange coin for random equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Jeong glanced around the room and, to his shock, realized they weren't the only ones in that place. Ahead of them was a group of players, all barely clinging to life. Jeong, quick on the uptake, immediately analyzed the situation. The other group had 4 players, the same as them. If they wanted to fulfill the mission requirements, 3 people had to die. Cursing his shitty luck, he lamented always finding himself in such situations. If this were another ordinary mission, he could have simply skipped the side quest and headed to the next room. But in this case, he couldn't even leave without fulfilling the conditions. Well, it can't be helped. Lag was a hell where you either kill or be killed, so he might as well get cracking. Contrary to Jeong's enthusiastic murder vibes, the other players were losing their shit. One, in particular, a bootleg samurai, cursed the game repeatedly. Damn it. They'd tried so hard to survive, endured so much, and now were they supposed to do it all over again? Jeong, glancing at the corpses sprawled on the ground, immediately understood his outburst. The mission would reset every time a new player entered the room. If they couldn't complete it before that happened, they'd be stuck there, forced to fight until death inevitably came for them. Truly, Lag had a fucked up sense of humor. Gina, also picking up on this, addressed the squad. As things stood, they held the upper hand. The other squad was all but beaten. All they had to do was finish them off before they recovered. Jeong, eyeing the vicious wench, noted that she was right. That was indeed the best strategy. However, it wasn't so easy to kill people who hadn't harmed you. The gentle giant, as if reading his thoughts, commented on the same. It wasn't that easy to end a life in cold blood. But that aside, why did it seem like the group wasn't entirely bothered by their arrival? What were they missing? Anji also noticed this. From her perspective, it looked like the group was completely ignoring them, and instead focusing on something else. Something above them. With those words, the squad collectively looked up, and to their shock, a giant portal was slowly materializing above them. Jeong, not liking the odd development, remarked that things weren't looking good. He didn't know exactly what was coming, but the narrator's chatty voice said the boss's music was playing, so he guessed things were about to get active. And true to his thoughts, the other players acted accordingly. With pure terror, they all scattered, desperately trying to avoid the ominous portal. They all ran, except for the samurai Chad, who stood rooted in place. Noticing this, the members of his squad called out, urging him to run. The samurai, however, stayed still. He was done with this shit. He had done so much to survive, even killed his comrades. And what did it get him? Nothing. So what if he died? As far as he was concerned, wherever he'd end up had to be better than this living hell. Turning to Jeong, he advised the MC to give up as well. Death was inevitable for everyone in the game. Before he could spout any more nonsense, a figure darted out of the portal, absolutely blitzing the shit out of him. With one strike, the wannabe samurai was reduced to a mangled mess, his severed limbs scattering across the air. As the dust settled, an ominous silhouette slowly rose from the ground, its menacing eyes locked on the terrified players. This tin can bastard was the Rusty Knight. The system described it as looking rusty. However, its D game was still strong. By D, I obviously mean death game, so get your minds out of the gutter, you nasty perverts. Predictably, the squad was taken aback by the sudden development, especially Gina, who seemed particularly excited, judging by the bump on her bra. Jeong, however, didn't share her sentiment. The bastard before them was one he never wanted to face, not in a direct confrontation at least. The Rusty Knight, unbothered by their reaction, immediately studied the space, its thirst for prey evident. Soon, it locked eyes on the Mr. T-looking Chad from before, and immediately gave chase. With terrifying agility, the death bastard hunted down its prey, its rusted armor clanging ominously in the wind. The Chad ran desperately, his face laced with sweat. He was determined not to die in that hell. Soon, however, his pace slowed and his voice dropped until he was standing motionlessly on the field. Anji, puzzled by this, asked what he was doing. Jeong replied that he'd given up. Not everyone had the mental resilience to brave the death game. Some, like Mr. T over there, chose to check out early, opting to just be done with it. He didn't blame him, though. The Rusty Knight never tires, probably explaining its strong D game. If they couldn't fulfill the conditions and leave the room, they'd be trapped there with it, reduced to nothing but its playthings. Worst part was, they couldn't even fight back. All they could do was run and avoid. We switch back to Mr. T. The Chad, seemingly coming to terms with his inevitable demise, gazed forward, his face tinged with despair. The Rusty Knight, unbothered by his feelings, crept up behind him before delivering a brutal slash, cleaving the Chad straight in two. As the severed halves of the Chad dropped to the ground, the panel switched to our Chads, who were solemnly watching the spectacle. Jeong, taking charge, told the squad to lock in. Once the other players were gone, the Knight would target them next. Before that happened, they needed to find the door. Pink Mommy, taking the initiative, immediately utilized her skill, Eagle Eyes. The skill drastically improved her eyesight, allowing her to locate the exit door, which she promptly reported to the squad. The info came just in time, as the Rusty Knight had just finished brutalizing the other players, and their necks were officially added to the chopping block. Surprisingly, the system notification sounded, bringing with it good news for a change. It stated that the public mission had been accomplished. As such, they would be rewarded as previously announced. The ones to be rewarded were Jeong Hyeok, Dwayne Smith, Anji, Gina, and, surprisingly, the Tin Can Rusty Knight. Jeong, mulling over the situation, noted that the system had counted the Rusty Knight as a survivor, thus automatically clearing the mission. Well, not that he cared. The change was in their favor, so who was he to point out the system's fuck-up? Deciding to capitalize on the opportunity, the squad swiftly charged for the door, their breaths labored from all the cheeks they were hauling. The rusty knight, however, wasn't going to let them leave as they pleased. Turning around, it swiftly lunged at the squad, its eyes screaming murder. The squad, aware of the pursuing foe, doubled their speed, determined to get as close to the door as possible before the bastard caught up. Gina, the secretly OP mommy, busted out yet another hidden skill, rushing way ahead of the squad. Our boy, Loki, enjoying the view, noted that the pink mommy was hella fast. With how quickly she was going, she'd probably be the first one out of the room. Gina, however, had other plans. Instead of aiming straight for the door, the greedy babe made a detour, targeting the dropped souls scattered across the field. Though it seemed illogical given their current situation, she was determined. How else could she level up and eventually fight back against that vicious thug Jeong? With that in mind, she darted across the floor, collecting all the loot she could find. Jeong, ignoring the greedy wench, focused on his only task, getting the hell out of there. Luckily, the door wasn't too far away, and he could already see it in the distance. However, if he thought things would go smoothly, he'd be gravely mistaken. This was lag. Everything was hard in this cursed hell. As if sensing their anticipation, the rusty knight tripled its speed, kicking up a dust storm with its acceleration. With downright disgusting speed, the rusted fiend lunged forward, inching closer and closer to the fleeing L.A.G. Whether she was naturally slow or that dump truck she was hauling was weighing her down, Pantsu Mommy was trailing far behind, completely left behind by the rest of the squad. Predictably, the knight easily caught up to her slow ass, its sword slashing for her delicate back. Jeong, noticing this, cursed. At that rate, L.A.G would be obliterated before they got to the door. Deciding to help the baddie, he immediately stopped, instructing Dwayne to head back with him. Back to the dump truck mommy, the knight's blade inched closer to her back, aiming to slash her in two. L.A.G, not one to be underestimated, swiftly dodged the attack, promptly engaging the fiend in a desperate melee. However, despite her killer moves, the knight was a boss for a reason. It wouldn't be long before she got clapped as well. Dodging a downward slash, On countered with an ice blast, freezing the bastard's face. The knight, however, easily tanked the hit, retaliating with a horizontal slash. Caught completely off guard, On watched helplessly as the blade neared, promising to split her in two. At that desperate moment, Gina came in clutch, whisking the mommy away like a fairy tale knight. Skidding to a stop, the duo turned to face the knight. The fight was far from over. Nice save, but what's up with them poses though? Why are they arching it back like that? The rusty knight, oblivious to my down bad thoughts, pressed the attack, its shield ready to ram the delicate baddies. Dwayne, finally joining the fray, charged forward, bashing straight into the pressing fiend. The boss, however, wasn't like the other bitches he'd faced before. It immediately stabilized its footing, tanking the brutal bash with ease. Dwayne, taken aback by the sturdy bastard, activated his strength buff skill, his confidence skyrocketing with the ability. Now fired up, he unleashed a flurry of punches on the boss, each more devastating than the last. The boss, however, easily tanked the blows, shrugging them off like an itch on its rusty ass. Finally noticing his attacks had no effect, the gentle giant staggered back, his confidence completely shattered. The boss, capitalizing on this, immediately initiated its counterattack, activating a sonic shield attack. Jeong, picking up on the unfavorable outcome, cautioned Dwayne to watch out. The boss's sonic attack was a bitch to guard against. His warning came too late, as the giant was already hit by the blow, his body trembling violently from the attack. L.A.G, stepping in, deployed an ice shield skill, temporarily blocking them from the sonic blast. Despite the short respite, Jeong's face tightened even more. Only he knew such methods wouldn't be effective against the rusty bastard. If he didn't do anything soon, then both of them would die. With that thought, he yeeted the blazing sword forward, landing a killer headshot on the boss. This stubborn motherfucker, however, just shrugged off the blow, cocking its head back like it was the Undertaker or something. Initiating its counterattack, the knight slammed its shield, releasing a devastating sonic blast on Dwayne and On. The blow was so powerful that On immediately passed out, her eyes rolling back to pure white. Dwayne's injuries were equally severe, with the Chad coughing up a mouthful of blood. Helpless, and too out of it to resist, the duo collapsed to the ground, their deaths seeming inevitable. Jeong, always the king of spawning the fuck up, appeared behind Dwayne, his fist cocked back for a deadly punch. Utilizing his electric shock skill, he coated his arm with electric currents before delivering a brutal punch to the rusty tin can. The boss, stunned by the electric shock, temporarily froze, its movements grinding to a halt. Gina, capitalizing on the opening, unleashed her phantom eagle claws, digging deep into the boss's armor. Done with her weird kung fu bullshit, the pink mommy swiftly backpedaled, narrowly avoiding the boss's counterattack. Jeong, glancing at the resilient fiend, instructed Dwayne to carry on and head out first. He would buy them as much time as he could. With those words, the MC lunged at the boss, his hand cocked for a brutal electric punch. Dodging beneath the knight's wild swing, Jeong delivered a nasty cross to the knight's knee, forcing it to the ground. Acting quickly, he leaped onto the kneeling foe, his target the blazing sword lodged in its head. Grabbing hold of the weapon, our boy unleashed his entire reserve of electric shock, bathing the knight in a brilliant electric glow. The bastard, temporarily incapacitated, dropped to the ground, allowing Jeong a few moments of respite. Though it seemed cooked, Jeong knew such attacks wouldn't take it down for good. The rusty tin can was way too resilient and loathsome to die so easily. So before the fiend recovered, he needed to get the hell out of there. Acting on this, Jeong immediately sprinted toward the door, his breath labored. Turns out launching that grand attack took way more stamina than he'd thought. As it stood, he was barely staying conscious. But it would have to do. Even if he had to drag himself out of this room, he definitely would. As if laughing at his pitiful resistance, fate threw our boy another curveball. Ahead of him was the squad, just chilling around. Jeong, vexed, wondered what the hell they were doing. He definitely remembered telling Dwayne to make a run for it. So why was the giant unit still here? The reason became apparent when he noticed An-ji's perilous situation. Our boy, cursing his luck, stared somberly at the fallen mommy. Damn it, he'd barely just gotten a replacement for Garcia. Was he gonna lose her too? What's with his mommies dropping like flies? Taking a moment to assess her condition, Jeong noted that she was indeed in critical shape. Taking the knight's attack head-on would definitely do that to you. Actually, the only reason she was still alive was that she'd somewhat blocked part of it with her ice shield. Otherwise, she'd be chilling with Garcia mommy in heaven right now. But judging by how quickly she was deteriorating, it wouldn't be long before she checked out as well. Dwayne, overwhelmed with guilt, lamented that it was all his fault. An got injured because she was protecting him. Jeong, comforting his giant boo, told him to chill. It's not like he had a choice in the matter. Gina, the heartless wench, drew them from their pity party, reminding them of the clear conditions. If the pantsu mommy died, then they'd be trapped in there as well. Jeong, snapping out of his gloom, held on to the fallen babe. From her shallow breathing, it was obvious she was still alive. Before she croaked, they'd better get out of there and find a way to heal her. Turning to Dwayne, Jeong told him to snap out of it. Now wasn't the time to bitch out. If he was half the poppy he thought he was, then he'd better help him get on out of there. Dwayne, locking the fuck in, immediately agreed. No mommy would be dying on his watch. Delighted by his change in attitude, Jeong turned toward the door. They were almost there. Just a little bit more and they'd be free. With that, the squad made a beeline for the door, with Gina taking point. After a bit of dashing, they could finally see it clearly, the gateway to escape this hell. Motivated by their positive odds, the squad doubled their speed, their anticipation palpable. Gina, being the fastest in the group, arrived at the door first, her hand outstretched in readiness. All she had to do was twist the knob, and they'd finally be free. However, in typical Lag fashion, shit wouldn't be so simple. Just when she was about to touch the door, the rectangular bastard swiftly sank into the ground, leaving Gina completely spooked. And, of course, leaving us with a killer view of them cheeks. God damn. The rest of the squad, finally catching up, questioned Gina about what was going on. Surely she couldn't have scared the door away with her sexy bod, right? Gina, though flustered, didn't have time to respond as the system notification sounded, shedding light on the situation. It stated that the mission clear condition had been cancelled. All the rewards they'd received would be retrieved by the system. In addition, for the greedy bastards who'd already used the souls granted, the system would revoke those skill upgrades and take back its souls. Our boy, puzzled by the development, wondered what the hell was going on. An-ji was still alive, so why the hell was the system tweaking? Soon, however, a grim possibility came to mind, and Jeong couldn't help but curse the death game. If An-ji was still alive, then the only explanation was that the room had reset. True to his deduction, the system welcomed 2 new players to the room, Pauline Nordic and Rio More. The rest of the squad, finally picking up on this, also cursed, their faces tinged with despair. Lag, as if relishing their desperation, announced the new mission details. The mission changed from only 5 survivors to only 6 survivors. In essence, it demanded 1 more survivor before the mission was considered cleared. In addition, the players had to incapacitate a rusty knight and contribute at least 40% to the mission. If they managed all that, they'd be rewarded with 20 souls and 4 potions. The squad, accepting their fates, locked in. If they were going to do it regardless, then they might as well get it done. Gina, taking point, used her eagle eyes to scout ahead. She reported that 2 new players had entered the room, but their entry point was different from theirs. From the looks of it, the entry door and exit door would change each time the room reset, further complicating things. And in case that wasn't enough shit news for them, they'd be glad to know that the fallen knight had finally recovered. Despite the dire news, Jeong's attention was drawn to something else. Up above the squad, an oddly familiar gate was slowly materializing, promising to wreck their already fucked up day. The 2 bots, completely oblivious to the shit show they just walked into, calmly conversed amongst themselves, their demeanor dismissive of their surroundings. Noticing the stumbling knight, Rio completely dismissed it, terming it as just another extra to be clapped. Pauline, however, was more cautious, pointing out that he had a bad feeling about the room. Before he could elaborate, a silhouette dropped from the portal above, kicking up a huge dust storm upon landing. This majestic entrance marked the arrival of a second rusty knight, bringing the total count of survivors to 8. 6 players, 2 rusty knights. The squad, understandably vexed, shouted curses at the death game. No matter how they looked at it, this was clearly insane. Rio, completely ignoring the obvious death flags, powered up, his thirst for battle evident. No matter what the room threw at him, he was confident he'd be able to tackle it with his body. Well, not quite, as the bastard was immediately yeeted, dying one of the quickest deaths I've seen in the series so far. Pauline, more sensible than the foolish extra, immediately hauled cheeks. Like hell he was going to fight those things alone. Running toward the squad, he begged them to save him. Dwayne, ever the gentle soul, proposed saving him. Gina, however, was as cold-blooded as always. She pointed out that if Pauline died, the clear conditions would be fulfilled. Jeong, aware of the logic but still torn, took a moment to mull it over. Even if Pauline died, they still didn't know the location of the exit door. Worse still, if An-ji died while they were searching for it, they'd be trapped here all over again. With things as they were, wasn't it better to kill An instead? The thought sat heavy in Jeong's mind. He couldn't ignore it. But then, his thoughts wandered to his earlier interaction with the samurai. The bastard had been lamenting his cursed fate even after betraying and killing his companions. If Jeong repeated those mistakes, he'd surely end up like him, or worse. Finding himself unable to decide, Jeong cursed. To think he'd still be struggling with such choices even after so long. Gina, as if sensing his inner turmoil, told him not to overthink it. He didn't have to handle everything on his own. All of them would bear the consequences of their actions, including An-ji. Jeong, finally snapping out of his dark thoughts, told the squad to roll out. He wasn't sure what they'd do next, but for now, they should probably save the French Chad. Speaking of Pauline, the ponytail Chad found himself in quite a pickle, facing off against 2 rusty knights. After dodging a slash attack from one knight, Pauline landed in the attack range of the other, which didn't hesitate to strike. Cornered and desperate, the crop-top bro activated his airwalk skill, barely dodging the lethal blow. Capitalizing on the opening, he did a double jump, lunging away from the knights. With the short respite bought, Pauline immediately hauled cheeks, running straight for the squad. Jeong, locking in, gave instructions to the squad. He would solo the knight on the left. As for the bastard on the right, he'd leave it to them. With the game plan set, our boy cocked his hand back, his throwing stance activated. If Lag wanted to fuck with them, then fine. Let it come. He could also be mucho loco. We switch back to Pauline, still hauling absolute cheeks, desperately trying to evade the pursuing rusty knights. The French Chad, who low-key looked hella majestic in that crop top, cursed the bastard knights. They were already so strong. Did they have to be hella fast as well? As things stood, it was just a matter of time until something long and hard poked him from behind. Pause. My bad, guys. While the French Chad was lamenting his shitty fate, a booming voice called out, instructing him to duck. Pauline, initially puzzled, glanced forward to see our boy cocking his hand back. It didn't take a genius to figure out what he intended to do. As such, the crop-top Chad immediately complied, diving to the ground like it was the sexiest of mommies. The choice proved wise, as just a split second later, Jeong's attack landed, blitzing the absolute shit out of the rusty knight. The blow was so powerful that the tin can bastard was sent reeling back, skidding for a while before finally stopping its momentum. Well, damn. I didn't know our boy had it like that. Pauline, capitalizing on the short respite, immediately dashed forward, soon regrouping with the squad. Addressing Jeong, the crop-top Chad expressed his gratitude for being saved. The MC, always the emo Chad, told him to save the thanks for later. They still had a rusty bastard to annihilate. And besides, if he truly wanted to thank someone, he should thank his personal trainer, because goddamn. Locking in, Jeong instructed Pauline to follow. They'd handle the knight on the left. As for the bastard on the right, that was left to the unit Dwayne and the mommy G-Na. Speaking of the walking fan service, the Chadlet informed Dwayne of the plan. She'd use her assets to attract the boss's attention, so Dwayne should use that chance to attack it. Acting on this, Gina swiftly charged forward, activating her feather-like skill to boost her speed. With visible ease, she nimbly jumped over the knight's attack, flashing the lucky bastard in the process. The knight, grateful for the view but still locked in, swiftly changed its stance, slashing at Gina with a horizontal swing. The pink mommy, having expected the swing, immediately jumped up, successfully dodging the follow-up attack. The knight, in a gotcha bitch move, followed Gina into the air, its sword slashing relentlessly toward the stunned mommy. Gina, taken aback by the sudden development, watched in horror as the sword fell, her delicate plot at risk of being slashed in half. Acting quickly, she immediately deactivated her feather-like skill, causing her to crash pathetically to the ground. Although she'd bought herself a couple of seconds, the danger wasn't gone. The tin can bastard was still after her, using gravity to lunge at the vulnerable babe. At that desperate moment, a Chad in shiny armor appeared, leaping straight for the attacking knight. This Chad was obviously the unit Dwayne, who'd activated his bitch I'ma dropkick you skill, thrusting straight for the boss. With deadly precision, the attack landed, sending the knight reeling into the distance. Our boy, always the gentleman, immediately confirmed with the mommy, asking Gina if she was all right. Upon getting the babe's green signal, he turned his attention to the rusty knight. The resilient motherfucker was still alive, having shrugged off the previous blow. Gina, still in her unnecessary Spider-Man pose, expressed her frustration at the tin can. Was it even possible to kill that thing? Dwayne nonchalantly told her not to worry about it. All they had to do was stall for time. As for actually taking down the fiend, that was a task left to the Poppy Jeong. Speaking of the Chad, our boy was currently electrocuting the shit out of the rusty knight, making sure the fiend was nice and crispy. Pauline, with his rock-hard abs, was also present, giving Jeong the needed support. With absurd core strength, as expected of the absy Chad, Pauline landed a brutal knee kick, knocking the knight's head back. Jeong, capitalizing on the momentum, immediately closed the distance, aiming for the lodged sword in the knight's flank. With a bellowing war cry, Jeong slashed at the knight's waist, seeking to split it in two. The move was largely successful, up until the stupid sword broke, leaving Jeong vulnerable to a counterattack. Our boy acted quickly, somersaulting away from the knight, narrowly avoiding a quick trip to Garcia in heaven. R.I.P. Mommy. Skidding to a stop, Jeong cursed. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long until they all died. He needed to do something, and that something had to be big. Turning to Pauline, Jeong asked the Chad if he could distract the knight one last time. It didn't matter whether the method he'd use would leave him vulnerable. He was more than ready to take responsibility for his safety. Heck, he'd even princess carry him if he had to. Pauline readily accepted the deal. Who wouldn't want to be princess carried by Jeong? In all seriousness, though, he told the MC to look after him. The move he was about to make would leave him in a tight spot, so if Jeong failed, he'd die for sure. We switched scenes to Dwayne and Gina. The duo, although barely, was still holding their own against the knight, Dwayne with his killer hooks, and Gina with her. Okay, I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but she's definitely doing something. Anyway, the lethal duo was still holding the boss back, but obviously, this wouldn't last for long. If things didn't change, they might actually lose their lives. Jeong, also picking up on this, locked all the fuck in. He had to kill that rusty bastard no matter what. Acting on this, our boy unleashed a skill he'd been cooking for a while now. Bone Blade. Coated in blood, the majestic blade manifested, every inch as chatty as I'd imagined it to be. Our boy, now armed with the ghostly katana, charged straight for the boss. Capitalizing on Pauline's distraction of the fiend in question, Jeong channeled his electric energy through his body, buffing his muscles with the same force. Zeroing in on the vulnerability in the knight's armor, Jeong's eyes glowed with a wild intensity, his determination visible. With a booming thunderclap, Jeong sprang forward, leaving trails of lightning in his wake. Closing in on the bastard knight, our boy Death gripped his sword before slashing past the rusty knight. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap and flash. Oops, wrong manga. Upon the wake of the attack, the resilient fucker finally toppled, slashed cleanly in half. With that, the total number of survivors dropped to 6, 5 humans, and 1 knight. Jeong, the MVP of the battle, took a moment to catch his breath. As he'd expected, the Bone Blade skill used up a shit ton of stamina. If he wanted to safely spam the skill, then he'd have to level up his calm breathing to level 10 at least. But that would have to wait until the future. For now, they should get the hell out of there before Lag started to wild out again. As if reading his thoughts, a system notification sounded, welcoming a new player to the room. And it wasn't just any player. It was Liam motherfucking Neeson. The Taken Super Chad was here, and shit was about to go down. Predictably, the squad cursed Lag to high heaven. What kind of shit was this? And honestly, they're right. I know this is a death game, but come on, this is some bullshit. The system, as if sensing their dissatisfaction, threw the squad another curveball. Instead of 1, it blessed the squad with 2 new rusty knights, bringing the total number of those bastards to 3. As for the new mission details, they generally stayed the same, with the only difference being that the knights would automatically stop upon 7 survivors being left in the room. In a sense, the system was generous with that added detail, but it didn't change the fact that it was tweaking. Jeong, absolutely losing his shit, stared at the new rusty knights in disbelief. Surely this must be a prank, right? Where the fuck was Vitaly hiding that camera? Liam, not reading the room, nonchalantly addressed the squad. He'd mostly gotten the gist of the situation from the system, so he was good on that front. Although quite troublesome, it wasn't something they couldn't handle. However, to do that, the easiest way would be to get rid of the weakest links first. He said this while pointing at the unconscious Anji. Shit, this bastard. Jeong, still too far away to hear the ominous words of the fool, casually glanced at him. As much as he'd like to pay attention to the new arrival, he had more important things to do. The first was reinforcing the struggling Dwayne and Gina. If the knight was strong enough to make Gina use her weird kung fu bullshit, then he should probably get his ass over there pronto. Worse still, the new rusty knights were already on the move, charging relentlessly toward Dwayne and An. All in all, things weren't looking good, and moves had to be made immediately. Our boy, acting on this thought, shot toward the fighting duo, his speed surprising even the crop-top Pauline. As he ran, he reflected on the current situation. With Lag's new unwanted gift, there were 2 new rusty knights converging on Dwayne and Gina's position. If he wanted to save them, then he had to get rid of the knight they were currently fighting to prevent the others from joining forces with it. With that thought, Jeong swiftly leapt into the air, charging straight for the rusty knight. Performing a mid-air somersault, our boy slashed at the boss, splitting the bastard cleanly in 2. With this, the total number of survivors dropped to 8. Okay, hold the fuck up. If Jeong could clap like this, then why didn't he bust out the move earlier? This is some plot armor nonsense. The rest of the knights, seemingly enraged by their comrade's death, doubled their speed, lunging for the squad. Dwayne, visibly gassed out, asked Jeong what they should do. They'd used up a lot of stamina, and if they had to fight the knights in a death battle, things wouldn't end well for them. Jeong, equally exhausted, told him to lock in. They had no other choice. The only way to survive was to somehow kill one of the knights. Liam, mocking the trio, laughed at their unnecessary effort. They were doing way too much when the easiest and best solution was right in front of them. Saying so, the treacherous bastard aimed his finger forward, pointing at something behind Jeong. Jeong, puzzled by his actions, wondered what the hell the dude was talking about. All the rusty knights were in front of him, so who was he referring to? Turning around, he realized in horror that Liam was aiming at An-ji. The pantsu mommy, who had finally regained consciousness after being knocked out, weakly called to her friends, asking what was happening. Liam, this bastard, unbothered by the conscious An, smugly charged his finger rifle and fired it straight at An's head. Jeong, responding to the ominous development, immediately sprang into action, running to intercept the fired bullet. With a desperate look, he stretched out his hand, praying that he'd make it in time. Blood spattered in the wake of the attack, and Jeong finally skidded to a stop. Through his palm was a sizzling hole, and beyond that, to Jeong's horror, was a dead An-ji, a bullet wound clear on her forehead. Fuck. Everything froze at that moment. Jeong froze, Dwayne and Gina froze, Pauline froze, hell, even I froze, as we all tried to comprehend what the hell just happened. The only thing that broke us out of the trance was the system notification, which brought news on the mission status. It stated that the mission was successful. 7 people had survived the trial. 4 players and 3 knights. As previously promised, the knights would immediately cease all actions, and the selected players would be rewarded as announced. Upon the system's notification, new doors materialized before the squad, promising them a way out of that hell. Our boy, completely and rightfully ignoring the stupid system and its doors, turned to face the bastard Liam, asking him what the hell he'd just done. As he did so, he activated his lizard tail skill, swiftly healing the hole in his palm. This bastard, as if taunting Jeong, also utilized the same skill, healing the wound on his own finger. Flashing a smug grin, he cockily replied that L.A.G was the easiest to kill in the group, so he just did. He further added that Jeong didn't need to thank him, even though he was the one who helped them complete the mission quickly. Jeong, livid, asked what the hell he was talking about. What mission cleared? He'd just killed their comrade. Did he think he'd let that slide? Liam, still donning his smug grin, told him not to spout nonsense. There was no such thing as a comrade in L.A.G. In there was only survival. He might have called her a comrade, but they both knew he wouldn't have hesitated to kill her if it meant he'd survive. As he saw it, there was no difference between the two of them. He'd just chosen to kill her sooner, that's all. Doubling down, he let Jeong know that the weak are destined to be used by the strong, and when that use inevitably ends, they are killed. That's the kind of place L.A.G is. No. In fact, it would be better to say that's the kind of place the general world was. Jeong, staring daggers at the bastard, told him that his beliefs didn't give him the right to kill their comrade. Matter of fact, it didn't give him the right to crown himself the judge, jury, and executioner of anyone in the game. Dwayne, finally pulling up, told Jeong to give the signal. If he planned to kill the cocky bastard, he'd help no matter what. Liam, still with his stupid grin on his stupid face, told Jeong to be reasonable. If they killed him, the mission would reset. Did they truly want to go through that again after all they'd been through? Jeong, furious but helpless, stared daggers at him. If looks could kill, then this motherfucker would be long dead by now. Turning around, Jeong told Dwayne to follow. They were leaving that place. Dwayne, obviously reluctant, shouted at Jeong. Was he really going to let the bastard go? Just like that? The MC, staring bitterly at L.A.G's corpse, shouted back. What did he expect him to do? Put everything on the line to avenge L.A.G? Was her life really that important? Fuck yeah, it was, you bastard. You better avenge our girl right now, you asshole. Jeong, taking a step back, softened his approach. He let Dwayne know that he wanted Liam dead just as much as he did. However, now wasn't the right time. Their first and only priority should be to get the hell out of that room. Turning to the smug Liam, Jeong made him a promise. If they ever met again, he'd definitely drop everything and kill him with his own hands. Liam, feigning fear, replied that he was looking forward to it. Damn, I didn't think I could hate someone this much. Fuck this dude. With the frustrating confrontation out of the way, the squad turned to the gates. It was time to leave that hell. Pauline, being the first to choose, bid farewell to the squad. He would have loved to journey with them, but unfortunately, he wanted nothing to do with the beef they had going on. Dwayne and Jeong, being the understanding bunch, simply bid him good luck. With that, the rock-hard abs Chad left, the door shutting loudly behind him. Liam, as if he wasn't infuriating enough, chose that moment to speak up. He told Jeong not to get any crazy ideas. He'd be the last to leave that room, so if he had plans to follow him through and stab him in the back, he should forget about it. Jeong cast a seething glare at the bastard, but ultimately turned away. Now truly wasn't the time. Addressing the squad, he told Dwayne and Gina to follow him. The duo complied, albeit reluctantly. Speaking of Gina, goddamn. Since when did she have it like that? The artist definitely went crazy in this panel. Jeong, oblivious to my down bad thoughts, pushed the door to B44 open, entering it without hesitation. What greeted them on the other side was an empty room, a sort of rest area for them to gather their thoughts and energy. Jeong, fully intending to capitalize on this space, instructed the squad to rest up. They'd proceed after regrouping. With that, the squad lazed around, silently mourning the fallen L.A.G. We cut to a while later with the squad finally leaving the room. Braving through the seemingly endless stairs, they resolutely made their way to the new hell of B44. After what felt like an eternity, Jeong suddenly stopped, an ominous suspicion tugging at his mind. Turning to the duo, he let them know that something was off. Based on how far they'd walked, they should have already arrived at the next room. Dwayne, also picking up on this, agreed. Something fishy was definitely going on. As if reading their minds, the system notification sounded. bringing with it the new mission details. It stated that the common mission was to survive, which, as always, was ominous as fuck. The goal was to escape the room and arrive on the 5th basement floor. It also emphasized that the mission would be completed as long as any participant made it to the 5th basement floor, even if it was just one participant. As for the rewards, they'd receive a random skill with a random level. Understandably, the squad was shocked by the notification, especially our boy Jeong. Since when did missions start before even getting to the mission room? Lag was truly on some bullshit. Anticipating the worst, the squad warily looked around, seemingly expecting some big monstrosity to suddenly pop up, as typical of the death game. However, even after a minute, nothing seemed to happen, which greatly puzzled the trio. Did Lag finally decide to stop being an asshole, or were they just lucky? Well, it was a favorable outcome, so who were they to dispute it? Just when they thought everything was fine, Lag finally came knocking, seemingly mocking them for their foolish naivety. It came in hard too, collapsing the stairs around them, the very stairs they were currently standing on. Jeong, being the first to notice this, gazed in horror at the massive debris crashing down on them. Gina and Dwayne, tracing his line of sight, also noticed the death rubble, forcing their expressions to morph into absolute terror. Just what the hell was going on? As much as they wanted answers, now wasn't the time. Instead, massive cheeks needed to be hauled. Otherwise, they'd definitely die there. Collectively agreeing with this, the trio immediately made a run for it, parkouring down the stairs like pros. Well, Jeong and Gina were pros. I don't really know what Dwayne was doing though. That stance is hella trash. In mere moments, the squad had made it down several flights of stairs. However, the situation only got more dire as the collapse kept getting faster. Not only that, but the falling debris kept getting bigger and bigger, as if Lag was deliberately making things difficult for them. Speaking of difficult situations, the pink mommy got herself in quite a pinch with a massive debris crashing straight for her. Even with Jeong's warning, she was still too slow to react. With terror in her eyes, she watched helplessly as the stony bastard fell, threatening to reduce her to a meaty paste. At that moment, Dwayne, the king of damsel saving, came in clutch, shattering the huge rubble with his bare fist. Jeong, realizing that Gina was safe, immediately resumed his frantic rush down the stairs. Soon, however, his pace slowed, and a look of shock tinged his face. The duo, finally catching up, exclaimed in surprise, asking why he'd stopped. Jeong didn't reply, choosing to let the view do the talking. To the duo's horror, a huge void opened up in front of them, cutting off any escape routes. Forget about collapsing stairs. There was nothing left to collapse. The whole flight of stairs was already gone, and with it, the hope of making it down unscathed. Cursing and helpless, the squad watched as the ground crumbled below them, sending them into free fall. The trio, still taken aback by how fast things were moving, blanked out for a second, seemingly unaware of how dire their situation was. Soon, they snapped out of it, deciding to do something about their predicament. Gina was the first to move. Utilizing her feather-like skill, the selfish babe immediately saved herself, completely ignoring Dwayne and Jeong. The Chads, lacking a convenient ass-pull skill like Gina's, continued their plummet, with Dwayne's panicked screams serenading their fall. Jeong, a little bit more composed than Dwayne, took the moment to analyze their situation. From the looks of it, the hole was so deep that he couldn't even see the bottom. If they were to survive the fall, they had to slow down their descent. He obviously had ways to do just that, and judging by how easily Gina was breezing through the whole thing, he shouldn't really be worried about that selfish bitch. The major problem was Dwayne. Why was the giant unit scared so shitless? Damn it. His eardrums were almost bursting from all that bitch screaming he was doing. Deciding to ignore the Chad for now, Jeong focused his attention on figuring out a plan for their survival. Soon, a shaky yet feasible solution came to mind, and our boy immediately acted on it. Calling out to Dwayne, Jeong instructed him to get closer to the walls. However, despite his constant shouts, the giant Chad was too far gone, his rationale drowned out by panic. Jeong, noticing this, stared in surprise. Why was the usually reliable Dwayne so out of it today? Well, it's not like he had time to focus on such things. Moves needed to be made, otherwise, the situation would spiral out of control. Kicking off a falling debris, Jeong launched himself forward, shooting straight for the panicked Chad. Catching up to him, our boy resumed his attempts at reaching out to Dwayne. The giant Chad, however, was still frantic. Nothing Jeong said could reach him. The MC, deciding on some tough love, kicked the shit out of Dwayne, causing the scared Chad to crash pathetically on the opposite walls. With the pain jolting him from his frenzy, Jeong finally established contact with Dwayne. He instructed the Chad to stop fucking around and pull himself together. If he truly wanted to survive, he had to stop all that panicked nonsense. Dwayne, now back to his senses, nodded in understanding. Our boy, pleased by the progress, elaborated the plan to Dwayne. Since they didn't have fancy cheat skills like Gina, they'd have to brute force their way to survival. That being said, the plan was quite simple. Utilizing their physical enhancement skills, they'd jump back and forth between the two opposite walls, hopefully slowing down their descent as they made their way to the bottom. Although it might seem dangerous and ridiculous, Jeong assured Dwayne that it'd work, so long as he kept his composure. Dwayne, trusting the Big Poppy, readily agreed. It's not like Jeong had ever let him down before. As they were still talking, Gina's panicked voice called out, warning Jeong to be careful. Our boy turned in her direction, only to find a huge rubble heading straight for him. Acting quickly, he swiftly kicked off the wall, narrowly dodging the falling death. Now safely on the other wall, the Chads immediately initiated the survival plan. With Chaddy agility, they bounced off the walls, slowly making their way down the massive hole. As they descended, an odd premonition kept gnawing at Jeong's mind. Sure, they were making great progress, but something felt off. It was almost too easy. L.A.G had never, and would never, be that generous to the players. So, what the hell was going on? Deciding to investigate further, Jeong kicked off one wall and shot for the opposite wall. Halfway through the leap, he instantly realized what was happening. The distance between the walls was gradually widening. The further down they fell, the wider the distance got. It was currently so wide that they had to do a double leap just to make it to the opposite side. And the worst part was, if he knew anything about the death game, the bastard trial would definitely make it even more difficult as they progressed. Fuck. Just why can't things be simple for once? As he was still lamenting their shitty fate, the gentle giant tripped on a falling rubble, leaving him vulnerable to the falling debris. With a well-placed smash, Dwayne was knocked out cold, worsening the already horrible situation. Jeong, cursing the Chad Murphy for his stupid law, shouted Dwayne's name in panic. Damn it, they were already so close to the bottom. Did he have to pass out now of all times? Vowing to choose better companions in the afterlife, our boy went about saving the fallen Chad. The task itself wasn't that hard. A well-timed jump and interception was all he needed to reach Dwayne. However, what came after was the problem. They were already so close to the bottom. If he couldn't slow down their plummet, they'd surely die. Maybe if he was alone, he could have figured something out, but he was essentially helpless while carrying Dwayne along. As things stood, they were both fucked. As he said this, the camera zoomed out, giving us a proper view of the approaching ground. Yep, these motherfuckers were definitely cooked. Jeong, deciding not to walk so willingly into the embrace of death, made his move. Even though uncertain, there was still a slim chance he could make it out of the situation alive, and that in itself was enough for him. Acting on this fleeting chance, our boy channeled all his electric power to his feet, reinforcing and buffing his lower body. He also dumped a considerable amount of souls to level up his strong bones and tough skin skills. As he saw it, shit was about to go all the way down, and having that extra contingency wouldn't hurt. With the preparation completed, Jeong kicked off the debris, shooting straight for the opposite wall. Crashing brutally against the concrete bastard, our boy couldn't help but yelp in pain. Damn it! He'd expected to get some killer backshots from the wall, but who would have thought he'd get the same from Dwayne as well? The gentle Chad definitely owed him a date after this. Despite his creaking bones, the peril wasn't over. On the contrary, their hell had just begun. Carried by gravity, Jeong mercilessly scraped against the abyss walls, leaving deep indentations in his wake. The experience was brutal and downright savage, but that didn't mean it wasn't effective. Rather, the foolish plan worked so well that by the time they hit the ground, their speed had reduced so much that they barely survived the impossible endeavor. Choking on the dust cloud, Jeong nursed his virgin buttocks. He'd expected the experience to suck, but he didn't think it would suck this badly. Damn it. He was never doing that shit ever again. Not even for the sexiest of mommies. Done with his wordless grumbling, Jeong turned to Dwayne. The gentle Chad, or rather, Sleeping Beauty, had apparently woken up at some point, and judging by his blank face, the lucky bastard had surprisingly slept through the whole thing. Such a lucky bastard. As much as he wanted to rest his back from all the carrying he was doing in this manhwa, L.A.G wasn't done with them just yet. Sure, they'd made it to the ground, but that didn't mean the quest was done. Rather, the fun part had just begun. Gazing up, the duo realized in horror that the debris was still falling, promising to fuck up their already shitty day. Worst part? They were essentially trapped there, with no place to escape to. Desperate and helpless, the Chads weaved between the falling rubble, barely preserving their pathetic lives. Dwayne, fed up with the one-sided barrage, decided to be more proactive. As expected of the brute Chad, he swiftly activated his strength buff skill, punching the shit out of the falling rubble. Jeong, taking a leaf from his brute boo, called upon his bone blade, dicing the debris into pieces. As the Chads clumsily fought for their survival, the scene switches to Gina. The pink and selfish mommy was still breezing through the whole quest, leisurely skipping down the falling rubble. Finding a huge chunk of debris to Silver Surfer the shit out of, Gina took the moment to analyze the situation. Something had been gnawing at her mind this whole time, and finally, she realized what it was. As impossible as it might sound, the falling speed of the rubble was getting faster. It was almost as if the debris was being sucked. Down to the bottom. Pause. God damn, Gina, your thoughts are wild. Although the situation was puzzling, this was lag. It was completely expected for the cursed game to fuck with them in such a manner. As she was still debating her next move, a barrage of rubble flew from above, pelting the hell out of her. The pink mommy, caught off guard by the sudden development, warily gazed upward, trying to figure out what was going on. To her horror, a cluster of debris was shooting straight for her, threatening to poke holes in her bouncy and delicate plot. Predictably, the mommy was stunned by this, as not even her level 99 super defensive thought dress could save her from this onslaught. Deciding to save herself, Gina lunged downward, barely weaving through the falling debris of death. In her clumsy retreat, the mommy chanced upon a floating piece of debris, one perfectly suited for her to use as a foothold. This decision, however, proved unwise as a barrage of rubble tore through the air, smashing the foothold into pieces. As expected, Gina was staggered by the onslaught, causing her to lose her footing and sway dangerously over the edge. Speaking of sway, just look at the bounce on them things. The artist is a hero for blessing us with this feast. Itadakimasu. The pink mommy, deciding to unfortunately end the feast early, resumed her desperate dance down the hole, taking extra care to avoid any stray debris. Unbeknownst to her, a particularly nasty bastard was creeping up on her, perfectly hidden in her blind spot. Before she could react, the stony menace struck her from behind, leaving her flustered. Stop, Stepstone. Not could be watching. Hell yeah, I'm watching, and I'm grateful for the view. Gina, left dazed from the sneak attack, immediately lost her footing, causing her to bash her head against the wall. Caught off guard by the unexpected development, the bouncy mommy passed out, her fate uncertain for now. We switch scenes to the Chads, still battling the falling debris. Dwayne, channeling his mommy-saving radar, quickly noticed that something was off with Gina. From the way the baddie was falling, something must have gone horribly wrong. Jeong, also picking up on this, cursed. Damn it, he was now 2 for 2. Just how many times did he have to carry these fools? Lamenting his tired back and shitty luck, the MC jetted off, easily intercepting the falling Gina. Now with a baddie in his arms, our boy sneakily copped a feel before locking in. Utilizing his bone blade, Jeong thrust it into the wall, using the ghostly katana to slow down their fall. However, this wasn't enough. Their plummet speed was still too much, and if something wasn't done, then he'd make history as the first Chad to smash the floor instead of the obvious mommy in his arms. Dreading such a pathetic end, Jeong desperately called out to Dwayne for help. The giant Chad, always reliable, immediately sprang into action. With his strength buff active, he leaped into the air, safely catching Jeong and the unconscious Gina. Now with the duo in tow, the loyal Chad braced for impact before crashing brutally into the ground, selflessly using himself as a human cushion. Despite how romantic that was, the danger wasn't over just yet. Rather, things were about to go all the fuck down. Literally, of course. Dwayne, anticipating this, channeled his Hercules-type shit, effortlessly lifting a huge piece of rubble above them. With the protection of the rubble, the trio braved through the relentless barrage of falling debris and pelting stones. The gentle giant and obvious MVP of the show resolutely held on, doing his best to shield them from the falling bastards. Despite the visible strain on his face, the Chad held on, determined to see it through. After what felt like an eternity, the barrage finally stopped, and the whole descended into a welcome but unnerving silence. Dwayne, finally relieved of his guard duty, immediately threw the rubble to the side, grateful that they'd made it out of that shit alive. Jeong, equally relieved but still worried, turned to face the still unconscious Gina. Inwardly, he wondered how nice it was to be a baddie. She could comfortably sleep through the whole thing and suffer no consequences whatsoever. They truly were living on easy difficulty mode. Analyzing the sleeping beauty, Jeong realized that her condition wasn't that dire. She'd most likely just passed out, which was a relief. Deciding to be generous, he took out his reward from the last room, intending to feed Gina the health potion. If her condition wasn't dire, just as he deduced, then this should be enough to wake her ass up. However, despite his selfless deed, the unconscious babe couldn't swallow the potion. Probably because she was, unconscious. Our boy, taking advantage of the situation, immediately settled for the next, and arguably best, choice: mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Dwayne, watching the sly bastard shove his tongue down Gina's throat, whistled in amusement. He sure was enjoying himself. Jeong, ignoring the jealous fool, went about his serious business. And of course, it was serious business. Don't let the bulge in his pants fool you. Our boy was currently saving lives. Done administering the completely necessary emergency treatment, Jeong reluctantly pulled away, leaving Gina to come to on her own. Soon, the mommy stirred awake, puzzled by the foreign taste in her mouth. Jeong, jumping ahead of the court case, immediately explained the situation, letting Gina know that they'd arrived on the 5th basement floor. The system notification, as if coming to our boy's defense, sounded, announcing the mission status to the squad. It stated that they had successfully completed the quest. As a result, they would all be rewarded as previously promised. Gina, still debating whether she should hire a lawyer or not, sighed in relief. After all that shit, they'd finally made it to the 5th basement floor. Jeong, ever the perfect gentleman, asked the baddie how she was feeling. Gina replied that she was feeling great, a sharp contrast to what she'd expected. She mostly got the gist from his suspicious explanation earlier, but honestly, how was she completely unharmed? Really, bitch? I'll tell you how you're unharmed. Our boy Jeong hard-carried you throughout the whole thing, and of course, as tax, he fondled your plot a little bit. Just a little bit. Jeong, being more reasonable than I am, offered a better explanation. He informed Gina of the health potion he'd used on her. Gina, though grateful, asked the one question that had been puzzling her this whole time, and by extension, the one question Jeong really didn't want to answer. How did he feed her the potion when she was unconscious and couldn't swallow? First of all, unconscious and couldn't swallow? That's what she said. Secondly, our boy Jeong found himself in quite a predicament, lacking the right words to explain himself. Dwayne, ever the helpful Chad, jumped in at that moment, vehemently gesticulating the entire occurrence. He particularly emphasized the smooching of lips. Gina, finally learning the truth, silently stared at Jeong, her thoughts cryptic for now. Our boy, now sweating bullets, immediately explained himself. The last thing he wanted was a misunderstanding, or, worse still, a Me Too scandal against his ass. The pink mommy, surprisingly chill about the whole thing, told him not to worry about it. She was cool, and besides, she was just glad that it was him who locked lips with her instead of the big brute Dwayne. Dwayne, taken aback by the sudden stray, asked why he was catching shade when he didn't do anything. Aggrieved, the giant Chad shot back, telling Gina that he was at least better than her, who clung to men. The insult hit deep, causing Gina to shoot Dwayne a furious glare. Dwayne, in an oh shit moment, immediately cowered, regretting why he even got on the mommy's bad side in the first place. Gina, clearly still in her feels, wore a somber expression. She expressed to the Chads that she had no other option. Hoeing herself to the other players was her best way of survival, so she took it. If she had a giant body like Dwayne, she could have fended for herself, but obviously, that's impossible. Jeong listened to the pink mommy silently. Maybe because of his multiple regressions, he was numb to such practices by now. In any case, he wasn't particularly concerned about it. Dwayne, however, was deeply impacted by Gina's sob story. He stutteringly asked for forgiveness for his earlier insults. Gina, not in the mood to indulge him, just waved him off. Now wasn't the time to talk about it. Jeong, ever the gentle, emotional, and understanding Chad, ruthlessly told the two to stop bitching. They were better off claiming their rewards instead of being so unnecessarily emotional. With that, the sob story finally ended, and we immediately cut to them receiving their rewards. As promised by the system, each of them would get a random skill at a random level for clearing the quest. For our boy, the system rewarded him with the level 4 Door of Limitation skill. The skill essentially allowed him to open the first stage of the Door of Transcendence. The higher the stage of the door he opened, the stronger the power he would obtain. If you're familiar with the 8 gates from Naruto, then it's the same shit. Just like in Rock Lee and Might Guy's case, the skill also had a downside. In this case, the user would suffer from debuffs such as decreased stamina recovery, among other things. Jeong, analyzing the skill's details, noted that this was the first time he'd seen the skill. Neither he nor anyone he's ever known throughout his countless regressions had ever owned that skill. As puzzling as it was, he was actually quite glad. If used properly, the skill had the potential to be his biggest source of strength in the future, especially if he stockpiled a bunch of passive skills that would remedy the debuffs from the skill. All in all, he was glad to receive the skill and wasted no time equipping it in his active skill slot, replacing the flame skill in the process. Due to his limited active skill slots, he could only equip 2 at a time, which in itself was a big disadvantage. However, if things went according to plan, then he wouldn't have to worry about that in the future. The plan was to essentially make use of equipment that granted skills, just like the Bone Blade and Skeleton Soldiers. So if things went well for him, then he'd be dripped out in useful gear, pulling all the mommies in the process. With that done, the squad geared up for their next adventure, patiently waiting for L.A.G to make its move. On cue, the twisted game materialized a bunch of doors, allowing them a choice as always. The squad, used to the sight by now, warily stared at the doors before choosing to enter room B531. Upon their entry, the trio immediately noticed a peculiar detail. There were actually 2 entrances to the room, not just one. The other entrance, door B521, was also among the choices L.A.G gave them before they ultimately decided to go with B531. Which is to say, it's possible to end up in the same room even if you chose different doors. Jeong, taken aback by this, noted that it was yet another new addition in L.A.G. Although it might seem harmless at first glance, like all things in L.A.G, looks can be deceiving. The hidden implications were actually quite dire. For example, if he chose a different door to avoid someone he didn't want to deal with, there was now a chance that they could still end up in the same room, which could be quite troublesome. Our boy, though marveling at how extreme L.A.G was, chose to ignore it for now. It wasn't like he could do anything about it anyway. And so, with the minor setback out of the way, the trio entered the new hell, the door shutting loudly behind them. What greeted them was a vast, cloudy sky, a welcome change from the cramped indoor spaces they'd been dealing with of late. As for the room's mission, the system stated that it was a battle against the water ghost. The main goal was to eliminate all the occupants of the room, with the side goals being to find the water ghost and to collect 20 souls. If they managed all that, then they'd be rewarded with an equipment exchange coin, 20 souls, and a random piece of equipment related to the water ghost. The squad, done reading the mission details, stared forward in puzzlement. With all that mention of water ghost and water this and water that, you'd think they were in a lake or something. Rather, the sight before them was anything but water. It was a huge forest. Dwayne, choosing to ignore the water part of the details, focused on something else. When the system mentioned ghost, it didn't mean ghost, right? Gina, still bitter with the Chad, threw shots at him, telling him to hide in her skirt if he was scared. Dwayne, though tempted by the offer, noted that there wasn't much to hide under. As far as he could tell, it was nothing but bare legs, panties, and, of course, the forbidden cave. But he wanted nothing to do with that. Otherwise, he'd be joining Jeong in the pervy Baka lawsuit soon enough. Gina, sad that her scheme failed, continued their walk in silence, following after the quiet Jeong. Soon, they reached a massive tree, a perfect spot to act as a vantage point. The pink mommy and self-appointed scout of the squad immediately got to action, scaling up the tree with ease. It didn't take her long to reach the crown, which she Batmaned the shit out of. Now, with a clear view of the surrounding landscape, Gina activated her eagle eyes, peering deep into the forest. Her casual observation yielded surprising results, which she promptly descended to inform the squad of. Apparently, beyond the forest lay a massive sea, one so large she couldn't even see the end of it. If they were unlucky and the exit door materialized in the water, then they'd be cooked. Well, she could probably hack it somehow with her feather-like skill. But as for the two of them, they'd definitely be cooked. Dwayne, borrowing a leaf from Jeong, told her not to worry about it. It wasn't like wasting time worrying would solve anything for them. Besides, if they truly had to leave the room, then he was sure that Poppy Jeong would figure something out, even if he had to use her body as a makeshift raft. Speaking of Jeong, the regressor was currently lost in his thoughts. It was just a speculation for now, but he believed he already knew what the room entailed. Something similar to the fourth basement level of his last life. If he was right, then the trial was bound to be quite troublesome to conquer. Turning to the squad, he hinted at the upcoming battle, letting them know that they might have to fight an overwhelming number of uncomfortable-to-kill enemies. Gina, puzzled by how certain he seemed, asked why he sounded so sure. It was almost as if he already knew what was going to happen. Jeong, brushing off her question, chalked it up to instinct. And besides, it was true that all killing in L.A.G was uncomfortable, whether it was killing humans or monsters. Diving back into his thoughts, he remarked that there was no need to tell them he was a regressor. They wouldn't believe him anyway. The idea of someone surviving multiple regressions in that hell was something no one would easily accept. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that. With how much he's shown already, they'd be pretty dumb not to suspect it. We cut to the trio still traversing the forest. After a freakishly long time of walking, they finally chanced upon an interesting sight. A group of trees sprouting bizarre rainbow-colored fruits. The squad, obviously delighted by the find, immediately set off to pick some of them, specifically leaving the task to the Chad, Dwayne. The giant unit, as expected of someone all brawn and no brain, utilized the easiest method in his arsenal to pick the fruits. Punched the shit out of the trees until all the fruits dropped. Although quite barbaric, the method worked surprisingly well, resulting in multiple fruits dropping. Gina, still in her feels about Dwayne, didn't miss the opportunity to chastise him. What was he thinking causing such a ruckus? Did he want to alert everyone of their position? Dwayne, completely ignoring the mommy, just folded his arms and looked at her smugly. She was doing a lot of yapping, but they both knew she wanted him. Otherwise, why was she yapping so much? And besides, she shouldn't think he didn't notice her shaking that bony ass earlier. Jeong, finding no amusement in the lovers' quarrel, opted to collect the fruits in silence. Although food wasn't necessary to survive in L.A.G, the pleasure of eating something was still an instinct they shouldn't ignore. We cut to the trio still walking through the forest. This time, however, their journey finally took an interesting turn as a new player appeared before them. The trio, accustomed to the treacherous hell that is L.A.G, immediately raised their guard, prepared for any shit that might follow. The new player, choosing to ignore their vigilance, calmly walked toward them, casually throwing shots at the trio. They mocked them, saying that truly strong people wouldn't go around in groups. Oh boy, if only she knew the Big Daddy himself was part of the so-called weak group. And yes, I did say she, because it turns out the new player was another mommy, specifically, Barbara, Barbie doll Dova. A blonde Caucasian from the mountains of Caucasus. Her public attribute was a buff to physical strength proportional to her agility stat. Currently, her highest skill level was 15. The lovely Ms. Dova, done with her Chadlet intro, warned the squad to be careful. If they didn't act quickly, they'd soon be swarmed by some particularly nasty bastards. Dwayne, puzzled by the sudden death flag, asked Dova what she meant. The blonde Barbie explained that she was talking about fishmen, a particularly nasty and disgusting species of monsters with a human body but the head of a fish. They were a nasty bunch, and this was made worse by their short stature, which made them resemble children. Jeong, cursing to himself, remarked that his suspicions had been true. From the looks of it, this room did resemble the fourth basement level of his past life. As he was still lost in thought, squeaky childish voices called out, rallying the others to charge. The voices belonged to the previously mentioned fishmen, and I gotta say, these motherfuckers were mad ugly. The fishmen, obviously a carnivorous race, called for the squad to be killed, roasted, or even cut into meat fillets, anything to make their consumption more palatable. As they said this, they stealthily encircled the squad, acting to trap them within. The system panel, always faithful to its duty, swiftly introduced the ugly bastards. They were indeed fishmen, specifically the kid variant of the species. Their main characteristic was that they could breathe underwater and were good at swimming. Well, duh. Currently, their highest skill level was 12. Dova, having expected the ambush, calmly turned to face the ugly fiends. She'd expected them to show up, but damn, she just couldn't get used to how ugly they were. With that thought, the new mommy blitzed past the fishmen, chopping heads off as she moved. Jeong, analyzing the warrior babe, immediately noticed that her speed was incredible. In fact, she was so fast that she'd probably have him beat, even if he utilized his electric shock. Dwayne, not particularly alarmed by the development, casually asked Jeong what they should do. The MC replied that the answer was simple. They would fight. But first of all, they should definitely track down the fishman bastard who said it would butcher them into meat fillets. That motherfucker had to be the first to die. As the squad geared up for battle, Jeong reflected on a secret he hadn't told them. It was imperative to kill the fishmen while they were still in that form. Otherwise, the nasty bastards would have a disgusting surprise for them. Dova, channeling her solo leveling type shit, casually plowed through the fishmen, thinning their numbers with frightening ease. Addressing the squad, she asked them to stop enjoying the show and come help her out already. Our Chads, being the perfect gentlemen, immediately complied, lunging straight into the fray. The ugly bastards, noticing their charge, also made their move, their puny spears at the ready. Jeong, being the first to make contact, decided to kick things off with a bang. Parkouring off the fishman's head, he unleashed a powerful electric shock, blasting the bastard's head to smithereens. Dwayne, also in the fray, easily grabbed a fishman's spear attack, rendering the little fiend powerless. The ugly bastard, taken aback by Dwayne's absurd strength, shouted at him to let go, calling him a gorilla. Our boy, enraged by the funny yet low-key racist remark, yeeted the ugly fish, slamming the little asshole into the ground. The slam was so powerful that the fishman's body exploded, shooting out its eyes like a rocket. Gina, not to be upstaged, also made her move. Utilizing her eagle claws, she tore into the fishman's body, ripping the little shit into pieces. Back to our boy Jeong, the Chad, having dealt with his second fishman, casually collected its soul before charging straight for the surviving extras. As he ran, the blonde mommy joined him, expressing her delight at finally getting some help from them. The MC, always the Chad, told her not to get it twisted. He only acted because he wanted the souls. It wasn't to save her blonde ass. Dova, not buying his emo bullshit, told him to be truthful. He was clearly after them cheeks. In any case, they should probably focus. They still had two bastards to take care of. With that, the Barbie doll jetted forward, her thirst for battle evident. Jeong, low-key enjoying the view, noted that Dova's speed was absurd, more so because she wasn't even using a skill. Rather, it was her pure speed. It had been a long time since he saw a mommy so competent. Speaking of the competent baddie, she easily blitzed past a fishman, decapitating it in the process. Jeong, not to be outdone, yeeted his spear forward, pinning a poor fishman into a tree. He followed up with a lightning attack, frying the little fiend into oblivion. We switch back to the gentle giant Dwayne. Finally using his skill, he activated his stomp kick, bursting the head of a fishman. With that one kick, the bastard's head exploded, bathing the forest in its blood. Jeong, refusing to be outdone, immediately sought out his next prey. Coincidentally, the little fiend was the last one alive. Scared and desperate, the fishman charged at Jeong, its spear raised to ram him through. Jeong, however, easily bitch-slapped the spear to the side, causing it to miss its mark. Before the fishman could react, he landed a brutal front kick on its stomach, launching it into the air. Not satisfied with the damage, Jeong tagged the fishman, comboing the arm grab with an electric sidekick. Overwhelmed by the force, the bastard's arm tore apart, causing it to get launched far into the distance. Our boy, still not relenting, followed up with a jump attack, plunging a spear into the fishman's skull. With that, the battle finally ended, and the forest once again settled into its peaceful silence. Gina, finding the fight suspiciously easy, asked if that was it. Had they truly completed the mission? Dwayne, equally confused, pondered on the same question. There was no way that was the end of it. This was L.A.G. Nothing was ever easy in this hell. Gina, choosing to ignore her suspicions for the moment, turned to face the still-present Dova. Just what were they going to do with her? The blonde baddie, unfazed by her amateurish taunt, completely waved her off. She had no time to waste on the wench. Addressing Jeong, Dova asked him if he planned to attack her. Jeong, ever the gentleman, replied that it wasn't out of the question. He was still deciding whether or not he should whoop her ass. Dova, taken aback by his straightforwardness, pouted in annoyance. To think he'd still harbor intents to clap her even after all they'd been through. He sure was a bastard. Gina chimed in, telling Dova to cut the bullshit. Did she really expect them to trust her just because they killed a few monsters together? Dova, not backing down, told the pink wench to cool it. If she was talking about trust in strangers, then the same should apply to them as well, since she was sure they must have met just recently. Jeong, fed up with the useless banter, asked Dova a simple question. Did she plan to attack them or not? Dova replied that she didn't plan to. Actually, it was more accurate to say that, so long as they didn't attack her first, she had no intentions of harming anyone. Gina, not buying the good girl bullshit, shot back. asking Dova how they were to trust her words. Dova replied that they didn't have to. She'd said her piece. Whether or not they believed her was up to them. And besides, just because she wasn't going to attack them didn't mean she was going to join them. Jeong, realizing the conversation was taking an unfavorable turn, immediately jumped in. He had to do some damage control before this damn Ji-na ruined a potential mommy for him. Addressing the blonde baddie, Jeong asked if she'd be willing to join the squad if he extended an invitation. Dova, still playing hard to get, told him to convince his squad first. From the looks of it, they were the true obstacles. Dwayne, coming in clutch, immediately supported Jeong's harem dream. He let the Chad know he was down for whatever. Ji-na, finding herself outnumbered, pouted in annoyance. Fine, they could do whatever they wanted. It's not like she had a choice anyway. Our boy, completely ignoring the pouting mommy, turned to Dova. It was up to her now. What would she do? The brazen baddie immediately agreed. Only an idiot would turn down a chance to survive longer in that cursed place. With that, a new babe officially joined the squad. We cut to the two Chadlets arguing. For some strange reason, the two seemed to really hate each other. Ji-na, always the first to throw shade, warned Dova that if she did anything stupid, she'd kill her immediately. The blonde baddie, however, just scoffed at her useless threat. She told Ji-na to get her eyes checked because even a blind person could tell she was the weaker of the two. Ji-na, enraged, told her to come at her. She was down to polish her blonde ass any time. Our boy, caught up in the fight, desperately tried his best to calm the two down. Damn it, whoever said having a harem was easy was a goddamn liar. Dwayne, watching from the sidelines, smirked at Jeong's misfortune. Serve the bastard right for monopolizing all the mommies. However, if he were to be honest, they low-key made him feel lonely. We cut to the squad traversing the forest once again. Dwayne, recalling Jeong's earlier statement, asked him if this was what he meant when he said it was uncomfortable to kill. The fishmen, although mad ugly, had the voices of children, so it was no surprise that it'd be uncomfortable to kill them. Jeong replied that he was partly right. However, that wasn't the end of it. There was something else he'd yet to experience, something that would drive his point home. Before he could elaborate further, wailing sounds suddenly reverberated across the forest, shocking everyone except Jeong. Jeong, having expected this, took the moment to explain things to them. He let them know that was the sound of the adult fishmen mourning their children. With how things were, the future developments were predictable. The fishmen parents would come hunting for them, seeking to avenge their children, and they, as the murderers, would try their best to fight them off and survive. So basically, typical L.A.G shit. Another thing to note, which is also a kind of silent fuck you from L.A.G, was that the fishmen would have different skills and abilities depending on their ages, so they'd best be careful when fighting them, lest they be caught up in a nasty surprise. Dova, channeling her big brain no jutsu, asked Jeong how he knew all that. Judging by how certain he sounded, it was almost like he was stating facts rather than sharing his thoughts. Ji-na, likely triggered by Dova, chimed in. Now that she mentioned it, this dude Jeong always acted like he knew everything already. Dwayne, jumping to Jeong's defense, told the girls to relax. This wasn't a conspiracy. From what he could tell, Poppy Jeong just had unnatural sensitivity and insight, which allowed him to quickly grasp the situations in the death game. Dova, however, wasn't buying that bullshit. This wasn't as simple as Jeong being quick-witted. Something was definitely afoot, and she was determined to figure out what. Addressing Jeong, Dova asked him who he was. He'd better answer properly, otherwise she'd suspect him of being an agent of L.A.G. The MC, finding himself backed into a corner, cursed. It didn't feel great being treated as an enemy. However, if he were to be honest, this was probably his fault. With how he'd been acting, the squad was bound to get suspicious of him sooner or later. Dova, adding pressure, stealthily reached for her blade. She told Jeong to be honest. The time for lies and deception was over. If he couldn't properly explain himself, then she was ready to draw blood, right then and there. Our boy, noting Dova's sudden change, called her out. First of all, she was too milfy to be acting so barbaric. And secondly, didn't she say she wouldn't harm people? Then what the hell was this shit? Dova, clearly thick-skinned, nonchalantly waved off his call-out. There were always exceptions to be made, and he damn well knew this. Now back to the question. Who the hell was he? Ji-na, the almost treacherous wench, finally came to Jeong's defense. She let Dova know that Jeong wasn't an agent of L.A.G. Sure, she had her doubts about him, and he was clearly hiding some things. But if there was one thing she was certain about, it was that Jeong was on their side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved them so many times and suffered such gruesome battles with them in the death game. Dova, still not convinced, told Jeong to answer her. Sure, Gina's statement did wonders for his credibility, but that wasn't enough. This was a matter that might very well affect her fate in L.A.G, so she'd very much appreciate a proper response from him. And besides, though she was kind about it, the pink wench's testimony meant shit to her. Like hell she'd trust anything that Ho said. Dwayne, always the ride or die boo, told Jeong he trusted him. He'd probably still team up with him even if he didn't explain himself. However, if he were to be honest, he too wanted to hear his answer. Jeong, tired of the one-sided barrage, clapped back. Since they were so keen to know his secrets, then were they also willing to share their own? I mean, if they were so eager to see his, then surely they had no problem showing theirs, right? Of course, this is only for the mommies. Dwayne can sit this one out. The squad, finding the request reasonable, immediately complied. Dwayne was unfortunately the first one up. It would have been better if it was a mommy, but hey, nothing ever goes according to plan in life. He shared that, as they already knew, his positive attribute was a buff to his physical strength when he used equipment that increased strength. As for his negative attribute, it was a debuff to stamina whenever he used an active skill. Gina was the next one up. She shared that her negative attribute was a massive debuff whenever she felt afraid. As for her positive attribute, if you could make her giggle, then that ass would jiggle. Next was Dova's turn. However, the blonde babe was clearly reluctant to share. Jeong, picking up on this, called her out. Why was she hesitating when she was the one who started this shit? Dova, a little vexed, clapped back. It wasn't that she was hesitating, rather, she felt that he might already know her secrets, being as he's Mr. Know-It-All. Staring Jeong down, Dova asked if his attribute was related to gathering information. Was that how he could identify and discern such hidden secrets? Jeong, catching on to her scheme, told Dova to stop messing around. He wasn't so dumb as to fall for her diversion technique. If she wanted answers from him, then she should share her own and stop wasting everyone's time. The scheming babe, realizing that her ploy failed, decided to come clean. She let the squad know that her negative attribute was related to blood. Specifically, she'd bleed way more than the average person. A simple wound to everyone else might very well be a lethal one for her. With that, their side of the bargain was complete. It was Jeong's turn to share. Our boy, unlocking his bullshit no jutsu, shared that his attribute allowed him to figure out the characteristics of a room once he stepped into it. He's able to figure out the actions he should take in order to be at an advantage, the monsters he should kill and how to kill them, alongside other things. However, the attribute wasn't completely in his control. He couldn't willingly activate it. Rather, it would randomly activate and share little hints here and there. Done with his bullshit, Jeong analyzed the squad, trying to see if they bought his story or not. He wasn't particularly worried though, as this was an excuse he'd used countless times in his past lives whenever his companions got nosy. So it was foolproof. Of course, he would have loved to be honest with them. But from his experience, sharing that news almost certainly never went well. In some cases, they didn't believe and called him crazy. However, in the cases that they did believe him, the outcome was equally bad, if not worse. Sometimes, the companions would demand Jeong die in their stead so they could survive. Because as they saw it, he was going to regress anyway, so what was there to worry about? All in all, humans were monsters, and they were capable of doing anything if it meant they'd preserve their own lives. Dwayne, mulling over the info, remarked that it made sense. The partial knowledge Jeong received aligned perfectly with his behavior thus far. Sometimes he'd fight monsters like he already knew everything about them, while other times he'd fumble his way through the fight, almost as if he didn't know anything at all. If you took his attribute into consideration, then everything checked out. Jeong sighed in relief upon hearing Dwayne's words. At least the gentle giant bought his story. If he was being honest, Dwayne was his biggest concern. Sure, it would be nice to have the mommies as companions, but honestly, apart from some fan service, they were essentially useless. Dwayne, however, was different. He developed a deep trust with the gentle Chad, and he was also very reliable. If things continued the way they were, then he'd be a companion to travel with until the end. Gina chimed in, drawing Jeong from his thoughts. She questioned him about the specifics of the mission. Were they to only kill the fishmen? And on that note, just how many of them were there exactly? Jeong replied that he didn't know the exact number. However, he did know that the adult fishmen were tough as fuck. Compared to them, the kid fishmen were a bunch of trashy sakuras, complete garbage. Dwayne, picking up on this, asked if the adult fishmen were the strongest and most dangerous. Jeong immediately denied this. As troublesome as the adult fishmen were, there was still a variant that could bitch slap them all if it chose to, and that was the elderly fishmen. They were the biggest, strongest, and deadliest in the tribe. Donning a serious face, Jeong warned them to save the elderly fishmen for last. No matter what, they had to remember to only kill it after they dealt with all the other fishmen. Upon Dwayne's questioning gaze, Jeong explained that the fishmen, although mad ugly, were low-key a cheat-like race. The whole tribe only had one elderly fishman, and if it died, then the position would be instantly filled by one of the surviving fishmen. So, in conclusion, if they fucked up and killed the elderly bastard early, they'd have to fight another of those monstrous bastards again. With that, the little debate ended, and the squad set off once again. As they walked, the squad questioned Jeong some more, asking about the water ghost. As they saw it, they had a walking lag encyclopedia, so it would be foolish not to use him. Jeong, however, was equally clueless. He knew nothing about the water ghost, and, as he'd mentioned before, he reminded them that his attribute wasn't absolute. Gina, throwing shade at our boy, told him that his attribute was kinda trash. Considering how limited it was, it didn't seem fair that he'd be limited to just 2 active skills as a consequence. The MC, mulling it over, remarked that she was right. Although messed up, Lag was surprisingly very fair in such things. The price was always proportional to the gift. In this case, it seemed like he'd gone at a loss because knowledge wasn't everything. Say, for example, he had knowledge about the room, yet he didn't have the abilities to effectively tackle it. Then the knowledge would be pointless. Worse still, if the knowledge was fragmented, as his attribute allegedly provided, then it would only make the ability even more useless. Luckily, that wasn't his true ability. Otherwise, they'd all be cooked. And yes, I said all. Because with all the carrying he's doing in this manhwa, if our boy falls, then all these cocky motherfuckers would fall as well. As they walked, squeaky, childish voices yelled out, drawing the squad's attention. It seemed the bastard fishmen had finally caught up to them. The ugly bastards, who were surprisingly even uglier than the last time we saw them, called for revenge, swearing to butcher and dig out the squad's innards. The squad, however, was unfazed by the taunts. Why would they be, when the fishmen before them were the same weak assholes from before? Jeong, lost in his thoughts, wondered why the attack pattern had changed. From what he could remember, it was about time the older fishmen showed up. So what was going on? The kid fishman, unbothered by his inner musings, immediately went on the offensive, charging straight for the squad. The squad, rising to the occasion, also charged forward, their battle lust brimming. As always, our boy was the first in the fray. Leaping into the air, he used his electric shock to zap the shit out of the fishmen, blowing up their heads. Dwayne, equally as brutal, Spartan kicked the hell out of a fishman, sending it crashing into its comrades like a bloody, mangled domino. Gina, still with her kung fu bullshit, unleashed her eagle claws on a fishman, ripping it to pieces. The diva Dova, not to be outdone, zoomed past a fishman, decapitating the poor fool in the process. Capitalizing on the short respite bought, Dova immediately threw shade at Gina, telling her that her skills were trash. Gina, enraged, asked if she wanted to fight. She'd promised her an ass polishing after all. The blonde babe, however, didn't relent. She mocked Gina, saying she didn't need skills. All she had to do was run to her boyfriend Jeong for help, and she'd be good. Gina, visibly fuming, dared her to repeat herself. Who the hell was she calling her boyfriend? Before the argument could develop into a highly desired catfight, an enraged yell sounded, thundering across the entire battlefield. The yell came from 2 mature fishmen who, from the looks of it, were way bigger and nastier than the original variants. The mature fishmen, enraged, promised to tear the squad's asses off, delivering them a savage death as their revenge. Dwayne, initially taken aback by the slightly gay threat, immediately locked in. If the fishman wanted smoke, he was down. Gina, equally as excited, geared up to face the other fishmen. Of course, she didn't forget to taunt Dova, telling the blonde babe to hide behind her if she was scared. Dova, still unfazed by her childish taunt, casually warned Gina to be careful. She was getting a bad vibe from the big bastard. Jeong, watching his harem fight from the sidelines, turned to face the new fishman. As he'd expected, the ugly, vile motherfuckers had finally showed up. This time, the 2 chadlets decided to be the first in the fray. Lunging forward, they charged straight at the mature fishman. Gina, in particular, was blinded by battle lust, causing her to speed way ahead of Dova. Noticing this, the blonde baddie called out to her, warning her to be careful. Gina, however, completely ignored her. She doubled her speed, appearing before the fishman in seconds. The ugly brute, enraged by her challenge, cocked its hand back, unleashing a devastating claw strike on the bouncy mommy. Gina, having anticipated the attack, swiftly leaped up, narrowly dodging the brutal blow. Capitalizing on the opening from the fishman's wild swing, Gina attacked with her eagle claw skill, sinking the phantom claws into the bastard's back. This motherfucker, however, was built different. It easily shrugged off Gina's lethal move and countered with another claw strike. Caught off guard by the unexpected counter, Gina froze in shock, a second too late to evade. At that desperate moment, Dova came in clutch, slashing away the fishman's ugly claws. She comboed this move with a stab attack, driving her blade deep into the kid fishman's stomach. The mature fishman, witnessing the fall of its brother, bellowed in rage, shifting its fury to Dova. Taking advantage of the fishman's mournful bellows, Gina immediately jumped back, putting distance between herself and the fiend. Although her assist might seem goated and her face didn't show it, Dova was currently sweating bullets. She'd intended to slash off the fishman's arm with that attack, but the resilient bastard easily shrugged it off, sustaining only a shallow wound from her all-out strike. Noticing this, Dova couldn't help but get a sickening feeling in her gut. This bastard fish was trouble. As if to prove her right, the fishman lunged forward, instantly closing the distance between them. Dova, caught off guard by the absurd speed, froze in surprise, unable to react. With a desperate look, she watched helplessly as the claw slashed at her, threatening to cleave her in two. However, Dova wasn't alone in this fight. Gina immediately jumped in, saving the blonde diva from the devastating attack. Now free from the fishman's clutches, the petty mommy immediately threw shade at Dova. What was all that bullshit she was saying about being careful? Without her, she'd be dead for sure. Dova, feeling embarrassed, replied that she'd let her guard down. She hadn't expected the ugly fish to move with such freakish speed. Gina, however, didn't relent with her mockery. Flashing Dova a side boob, she let the blonde baddie know that they were now even. A life for a life. She should consider this save as payment for saving her earlier. Dova, taken aback by the petty babe, glanced at her incredulously. Didn't she see the big bad fish seeking to clap them both? Was now really the time to talk about debts? All in all, they should definitely lock in, as this catfish-looking motherfucker was hella strong, and judging by the situation in the other battlefields, they shouldn't count on the boys for help. Gina, also noticing the boys' perilous situation, locked the fuck in. It seemed it was up to them to save themselves. Addressing Dova, Gina let her know the fishman wasn't as daunting as she'd believed. Sure, its speed was absurd, and its strength was crazy, but it wasn't to a point where they couldn't do anything about it. If they were careful, they should be able to take it down. Dova, however, didn't share her optimism. She warily stared at the fiend, reminding Gina not to get cocky. For now, they should just buy time and keep their distance. With that, the plan was set, and the two baddies immediately jumped into action. Gina was to flank the fiend from the top, drawing its attention as much as possible, and Dova was to act as their main damage dealer. Hopefully, that would be enough to stall for time until the big poppy Jeong arrived. Speaking of the big daddy, Jeong was currently facing off against two mature fishmen. Although most would find the situation horrifying, our boy was chill as hell. He even had time to assess the other battlefields. From his understanding of the squad, Dwayne should be enough to handle the mature fishmen. The girls, however, were a problem. Unless Gina could distract the fishmen with her bouncy plot, chances were that they'd definitely need help. He should probably finish things off quickly and get his ass over there pronto. Acting on this thought, Jeong immediately charged for the fishman, his bone blade at the ready. The ugly bastards, also eager for blood, lunged forward, their battle lust brimming. Jeong, acting quickly, zoomed past the first fishman, slashing its arm off in the process. The second fishman, capitalizing on Jeong's opening, swung at him, its ghostly claws inching for his face. Not fazed by the attack, Jeong swiftly channeled his electric shock, leaping over the brutal blow. Now with a direct shot at the fiend, our boy immediately sprang forward, plunging his bone blade deep into the bastard's neck. With that done, he swiftly backflipped, putting distance between himself and the fishman. The fishmen, eager for a lick back, resumed their wild charge, their focus solely on Jeong. Our boy, vexed by the resilient motherfuckers, took a second to analyze them. Their agility, strength, and reaction speed were way better than the trash kid fishmen. It was almost like they weren't of the same species. However, if the mature ones were already this strong, then just how formidable would the elderly fishman be? He couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Deciding to ignore the daunting thought for now, Jeong briskly launched his lightning blast attack, frying the shit out of the charging fishman. He comboed this with a diagonal slash, cleaving the fried bastard in two. Done with the first foe, our boy immediately turned his attention to the next. The fishman, consumed by rage, wielded its severed arm, using it as a makeshift club. With the arm club in tow, it swung at Jeong, sputtering its putrid blood across the forest floor. Our boy, backpedaling from the bastard's slam attack, landed on a nearby tree. Using the wooden bastard as a ramp, he swiftly parkoured off its trunk, springing straight for the fishman. Before it could react, Jeong blitzed past it, decapitating the fiend in the process. With that, our boy skidded to a stop, having ended his share of the foes. We switched to Dwayne, who had apparently off-screened his share of the prey. Despite this glorious feat, the gentle Chad was currently cursing the fishmen. Because of them, he'd ended up ruining his trusty pickaxe, the very first gift he'd received from his boo Jeong. As the two Chads were still taking in their respective battlegrounds, a shrill scream sounded, drawing their attention. Turning quickly, the Chads realized in horror that Gina had been caught by the fishman, her future looking hella bleak. Jeong, dreading the ominous development, immediately sprang into action. Buffing his throw with the electric shock skill, he yeeted the knife forward, landing a vicious blow on the fishman's arm. Capitalizing on this short respite, he lunged forward, determined to save Gina. There was still time. He could definitely save her. The fishman, however, had other plans. It completely ignored the wound on its arm, slamming the mommy forward. Our boy, still determined to save her, watched in horror as Gina flew, crashing brutally against the ground. Blood sputtered in the wake of the blow, and all that was left of the mommy was a severed foot, still dripping with her blood. Damn. The scene then zooms in on the rest of Gina's mangled body. The bouncy mommy, clearly having seen better days, lay broken and beaten on the desolate forest ground, her blood pooling beneath her. We know her condition is terrible, as even the pervy artist didn't bother to draw her bouncy plot, meaning shit was real. However, despite her desperate condition, she wasn't dead just yet. Barely. Gina still drew breath. Jeong, also aware of this, made a wild charge toward the fallen baddie. He plowed through the intercepting fishmen with ease, leaving decapitated heads and electrocuted corpses wherever he passed. Before Gina completely croaked, he was determined to make it to her. Using the potion rewards from the last room, there was still a chance she could be saved. Until that possibility was exhausted, he was resolved to rescue her and get her to the next room no matter the cost. Dova, also in her own mad dash, had her momentum halted by a sudden ambush of fishmen. No matter how many of the bastards she put down, more always came to fill their numbers, a fact that greatly enraged her. Deciding to stop fucking around, Dova activated her secret move, Hair Whip. This was a skill that channeled the essence of the Papi Jiraiya, morphing Dova's hair into lethal whips of mass destruction. With her Medusa-type shit activated, Dova launched her whips forward, targeting the fishmen before her. The whip attacks proved brutal, lashing and shredding the fishmen's bodies into pieces. The little fiends fell like dominoes, helpless against the bizarre attack and their bloody demise. We switched to the Chad Dwayne. Our boy, also desperate to save Gina, shoulder bashed the shit out of the fishmen, sending their pathetic bodies flying. Wherever he passed through, mangled corpses of fishmen fell, all of them brutalized beyond recognition. However, despite his charging speed and overwhelming momentum, he just wasn't fast enough to make it to Gina in time. From the looks of it, the bastard fishman would finish her off before he got to her. True to his fears, the mature fishman made its move. It had long realized Gina wasn't completely dead, a fact it was determined to rectify. With its arm cocked backward, it prepared to land the decisive punch on the unconscious Gina. Jeong, however, wasn't going to let this happen. He tripled his charge, instantly closing the gap between himself and the fishman. Acting swiftly, he slashed off the fishman's arm, beautifully thwarting the threat to Gina's life. Dwayne, finally catching up, comboed Jeong's slash with a brutal punch, sending the bastard fishman reeling. The blow proved powerful enough to launch it far into the distance, causing it to crash pathetically into a tree trunk. Our boy, not relenting, immediately pressed the attack. He knew better than anyone not to let his guard down until the enemy was confirmed dead, so until the fiend croaked out its soul, he wouldn't stop attacking. Acting on this, Jeong lunged at the fishman, seeking to split the motherfucker in half. To his surprise, however, the fishman had a nasty trump card stowed. Caught completely off guard, Jeong received a savage blow, forcing him to backtrack. Dwayne, puzzled by Jeong suddenly retreating, asked what was going on. Jeong replied that he'd messed up. He'd failed to predict the fishman's limb regeneration, causing him to fall for the fishman's counterattack. He couldn't blame himself, though, as this was an ability the fishman shouldn't have. Or at least, it was an ability they didn't have in the last regression. Casting a concerned gaze at the fishman, Jeong couldn't help but get a bad feeling about it. Something was definitely off. As if proving him right, the fishman bellowed, suddenly descending into madness. Dwayne, naively believing this was an opportunity, immediately lunged for the fishman, planning to take it down while it was still in a frenzy. Despite Jeong's cautioning calls, the giant Chad ignored him, instead closing the distance between himself and the frenzied fiend. With the fishman in attack range, Dwayne swiftly unleashed his hammering skill, delivering a barrage of blows on the fishman's flank. The punches worked at first, slowly wearing the fishman down. However, that didn't last long, as soon loud clanging sounds rang out, almost as if Dwayne was punching solid steel. Being the first to pick up on this, Dwayne's face instantly paled, a foreboding feeling creeping into him. Although he really didn't want to, the giant Chad reluctantly craned his neck up, seeking to figure out what was going on. To his horror, the fishman had undergone a bizarre transformation, its body morphing into a shark-like behemoth. Flashing a mocking grin, the fishman taunted Dwayne, asking if he was done with his weak-ass punches. Dwayne, taken aback by the unexpected development, froze in confusion. From the fishman's bulging muscles and taut body, it was safe to say he was cooked. Jeong, watching all of this from the sidelines, paled in horror. The fishman's new form was something he'd recognize even in his sleep. However, that begged the question, just how did the bastard fiend complete the dreadful transformation into a middle-aged fishman? That wasn't supposed to happen, not according to his recollection at least. Deciding to mull it over later, Jeong made a beeline toward Dwayne. If he didn't immediately intervene, then Dwayne could very well die. Back to the fishman and Dwayne. The transformed fishman, still flashing its mocking grin, laughed at the stunned Dwayne. It relished the fact that it now towered over the puny Dwayne, a fact it readily boasted about, calling him short. Before the bastard fish could spout any more nonsense, Dova came to Dwayne's rescue, launching her hair whip at the fishman. This attack, however, proved to be doo-doo, as the whips futilely bounced off the fishman's skin, doing 0 damage. Jeong, taking advantage of the fishman's distraction, spawned beside the fiend, his electric blast at the ready. Wasting no time, he immediately launched the attack, frying the fishman's head with the currents. Capitalizing on this effect, he stabbed at the bastard's eye. Sure, its skin was tough, but could the same be said about its eyes? Well, there was only one way to find out. The bastard fish, however, instantly responded. It casually dodged Jeong's stab and retaliated with a backhand punch, yeeting our boy back. Jeong, left reeling from the blow, used the momentum to pull himself and Dwayne from the fiend's clutches. Even if he had to nurse his injuries, he'd obviously save his boo first. Noticing their backpedaling, the fishman immediately pressed the attack. Like hell, it would let them recover. With a mighty leap, it lunged at the boys. Jeong braced himself for the inevitable impact, his bone blade at the ready. The attack, however, proved to be a feint, as the fishman's target was never them to begin with. Rather, something behind them. Turning around, Jeong realized in horror that the true target was the unconscious Gina. With their faces laced with sweat and dread, the squad watched helplessly as the fishman landed a brutal punch on Gina, nailing the unconscious baddie to the ground. Gina's body spasmed in the wake of the attack, almost as if it was desperately trying to cling to life. That, however, didn't last long, and it soon grew limp, falling lifelessly to the ground. The bastard fishman, ecstatic about its murder, laughed haughtily as it stared at the fallen Gina. It taunted the squad, drawing their attention to the listless face of the baddie. In its mocking tone, it provoked them, asking how it felt to lose a comrade and be helpless about it. Did they feel pain? Sadness? Despair? Whatever it was, they should show it more so it could relish their sorrow. Jeong stared daggers at the perverted fucker, barely keeping his rage in check. To him, Gina's death was both too tragic and vain to let it go. If the mommy had died on her feet, maybe while battling a monster, then he wouldn't be so fazed by it, as that was the nature of L.A.G. But to die while unconscious, and so vainly at that? That wasn't something he'd so easily let slide. The bastard fishman, oblivious to the MC's chaotic thoughts, continued its yappery. It asked the squad if they were feeling the despair, the vanity of it all. Well, they shouldn't worry, as it would quickly send them off to meet their beloved and bouncy mommy. Jeong, having had enough of its asshole monologue, led the charge to eradicate the fiend. He instructed Dwayne to join him in the frontal assault. As for Dova, the blonde Barbie was to flank the bastard from the back, hopefully digging one of her whip tentacles up its hateful ass. With that, the squad engaged the fishmen in a desperate melee, each side resolute to claim the other's life. As the Chad Murphy said, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Well, the Poppy Murphy was goddamn right, as when the camera zooms out of the intense fight, we get a glimpse of a mysterious figure camping on a nearby tree, watching the squad duke it out with the fishmen like an uninvolved spectator. This mysterious figure was the hateful asshole, face so ugly even his mama wouldn't love it, Liam, the bastard. The same asshole who killed Anji in the previous chapters. The hateful fucker, still donning his signature cocky grin, mocked the squad for squirming so much when he was just chilling, leisurely enjoying the fight. As he'd thought, watching others fight on his behalf was indeed a fun thing. Man, fuck this dude. Before I lose my shit in rage, let's turn back time by a couple of hours, back to when Jeong was telling the squad about his private attribute. Turns out while the squad was having that discussion, Liam was already present in the room, stealthily eavesdropping on their conversation. He'd overheard everything Jeong said, including details on his attribute and what to expect from the fishmen. Armed with that info, the treacherous bastard pointed his finger rifle at Jeong, ready to blow his brains out. As he saw it, though Jeong's ability was useful, the bad blood between them was irreconcilable, and a fight would inevitably break out if they met again. If that was the case, then it was better to end him here, when he had the drop on him. After giving it much thought, he reluctantly lowered his arm. Sure, he wanted the bastard dead, but if he did that, then he'd have to fight the other three, and that wasn't a wise move, especially since he didn't know the kind of skills they possessed. It was better to stay hidden and watch for now. Maybe a juicy opening would pop up, and he'd use that moment to end Jeong. Anyway, that's exactly what he did, and that's what led us here. To him camping up the tree like a cod creep, and the squad desperately fighting for their survival. Liam, calmly watching the battle, reflected on Jeong's information. If he was remembering correctly, then once a single fishman was left, it would inevitably morph into an elderly fishman. Using his life detector skill, he quickly scanned the room, trying to determine just how many fishmen were alive in the space. His scan hinted at 3 groups of creatures being alive in the room. The first was the humans, of which there were currently 4 alive. The next was the fishmen, with 2 being alive. And lastly was a mysterious being. But he chose not to focus on it as it wasn't human, nor fishman. What was of importance to him was that there were currently 2 fishmen alive. The first was the bastard the squad was currently fighting, and the other was the fishman he'd captured earlier just in case. All in all, with the fishman in his arms, he had complete control of the situation. He could choose to kill it at any time to awaken the elderly fishman in the other fishman and conveniently fuck Jeong over in the process. He got bricked just thinking about it. Oh, how he longed to see Jeong's face of despair when shit suddenly hit the fan. It was bound to be an interesting sight. For now, though, he would bide his time, waiting patiently for the best opportunity to give them the highest degree of fuck. We switch back to the squad. After an agonizing duel, they finally managed to tie the fiend down. Dova with her Medusa-type shit, and Dwayne with his Hercules-type shit. With the combined effort of the two, an opening was made for the big Poppy Jeong to finally end the fishy bastard. Our boy, not one to disappoint, immediately charged his electric bone blade, slashing savagely at the fiend. Faced with the behemoth's resilient skin, our boy channeled the power of mommies, buffing his attacks by 10 times. With the phantom support of all the fallen maidens, he finally slashed through the fishman's tough skin, cleaving the hateful fucker in 2. Watching the behemoth drop listlessly to the ground, Jeong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, this peaceful moment quickly fled as a loud bang sounded in the background, drawing Jeong's attention. Our boy, donning a severe expression, immediately identified it as the sound of the finger rifle skill. Even though he'd only heard it vaguely, like hell he'd forget the very skill that took away one of his baddies. That was definitely the sound of the finger rifle. However, the shot wasn't fired in their direction, so who or what was the intended target? This didn't stay a mystery for long, as soon Dwayne and Dova's restless shuffling drew his attention, forcing Jeong to turn around. Upon doing this, Jeong watched in terror as the fishman spasmed, seemingly undergoing another transformation. Our boy, already dreading the development, gazed somberly at the transformed fiend, his face a mess of fear and despair. I couldn't blame him though, as before them was the newly transformed fishman, a mysterious blend of monkey, pufferfish, and maybe leopard-like being. an ugly bastard to say the least. Predictably, Jeong dropped a deuce in his pants. Whatever Lag was playing at, he just didn't want to hear it, because honestly, what the hell was this crap? Dwayne, equally as spooked, turned to Jeong for answers. He was sure there were still other fishmen alive, so how was the elderly fishman already manifested? Jeong replied, cautioning him to lower his voice. He told the squad that someone was deliberately sabotaging them, and that someone was probably hidden in the trees behind them. He warned them to be careful, as that mysterious fucker probably had a long-range shooting skill, which made him very dangerous. As they discussed, the elderly fishman got bored of waiting and decided to make its move. Dova, noticing this, immediately responded, throwing her hair whip, aiming to trap the fiend. Jeong, however, shouted at the reckless bitch to stop. Seriously, after all they'd been through, didn't she learn anything about Lag? Whoever acted recklessly would be the first to die. Unfortunately, his warning came too late, as the fishman easily yeeted Dova's hair, trapping the baddie in its hands. Dova, in an oh shit moment, finally realized the error of her ways. She'd done fucked up. The fishman, capitalizing on the situation, immediately yanked the baddie forward. Like hell it would miss out on such an opportunity. Dova, however, wasn't going down without a fight. She firmly planted her feet on the ground, doing her best to resist. Their desperate tangle soon turned into a tug of war, but it was clear that Dova was slowly losing. Even with her killer head game, this wasn't a fight she could win. Jeong, realizing this, immediately spawned beside her. If the fishman was using her hair to trap her, then he could simply chop off the tentacle bastards. The fishman, however, wasn't going to let this happen. It tripled its force, yanking the hair with all its might. Dova resisted for a bit, but that didn't last long. Soon, her worldview changed, and a sickening weightlessness overshadowed her other senses. It wasn't until she could see her own bloody neck that she realized something had gone horribly wrong. Jeong, watching all of this from the sidelines, stared in terror as Dova's head got yanked off her neck. It all happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Even as the blonde head flew, he still couldn't believe what was happening. However, the warm crimson blood gushing from her hollow neck was proof enough that he wasn't dreaming. This shit was real, and he was really in it. In a span of minutes, he'd lost 2 whole baddies, and honestly, he couldn't help but wonder which bitch broke the author's heart because this was some bullshit. Enraged, he charged at the fishman, murder clearly on his mind. Dwayne was also in the fray, instantly closing the distance between himself and the fiend. Consumed by rage, he landed a brutal punch on the fishman's flank, forcing the bastard to wince in pain. This tough motherfucker, however, tanked the hit, swiftly turning to launch its counterattack on Dwayne. The gentle giant, caught off guard by the sudden counter, froze as the fist tore toward him, a second too late to respond. Jeong, finally joining the fray, kicked the bastard's hand away, narrowly saving Dwayne from his untimely demise. Acting quickly, he performed a spin slash, cleaving for the fishman's neck. This attack, however, was easily blocked, failing to cut through the fishman's tough skin. Our boy, taken aback by this, failed to react as the fishman countered with a left jab, aimed straight for his head. Dwayne, returning the favor, landed a brutal stomp kick on the fishman, throwing the bastard off balance. Using this momentary distraction, Jeong immediately dodged the savage blow, barely clinging to his life. Realizing its attack had failed, the fishman instantly charged a double punch, sending the duo reeling with the blow. Our Chads, though overwhelmed by the onslaught, used the chance to distance themselves from the fishman. Since they knew nothing about it, insisting on melee combat was a bona fide stupid way to move. Now free from the fishy clutches, Jeong immediately cautioned Dwayne. If he had any defensive skills, he should immediately use them. He shouldn't think about facing the fiend unprepared. Dwayne, however, was too enraged to think clearly. The only thing he could focus on was the dead baddies, and the fact that the bastard who killed them was standing right in front of them. As if sensing his rage, the fishman taunted Dwayne, telling him to come at him. It'd be more than glad to reunite him with his beloved wenches if he so desired. Jeong, noticing the subtle twitching in Dwayne's face, immediately jumped in. He told the Chad to stay cool. If he lost his composure and ended up falling for the taunt, then it'd be the biggest L in history. As much as he understood how he was feeling, the mommies were now gone. Nothing they did could bring them back. If he could keep his calm, then he'd help him get revenge for the girls, and afterward they'd track down the goddamn author of this manhwa, because that motherfucker needs a good beating. Feeling his rage subside, Dwayne finally regained his rationale. Addressing Jeong, he asked him what they should do. Jeong replied that it was time to dance. Whatever moves he could pull, now was the time to go all out. With that, the duo charged forward, engaging the fishman in a bloody tango. The fishman, as if its existence wasn't a cheat enough, hit the boys with an ass-pull move, shooting out its arms like it was Luffy or something. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jeong barely deflected the blow. Dwayne, however, wasn't as lucky. The claw attack landed, digging deep into his gut. Upon Jeong's worried shout, Dwayne told him to push forward. He'd save himself somehow. Our boy, trusting in the giant unit, resumed his charge, barely parrying another claw attack. After finally closing the distance, he launched a jump attack, frying the fishman's head with his electric shock. The fishman, however, still had more moves up its sleeves. Pursing its lips, it blew Jeong a wet kiss, aiming straight for the Chad's face. Our boy, in a no-homo move, narrowly dodged the wet surprise, saving his head and reputation in the process. Turns out the wet kiss was actually a lethal water blast, powerful enough to leave a hole in a tree. If he coupled that with the fishman's unfair regeneration and physical buffs, it was clear this wasn't the same elderly fishman he was used to fighting in the death game. Lag had once again pulled out another fuck you curveball for him, and all he could do was take it. That being said, he decided not to rely on his knowledge for this fight. He'd rather concentrate and heighten his senses. That way, he'd be able to respond to whatever shit the fishy bastard had in store for them. With that in mind, Jeong ducked below the fishman's next punch, hoping to create an opening for a counterattack. To his shock, the blow suddenly stopped midway, as if it had met an immovable force. Turning around, he realized that it was the Chad Dwayne who'd held the fiend down for him, creating a perfect opening for a counter. Not one to squander opportunities, our boy immediately closed the gap, slashing furiously for the fishman's neck. The bastard, realizing its dangerous position, yanked at Dwayne, seeking to free itself. The unit, however, wasn't going to let it escape. After all the mommies it took away from him, did it really think it could escape so easily? Noticing it wasn't going anywhere with Dwayne, the fiend turned its attention to Jeong, pelting him with 3 wet kisses. Our boy, still under the protection of the no-homo, gladly soaked in those wet kisses. So what if he'd have to explain himself after this? As the Emperor once said, the taste of a demoness ain't bad. With that, he slashed at the fishman, digging deep into its arm. He'd hoped to get its neck, but unfortunately, the wet shots had made him miss his mark. However, this was still good enough. Channeling his ultra instinct, he doubled his attack, slashing through the fishman's arm. The monkey, fish, and leopard ugly bastard bellowed in pain, drenching the forest floor with its putrid blood. In its pain and anguish, it didn't forget to counterattack. Rather, it landed a vicious Spartan kick on Jeong, sending our boy flying like a rag doll. With Jeong's pathetic crash, it turned its attention to Dwayne, yeeting the giant unit straight into a tree. Our boys, left dazed by the sudden onslaught, cursed the fiendish bastard. It wasn't fair to open such a huge can of whoop-ass. At the very least, it could have eased them into it. Well, it's not like they could do anything about it now. They might as well get active. Turning to Dwayne, Jeong worriedly asked him how he was doing. The giant Chad replied that he was all right, even though that was clearly a lie. He didn't have the cheat passive skills Jeong had, which meant he was braving the damage on his own. Sure, he could hold on for a bit, but if the battle wasn't ended quickly, he'd definitely succumb to his wounds, especially the nasty bastard in his abdomen. With that in mind, Jeong locked all the fuck in, resolute not to lose another squad member today. Our boy, however, wasn't the only one making moves. The fishman was also cooking. Using the power of Ugly, the fiend began regenerating its lost limb, a task that was both painful and bloody. Jeong, catching on to its intention, immediately made his move. Like hell, he'd let the bastard regenerate, not after everything it had cost him. Charging forward, the duo made a beeline for the fishman, their demeanor screaming murder. Before they could get there, however, a shot rang out, sniping the shit out of the fishman and consequently thwarting its regeneration plans. The MC, initially taken aback, flashed a sardonic smirk. It served the fucker right to get his shit blown up like that. In fact, if the mysterious sniper could keep at it, he'd gift them a baddie. Well, not now, obviously, since he was without bitches. But he'd work on it. Taking advantage of the opening, Jeong doubled his charge, closing the gap with the fishman. Arriving before the fiend, he leveraged his momentum, driving his blade deep into its flank. The fishman, enraged by the stab, immediately countered, swiping its claws at Jeong. Our boy, having expected this attack, called out to Dwayne, instructing him to fuck shit up. Dwayne didn't disappoint, He spawned the fuck up and unleashed a powerful Superman punch, sending the fishman reeling. Carried by momentum, the gentle Chad crashed behind the fishman, skidding for a while before stopping. Jeong, capitalizing on this opening, stabbed even deeper, cleaving a nasty wound on the fishman's chest. Its blood squirted in the wake of the attack, and the fishman bellowed in pain, ultimately collapsing due to blood loss. However, the stubborn motherfucker still refused to die. Even as it bled out, it desperately activated its regeneration ability, trying to save itself. Obviously, Jeong wouldn't let that happen. Performing a jump attack, he lunged at the foe, digging his blade deep into its neck. Doubling down, our boy channeled his Thor-type shit, electrocuting the hell out of the fishman, making sure to burst its eyes and fiendish brain in the process. After an intense and savage shock therapy, the fishy bastard finally croaked, gifting Jeong his well-deserved loot. Dwayne, watching all of this from the sidelines, softly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the menace was gone, and they could rest. Addressing Jeong, Dwayne asked what the next plan was. Jeong replied that he should first heal his wounds. It'd be laughable if he survived that hellish fight only to die from blood loss. After that, they'd collect the souls and, most importantly, give the fallen mommies a proper funeral. With the plan set, the duo immediately set to action, their mood somber. As he collected the souls, Jeong inevitably arrived at the Chadlets' corpses. It would be a lie to say he wasn't sad about it, but after Garcia's death, he'd learned to close his heart to such things. This was L.A.G. Death was the only thing promised to them in this hell. During his journey, he was bound to meet a lot of people and lose even more. As sad as it was, that was the card life dealt him, and all he could do was play it. So, though reluctant, he would keep pushing forward. Maybe at the end of it all, it would mean something, and his suffering and losses wouldn't be for nothing. Right now, however, all he could do was keep the hope in his heart and continue fighting his fate. Done with his inner thoughts, he turned to face an inconspicuous tree, inviting the bastard hiding behind it to show himself. The bastard, who the squad had no idea was actually Liam, casually revealed himself, praising Jeong for noticing his presence. Still donning his cocky grin, the fucker asked Jeong how they were doing. Predictably, upon noticing it was actually the asshole Liam, the squad lost their shit. Jeong in particular saw red, and a murderous aura radiated from him. Before he could charge at the fool, the system notification sounded, bringing with it news of the mission. It stated that the room's mission had been half completed. They'd managed to eliminate the room's occupants and contribute the necessary percentage to be rewarded. As such, the rewards would be distributed as previously announced. They each received a random equipment coin and 20 souls. The coin came with an additional tag, warning them of the upcoming danger. It stated that just like they'd extinguished other people's embers of life and used them to fuel their own flames, someone would aim for their embers, seeking to extinguish them as well. Which honestly is ominous as fuck. But I digress. Back to the bastard Liam. The cocky fellow, in a shocking twist, asked the squad to team up with him. Jeong, however, told him to shut his hole, reminding him of the promise he'd made. Didn't he tell him he'd kill him the next time he saw his ugly, stupid, and fucked up face? Well, he meant that shit. Liam, visibly sweating, told the squad to hold up. They could always talk about it. Jeong, drawing his bone blade, told the fucker the time for talking was over. Ever since he'd killed Anji, his life was never his own. It was always Jeong's. He just didn't know it. Liam, still pleading his case, reminded them of the room's contribution percentage. As they saw, he'd done a lot to help them out. While they were fighting the fishmen, he was in the background, mopping up the remaining mobs. Jeong, still fuming, didn't fall for his bullshit. He let Liam know that he'd done all that for his own survival. It wasn't a charity for them. And besides, he shouldn't think he didn't know the elderly fishman was his doing. Because of that scheme, 2 of his baddies were dead, an act he would never forgive. Liam, cursing his luck, swiftly entered a battle stance. Inwardly, he regretted not killing Jeong earlier. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have been greedy, and instead killed him on the spot. Our boy, seemingly reading through his foolish thoughts, told the bastard to prepare himself. No matter what he said or did, he'd be dying there today. Oh, and just so he knew, his death would be the most brutal and fucked up one yet. Guaranteed by him, of course. We kick things off with a mad dash through the grim forest. One silhouette is frantically being pursued by 2 vengeful phantoms, and predictably, the bastard being hunted is the asshole Liam. After his downright loathsome deeds, it seems karma has finally caught up to his hairy ass, and now the shadow of death looms over him. The hateful fucker, true to his cockroach nature, refused to go down so easily. He paused in his pathetic retreat and launched a counterattack on our boys, pelting them with the finger rifle skill. Our Chads, however, were Gs. They easily evaded or tanked the hits, finding no challenge in the pitiful attack. Liam, noticing this, cursed his luck. To think these bastards would push him this far. Well, since it had come to this, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Thinking so, the baboon motherfucker made a beeline out of the forest, heading for the sea in the distance. Upon reaching the shore, he immediately took a fighting stance, resuming his fingering of the boys. Wait, hold up. That doesn't sound right. Let's try that again. He immediately resumed his finger bang on the goddammit. Anyway, he attacked, and our boys dodged, splitting up to divide his attention. For a ranged fighter like himself, such a tactic was particularly effective, as the hateful fool couldn't aim and fire at both of them simultaneously. Our boys, also aware of this, capitalized on the weakness, patiently biding their time for their own counterattack. However, the duo had severely underestimated the wickedness of Liam. Even cornered, the hateful foe was still scheming, deliberately luring them into a trap. And so, to Jeong's surprise, a green silhouette jumped out of the water, catching him completely off guard. What was more surprising was that the ghostly silhouette was someone we already knew, the ponytail Chad, Pauline Nordine. Turns out the Absi Chad had died at some point, morphing into a water ghost. Jeong, taken aback by the strange development, blanked out for a moment. Just what was the French Chad doing there? And was this why the hateful Liam had lured them to this place? The whole situation was so bizarre and confusing to him that even the system notification congratulating them for finding the water ghost was completely ignored. The water ghost, however, wasn't held back by such trivial matters. It immediately clocked our boy, sending him reeling. Jeong, with a grim expression, marveled at the water ghost's absurd strength and speed. If it wasn't for his passive skills, that casual blow would have blown off his arms. Borrowing the momentum, he backpedaled, putting distance between himself and the fiend. Now free from the ghostly clutches, he analyzed the situation. He didn't know how Pauline had morphed into a water ghost, but because of that, they were definitely cooked. Especially since they still had the fucker Liam to worry about. Speaking of the loathsome fool, he finally sighed in relief upon seeing the ghost materialize. Even though the new boss was quite troublesome and had even forced him to retreat pathetically the last time they fought, to him, this was still a favorable outcome. So what if the monster clapped them all? It was still better than being hunted by them. Sometimes the best way to survive was to watch everyone else burn. Flashing Dwayne a cocky smile, he wished the Chad good luck in the upcoming battle. Oh, and just in case he was curious, it was indeed him who led to Pauline's current state. Of course, it wasn't intentional. He'd been scheming and backstabbing. You know, the huge. When the Chad suddenly turned into a water ghost. Turns out killing someone by the sea leads to them morphing into a water ghost. An oversight that almost cost him his life. Anyway, he'd done all that to get Pauline's souls, but because of the sudden transformation, he was forced to escape pathetically. Dwayne, hearing the asshole's rambling, immediately exploded in rage. Even at this point, this Liam bastard continued to surprise him with his trashiness. If he couldn't end this scum of a human, then he'd have no right to call himself the Unit Dwayne. Thinking so, Dwayne leveled up his strength buff skill to level 20. When he did, the skill underwent a bizarre transformation, evolving into the superior grade power of a beast skill. The skill did exactly what the name suggested, granting the wielder the physical abilities of a wild beast. With the new skill in tow, Dwayne lunged at Liam, appearing before the fool in seconds. Liam, stunned by the absurd speed, froze for a second, failing to guard against Dwayne's punch. The hit landed so savagely that Liam's body curved in before being flung into the air. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Liam's eyes widened in shock. To think the Chad was that powerful. If he didn't immediately lock in, he might very well die here. Thinking so, he aimed at Dwayne, firing a barrage of finger bullets at him. Our boy, however, tanked all the hits, resolutely closing the gap between them. When he finally reached him, he clocked the hateful fucker, sending the fool crashing into the sandy shore. Dwayne, however, didn't escape scot-free. Turns out, in that brief moment of impact, Liam had used a secret technique, inflicting severe damage on him. Although he didn't know exactly what he'd done, the blow was deep enough to mess up his innards. Liam, finally recovering from the onslaught, sighed regretfully. He'd wanted to stab Dwayne's vitals with that blow, But alas, things didn't work out. However, because of that, he'd learned an interesting fact about Dwayne. The Chad had absurd strength skills, but none of them particularly protected his body. That is to say, if he could avoid his gorilla-like strength, then he should be able to inflict decent damage with his nail hook. Speaking of the nail hook, this was a skill that allowed the user to extend their nails and use them as hooks. Jeong, finally remembering he was the MC of this manhwa, spawned in real quick to give some exposition. He warned Dwayne about Liam's regeneration ability, the same cheat-like ability he had. If he was to fight the slimy fiend, he had to be wary of that. With that said, he immediately skedaddled, disappearing to who knows where. The gentle Chad was left pondering the matter. Not only did Liam have a regeneration ability, but he also had a shit ton of potions. Couple that with the obvious trump cards he was hiding, and it was apparent, underestimating him was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. However, the fool wasn't all-powerful. He was at least sure his last hit did a number on him, and if he could press the attack, then avenging the mommies was a possibility. Liam, now all juiced up and fully recovered, challenged Dwayne to a second round. He was particularly interested in paying Dwayne back for that nasty punch earlier. Dwayne, not one to back down in the face of treacherous assholes, immediately pressed the attack. So what if the bastard had insane regeneration and trump cards? All he had to do was create an opening and pummel him to the ground. With that, he lunged forward, blocking and tanking all the finger bullets aimed at him. Liam, still feeling cocky, mocked the giant Chad, calling him foolish for charging at him so openly. Maybe before he could have been caught lacking, but now he was already familiar with his speed, so what could he possibly do? Dwayne, however, didn't reply. He simply entered a punching stance, cocking his arm back. Before Liam could react, he immediately punched the sandy shore, kicking up a huge sand cloud. Liam, taken aback by the odd development, chuckled haughtily at the pathetic stunt. Did Dwayne really think he'd be tricked by something this obvious? No matter what he did next, his moves were predictable. He'd either appear from the right or the left. Either way, when he showed up, he'd have a nasty surprise waiting for him. Smiling grimly, he urged Dwayne to show himself. He'd be sure to kill him this time. Dwayne, however, didn't show himself. He stayed hidden behind the huge curtain of sand. I don't know what kind of fucked up gravity lag has, but this sand cloud sure is taking its time to fall. Liam, equally puzzled by the lagging sand, shouted at Dwayne to show himself, calling him a bitch for hiding. Obviously, Dwayne didn't fall for such petty taunts, and besides, Liam had no right to call anyone a bitch, seeing as he had a mega bitch slap plastered across his face. Like damn, just how hard did Dwayne hit the bastard? Speaking of the gentle Chad, a shadowy phantom suddenly streaked on the right side, hinting at his inevitable counterattack. Liam, noticing this, immediately aimed at the phantom, ready to shoot. However, this turned out to be nothing but a feint. The giant Chad was actually attacking from the left. Liam, having expected this, smiled deviously. He quickly unloaded 2 hot ones on the silhouette, punching holes through the sand curtain. To his shock, this too was a feint. The giant Chad didn't attack from either direction. Instead, he blitzed through the middle, drop-kicking the living shit out of Liam. The blow sent the bastard reeling, causing him to crash pitifully into the hard ground. Despite his grave injuries, our boy didn't let up. He swiftly closed in, preparing another stomp attack on the hateful fellow. Normally, he wouldn't be doing this, but for Liam, this loathsome fucker, he was ready to make an exception. Saying so, Dwayne landed a vicious stomp kick on Liam's knee, causing the bastard to wail in agony. As satisfying as this was to see, it was also such a shame. I mean, his balls were right there. Why didn't he stomp on them fuckers instead? Anyway, I digress. Liam, enraged and in pain, launched his counterattack, pelting Dwayne with a barrage of finger bullets. Our boy, however, easily shrugged off the blows. What were a couple of puny bullets to his Chadly physique? Rather, he held onto Liam's treacherous hand, breaking it like a twig. As he'd said before, it really wasn't in his nature to torture someone, but for some strange reason, Liam's scream sounded like music in his ears. The bastard, clearly frantic, swung at Dwayne, his ghostly claws aiming for his face. Caught off guard by the insidious attack, Dwayne fumbled, barely sacrificing his hand to block the blow. Before he could launch his Chadly counter, probably involving the Wayne Brady principle, the scene switched to Jeong, showcasing his battle with the water ghost. Seems like the author finally remembered who was the top dog in his manhwa and decided to give our boy some screen time. However, currently, Jeong's chattiness was not chattying since he was losing pathetically to the water ghost. Despite his savage slashes, the fiend was eating them like candy, finding no challenge in the blows. Jeong, fed up with the stalemate, blitzed the ghost, sending it flying into the distance. He didn't know what the resilient bastard was made of, but surely with its neck broken, it would be dead, right? Nope. Lag was like, fuck that. This wasn't the place to defeat enemies with wishful thinking and the power of friendship. He could save that bullshit for Naruto. In here, people fought like men, desperate and bloody. And so, to Jeong's surprise, the ghostly fucker got back up, fixing its broken neck like it was nothing. Our boy, cursing his shitty luck, scowled at the fiend, rage evident on his face. He wondered why the ghost had such absurd resilience, high enough to shrug off broken necks. Even if it was lag, this was getting ridiculous. Anyway, seems the best way forward was to chop off its neck or mince it to pieces. Only then would its death be assured. However, that was easier said than done, since his bone blade couldn't even scratch it. Not to mention, the ghost wasn't the only foe he had to worry about. There was still Liam in the equation. But he couldn't afford to be bothered by him right now. The situation had developed to a state where any carelessness from them would get them instantly killed. So, as much as he wanted to drag that loathsome fool into the fray and use him as a meat shield, he couldn't do so. All he could do was trust in Dwayne to handle him and trust in himself to solo the water ghost. As if it had sensed Jeong's resolve, the ghost roared, its voice bellowing out like sound waves. Jeong, identifying this as the signal to lock the fuck in, immediately entered a fighting stance. He quickly deduced that his current strength alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the foe. If he wanted to do that, then significant upgrades had to be made. And so, with that in mind, our boy burned through his souls, leveling up his swordsmanship, pain relief, lizard tail, and tough skin skills to levels 10, 5, 3, and 7, respectively. With that done, Jeong braced for impact, tanking the ghost's lunge attack with strained ease. Acting quickly, he immediately countered, landing a vicious kick on its flank. For any living being, this could have been considered an effective attack, one aimed to immobilize the enemy through pain. However, since the water ghost didn't feel pain, nor did it fear it, the attack ended up amounting to dog shit. Jeong, noticing this, immediately switched to the next ace up his sleeve, lightning shock. Channeling his Thor-type shit, he bathed the ghost in brilliant lightning, knocking it back. And I don't know if it's just me, but somehow the water ghost looks hella zesty in this scene. Or maybe it's hitting the nay-nay, who knows. Anyway, the blow from the attack sent it backpedaling, allowing Jeong a well-deserved reprieve. Analyzing the foe, he noticed that electric attacks didn't work on it either. So far, he'd managed to do 0 damage to it, and if that continued, he'd find himself in a troublesome situation. Desperate and cornered, he contemplated using the Door of Limitation skill but swiftly shot it down. He had no idea what the fallout would be for using the skill. If it turned out to be a massive depletion of his stamina, then he'd truly be fucked. Finding it wise to play it safe, he instead leveled up his strong bones and calm breathing skills. With the 2 skills, he could enhance the power of his bone blade and also decrease the stamina consumption when using said skill. Though not nearly as effective as he'd liked, this was all he could do for now. As he charged at the ghost, Jeong reflected on the actions he should take. Methodical thinking and planning wouldn't work on such a foe. What he needed was something else. Something primal. He had to move instinctively, use unconventional methods to throw it off. And although it might sound flashy when he said it like that, what the bastard actually meant was that he'd be fighting hella dirty in this fight. Acting on this, Jeong threw sand into the ghost's eyes, temporarily blinding it. He capitalized on this opening, spawning behind the fiend, his bone blade at the ready. Even if it was sturdy, he wanted to see if it could still fight back after getting decapitated. With this thought, he decisively swung at the ghost, offering a gentle prayer for Pauline to finally rest in peace. This prayer, however, was bitch-slapped away by Lag when Pauline briskly raised his arm, using it to block the incoming slash. Channeling its horror-type shit, the ghost leaned back, scaring the shit out of our boy. Before he could react, the ghost countered, landing a back kick on his ass, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Jeong, now backpedaling from the blow, cursed his shitty luck. Even while fighting dirty, this bastard still refused to die. Not only that, but his bone blade upgrades turned out to be straight trash. Well, since it had come to this, he had no choice but to go hard. If long and narrow won't do it, then he'd have to go with short and girthy. Pause. In this state, He was sure he'd be able to do a number on the resilient fucker, especially if he aimed at the neck it had been instinctively protecting. As Jeong was still organizing his big brain plots destined to be bitch-slapped by the water ghost, the fiend in question was making some bizarre moves. Crouching down, it lunged at our boy, its arm performing a strange clawing motion. When it did so, a ghostly black aura enveloped its hand, causing alarm bells to go off in Jeong's mind. Although he didn't know what the hell it was, his spidey senses were tingling, warning him of the impending fucktitude. And true to his instincts, the ghost clawed forward, hurling a black beam of death towards him. Jeong, overwhelmed by primal fear, stared gravely at the attack. He didn't know what bullshit hole the ghost pulled this move from, but one thing was for certain. This was the closest he'd ever come to death since his regression. Not only was the attack ridiculously fast, making dodging impossible, but also bizarrely threatening, as if death was inevitable once hit by it. As things stood, his chatty ass might very well ascend to heaven after this blow. Before the attack could land and effectively kickstart an epic reunion with Garcia Mommy, we switched scenes to the bloody battle with Dwayne. The Chad, having narrowly blocked the lethal blow, clasped Liam's hand, yanking his bleeding arm from his ghastly claws. Applying pressure, he warned the bastard not to have any foolish fantasies of dying easily. He was to suffer so much that death would feel like paradise to him. Saying so, Dwayne pulled and twisted, breaking Liam's arm like a bloody twig. Overwhelming pain assaulted Liam, driving him to the brink of insanity. He shouted at Dwayne, promising to kill him in the most agonizing way possible. Dwayne, however, ignored the fool. He told him to shut his hole. If it wasn't for the possibility that he would turn into a water ghost after dying, then he would have long killed his hateful ass. That being said, just because he couldn't kill him didn't mean he couldn't make him wish he was dead instead. Saying so, Dwayne clocked the shit out of Liam, feeding the loathsome fucker a black knuckle sandwich. Dust clouds blew from the attack, and Liam, the loving recipient of this generous meal, had his face completely rearranged. Never had I ever thought I'd get this much satisfaction from watching a bastard bleed. But honestly, I believe I'm not the only one. Most of you are probably feeling the same way. And judging by Dwayne's expression, our boy is equally ecstatic. We switch scenes back to Jeong. Our boy, unlike us, was currently shitting his pants. Forget joy. He was instead in the deepest pits of hell, with the Grim Reaper gently pecking on his lips. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't find a feasible solution to his current predicament. All his skills and equipment were useless, and the only choice left was to somehow tank it and pray for the best. As he was still resigning himself to fate, a Chad in shiny armor came along, saving his doomed ass from death. Dwayne, with his power of a beast skill, roared at the claw attack, eating away at its absurd power. Jeong, capitalizing on this weakness, slashed apart the death beam, barely clinging to his life in that desperate moment. The ghost, however, wasn't done with its offensive. It immediately pressed the attack, lunging decisively at our boy. Caught off guard by the relentless barrage, Jeong tanked a punch from the water ghost, causing his innards to tremble violently. Dwayne, jumping back in, clocked the ghost, sending it reeling into the distance. With that assist, Jeong finally got a breather, which he used to settle his chaotic state. Done with the adjustments, our boys immediately pressed the attack, leaving no room for the ghost to adapt. Performing a jump attack, Jeong slashed off the ghost's hand, bathing his short sword with its blood. Dwayne, not to be outdone, charged back in, landing a brutal low kick on the fiend's leg. The fiend, however, was done playing punching bag. It countered Dwayne's blow, connecting a double punch to his chest. Jeong, capitalizing on the opening from its wild swing, lunged back in, his bone blade screaming murder. On the other end, Dwayne also pressed forward, effectively trapping the ghost in a pincer attack. Finding itself caught between two giants, the ghost had no choice but to abandon protecting its neck and face both sides simultaneously. Our boy, noticing this, smirked widely. This was the chance he'd been waiting for. With the ghost unable to protect its neck, this was the best moment to slash off its hateful head. And so, with that thought, Jeong pressed forward, nimbly dodging the ghost's counterattack. Borrowing from his swing momentum, he delivered a nasty slash to the fiend's neck, hoping to decapitate the fool. However, the boss's neck turned out to be hella sturdy, forcefully blocking the sword slash. At that critical moment, Dwayne spawned the fuck in, connecting a savage punch to the ghost's face. Under Dwayne and Jeong's collective attacks, the fiend finally succumbed, losing its head in glorious fashion. With that, the battle ended, and the Chad Pauline was finally freed from his torturous fate. Jeong, recalling he still had another asshole to handle, asked Dwayne about Liam. The gentle Chad told him not to worry. Considering the state Liam was in, he was practically dead. In fact, there was no need to tell him. He could see for himself. However, when he turned around to show Jeong, the bastard Liam was nowhere to be seen. Dwayne, visibly shocked, quickly ran to the bloody shore, wondering where the cockroach motherfucker had gone. Even in that state, had that hateful bastard really escaped? The MC, analyzing the blood trails, deduced that Liam must have escaped into the sea, a fact that made tracking him insanely difficult. Dwayne, however, was adamant. He insisted on chasing down Liam. With his injured state, he couldn't have gone far. Jeong immediately brushed off the idea, instead focusing on something else. He asked Dwayne if there was a possibility Liam would turn into a water ghost if he died in the sea. Dwayne replied that he wasn't sure. Even if the bastard drowned, the system might treat it as his technical kill, so there was no way to tell. All they could do was hope for the best. Jeong agreed, though inwardly, he was hella skeptical. This was L.A.G. Wishful thinking never ended well in that hell. So before shit hit the fan, which it inevitably would, he told Dwayne to bounce. They were leaving that bitch. We switched scenes to the shore of the sea. Our boy, always a merciful Chad, was conducting a short funeral for the Poppy Pauline. Although they'd only known the French Chad for a little bit, in that time, he'd proven to be a good comrade. So this was the least they could do. Offering a gentle prayer, Jeong wished the Chad a smooth transition into the afterlife. Hopefully, in that paradise, he'd get all the croissants and baguettes to satiate his French desires. Done with the manly tears moment, our boys immediately shifted their attention to the system notification. As you'd expect, it announced the completion of the main mission and side mission, specifically, finding the water ghost. Because of this deed, the two recipients, Jeong Big Daddy Hyeok and Dwayne The Rock Smith, would be rewarded as previously promised. They would both receive a random piece of equipment themed after the water ghost. For Dwayne, the equipment was the water ghost's arm. When equipped, it would buff physical ability in proportion to his agility stat, and additionally, it would grant the passive skill, Tough Skin, level 10. For Jeong, it was the water ghost's leg. Similar to the arm piece, it also provided a buff to physical ability in proportion to his agility stat. However, the passive skill granted was different. In his case, it was Stride Reducer, probably a movement-type skill. Anyway, with the new drip, our boys were officially ready to leave that hell. Dwayne, taking the moment to voice the obvious, asked Jeong how they were meant to cross the seemingly endless sea. Jeong replied that he need not worry. While he was being violated by the water ghost earlier, he'd happened to spot a boat off in the distance. Using that, they should be able to cross the sea. And so, the two Chads, now devoid of the mommies they once had, set off on their next adventure, hope evident in their hearts. If L.A.G had any shred of decency, it would send some baddies their way. However, they didn't hold out hope for that, especially since the sadistic author would just kill them off again. We switch scenes to the two Chads still braving the boundless sea. Dwayne, suspiciously more talkative than usual, worriedly asked Jeong if it was okay to proceed like that. They still couldn't see the end of the sea, after all. Jeong, still calm, replied that it was cool. Maybe Dwayne hadn't noticed, but the currents were subtly leading them in a specific direction. If he were to guess, then their destination should be at the end of said currents. Dwayne, still feeling uneasy, wanted to issue an objection when suddenly the whole boat trembled, violently thrashing on the chaotic sea. Taken aback, the two Chads immediately went on high alert, their focus shifting to the churning water. Dwayne, arguably with the worst timing in history, suddenly shouted at Jeong, letting him know he had something to confess. Jeong, obviously sensing where this was going, immediately shut down the sussy Chad. Just because he was maidenless didn't mean he wanted to explore the famous Brokeback Mountains. Dwayne, however, told him to cut the bullshit. That's not what he wanted to say. Instead, his real concern was that he couldn't swim. Jeong, hearing this, exclaimed incredulously. What kind of bullshit stereotype was Dwayne on about? Surely, as a modern-day black man, he should know how to swim, right? Dwayne, however, told him to chill. He was down with the culture, but he really couldn't swim. If the ensuing battle ended up being a water fight, then he'd truly be useless. Before Jeong could rack his brain for a solution, a silhouette jetted out of the water, cleaving their boat in two. The silhouette, to the duo's disbelief, was actually the asshole Liam, back to torment them even after death. Jeong, cursing the persistent motherfucker, drew his bone blade, rage evident on his face. Even after dying and turning into a water ghost, this cockroach Liam still insisted on making things difficult for them. Well, to hell with it. He would make sure to finish off the bastard this time. Saying so, Jeong launched his electric blast, bathing the ghostly phantom in blue. Liam, however, just tanked the hits, grabbing Jeong by the throat. Before Dwayne could react, Liam swiftly dove back into the sea, carrying Jeong along with him. Our boy, left dazed and confused, frantically planned his next move, worry etched on his face. He considered diving in after Jeong but quickly remembered that he couldn't swim. If he did so, then he'd only be a liability to the big unit. Then should he stay there? No, that wasn't an option either. Because of that asshole Liam, the boat was broken beyond repair, and it was just a matter of time before it completely collapsed. Surviving on it was definitely not an option. As he was still contemplating his next step, 2 new water ghosts jumped out of the sea, scaring the shit out of him. Dwayne, understandably shocked, stared at the water ghosts, wondering where these fuckers had even come from. That aside, what was this dude doing with a basketball in L.A.G? Was the author high or something? Well, it's not like he had the luxury to jest. Now was the time to lock the fuck in. We switch scenes to Jeong, still being dragged into the depths. Our boy, having expected this, immediately activated his water-breathing skill, taking huge gulps to steady himself. Some might be stunned by such developments, but for him, a regressor, this was just another Tuesday. He, more than anyone, knew how sadistic L.A.G was and had always been prepared, stocking up on the relevant skills. However, even if that was the case, he still found himself struggling, unable to pry Liam's hand from his neck. Not to mention, Liam wasn't the only ghost he had to be wary of. From the looks of it, this sea had turned into a graveyard for the players in B531, and now that graveyard was wide open, releasing all its inhabitants to hunt his sorry ass. Jeong, resolute not to die so pathetically, called upon his bone blade, immediately morphing it into its second form. Even though Liam had turned into a water ghost, that didn't mean his previous injuries were gone. Rather, the sweet damage Dwayne had dealt him was still evident on his body. If Jeong wanted to survive this ordeal, then he had to capitalize on said damage and pave a way for himself to safety. Thinking so, Jeong savagely slashed off Liam's arm, kicking himself free from the bastard. With that done, our boy immediately prepared to leave, wanting no part in the smoke the other ghosts promised. However, before he could move, he suddenly saw a massive wall in front of him, causing him to hesitate. Jeong, brows furrowed, wondered what the hell was going on. From what he could remember, there wasn't a wall in the sea when he was still above water, so what the fuck was this? Could it be that L.A.G had hidden the door to the next room below the sea just to fuck with them? Well, this was L.A.G, so it was entirely possible. However, something about this wall gave him a very bad feeling. As he mulled it over, Jeong suddenly realized why the wall gave him the creeps. It wasn't a wall at all. Rather, it was the skin of a stupidly humongous being. And that said being was now wide awake. Its ghastly eye locked onto Jeong. Predictably, our boy said, "Fuck that." He immediately turned to flee. Only a lunatic would stick around and fish in such troubled waters. But despite his quick and borderline cowardly response, how could the beast let him escape so easily? It quickly opened its mouth, sucking in all the water in the surrounding area. Jeong, caught up in the turbulent currents, was also properly sucked, his soul almost leaving his body. However, despite all this, he still wasn't deterred. He swiftly said deuces to the big bastard, turned around, and swam with all his might. Under the intense pressure of death, our boy gave it his all, using every ounce of strength to escape. And as unbelievable as it was, he finally figured out what was chasing him. It turned out to be a whale. A big-ass, big-back mutant whale, a special variant found only in L.A.G. Jeong, delighted by his findings but still undoubtedly cooked, doubled his speed, doing everything in his power to swim against the sucking force. Unfortunately, even this fell short, and our boy was reluctantly pulled into the whale's mouth, powerless to stop it. The end. Psych. I'm just fucking with you. How could our boy die so easily? After being swallowed up and drifting in darkness for what seemed like an eternity, a system notification sounded, welcoming him to room B54. Jeong, understandably confused, wondered which idiot came up with the brilliant idea to make a whale's stomach a challenge room. If he found that perverted bastard, he'd be sure to whoop his ass. The system, however, was unbothered by his ramblings. It swiftly explained the room's mission. The main mission was to kill that which looked like a human, but was not. It further added that once the imposter was killed, the one who pretends to be human would be enraged. Honestly, I don't know if the translation is just ass or if something else is going on. However, from what I can gather, there are 2 imposters in the room. The main goal is to kill the first imposter, but doing so would piss off the second imposter, making things even more dangerous. So in essence, the goal was the same as usual. Fuck shit up and survive. Jeong, still kneeling in the darkness, switched his focus to the 3rd system notification. This panel highlighted the rewards promised once the main goal was completed: 30 souls and a random passive skill. It also highlighted the bonus side mission, which was to kill the second imposter. If he did that, he'd be given an additional reward, specifically, a rune currently owned by the second imposter. Done with the mission details, Jeong analyzed his surroundings. Unfortunately, the place was so dark that his casual analysis yielded no results. Activating his Owl Eye skill, a skill that, honestly, I genuinely don't remember him getting, he could finally pierce the darkness and see as clearly as day. Our boy, now with his sight back, groped the walls, trying to get a feel for how sturdy they were. To his shock, he realized that, contrary to the soft, wet, and mushy feel you'd expect from a whale's innards, the walls were surprisingly sturdy. In fact, they had the same indestructible structure as the walls of the various rooms he'd tested before. That is to say, the stomach of the whale was a true and bona fide room, one able to lead him to the 6th basement floor, if he conquered it. Although he still couldn't wrap his mind around how such a thing was possible, he chalked it up to this being L.A.G. Anything was possible in that hell. Deciding not to dwell on it, Jeong inevitably had his thoughts wander to the Chad Dwayne. He sincerely hoped the unit survived, even if the possibility of that happening was low. Damn it, of all the black stereotypes Dwayne could have chosen to portray, why the fuck did he pick not knowing how to swim? That was such bullshit. Because of that, he might very well lose his best comrade in that hell. Well, it had already happened, so there was no point in fretting over it now. His mission remained the same. He would survive, conquer, and escape L.A.G, even if he had to do it alone. Acting on this, Jeong resolutely made his way down the gloomy corridor. Well, it couldn't really be called a corridor, more like the innards of a whale. Or, in other words, he was deep in them guts. After walking for a while, Jeong heard a low rustling sound from up ahead, causing him to pause. Though it was still indiscernible, he could vaguely identify it as the sound of footsteps. And if there were footsteps, then it only meant one thing. He wasn't the only one alive there. Acting quickly, Jeong immediately summoned his bone blade and entered his fighting stance, ready for whatever shit might fall. However, even after waiting for a bit, the other party didn't make their move. It seemed they too had sensed Jeong and responded accordingly. Our boy, mulling it over, deduced that the other party must be setting up an ambush just as he had been doing. Well, if that was the case, like hell he'd let them prepare. He'd rather hit their ass with a preemptive attack, catching them off guard. Acting on this, Jeong swiftly made a beeline for the corner, his electric shock sizzling in his palm. When he got there, he decisively launched his attack, hoping to catch the stalker lacking. However, the creepy fellow pulled a reverse Uno on his ass, catching him lacking. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, the stranger blasted him with a light skill, effectively blinding him. Though not particularly powerful in terms of physical damage, the light skill, when used properly, as in this case, could instantly nerf the attackee's fighting potential. Jeong, now finding himself in a perilous situation, cursed his rashness. If only he'd been more patient, he wouldn't have fallen for such a simple trap. Well, it had already happened, so there was no point in beating himself up over it. From his calculations, he'd need a couple of seconds to fully recover his eyesight. However, that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. Employing his rich combat experience and MC plot armor bullshit, he quickly deduced the assailant's position and decisively swung at them. However, the slippery fellow nimbly dodged his attack, rendering it useless. Jeong, picking up on a new trail, swiftly launched another attack, bathing the corridor in lightning. Unfortunately, even this missed, making the total L count 2. Our boy, tired of taking L's, decided on a tactical retreat, hopefully buying enough time to recover. He rapidly backpedaled, putting distance between himself and the enemy. After a bit of vigilant waiting, his vision gradually cleared. enabling him to see his attacker at last. To his, or rather my delight, the new frenemy wasn't a monster but instead a gothic mommy doing the Spider-Man pose. However, just because the author heard my prayers and gifted us another baddie didn't mean our boy could relax. From their short exchange earlier, he'd identified her as a formidable enemy, one capable of giving even him a hard time. The gothic baddie, eyeing our boy warily, praised him for his rich combat instincts. Even when blinded, he could still trace her and attack in her direction, an act that greatly surprised her. However, as much as she could glaze him all day long, it was time to stop fucking around. She let him know she had no desire to fight him, so she'd very much appreciate it if he didn't attack her as well. Upon hearing the subtle hints of cooperation, both I and Jeong immediately identified her as a potential mommy. Specifically, the mommy Kara, gothic girl Levine. Her public attribute was that pain and damage would be doubled whenever she received a physical attack. Currently, her highest skill level was 13. Jeong, obviously less thirsty than I am, questioned Kara on how he could trust her. This was Lag after all. Words didn't mean shit in that place. Kara replied that her words were genuine. If she'd wanted to attack him, she would have done so earlier instead of restraining herself. Jeong, warily eyeing the baddie, noted that she wasn't showing any obvious signs of hostility. However, he'd be a fool to believe what she showed. Not once or twice had he been fucked over by innocent-looking people, so it was best to be careful. Addressing Kara, he asked her how long she'd been in that room. Kara replied that it had been approximately 10 hours. She then emphasized her earlier response, saying she truly had no desire to fight him. Not for a couple of souls, at least. To her, it was better to team up and kill monsters rather than attack and kill fellow humans. Jeong, analyzing the naive baddie, asked her if she was alone. Kara confirmed this, explaining that all her companions had died in the previous room. As for what room she meant by previous, it was room B531, the same room Jeong had just left. Our boy, mulling it over, noted that the mysterious water ghosts he'd seen at the end were most likely Kara's companions. If that was so, then her story had a bit of credibility. Kara, on the other hand, was equally eyeing our boy, utilizing her filming equipment skill to study him. And yes, I shit you not, the skill is actually called filming equipment. I don't know what fucked up naming sense the author has, but hey, it is what it is. The MC, noticing her glowing eyes, told her to stop wasting stamina and whip out her light skill. She might not know this, but unlike her half-baked filming equipment skill, oh god, what a stupid name, he could actually see her quite clearly. Kara, enlightened and a bit panicked, immediately deployed her light skill, letting its glow cover the gloomy corridor. Jeong, analyzing the glow, identified it as the light that flashbanged his eyes earlier. To think Kara had actually leveled it up to M rank, an action that greatly puzzled him. As far as he knew, the light skill was just a basic skill, so why level it up that much? Or was there a hidden component he was missing? Well, no point stressing over it. The baddie had the right to do whatever she wanted. Speaking of the baddie, she asked Jeong what he planned to do. Would he believe her words, or would they part ways there? Jeong, always the gentleman, swiftly deactivated his bone blade. He too had no desire to fight and kill pointlessly. Saying so, he calmly walked past Kara, heading deeper into the corridor. After walking for a while, he casually turned and rizzed Kara. What was she doing just standing around? Didn't she want to go with the big poppy? Well, it was completely up to her, so she could decide. Kara, a bit flustered by our boy's Chadley aura, stuttered for a bit before following suit. Like hell she'd miss out on such an opportunity. With that, a new baddie joined the squad, and we immediately switched to them walking deeper into the dark corridor. Kara, taking advantage of the moment, asked Jeong about his situation. Had he been alone the whole time? Jeong replied that he had a team, although most of them were dead already. Kara, picking up on this, asked if they were in the same situation. Jeong denied this, explaining that in his case, one of his comrades had managed to survive, though they were eventually separated. Kara asked why that was the case, and Jeong replied that it was out of their control. The monsters had attacked, forcing them to split up and him to get sucked into that room. However, he was not particularly worried about his companion. The dude was a chatty unit, so he was sure he'd survive somehow. As they talked, Jeong's steps gradually slowed until he completely stopped. Gazing forward, he visibly scowled at the lingering smell of blood in the air. Addressing Kara, he warned her to be careful. Shit might get active soon enough. The gothic mommy, also picking up on the smell, asked Jeong if the scent was coming from the hidden silhouette off in the distance. Jeong confirmed this, though he added that he sensed no movement from the fellow. From the looks of it, the only way to learn more was to get closer. And so the duo cautiously advanced until the shadowy silhouette was completely revealed. It turned out to be a dude with his heart completely removed. Kara, gazing at the corpse, stated that she knew him. He was one of the bastards that had killed her friends in the last room. Jeong, studying the crime scene further, noted that there weren't any signs of monsters attacking. From the looks of it, this seemed like a murder committed by humans. Kara wasn't particularly surprised by this. She told Jeong that the group that had attacked her team were precisely the kind of scum who would kill anyone if it benefited them. Jeong, mulling it over, stared deeper into the darkness. If what Kara said was true, then the bastards must be up ahead. Probably up to no good. However, even with that being said, something about the baddie's story didn't make sense to him. If her whole team was wiped out, then how did she escape, without injuries at that? Kara, hearing the question, sighed sadly, her eyes downcast. She let Jeong know that the attack was an ambush. They were facing off against the fishmen when suddenly a group of 4 ambushed them from the rear, causing significant casualties to their group. Deeming it a lost battle, she, alongside Pauline, made a run for it, barely escaping with their lives. Hearing the mention of the French Chad, Jeong gave more credibility to her story. From the looks of it, the gothic baddie wasn't faking it. Turning to the strange corpse, he asked her to tell him more about the assailants. Kara replied that of the 4, there was a figure with dark hair, but she didn't see his face clearly. Obviously, another one was the now dead bastard before them. As for the remaining 2, one was an abnormal old man with white hair and a mustache, while the other was an asshole with the distinct characteristic of shooting out his nails like bullets. Jeong, hearing the last description, immediately identified him as Liam. Only that loathsome fucker had that distinct skill. However, that begged the question. Why did Liam abandon the group and eventually seek them out to partner up? It didn't make sense. Kara, unaware of his inner thoughts, continued with her sad girl monologue. She confessed that Pauline had died to Liam's attacks while trying to escape, and she, like a coward, had capitalized on that moment to get away. Although shameful, that's how she survived, and if Jeong wanted to, he could go ahead and criticize her. Jeong, however, consoled the baddie. He let her know he had no intentions of criticizing her. Besides, it wasn't her fault. Anyone would have reacted the same way when faced with the same situation. Channeling his Fang Yuan type shit, he told the baddie that life was all that mattered. Only fools would die for stupid things like revenge and bravado. In this life, true bravery was surviving no matter what. Only when alive would you have the chance to take the next step. And besides, with how things ended up, it could be said that Pauline's grudge was somewhat resolved. Kara, hearing this, puzzlingly asked what he meant. Jeong replied that Liam, the bastard, had a bit of history with them. When they met, they made sure Liam went swimming with the fishes. Quite literally. So that is to say, of the original 4 attackers, 2 were now dead, and only 2 remained. Kara, hearing this, heaved a sigh of relief. At least some of her comrades' grudges had been resolved. However, if this fool was here, didn't it mean the other 2 were probably lurking nearby? Jeong, always the chill Chad, told her not to worry about it. They'd find out soon enough anyway. Kara, taking the hint, immediately dropped the issue. Instead, she asked Jeong if she'd passed the test. Upon Jeong's feigned puzzlement, she told him to cut the bullshit. It was quite obvious he was testing her. Testing to see whether she was trustworthy or not. Well, what was his conclusion? Did he deem her reliable or nah? Jeong, taken aback by her acute senses, replied passively. He let the baddie know that she had barely passed. Of course, this was a lie. With how desperately maidenless he was, any mommy would pass the trust test ASAP. Kara, however, had no idea how severely parched Jeong was. She falsely chalked up his response to him being cold. Well, not that it bothered her. It was actually better if he didn't trust so easily. Our boy, tactically switching the topic, questioned Kara about her individual battle prowess. Did she have enough strength to solo a fight? Kara replied that she was blessed with them hands. So long as she wasn't ambushed, she could guarantee a victory against most players. As she was still self-glazing, rustling and groaning sounds came from up ahead, causing them to stop. The duo, now on high alert, watched attentively as a bloody hand rounded the corner, followed by a severely injured man. The bastard, with a gaping hole in his flank, desperately called out to them, begging to be saved. However, upon learning that he was one of the two attackers, Jeong instead entered a battle stance, ready to fuck shit up. This, however, wasn't necessary, as the Mohawk motherfucker soon toppled, dying pathetically due to his wounds. Kara, taken aback, asked Jeong what was up with the treacherous fool. Jeong replied that, judging by his familiar wounds, he must have been done in by the same person who killed the other dude. As for why he'd done so, he had no idea. As he was still mulling it over, a new silhouette rounded the corner, catching him off guard. Jeong, visibly spooked, wondered how the creepy dude had sneaked up on him, bypassing his flawless detection. Not only that, but the old perv wasn't human, as evidenced by the fact that his character panel displayed his characteristic instead of his public attribute, as is the case when encountering a monster. Speaking of the character panel, it highlighted the monster's name, Zepekiyo. Its characteristic was that it was similar to humans, but not quite. Currently, its highest skill level was 18. The crazy motherfucker, eyeing the duo, praised them for looking like a great couple before losing all interest in them. It then shifted its focus to the dead bastard, casually collecting his souls. Jeong, witnessing this, immediately went on high alert. Never in his multiple regressions had he ever heard of a monster like this. Not only that, but the bastard seemed capable of using souls, which was truly outrageous. If he were to guess, then this being was the true reason Liam abandoned that group and sought them out. Zepekiyo, with a crazed look in its eyes, finally turned to face the duo, urging them to partner up with it. Jeong, however, ignored that bullshit. Who would be crazy enough to team up with a monster? And besides, the fact that this thing could freely move between rooms meant it wasn't to be underestimated. How could he add such a time bomb to his squad? Thinking to this point, our boy immediately locked the fuck in, burning his souls to level up his skills. He leveled up Calm Breathing and Electric Shock to levels 15 and 10. Upon reaching level 10, Electric Shock underwent a qualitative change, morphing into the superior skill Electric Level 1. With this new skill, he gained the ability to freely morph and shape the electricity to his desired form. Done with his preparation, Jeong swiftly entered a fighting stance. Zepekiyo, noticing the duo had no intentions of submitting, immediately changed its tone, instantly becoming more aggressive. It warned the duo not to refuse, as refusal meant they'd be killed by him. On top of that, if they still refused, then he'd make sure to properly entertain Kara, giving her a bit of this and that. Damn, this bastard. Kara, hearing that, immediately got enraged, yeeting the pervert bastard with a fireball. Turns out the casual light she was using was actually a level 9 fireball, capable of outrageous damage. Jeong, realizing this, sweated slightly. However, because of that, he was finally convinced of Kara's sincerity. She truly had no desire to fight humans. Locking back in, our boy manifested his electric skill, morphing the currents into a whip shape. Addressing Kara, he laid out the battle plan. He'd restrict Zepekiyo's movements while she attacked the fucker from the back. With that said, Jeong immediately lashed out his whip, trapping the beast in an electric bind. The bastard, tanking through the electric shock, threatened Jeong to think through his actions carefully. If he truly rejected his offer, then he'd have no option but to kill them. Jeong, barely keeping the beast at bay, cursed his shitty luck. Who would have thought electric skills would be so useless in L.A.G? Well, it wasn't completely useless. It was definitely dealing damage to Zepekiyo. It was only that the fiend felt no pain, hence tanking most of the damage. Anyway, if that was the case, then he might as well go hard. He had a new mommy to impress after all. Zepekiyo, however, didn't want our boy collecting them mommy merit points. It would rather die than watch him pull a bad one. As such, it stubbornly tanked the scorching electricity, narrowing the gap between them. Jeong, cursing the fiendish bastard, stared tensely as it charged at him. Who would have thought the freak would disregard its own injuries just to kill him? In fact, it was so ruthless that its eye popping out barely made it flinch. However, all things had a weakness, and for Zepekiyo, this bastard, it was its humanly appearance. Turns out losing an eye for it was a bigger deal than Jeong expected. Not because it did damage to it. Nah, fuck that. It didn't care about that at all. Rather, it was because losing the eye meant it no longer looked human, something it paid particular attention to. Realizing its eye was gone and its alleged beautiful face was incomplete, Zepekiyo burst out in rage, wailing at the top of its lungs. He threatened to kill Jeong, boil his bones, and drink their soup. Damn, when did this become a xianxia manhua? The bastard, completely livid, mastered its strength, forcefully breaking the electric binding. Now free, it mad-dogged Jeong, intending to deliver on its earlier promise. Our boy, sweating bullets, cursed the fiend some more. Why couldn't it be a team player and die obediently? And besides, what was this bullshit about losing its beautiful human face? Since when was this bastard considered beautiful? As he was still contemplating the absurdity of it all, Kara called out, instructing him to move aside. With ample preparation, her attack was finally ready, and she didn't hesitate to light shit up. Channeling her Escanor-type shit, she unleashed a volley of fireballs at Zepeckio, flaming his ass. The fucker, now nice and crispy, backpedaled from the attack, wheezing pathetically from the damage. However, it quickly collected itself, locking back onto our chads. Jeong, taken aback by this, wondered what was up with the fiend. Although it seemed crispy, it didn't seem to have received any fatal wounds. In a sense, it was both damaged and unscathed, which made no fucking sense. Kara, also picking up on this, asked Jeong worriedly what they'd do. Jeong replied that it was simple. They'd light his ass up once again, and if that didn't work, then they'd do it again and again, up till the bastard finally croaked. He refused to believe there was anything unkillable in L.A.G, not after all the waifus he'd lost. Locking the fuck in, our boy decided to launch his pièce de résistance. Maybe because he hadn't used it before, some of you chads might have forgotten he had it. However, how could I, your poppy, forget about it? In fact, I had been dreaming of this, waiting for the moment our boy unleashed this masterpiece. And so, when that arm split apart and that bone shot out, I knew it was time. Time to lock all the fuck in. Jeong, equally excited, wheezed heavily from the skill's activation. Although the move was OP, it came at a significant cost, rendering his arm immobile. However, it was also because of this cost that he knew it was great, and he couldn't wait to see how much it'd fuck shit up. Kara, clearly surprised and worried, asked Jeong if he was alright. Inwardly, she wondered what masochist bullshit Jeong was on about. Our boy, however, told her he was alright. He cautioned her to focus, as Zepeckio was finally making his move. And true to his words, the charred fool was already on the move, charging straight at them. Jeong, unfazed, instructed Kara to wait for his signal. No matter what, she shouldn't attack until he told her to do so. Kara, obviously hesitant, struggled for a while but ultimately decided to trust in Jeong. Our boy, pleased by the baddie's trust, turned his attention back to Zepeckio. After their earlier clash, it became apparent that half-assed moves wouldn't work on it. If they truly wanted to take it down, then they'd have to do something big and flashy. As such, he resolutely baited the fiend to attack, luring it into the trap he had prepared. When Zepeckio crossed the crucial point, our boy, Sang Jong-woo, commanded his skeleton shadow to arise, summoning it to heed the call of the Shadow Monarch. Well, technically, it wasn't a shadow, and our boy wasn't a monarch. However, even a budget version of the Poppy Jinwoo was more than enough to clap hella cheeks. Thus, when Zepeckio lunged at them, poised to rip them apart, it got hit with the gotcha bitch no jutsu, yeeted firmly by the neck. Official debut, equipment skill. The skeleton soldier finally joined the fray. Big Daddy Jeong, delighted that his skill worked out, stared smugly at the trapped Zepeckio. He quickly realized that not only was the skeleton soldier OP, but he could also remotely control it. That is to say, he could sit back while his skelly chad fucked shit up, reaping the rewards while putting in zero effort. However, the skill also had a rather grave downside. That is, so long as the skeleton soldier was active, his left arm would be essentially useless. But that was something he'd worry about in the future. For now, his full focus was on Zepeckio. Speaking of the fiend, it was currently losing its shit, screaming at Jeong, calling him a demon in human skin. Well, considering a whole-ass skeleton manifested from his arm, I don't really blame him. Jeong, however, thought otherwise. He particularly held grudges and instructed Kara to blow his shit up. The gothic mommy, clearly itching for some action, immediately let it rip, activating her strongest skill. Channeling her Ghost Rider-type shit, she cast her Fire Devil at Zepeckio, blowing him up with demonic flames. Jeong, cautious of the attack, swiftly controlled the skelly chad, leading it to avoid the brunt of the blow. Although it was needed to hold Zepeckio in place, it was also vulnerable to the flames, so a direct blow would be fatal to it as well. Not only that, as Jeong soon learned, His life force was tied to the skeleton, so any injuries it received would reflect on Jeong as well. Realizing this, he immediately leveled up his pain relief and lizard tail skills. Only then did his injuries settle. As for the skelly Chad, though they had a shared life force, it also had a self-healing factor, meaning it would regenerate its own injuries regardless of Jeong's input. Jeong, noticing this, marveled at the wondrous detail, though he immediately lamented its monstrous stamina consumption. Moving forward, he'd have to be cautious with the skill. Otherwise, he might find himself in quite a pickle. We switch back to Zepekiyo, still bathing in the devil flames. The bastard, clearly on a whole new level of cockroach, surprisingly weathered through the attack, his life force still evidently intact. Enraged and in pain, it bellowed out a ghastly wail, threatening to kill the Chads this time. Kara, however, wasn't down for the cliché villain monologue. She immediately lit his ass up, forcing Zepekiyo to stop his monologue and defend clumsily. The baddie, surprised that the fiend could still block, worriedly asked Jeong why the fucker wasn't dead yet. Our boy, equally confused, asked why she was asking him. It wasn't like he was the encyclopedia of L.A.G. Well, technically, he was. But even he was puzzled by Zepekiyo, finding the beast an enigma. On one hand, he was hella weak, suffering their attacks pathetically, while on the other hand, he was tanking those attacks, suffering 0 fatal injuries despite the onslaught. It truly was a bizarre case. Zepekiyo, frantic from the beatdown, howled at them, cursing them for turning their backs on him. As he'd expected, L.A.G wasn't a place trust could exist. It was a deceitful hell, filled with treacherous bastards. Saying so, he eliminated all restraint, lunging at the duo with murderous intent. Jeong, however, had something for his charred ass. He swiftly controlled the skelly Chad, leading it to tackle Zepekiyo. Doubling down, he comboed the move with an electric blast, zapping the shit out of the fiend. Zepekiyo, helpless against the onslaught, decided on a more desperate counter, opting for a mutually destructive approach. If the skelly Chad wouldn't let him go, then he'd drag the bastard with him to hell. Thinking so, he grabbed onto the skelly, jumping high into the air. Before Jeong could respond, he rammed into the ceiling, using the skeleton soldier as a buffer. Amidst the skelly's silent screams, Zepekiyo didn't let up. Instead, he crashed into the left wall, then the right, doing his best to shake it off. When even that didn't work, Zepekiyo said, "Fuck it," and unleashed an absolute crash fest on the cave walls, bashing the shit out of the skeleton. Jeong, watching all this, stared incredulously, wondering what the hell Zepekiyo was cooking. Even though it was a dumb beast, surely it must know that destroying the skelly Chad wouldn't amount to much, right? Well, even if that was the case, it was better to be safe than sorry when dealing with shit in L.A.G. As such, he immediately dismissed his skeleton soldier, summoning back his arm bones. Surprisingly, when the bones returned, they set back in like a messed up jigsaw, needing no additional healing. And although this made no fucking sense, we can chalk it up to this being L.A.G. Nothing made sense to begin with. Our boy, now a retired budget Sung Jin-woo, stared cautiously at his arm, trying to assess any hidden drawbacks. When he realized there were none, he instantly shifted his focus back to Zepekiyo, who, for some reason, was still thrashing the cave walls. Choosing to ignore him for now, he asked Kara if she had any big damage moves left. Kara replied that she indeed had something. However, for it to land, Zepekiyo had to be restrained for a while. Jeong, hearing this, told her not to worry. If that's all she needed, then he'd deliver, even if he had to hold him down by his teeth. As he said this, a silhouette suddenly crashed beside him, catching him completely off guard. To his and Kara's surprise, the silhouette turned out to be Zepekiyo, who'd moved at incredible speed, landing right between them. Capitalizing on their stunned shock, Zepekiyo immediately made his move, charging straight for Kara. According to him, the one most deserving of death was this gothic wench, as without her, he wouldn't have been cooked so badly. Jeong, a fraction too late, watched helplessly as Zepekiyo's arm tore through the air, aiming straight for Kara's heart. Cursing his shitty luck, he wondered if the bastard author wanted to kill off another of his baddies, forever trapping him in this maidenless hell. Well, fuck it. If that's how the author wanted to play it, then he had no choice but to revolt. If he had to secure his waifus on his own, then that's exactly what he'd do. Thinking so, he immediately reflected on what he could use to counter this threat. After mulling it over, he finally arrived at a feasible yet extremely dangerous solution. However, what choice did he have? If he didn't act now, Kara was as good as dead. Finding no other solution, Jeong resolutely activated his trump card. Door of Limitations. With the skill's activation, a crimson and savage aura burst out from Jeong, buffing his body several times over. Under the skill's effect, his eyes turned demonic, taking on a devilish hue. Jeong, noticing the bizarre changes to his body, immediately cancelled the bone blade, deeming it a wasted effort in this state. Not only was he strong enough to clap anything without it, but he was also losing hella stamina, making the bone blade a liability. With that done, he locked onto Zepeckio, targeting this loathsome fucker. Surprisingly, due to his buffed speed, the fiend was now moving hella slow, almost as if time had stopped around him. But Jeong knew this wasn't an issue of time. This was him moving so fast that everyone else seemed slow in his eyes. Capitalizing on this change, he zoomed towards Zepeckio, clocking the fool on the head. Before it could react, he comboed this blow with a knee strike, thrashing the shit out of the fiend. Not relenting, he proceeded to unleash a barrage of blows on the charred bastard, reducing the once formidable foe into a punching bag. Kara, watching all this, got moist seeing our boy go off like that. She'd known he was strong, but damn, was the chatty poppy always this strong? Back then, under Zepeckio's sneak attack, she'd already resigned herself to fate, believing there was nothing she could do to save her life. But who would have thought this chatty Jeong could come in clutch like that? Our boy, as if sensing the baddie's heart, kneed Zepeckio into the air, opening him up for a finisher move. Acting quickly, he swung at the fool, nailing him deep into the ground. Still not satisfied, he comboed the punch with an axe kick, driving his heel into Zepeckio's skull. With that, he casually backpedaled, eyeing to see what the fiend had left. Kara, noticing his withdrawal, asked what kind of skill that was, and if he had it, then why the hell didn't he use it earlier? Surely he hadn't been saving it for the cliché MC power-up trope, right? However, before she could probe further, the reason for Jeong's hesitation became apparent as he coughed up hella blood, soaking the ground in red. Noticing this, Jeong instantly deactivated the Door of Limitations skill, barely stabilizing his condition. After a bit of wheezing, he suddenly realized how close he'd been to death by recklessly activating that skill. Currently, the Door of Limitations was at level 4, which meant he could open 4 doors. However, just opening the first door caused him such a huge backlash that he was at death's door. If he had foolishly opened the 4th door from the get-go, then he would have died for sure. Thankfully, that didn't happen, and with his pain relief skill, he could somewhat endure the backlash of the deadly skill. But as they say, high risk, high reward. Although the skill was definitely dangerous, it was equally as OP. In fact, with that skill, Jeong was certain he'd whoop any ass, regardless of who they were. Kara, breaking our boy from his self-glazing, worriedly asked him if he was okay. Jeong, however, was clearly not okay. Because of the backlash, he couldn't even open his mouth, and his body was trembling all over. However, there were still moves to be made, so he forced himself to speak. With great difficulty, he managed to warn Kara, telling her to stop fucking around. Just because Zepeckio was beaten didn't mean he was dead, so before the bastard caught them lacking, she should go ahead and finish it off. Kara, snapping out of her daze, immediately locked in, instantly activating her ultimate skill. With a crackling of crimson embers, a majestic blade manifested, bathing the cave in its glow. This chatty flame was the Blade of Flame skill, a level 13 active skill exclusive to Kara. For now, it summoned a blade bathed in intense flames, promising to annihilate all it touched. Armed with the blade, Kara decisively slashed forward, launching the demonic weapon at Zepeckio. The strike landed with a deafening explosion, plumes of fire blossoming in the eerie cave. Our boy, unluckily caught up in the blast, was yeeted back like a ragdoll, skidding pathetically across the rough floor. If any of his baddies saw him in this state, he'd be sure to die a tragic virgin in this life. However, Jeong wasn't bothered by that. Despite the pathetic display, he was low-key glad he could rest up like that. Undoubtedly, the backlash from using the Door of Limitation skill was more than he expected, so any chance to recuperate was more than welcome. Back to Kara. Although she was closer to the blast site, she surprisingly didn't get yeeted back and thus maintained her chadlet aura. I don't know if it's because casters are immune to their skills' effects, or if the bastard author finally started showing some love to the female characters. In any case, the gothic mommy stared down at Zepeckio, eager to confirm her kill. After a bit of quiet waiting, she finally remembered our boy and worriedly asked if he was all right. Jeong, still sprawled on the floor like a wet dog, replied that he was okay. A little bit of blast couldn't do shit to him. Getting back up, he suddenly realized an ominous fact. Although Zepeckio seemed down for the count, the system still hadn't announced the completion of the mission. That is to say, shit was brewing behind the scenes, and he, the puppy Jeong, was destined to receive a whole lot of backshots from L.A.G. Kara, equally worried, asked Jeong if Zepeckio was finally dead. Jeong replied that he wasn't sure, but the method to check was simple. They just whooped the bastard until he confirmed whether he was alive or dead. In the meantime, he advised Kara to restore her stamina, and if she had potions to help speed that up, she was better off using them. With that said, Jeong downed a stamina potion and silently walked towards Zepeckio. As he did, he reflected on the room's mission. The system had instructed them to locate two imposters. The first was described as what looks like a human but is not a human, while the other was described as what pretends to be human. According to the system, killing the first imposter would enrage the second imposter. Zepeckio, with his bizarreness, was obviously one of the two imposters. However, even if that was the case, it still meant there was another hidden imposter out there somewhere, stalking him from the shadows. That was undoubtedly not an ideal situation to be in. The most dangerous cases were those where enemies lurked in the shadows while he was clueless in the light. But even if he worried about it, what would it change? The situation would still stay the same, so he might as well deal with what he could control. Thinking so, Jeong resolutely raised his bone blade, letting the ghostly katana stab at Zepeckio soon after. With a silent ding, the blade bounced off the fiend's skin, leaving only a small dent. Jeong, noticing this, frowned in annoyance. He didn't know what kind of material Zepeckio was made of, but it definitely featured an absurd, defensive quality. In fact, when he was thrashing it earlier in his limitation form, he'd gotten the feeling that he was punching wood. Gazing down at it, he wondered what the hell it might be. And with L.A.G being what it is, it could literally be anything. As he was still mulling it over, a hoarse voice called out, proclaiming itself to be a man. The duo, obviously shocked by this, immediately took their battle stances, ready for shit to pop off. Kara, clearly a curious Dora, asked Jeong yet another question. She wanted to know if Zepeckio had spoken just now. Damn, bitch. What's with the questions? Are you the mommy of questions or something? Jeong, obviously more gentle than I am, replied that he wasn't sure. Just when he wanted to speak some more, the hoarse voice returned, and this time they clearly traced it back to Zepeckio. The cockroach fiend, seemingly allergic to death, wailed out, saying that he was human. He shouted this again and again, venting his frustration that no one believed him. Our duo, with the fuck that no jutsu, immediately distanced themselves from Zepeckio, clearly wary of the tweaking fiend. To their shock, Zepeckio suddenly jetted into the air, crashing loudly into the roof. As the dust cloud settled, a bizarre scene materialized before the duo. Zepeckio, the weird fuck, was pinned to the roof, held in place by a thin pillar. As if that wasn't creepy enough, charred skin and flesh suddenly started to rain down, bathing the duo in a pungent scent. At this point, even a blind person could see that shit wasn't right, and it was undoubtedly time to get the fuck out of there. However, before the duo could move, Zepeckio started screaming again, shouting that it wasn't human. As it did so, the thin pillar holding it up gradually shrank, lowering it slowly to the ground. The duo, noticing this, racked their brains for a solution, wondering what L.A.G was cooking this time. However, the treacherous game didn't keep them in the dark for long. Soon, Zepeckio reached the ground, and its true nature was finally revealed. Most of you might have already guessed this since the name was a bit on the nose, pun intended. But yes, the true nature of Zepeckio was Pinocchio, the beloved and innocent wooden doll who deeply desired to be human. And in typical L.A.G fashion, the cursed game corrupted that idea, giving rise to this vile monstrosity, Zepeckio. Jeong, also realizing this, scowled visibly. He'd known L.A.G was cooking something, but he never thought this would be it. The cursed Pinocchio, however, wasn't going to give him time to settle his feelings. It slowly walked toward them, asking if they were human or nah. In a sickening twist, it grabbed hold of its long nose, brutally breaking it in half. The duo, witnessing this self-mutilation scene, responded in arguably the best way. Lit that bitch up. Who in their right mind would let such an enemy cook? In any case, they decided to feed Zepeckio some fireballs first, and if he survived that, then they'd discuss it later. The fiend, however, said, "Hell nah, we're discussing it now. It easily tanked their attacks, suffering 0 damage. In an enraged tone, it asked them what they were doing. Humans shouldn't behave like that. They should discuss things with words first before resorting to violence. But for them, they immediately responded with violence, which could only mean one thing: they weren't human. Saying so, Zepeckio suddenly burst into rage, expelling all the souls it had collected. With the souls no longer limiting its body, it quickly grew massive, reaching well over 3 meters. Now in its true form, it mad-dogged the duo, promising to kill them all. Jeong, eyeing the creepy fiend, couldn't help but have a sickening feeling in his gut. No matter how he thought about it, this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Zepeckio, as if proving him right, suddenly started growing again, towering over the duo. It repeatedly promised to kill them, insisting that it wasn't lying. If it lied, then its nose would grow, and if it did, then it wouldn't become human. That is to say, Zepeckio really meant that shit. He truly wanted to kill our Chad. Doubling down on its threat, it promised to dig their hearts out and eat them. Maybe then it would really become human. Jeong, seeing the situation spiraling way out of control, stepped forward to respond. He instructed Kara to prepare her strongest attack, something guaranteed to bring that bastard down. As for him, he'd act as the bait, buying enough time for her to attack. Kara, clearly skeptical, asked if he could truly do it. Their last exchange with Zepeckio hadn't been that great after all. Jeong replied that it didn't matter whether he could do it or not. He'd get it done regardless. This was Lag. The choice to retreat was never given in this hell. Saying so, he resolutely walked forward before suddenly sprinting off, rapidly closing the gap between them. With the boost from his electric skill, Jeong was very confident in his speed, even daring to challenge the Flash in this state. However, again, this was Lag. There was always a bigger dog in this game. Before Jeong could react, Zepeckio suddenly spawned beside him, inches away from his face. Our boy, scared shitless, immediately jumped back, narrowly avoiding a critical attack. Sweating bullets, he wondered how the hell the fiend had gotten so fast. In fact, if it wasn't for his chatty reaction, he might as well have been cooked with that blow. However, even if he cursed about it, it still wouldn't change what he had to do. Zepeckio had to die. Otherwise, he'd be the one dying there. Thinking so, Jeong resolutely locked in, eager to clap some wooden cheeks. Man plans, and gods laugh. As much as Jeong intended to clap Zepeckio, the fiend had no intention of dying so easily. Instead, it took the initiative, bringing the fight straight to Jeong. In a downright insidious move, it bit at Jeong's pee-pee, forcing the latter to back away frantically. And although some might argue that all is fair in love and war, surely this had to have crossed some line, right? Jeong, clearly believing so, retaliated in kind. If Zepeckio wanted a taste of his sword, then he'd be sure to give it a mouthful. The fiend, however, wasn't satisfied with just this. It immediately followed up with a grab attack, intending to trap our boy. Jeong, catching on to its scheme, quickly kicked off Zepeckio's arms, using the force to retreat. Luckily, he did so just in time. When Zepeckio's sneak attack finally came, the sheer might behind the blow sent out shockwaves, hinting at how monstrously disastrous it was. Now backpedaling, Jeong couldn't help but gulp at the absurd attack. If he'd faced it head-on, he would have been cooked, his strong bones be damned. However, Zepeckio wasn't done. It charged at Jeong, arms opened for a spear tackle. Jeong, finding himself on the defensive, opted for a change of tactics. Since normal attacks were ineffective against Zepeckio, he decided on a more concentrated assault, hoping to prevail through quality. Thinking so, he launched a condensed electric blast, aiming it at the fiend. Unfortunately, even this wasn't enough, as the fool easily bitch-slapped it away, continuing its charge toward Jeong. Our boy, truly at his wit's end, cursed inwardly at the monstrous display. If even his condensed attack couldn't do shit to Zepeckio, then how the fuck did Lag expect them to deal with this fool? Enraged and aggrieved, he continued his clumsy retreat, doing his best to dodge the fiend's deadly attacks. As he did so, he thought back to Zepeckio's earlier block. Why had the fiend gone out of its way to swat away his assault? If it was truly invincible, then it should have just tanked the hit. So why block? Did it mean its weakness was its eyes? Although it was just a guess on his part, Jeong took note of the idea, planning to use it later. In the meantime, he continued his tragic retreat, avoiding Zepeckio's strikes, which, for some reason, all seemed to be aimed at his dick. Finally fumbling, Jeong found himself at a dead end, trapped between a wall and the charging fiend. Seemingly helpless, he resolutely took his stance, eager to duke it out with the bastard. However, all this was a show. Jeong had deliberately lured Zepeckio into a trap, opening it up for a counterattack by Kara. The gothic mommy, clearly ready, immediately let it rip, launching 3 blazing swords at the fool. Caught off guard, Zepeckio ate the assault, disappearing in the fiery blossom. Our boy, also caught in the explosion, immediately charged out, barely avoiding a scorching demise. Now free, he regrouped with Kara, watching on as the woody bastard burned. I had initially thought that was the end of it, but this gothic bitch just had to jinx it, asking Jeong if Zepeckio was dead. And as expected, the fiend emerged from the flames, almost as if it had gotten a second wind from Kara's foolish words. Thanks a lot, bitch. Jeong, equally frustrated, stared gravely at the unscathed Zepeckio. Although he was fuming at Kara's foolishness, he still needed the baddie, so he had no choice but to swallow his rage. Turning to her, he asked if she'd be able to fire something even stronger if given the chance. Kara replied that she could, but considering her stamina, it would probably be the last assault she'd launch before collapsing. Not to mention she'd need a shitload of time to get it ready. Jeong told her not to worry. If it was time she needed, then it was time she'd get. Though he sounded confident, inwardly, he was sweating bullets. Forget his current pathetic state. Even if he was at his peak, he still wouldn't have been Zepeckio's match. The difference in their strength and speed was just that absurd. However, even if that was the case, it didn't mean he'd cower. He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. Like hell he'd fall to such a bastard. Thinking so, our boy resolutely activated his limitation skill, shrouding the cave in his demonic aura. So what if his body fell apart? So what if the backlash would be tragic? He'd be sure to send Zepeckio to hell before that happened. Kara, visibly worried, asked Jeong if he'd be okay. His body was still recovering after all. Jeong reassured her, letting her know he'd endure it somehow. And besides, since her jinxing ass had led them to this situation, it wasn't like they could just ignore it, right? He instructed her to focus on her role and not mind him. This was L.A.G. Such sacrifices were necessary in that hell. Kara reluctantly agreed, beginning the channeling of the pièce de résistance, the strike that would hopefully bring down the woody bastard. As for Jeong, he made a beeline for Zepeckio, planning to buy her as much time as he could. With grim determination, he resolved to maintain his limitation skill, not stopping until he brought Zepeckio down. Failure was not an option, especially since he'd seen how much Zepeckio loved biting off dicks. Such a bastard could not be allowed to win. Zepeckio, as if sensing his diss, also dove in, tangling Jeong in a brutal melee. It first launched a slap attack, kicking up a dust cloud from the force. Jeong, immediately on the defensive, clumsily dodged the slap, sliding between its legs to escape. Now free, he immediately turned back, driving a killer knee to Zepeckio's face. The fiend countered with a swipe attack, but Jeong was faster, barely dodging the vicious assault. Leveraging his momentum, he performed a mid-air somersault, perching gracefully on the roof. He immediately jumped back in, bringing the fight to Zepeckio. The fiend, also rising to the challenge, responded with a finger stab, seeking to pierce him through. Jeong, however, easily dodged the stab, countering with a heavy punch that smashed Zepeckio into the ground. The fiend, still unfazed, immediately recovered, ready for round 2. Jeong, equally ready, sprang forward, clocking the fool on the jaw. He comboed this move with a Superman punch, driving his fist into Zepeckio's ribs. Although he was holding up for now, Jeong knew this couldn't last long. His body was slowly breaking apart, and it wouldn't be long until he collapsed. Even still, he resolutely dove back in, determined to endure until the end. Zepeckio, completely livid from being toyed with, lunged at Jeong, stealthily preparing its finisher, a spear tackle. Our boy, noticing this, also prepared his finisher move, dual skill activation. Even though his body was in shambles, he still risked it and activated his electric skill, coating his body in a volt storm. With a double skill buff, Jeong shot forward, leaving a tempest surge in his wake. Zepeckio responded with a claw attack, leveraging its momentum to boost the assault. Our boy, having expected this, narrowly avoided the claw, countering with a savage punch to the gut. Because of the massive momentum, Jeong's punch kicked up a shock storm, forcing Zepeckio's body to cave inward. However, he too suffered gravely as his arm tore open, stabbed through by his shattered bones. But Jeong ignored this pain, using more force to send Zepeckio flying. As the hateful fucker skidded away, he used the short respite to assess his condition. One casual glance was enough to tell how pathetic his condition was. His hand was broken, bones shattered, and even his body was slowly falling apart. It was truly a miracle he was still standing. However, the silver lining was that he'd finally confirmed Zepeckio's weakness. Just as he'd guessed, the fucker's weakness was its eye. Armed with this info, Jeong decisively pressed the attack, resolute not to give Zepeckio any respite. Though his body was breaking down, there was still enough in the tank to give a big fuck you to Zepeckio. Our boy, channeling all his Sigma, Poppy, and Big Daddy aura, glided through the air, using his electro to air walk. Leveraging this panty-dropping feat, he instantly appeared before the fallen Zepeckio, cocking his hand back for a brutal jab. Before the fool could react, Jeong fed it a knuckle sandwich, making sure to bury its loathsome face into the ground. Zepeckio, left reeling from the blow, endured the pain and responded with a quick cross to Jeong's chest, making a mess of his ribcage. Overwhelmed by the force, Jeong was sent flying, crashing pathetically against the cave wall. This casual punch from Zepeckio finally broke the delicate balance in Jeong's body, and all his suppressed injuries came flooding in. Because of this awful timing, Jeong instantly became a spent force, a fish on the chopping board, helpless to defend against his demise. Zepeckio, enraged and equally spent, shakily stood up, its full fury locked on Jeong. Deep resentment bled through its lips, and it couldn't help but curse our boy, threatening to kill him in the worst ways possible. He'd do everything to make him suffer, even if he had to poke him in the ass and lie like crazy. Pause. Clearly too impatient to wait, it instantly lunged forward, curving a beeline toward our boy. Jeong, truly at his wit's end, watched helplessly as the fiend charged at him, powerless to stop it. Because of the backlash, his whole body was numb, and he couldn't rise an inch, even if the hawk was toed. This was it. This was as far as he could go. Though he felt resigned, there just wasn't anything he could do. He was sure to die this time. Just as he was preparing himself for Garcia's warm embrace, Kara called out, yelling hell no to his sweet harem in heaven. She chucked a blazing fireball at him, blowing the shit out of our boy. Zepeckio, left stunned by the attack, shifted its focus to Kara, curious to know what the hell was going on. When it did, it couldn't help but tremble slightly, coming face to face with a blazing fire sword. With no chance to react, the sword stabbed its flank, sinking deep into its woody body. Amidst a bright explosion, the Inferno blade rampaged through Zepeckio's body, blowing up his right leg. It then tore apart its left flank, before doing the same to his right arm. Finally, it made a mess of his face, barely missing that natural dildo on its nose. However, despite all this, the fiendish bastard still refused to die, stubbornly staying on its feet. Jeong, noticing this, couldn't help but curse the bastard. Even with all that, it still refused to die? Keep in mind that Kara's attack was more insidious than it seemed. It was designed to infiltrate the body, rampage about, and consume the victim from the inside out. So for this bastard to still be alive, it could only be chalked up to this being L.A.G. Zepeckio, now mangled and completely enraged, cursed at the duo, showing particular hostility toward Kara. It was because of this wench that he was in that state, a fact he could never forgive. But as much as he wanted to skin her alive, he too knew the bigger threat was the big Poppy Jeong, so it swallowed its hate and staggered toward him. With clear malice in its eyes, it promised to tear our boy apart, and if possible, it would shit on his grave. Jeong, peeping the obvious danger he was in, decided to gamble one last time. Even though his body was falling apart, the same was true for Zepeckio, so if he could just hold out, he might just be able to survive this hell. Thinking to this point, he ruthlessly zapped himself, using the currents to forcibly stimulate his dying body. Fighting through the clear anguish, he shakily faced off against Zepeckio, betting it all on that final brawl. Zepeckio, also of the same mind, rose up to the challenge, doing its best to suppress its burning body. With both titans locked in, they both pounced forward, engaging in possibly the last melee of their lives. Thunder and dust bloomed from the attack, and Jeong couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Just when it seemed over for our boy, he suddenly got a second wind, which he used to punch the shit out of Zepeckio. Through chatty glory, Jeong bashed apart the smug face, finally putting an end to the loathsome fucker. The system, as if sharing in the excitement, immediately announced the clear status, stating that the first mission had been accomplished. As a reward, 30 souls and a random passive skill would be given to the players. For our dying boy, the system gave him the Fiery Man passive skill. The skill was kinda trash, only heating his body up in proportion to his physical ability. Jeong, also noticing this ass reward, completely ignored it, instead focusing on his close shave with death. He had really cut it close that time. If Zepeckio had held on for just a second longer, he might have been the one to die. The system, seemingly aware of its garbage reward, sounded with another notification, this time bringing great news as a consolation. It stated that the second mission, Kill the Second Imposter, had also been completed. Thus, additional rewards would be given to Jeong. For those who are confused, it basically means Lag fooled us all, and Zepeckio was both the first and second imposter. And if that still doesn't make sense, just say fuck Lag and let it go. What else can we do? Moving on to the additional rewards, just as the system had promised, Jeong received a rune. This was Zepeckio's Rune of Anger. It allowed the wielder to activate the skill Madness, and further buffed their physical strength by 5%. As for the Madness skill, it did exactly what it sounded like. Once activated, the user would enter a berserk state for 1 minute, with possibly the normal buffs berserkers had. Our boy, mulling over the rewards, noted that they were kinda trash this time. Not only was the first passive ass, but the second was equally troublesome. Madness was a skill he didn't want to use and hoped he never had to use in the future. But from what we know about Lag, this motherfucker is gonna use that skill almost immediately. Gothic Kara, pulling up to our boy, asked him if he was okay. Jeong replied that he was alright, even though one of his injuries was caused by her personally. Kara, a bit embarrassed, said that it was the only way. If she hadn't blown him away from Zepeckio, then her signature technique would have hit him too, and he would have died pathetically. Not only that, she had to do that to confuse some of the chads who thought she was the second imposter. Jeong, flashing a rare smile, told her not to worry about it. Her judgment was spot on. Not only had she saved him, but she also gave Not a rare chance to laugh at the chads and chadlets in the comments. Serves them right for suspecting our new mommy. Kara, obviously confused by the fourth wall breaking, asked Jeong what they'd do next. Should they move forward? Jeong replied, telling her to chill out. There wasn't a need to rush. They would first rest up and recuperate. Only then would they move out. However, in typical Lag fashion, just when they thought things were simmering down, shit suddenly hit the fan, and the whole cave started shaking. The duo, obviously taken aback, wondered what the hell Lag was cooking this time. With eerie, foreboding looks, they turned in the direction of the incoming chaos. To their shock, a flood of doom swept their way, turning their already perilous situation even worse. Jeong, always quick with his reflexes, grabbed hold of Kara, making a quick getaway into the connecting corridor. However, how could a measly mortal escape the mechanisms of nature? The flood instantly caught up, sweeping our boy and his new baddie away. Our boy, cursing the author profusely, wondered what the hell he was up to. Damn it, after killing his last boo, did he want to drown this one as well? The author, as if saying fuck yeah, influenced the scene, forcing our chaste MC into a dark hole. If he wasn't careful, this would be the only hole he'd ever enter in his entire life. Jeong, obviously indignant, fought hard, trying his best to escape such a fate. Yet despite his efforts, he was just a man. How could he compete against nature? He instantly lost the fight, getting sucked into the dark vortex. After a bit of pointless drifting, a portal finally appeared, spewing out the duo like worthless trash. As for where they ended up, the system announced it as the next floor, Room B611. As the duo lay sprawled on the floor like wet pigs, a shadowy silhouette stealthily approached them, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing them. Jeong, equally surprised, gazed at the hidden silhouette, marveling at the wonders of fate for regrouping like that. Predictably, the shadowy silhouette was none other than Dwayne, who had somehow survived and bagged himself a baddie. And it wasn't just any baddie. It was the one and only Mommy Maytal, Jeong's old boo from his past regression. Our boy, shocked beyond belief, ogled at the bad one, vague memories flashing through his mind. How could he forget that delicate and gentle bod, one further amplified by its loyal soul? This was indeed his Mommy Maytal, the very same from his last life. But why was she there? Was she also trapped in the regression like him? Such thoughts traced through Jeong's mind, causing him to blank out for a second. He wordlessly stared at the baddie, seeing a version only he could. Dwayne, completely oblivious to Jeong's struggle, rambled on like an idiot, expressing his disbelief at meeting him there. Jeong, however, completely ignored him, his full focus on Maytal. And I gotta say, I sorta get it. That thang be thanging. After a bit of creepy stalking, Jeong finally realized that the Maytal before him was different. Not only was her public attribute different, but she also didn't seem to recognize him. Almost as if her shell was intact, yet her soul was different. Realizing this, Jeong reluctantly peeled his eyes off the baddie, trying his best to calm his chaotic mind. Dwayne, offering a bit of backstory, let the duo know that he'd met the maiden in the last room, B532. He assured them that she was good people, so they need not worry. Shifting his focus to Kara, he curiously inquired about her origins. Kara, dodging the question, asked Jeong if this was the friend he'd mentioned before. Upon Jeong's confirmation, she couldn't help but glaze Dwayne, saying that he looked reliable as fuck. Maytal joined the banter, silently pointing at Jeong's injuries. She then gestured toward the healing room, hinting that he should get some treatment. Kara, marveled by the gentle maiden, praised her for being kind and gentle, to which Maytal flashed a beaming smile, melting the ice from my frozen heart. Dwayne, clearly wiser from experience, linked Jeong's grave injuries to the difficulty of the room. If even the big dog could get that injured, then the room must have been hell. Jeong confirmed this, adding that he'd survived purely by plot armor. If things had dragged on, even that wouldn't have saved him. Returning the question, he asked Dwayne how his challenge was. Dwayne replied that things were tough, but he had the maiden Maytal there to help, so they somehow made it through. Kara, feeling her relevance dwindling, joined the banter, exaggerating her impact in the room. She glazed that without her, Jeong would have been cooked, powerless to defeat Zepeckio. And although this might sound like a flex, if you really thought about it, she was low-key right. Jeong also agreed with this, hence he stayed quiet. Instead, he enjoyed Kara's goofy side, finding the sharp contrast to her Valkyrie side intriguing. With the banter done, the duo split up. Jeong headed for treatment while Kara visited the vendor. Once inside, Jeong immediately made use of the facility, instructing the system to heal all his wounds. A couple of minutes later, and 11 souls down, our boy's injuries were fully healed, and he promptly returned to the hall. When he did, a pleasant surprise was waiting for him there. Turns out, Kara had decided to go all out in the thirst trap, buffing her drip with sexiness galore. In fact, the change was so drastic that even our virgin Chad couldn't help but salivate a little. Oh, Jeong, you naughty dog. Reining in his pervy thoughts, Jeong seriously evaluated her drip. From the looks of it, the baddie had invested quite a bit into that change, so the value should be equivalent. If that was the case, then he had nothing to worry about. A side note was that she was now proper eye candy, which made the investment even more worth it. Done with his cultured thoughts, Jeong entered the vendor room. What greeted him was a humongous vendor Chad, one easily taller than 5 meters. For Jeong, this sight wasn't intimidating. Rather, he was low-key delighted. The taller the vendor, the more goods it sold, so this was a welcomed development by our boy. Acting quickly, he immediately cashed in his skill and equipment coins, exchanging them for relevant items. For the skill, the vendor gave him the Batman skill, which, contrary to its cool name, was actually pure booty. The equipment, however, was decent. He received the Demon's leather jacket, a slick poppy jacket with hidden functions to boot. The first was a pocket space of sorts where he could keep his loot. The second was an incredible buff to his agility, provided he was in the dark. Done with that, he immediately shifted his focus to the items on sale. After a bit of thinking, he decided to purchase 2 equipment enhancers and a socket for his Skull General's mask. With the 3 in tow, he immediately set about improving his gear. First, he equipped Zepeckio's Rune of Anger to the mask. Then, he used the first enhancer to attempt an upgrade. Unfortunately, this attempt failed, and the enhancer was wasted. Not discouraged, Jeong tried out the next enhancer, and luckily, this time the upgrade worked. The equipment successfully leveled up to Skeleton King's face from Skeleton General's jaw. With the upgrade, the main skill, Summon Skeleton Soldiers, increased from level 1 to level M, Master. Predictably, Jeong was overjoyed by this. He hadn't held out much hope for the upgrade, so for it to rise by that much was truly a cause for celebration. The true Chads, however, know this isn't the case. Since L.A.G is never generous, we can already predict a shitshow for our boy in the future. One way or another, he's gonna have to pay for that luck, even if he has to toot that ass. Jeong, clearly oblivious to this, tested out his new mask. Surprisingly, it got absorbed into his skin, disappearing completely from view. Though stunned, he quickly adapted, leaving the vendor's room soon after. Back in the hall, the new squad geared up, ready to face the new hell. And in case you hadn't noticed, the old flames were outfit matching. Probably the author's attempt at being slick. Our boy, still down bad, gazed intensely at Maytal, wondering if she truly didn't recognize him. As he channeled his inner Diddy, Dwayne caught him staring and immediately taunted. He teased Jeong for being thirsty, saying that his eyes would pop out at that rate. But he didn't blame him though, since Maytal was indeed foxy. Jeong, sensing the tease in Dwayne's tone, told him to stop spewing bullshit. It wasn't what he thought. Locking back in, he shifted the conversation to the next room. Upon the shift, Dwayne suddenly turned solemn. He confessed his doubts to Jeong, expressing his lack of confidence in the next challenge. Jeong, equally worried, sighed helplessly. It wasn't like they could do anything about it. This was L.A.G. Their only choice was to either go forward or die. Although the odds were stacked against them, they could only give it their all and hopefully make it out alive. With that, the squad resolutely entered the next hell, ready for whatever shitshow might follow. We cut to the squad's chatty entrance into the next room. Our boy, obviously the leader, was first into the fray, his new drip on full display. And I don't know if it's just me, but without the mask, Jeong went from a badass killer MC to a dolled-up femboy. Not sure if he'll fight or rizz up the baddies. In any case, the squad weren't the only ones in the room. There were two more teams with them. The first was led by this Afro dandy and a budget Saitama. Well, more like Saitama's older, uglier brother, the one who couldn't pull no bitches. And the next was a group of three, their leader a familiar face from Jeong's past life, the Poppy Stepan. Upon the team's entry, L.A.G officially announced the room's mission. And as expected of this sadistic hell, the mission involved a massacre. Specifically, the teams were to kill each other until less than half of their original numbers remained. As for who they'd kill, L.A.G didn't care about that, so long as it got to see blood. To motivate them further, the system promised to triple their souls if they killed and reaped the other players. A tempting offer, to say the least. With the mission drop, the players acted as you'd expect. Stepan's team sighed bitterly at the brutality of L.A.G, but at the end of the day, they expected nothing less from the cursed game. In contrast, the other team took everything in stride, quickly getting over the mission and instead taunting Stepan for being blind, deeming him an easy target. This was the difference between the players. Some struggled to accept their new reality, while others, like fish in water, easily adapted, making use of their new circumstances. Our boy was a little bit of both, but currently, his full focus was locked onto Stepan. As you'd imagine, Jeong was losing his shit. Running into an old acquaintance was already a miracle, but for another one to pop up immediately after, at that? This couldn't be chalked up to simple coincidence. L.A.G was definitely cooking something. However, even if that was the case, it didn't change the situation he was in, so Jeong decided to lock in and worry about it later. Dwayne, surprisingly more cold-blooded, calmly asked Jeong if all they needed to do was kill a bunch of people. Jeong confirmed this, explaining that they had to kill 5 to meet the system's requirements. As the two conversed, a Theo Von-looking motherfucker stepped forward from Stepan's group, ready to drop some talk no jutsu. However, before he could spout his "we're all friends" bullshit, he quickly learned that this wasn't Naruto, it was L.A.G, and such worthless sentiments weren't allowed in this hell. With a blade through his gut, Theo Von collapsed, becoming the first casualty in the room. As for the perpetrator, Eunice Kunbo, the Afro dandy from earlier. The treacherous fellow had used his shadow ability to launch a sneak attack, something that caught everyone off guard, including Jeong. With a worried look on his face, Jeong feared for Stepan's safety, as any sensible person would know he was the next target. True to his deduction, Eunice turned his blade to Stepan, charging forward to stab him through. You'd think with his blindness, he'd be the weakest in the room, but that would be your naivety talking. He easily dodged the stab attack and countered with a gut punch, sending the fool flying. Before Afro Dandy could process what the hell just happened, a stamp kick kissed his face, putting an end to his worthless life. Just like that, the Poppy Stepan showcased his dominance, proving to all why he'd been Jeong's general in his last life. Calmly retreating, he asked his companion if Theo was dead. The bronze mommy replied that he wasn't, though that wouldn't be the case for long. Stepan, upon hearing this, told her to kill Theo. It was better if she was the one to claim the benefits. All this was witnessed by Jeong from the sidelines, and he couldn't help but reevaluate Stepan. Don't let his stemboy face fool you. Jeong was currently on high alert. He deemed Stepan to be the biggest obstacle in the room, made worse by the fact that he couldn't fight all out against him in lieu of their past relationship. But as much as that was the case, Jeong found himself hesitating. The ruthlessness and savagery of this Stepan was unlike his past regression, where the Chad had been mostly passive. So was it truly wise to treat him the same and possibly endanger himself by holding back? As he pondered this conundrum, the third group approached them, seeking to form a temporary alliance. They argued that Stepan was hella strong, and only through their combined strength could they bring him down. Jeong, eyeing the oblivious bastards, pointed out the flaw in their request. Their team had 3 people, while Jeong's had 4. So even if they killed Stepan's group, they'd still be 1 extra on the mission's quota. The group replied that they'd worry about that later. For now, they'd kill Stepan's group and get revenge for Afro Dandy. Jeong countered their suggestion, stating that Stepan hadn't shown hostility toward them, so why would they fight him? To this, the new leader pointed towards Stepan, claiming that he was already attacking. Jeong, obviously taken aback, acted instinctively, shifting his focus to Stepan. The moment he did, he immediately realized it was a trap. The other team had tricked him into shifting his focus, hoping to launch a sneak attack. However, their treacherous plot was destined to fail, as Jeong wasn't the only Chad in his squad. The 2 mommies instantly made their moves, burning and burying the treacherous fools. As for their leader, he got a vicious stab to the gut, a little gift from our boy Jeong. In a mocking tone, he congratulated him on his sick ploy. Too bad he chose the wrong opponent. He let the bastard know that his gang was a tough bunch. Like hell they'd fall for such a cheap trick. As he said this, we got a glimpse of the baddies absolutely decimating the competition, finding 0 challenge in the endeavor. Jeong, always the Chad, finished the confrontation flashily, cleanly decapitating the fool. With the bastards done, they reaped their rewards, leisurely enjoying the triple drop rate promised by the system. Done with that, the squad stared at each other, puzzled. According to the mission details, the room should have been considered cleared once the total number of players dropped to 6. Obviously, they'd already fulfilled that requirement, so what the hell was going on? Just when Jeong was beginning to think L.A.G was fucking with them, a deep sigh suddenly sounded in the room, and a mysterious male slowly materialized. Turns out this stalking perv had been using his dual skills to stay hidden from the group, possibly plotting a sneak attack. As for who he was, the system introduced him as Tony Shaw, a weaselly coward who had somehow managed to turn one of the worst attributes into a killer move. He had paired his trash attribute with the invisible skill, creating a dual ability that essentially made him vanish for 5 minutes. And although that doesn't sound like much, give that power to a down bad Chad, and suddenly the whole world suffers greatly. Seeing the new addition to the room, the 2 squads collectively turned in his direction, causing Tony to feel an immense sense of danger. He had hoped to stalk in the shadows and reap easy benefits, but who would have thought his situation would deteriorate so quickly? Jeong, eyeing the fool, mocked him silently. In a situation where someone had to die, it was obvious who both parties would target. Tony had tried to be slick, but it ended up biting him in the ass. Tony, also aware of this, tried to appeal to the squads, hinting that it was unfair for them to gang up on him. The bronze mommy wasn't having it. She told him to cut the bullshit. This was L.A.G. Since when was anything ever fair? As things stood, it was pure logic to kill a stranger, aka Tony, rather than target someone they'd known for way longer. Tony, finally realizing how fucked he was, cursed his shitty luck, and cursed Afro Dandy even more. It was because of that bastard dying so quickly that he had found himself in this shitty situation. If he ended up dying because of that fool, he promised to follow him to hell and whoop his black ass. Maytal, seeing the squad still not moving, manipulated her sand to pass them a message. Dwayne, who had known her longer, explained that this was her way of communicating. She would write letters in the sand and use them to relay her thoughts. For now, her message to the squad was simple. Team up with Stepan and kill Tony. Afterward, when Stepan and the bronze baddie had their guards lowered, they would ambush them and take them out too. Although her words made sense in the fucked up logic of L.A.G, Jeong couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. The Maytal of his past life would never have suggested such a thing. In fact, she was the kind of person who would have sacrificed her life if it meant stopping the squads from fighting. Evidently, the Maytal before him was different from the one he had known before his regression, and the same was true for Stepan. Though it pained him to admit it, Jeong had no choice but to accept that the two were entirely different people. Back to the discussion at hand. Kara was the first to reject the idea, explaining that risking their lives to fight Stepan and the bronze baddie wasn't worth it. Dwayne supported her, saying that instead of fighting, they should use the opportunity to befriend the duo. Maybe, if things worked out, they might get new travel buddies. Maytal, however, was resolute. She insisted that attacking was the best strategy. Besides, what guarantee did they have that the duo would reciprocate their kind intentions and not attack them? Jeong, having heard enough of the argument, told all of them to cut it out. Whatever they do could be discussed later. For now, they should pay attention to the duo, since it seemed they were finally making their move. True to his words, Stepan and Bronzy were closing in on Tony, their killing intent obvious. The stealthy stalker, realizing his dire predicament, decided to counterattack, vowing to drag many down with him. With that, he lunged forward, activating his invisibility skill in the process. Predictably, Tony's disappearance caused the duo to pause. They instantly went on high alert, guarding against his inevitable sneak attack. Over on our Chad side, the squad was still laid back, believing that Tony wouldn't attack them since they had superior numbers. Only an idiot would target 4 when he could target 2 instead. Jeong, however, disagreed. His countless years of experience in L.A.G made him understand that humans were unpredictable. If there was ever a place where someone could make such an idiotic decision, it was definitely in L.A.G. Thus, he told the squad to lock in and not give the enemy a flaw to exploit. With those words, he activated his Batman skill, using his enhanced hearing to track Tony down. After a bit of searching, he finally located the stealthy fucker. Turns out, the reason no one could hear him even though he was clearly moving was because he was using a technique to airwalk. Apparently, in L.A.G, the OP ability to airwalk was as cheap as cabbages, since even one-chapter characters like Tony could easily do it. Speaking of the creepy bastard, his target was ultimately picked, and it was none other than our boy Dwayne. Jeong, realizing this, shouted at him to be careful, warning him that Tony was right above him. Dwayne, who for some reason had been hella chill since this mission started, finally locked in, turning to counter the attacking Tony. However, the bastard was still in stealth mode, so his monstrous strength had no direct target to attack. Tony, noticing the puzzled look on Dwayne's face, charged forward even more fiercely, believing the giant unit was already in his grasp. Unfortunately, the fool made the same mistake all L.A.G villains continuously made, thinking that this was a mano-a-mano fight. Nah, bitch, this wasn't an honorable duel, this was a jump fest, and everyone could join. Maytal embodied this principle and sent out waves of sand, trapping the fool inside. Because of the dense cluster, Tony's invisibility was cancelled, and his stunned face was visible to all. Acting quickly, the sandy mommy deployed her giant's hand, grabbing hold of and squeezing the shit out of the fool. Tony, clearly hesitant to die, unleashed his trump card, Breath of the Giant. This was a skill that expanded the capacity of the holder's lungs to giant size and enabled them to exhale it as a form of attack. Though not particularly impressive, when used correctly, it had the potential to fuck mega shit up. And unluckily, our squad was the unwilling exemplar of this. They instantly got yeeted away, powerless against the overwhelming wind currents. Our boy and Dwayne were the only exceptions, though even they found the resistance daunting. Fed up with the one-sided barrage, Dwayne activated his power of a beast skill, braving through the pressure as he closed in on Tony. With a mighty leap, the unit drop-kicked the shit out of Tony, sending the coughing fucker off into the distance. In that single move, the fool crashed pathetically against the concrete wall, losing his worthless life soon after. Our boy, done with his chatty deed, casually pocketed the soul, all while listening to the system's notifications. It stated that the unit Dwayne had joined the ranks of the players who'd accomplished the side mission, kill and reap a player. As such, the relevant reward would be awarded to him as well. As for the main mission, the system announced it as completed since the total number of surviving participants had finally met the required quota. In light of this, the system announced that they would all be awarded, including Bronze Mommy, who turned out to be Priyanka, not Jonas, Chopra. Done with the rewards, L.A.G gave them permission to head to the next room, room B612, and because it was feeling generous, it promised to keep the triple drop rate active until they cleared that room. For those who'd forgotten, L.A.G promised to triple their souls if they killed and reaped the souls of other players. Think of it as an insidious incentive for them to murder each other and further bathe L.A.G in blood. Jeong, mulling over the rewards, channeled his big brain to do the quick math. With the triple drop rate, it meant their initial 50 souls reward would instantly become 150, making now a perfect opportunity to gather some souls. However, precisely because of that, he couldn't let his guard down. If he could think about it and be tempted, then so could the others. And as if on cue, Dwayne warned him of the approaching duo. It seemed like shit was finally about to get active. Thinking fast, Jeong warned the duo to stop, hinting that disregard would be met with fierce hostility. Stepan, taking a step back, replied that he had no intentions of fighting. Instead, he was more interested in an alliance. Noticing the sullen faces of the group, Stepan told them to chill out. He really had no ill intentions. Kara, picking up on this odd comment, asked Stepan how he could see their expressions when he was clearly blind. Stepan replied that it was his personal secret. How could he endanger himself by foolishly blabbering it to everyone? However, since he was the one who proposed an alliance, he might as well reveal it to earn their trust. He shared that as a consolation for losing his sight, he developed superhuman senses to compensate for his vision. So, inasmuch as he couldn't see in the technical sense, he could still perceive the world just like everyone else. Jeong, taking back the initiative, told him to be direct. What was it that he needed from them? Stepan replied that he wanted a temporary alliance. They would support each other until they cleared the next room. Maytal, seemingly having something to say, used her sand skill again, raising up a tablet to write on. However, as expected, Stepan was blind, so apart from the rustling sounds, he couldn't make out what she wanted to say. Priyanka did the translation, letting him know that Maytal had warned them to step back. Otherwise, they'd both be killed. Upon hearing the obvious threat, Stepan chuckled, replying that Maytal was hella harsh to the elderly. Jeong, still eyeing the duo suspiciously, finally noticed a bizarre point. At some time during the talk, Priyanka had stealthily performed a strange gesture, almost as if she was praying. But Jeong knew this wasn't a simple prayer pose. The bronze bitch was definitely up to something. Unfortunately, he caught on too late, as whatever trap the duo had set was already complete. Priyanka signaled for Stepan to act, and the old Chad didn't hesitate to let it rip. His eyes instantly turned demonic, burning with clear white flames. Jeong, noticing this, couldn't help but get a shiver down his spine. His danger sense was also flaring, warning him of the tremendous peril he was in. With no time to delay, he immediately shouted at the squad, warning them to brace for impact. Following the bellowed voice, crimson arms shot at them, barely avoiding stabbing them through. With their targets lost, the arms reluctantly retreated, settling behind Priyanka. This godly display was the active skill Arms of the Asura, a skill that allowed the holder to manifest 4 arms of the demon Asura. A highly OP skill, since once manifested, the arms would become one with the body, allowing for both offense and defense. However, despite the obviously domineering display, the squad didn't lose their fighting spirit. Instead, their battle lust was triggered, and they all charged at the duo. Kara and Maytal targeted Priyanka, while Jeong and Dwayne aimed for Stepan. The two mommies, with seamless coordination, launched fireballs and sand bullets at Priyanka, forcing the latter to defend. Meanwhile, Jeong and Dwayne faced off against Stepan, with Jeong going all out from the start. He activated his bone blade and instructed Dwayne to fall back, hinting that he'd create an opening for him. Dwayne, already familiar with Jeong's technique, readily agreed, lurking stealthily in the shadows, preparing for a decisive attack. Stepan, noticing their secret exchange, told them to take their time. He was confident he could clap them all the same. With that, the duo charged, and the old Chad waited, eager for an interesting battle. As he ran, Jeong cursed the dire development. If he could help it, he didn't want to fight Stepan. But as things stood, L.A.G really left him no way out. Since that was the case, he might as well go with the flow. Hopefully, there would be a way to remedy the situation in the end. Calming his thoughts, Jeong swung at Stepan, aiming for a decapitating slash. However, the old Chad easily blocked it, catching Jeong completely off guard. Before our boy could react, Stepan countered with a killer cross, aiming for Jeong's flank. Jeong, one with battle, instinctively protected his sides, barely blocking the brutal punch. Yet even with the block, the force still sent our boy flying, forcing him to skid off into the distance. Dwayne, capitalizing on the opening, spawned in with a jump punch, effectively completing the pincer attack. However, the old dude was ready for him and nimbly responded with a power punch, engaging Dwayne in a battle of strength. Contrary to Jeong's expectations, the duo was equally matched in strength, causing both of them to get knocked back. He had hoped Dwayne, the god of strength, would send Stepan flying, but it seemed that was only his wishful thinking. Dwayne was equally surprised. He, more than anyone, knew the limits of his Chadley strength, so for Stepan to match him so seamlessly, that was indeed a cause for alarm. Over at the maiden's side, the duo was still battling Priyanka, with Maytal taking the lead. Kara was relegated to the ambush position, tasked with closing the distance and launching decisive attacks on the foe. Acting on her role, the Gothic mommy launched a fire sword, shooting it straight for Priyanka's head. The Asura baddie, still tied up with Maytal, had to forcibly retreat. Only then did she block the attack. Furious about the ambush, she shot Kara a death stare, openly exposing her killing intent. The Gothic mommy ignored her, instead focusing on something more dire. Priyanka's Asura form had 4 arms, but currently, only 3 were used to block her attack. So where was the 4th? As she pondered this, a grim realization dawned on her, and she immediately turned to Maytal. Just as she'd expected, the 4th arm had launched an ambush, and the target was Maytal. Before her warning could register, the old flame was grabbed by the arm and yeeted into the air like a headless chicken. Jeong, completely oblivious to his booze predicament, closed in on Stepan, trying his luck with the Lag famous backstabbing. Unfortunately, the game was like, "Nah, bitch, you're the MC, you gotta fight fair and square." Stepan easily ducked below his slash, immediately putting an end to his backstabbing career. As if to teach him a lesson, the Chad countered with a back kick, yeeting the absolute shit out of our boy. Dwayne, joining the fray, jumped in with a gut punch, further buffing his strength with an active skill. But even with this, the old monster still blocked, using nothing but his bare hand to stop the attack. To the bewildered Dwayne, Stepan responded with a left jab, launching him into the air. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it seems like our Chads are really losing this fight. Jeong, equally aware of this, took a beat to analyze the foe. Not only was the bastard strong, but he also had supernatural senses and an absurd battle instinct. Continuing to battle him in his area of proficiency would only put them at a greater disadvantage. As he was still thinking of a solution to remedy their ass-whooping, a nervous voice called out, shouting Maytal's name. Our boy, drawn to the commotion, watched in horror as his flame was caught, seconds away from being squashed like a bug. With zero hesitation, he abandoned Dwayne, charging forward to save his boo. Speaking of the baddie, she mobilized her sand skill, using its power to slow down her demise. Kara also helped, directing her fireballs at Priyanka. However, despite their efforts, it was clear that if things didn't change, then the baddie would die. The death knell had truly been rung. Jeong, spawning the fuck in, lunged at Bronzy, his sword slashing for her neck. Nevertheless, the baddie completely ignored him, as if she believed his attack would never land. True to her belief, Stepan jumped in, kneeing the hell out of our boy. With that well-timed interception, Maytal was once again in danger, her future proving more uncertain. Dwayne, charging in, cursed silently, his face a mess of panic. If they didn't do something, then Maytal was sure to die. Well, re-die, since the baddie had already died before. We pan back to the moment Jeong received that brutal knee to the face. As the Chad was yeeted pathetically to the side, he coincidentally got a clear view of Maytal's fate unfolding. With a pained and helpless look, he watched passively as the baddie, his old flame, was crushed into meat paste, her body mangled beyond recognition. Jeong, watching all this, couldn't hide the despair in his eyes. His heart bled as he wondered, what was the point? Why had the author brought her back only to kill her off 2 chapters later? It made no fucking sense. In his anguish, he directed the question to the Poppy Knot, hoping the all-knowing Chad would have an answer for him. However, even the 4th wall-breaking Chad had no answer for him. This degree of mommy-hating was too much for even him to understand. Damn it, who was she? Who was the bitch who broke the author's heart? If she'd known how many waifus we'd lose because of her, she'd definitely give that bastard another chance. And to the author, fuck you. Respectfully, of course. Dwayne, finally joining the fray, rammed into Stepan, pushing the Chad away with his signature shoulder bash. However, even his name technique wasn't enough to faze the old monster. He quickly recovered and countered with a brutal punch aimed at Dwayne's gut. Luckily, the bastard was forced to cancel the blow and guard against Jeong's sneak attack, barely saving Dwayne's life. With the well-timed assist, Stepan was sent skidding away, only regaining his footing after a long while. The Chad, still unscathed, chuckled at the light wound on his arm, jesting that it stung a little. Turning to Jeong, he asked him if he was budget Zeus or something, because otherwise, why would he be manipulating lightning like that? Jeong, completely livid, mad-dogged the fucker, refusing to engage him in his pointless banter. Stepan, realizing the Chad hadn't fallen for his taunt, immediately switched his approach. He inquired about Jeong's monstrous physique, saying that hitting him felt like hitting a lump of iron. What was that all about? Or did he have to hit him harder for his attack to connect? Jeong, seemingly fed up with his bullshit, told him to shut his hole. Though conflicted, he let the bastard know that he had no intention of killing him. If he stopped his attacks and left, then Jeong promised to retreat as well. Stepan, still with his mocking tone, asked him if that would truly be possible. From the looks of it, the lady who'd been clapped was most likely precious to him. Would he be willing to let it go without avenging her? And if so, then what kind of man was he? How could a Chad give up on a maiden so easily? He further added that Jeong didn't need to convince him. Whatever choice Jeong made wouldn't affect his actions moving forward. He would kill Jeong and reap his souls, hinting that the triple drop rate was too much for even his old, greedy ass to ignore. Upon receiving his answer, Jeong cast a pained glance at Maytal. The mommy's demise had hit hard, almost worse than the pain he felt when he lost Garcia. What made it worse was the fact that his old friend had been the one to do it. Such facts made his heart bleed, and he couldn't help but curse Lag. Was this it? Was this what the game wanted to see? Them suffering and losing themselves to despair? Well, if that was the case, he'd do what needed to be done, even if it pained him. With a resolute gaze, he told Stepan he'd kill him. He'd kill him and move forward. Stepan, still as cocky as ever, congratulated him for his firm resolve. However, did he even have the ability to kill him? Or was he just spouting bullshit MC nonsense? Addressing Priyanka, he asked her about the arms of Asura. Priyanka replied that the skill had run out, and with her current stamina, it was impossible to use it again. To this, Stepan sighed, saying that they had no choice but to do it the old-fashioned way. Stomp a bitch. As he was still contemplating the incoming ass-whooping, a blazing flame shot towards him, drawing his attention. This fiery hell was a result of Kara going all out, shooting 6 flaming swords at him. Stepan, taken aback, responded immediately, doing his best to brace for the impact. When the attack landed, a flame bloomed from the site, and an explosion rocked the room, showing how monstrously disastrous it was. Soon, the flames died down, and the aftermath was revealed to the squad. To their horror, the old bastard had survived yet again. And not only that, he had mercilessly used Priyanka as a human shield, sacrificing her life to save his own. With a ruthless gaze, he told the trio not to act so surprised. This was Lag. The only way to survive in that hell was to exploit those weaker than them and to step on their corpses to grow stronger. Saying so, he mercilessly crushed Priyanka's neck, reducing the already charred corpse to ash. He then glared at the squad, telling them that he was done fucking around. Their annoying existence had finally vexed him, and he would stop at nothing to kill them all. Jeong, watching the barbaric display, finally snapped out of his bitch thoughts. This was all the proof he needed to understand that this Stepan wasn't the same from his past life. He was brutal and savage. A monster capable of sacrificing anyone in order to survive. He would be a fool if he kept insisting on his past relationships and holding back. This asshole didn't deserve such courtesy. Not to mention, defeating him was already a tall order, even if he locked all the way in. Dwayne was the first to resume the offensive. Buffed by his beast skill, he unleashed a bestial roar at Stepan, attacking him with a powerful shockwave. Stepan, channeling his karate, Mr. Miyagi-type shit, smoothly parried the attack, finding zero challenge in the endeavor. Done with the chatty display, he cockily told Dwayne to try harder. And since he didn't seem to be that bright, he even offered him a piece of advice. He told him that such attacks were useless against him since he was, you know, him. If he truly wanted to stand a chance against him, then he had to get up close and personal and face him in close combat. Jeong, fed up with the cocky fucker, hollered at Kara real quick. In a gentle whisper, he explained the plan to her. Done with that, he inquired if she could pull it off. Kara replied that she could, but first, they should probably go help Dwayne because the Chad didn't seem to be doing so great. True to her words, our boy was currently getting his shit rocked. And worse still, Stepan was lecturing him as he whooped his ass. A truly pitiful fate for the unit. He mocked Dwayne for actually listening to him and facing him head-on, not realizing his specialty was close combat. Dwayne, seemingly desperate to salvage his image, shot back, telling Stepan his attacks were ass, they barely tickled him. And although I sympathize with our boy, I'm calling cap on that. Does this look like the face of someone tickled in a fight? Stepan, equally calling bullshit, told him not to worry. He had plenty of ass where that whoop came from. If he was that eager, then he'd feed him all the ass whooping he wanted. In a serious tone, he told Dwayne to brace himself. He was ending that fight. Jeong, jumping in, told Stepan he was goddamn right. It was time to end that shit. Stepan, visibly vexed, told him to wait his turn. He'd prepared a special serving of choke-a-bitch just for him. Jeong, however, didn't want his cursed meal. He immediately activated his Door of Limitation skill, letting his demonic aura loose. With frightening speed, he disappeared from his location, spawning behind Stepan with a flying kick. The fool, finally catching on, scrambled to defend, barely blocking the lethal blow. As he was sent reeling from the attack, he cursed his shitty luck and his poor judgment. If he'd known Jeong was this much of a threat, he'd have killed him first. Thinking so, he countered with a killer cross, aimed for Jeong's "I shit you not" dick. Our boy, however, said hell no to losing his future descendants. Even though the author was stingy with the mommies, it didn't mean he had no use for his crown jewels. He swiftly performed a shin block, mitigating the damage by a lot. Stepan, noticing this, told him, "Bet." Since he had the combat instinct to block so geniusly, he was really curious to see if he could stop his next attack. Saying so, the old monster locked in, yeeting the absolute shit out of our boy. Jeong, left reeling from the blow, was sent flying like a slapped hoe, powerless to fight against his pimp, Stepan. The old bastard, capitalizing on this vulnerability, spawned in front of Jeong, catching the latter off guard. With brute savagery, he launched a deadly uppercut on our boy, tearing through his clumsy block and clocking him straight in the jaw. Not relenting, he opened a can of whoop-ass on our mans, punching the Hyeok out of him. Lee Jeong, formerly named Hyeok, was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing pathetically soon after. When he landed, he immediately shouted "cut" to the Poppy Knot, telling him to pause on the recap real quick. Something wasn't adding up, and he desperately needed answers. How the hell was Stepan whooping him while he was in his limitation form? This shit didn't make sense. Not, however, told him to stop being a bitch and lock back in. Stepan was already on the move. Hearing the warning, Jeong immediately dodged, barely avoiding a lethal stomp. Stepan, who for some reason was so strong he could dig holes with his kick, shifted his gaze to the escaping Jeong, praising him for his quick reaction. Inwardly, he was wondering how the bastard could move so well. Not only could he make micro-adjustments to lessen his blows, but he could also respond within a fraction of a second, narrowly avoiding lethal damage. As he'd expected, this Jeong bastard was difficult to deal with. Our boy, equally stumped, glared at Stepan, his condition worsening by the second. The old monster, noticing this, mockingly asked if he'd be okay. He looked like shit, after all. Jeong told him not to worry about him. Despite how he looked, he'd already succeeded in stalling for time. Stepan, hearing the odd words, instantly came to a realization and shifted his focus to the surviving duo. To his shock, he caught them stealing Priyanka's soul, recreating an OG Fast and Furious on his ass. Kara, realizing their scheme had been discovered, flipped the fucker off, even emphasizing the diss by setting her middle finger ablaze. This was, without a doubt, the hottest fuck you. Stepan, initially confused, immediately understood the duo's plan, and he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in shock. Just as you might have guessed, the plan was to steal the soul and run, leave the room before the old bastard could react. However, how could Stepan let them go so easily? He swiftly shot at them, instantly narrowing the gap between himself and the cheeks. Damn, those glossy cheeks. I don't know what the author was thinking, but thank you very much. Dwayne, also low-key peeping the yams, cursed loudly at the old fool. What the hell had he been eating to grow so strong and fast? Such absurd stats didn't make sense. Jeong, finally rejoining the fray, chased after Stepan, his face etched with worry. Judging by how things were going, it would be a miracle if the duo made it to the door before dying. Seeing as how things weren't looking good, he decided to risk it all and open the second door of limitation. With the skill unlocked, Jeong instantly suffered a severe backlash, tumbling to the ground and coughing up a shit ton of blood. Through pure willpower and chattiness, he barely managed to regain his bearings and lock back in. However, even a fool could tell his condition was terrible, and it wouldn't be long until he died from the backlash. Shifting his gaze to the trio, Jeong looked up just in time to catch Stepan lunging at his squad. Kara, also picking up on this, halted her frantic retreat and turned to face Stepan instead. She told Dwayne to keep moving, as she'd buy him as much time as she could. Saying so, the gothic baddie instantly charged up a flame skill, directing the attack at the ground. Stepan, puzzled by the odd move, wondered what the hell she was doing. Wasn't it wiser to attack him instead? As he pondered this, he finally realized why Kara had made that move. She didn't want to stall him. She just wanted to mask their movement and prevent him from figuring out which door they'd escaped through. To this, the old bastard snickered at their vain effort. Such measly fire couldn't prevent him from tracking them down. In fact, with his senses, he could already tell they were heading for the first door. He dared them to enter the door first. He would just follow up behind them. Thinking so, he charged through the curtain of flames, confident that the duo couldn't escape from him. However, when he arrived on the other side, an unexpected twist was waiting for his cocky ass. The duo hadn't escaped to the next room. Instead, they were waiting in ambush, ready to jump his old ass. Stepan, taken aback, wondered what the duo was cooking. After all that running, why did they stop short of the goal and not proceed to the next room? What more could they possibly be planning? As he pondered this, a grim premonition suddenly caused him to go on high alert. If this was indeed a trap, then the duo must be waiting for something. Or rather, someone. True to his deduction, the panel suddenly panned to our boy in the background, farming a whole lot of MC aura. With the boss music playing, Jeong instantly appeared behind Stepan, having crossed hella distance in a second. The old bastard, though spooked, immediately responded, turning to counter with a left jab. However, how could Jeong waste the precious boss music? He easily ducked below Stepan's punch and yeeted the fool in the gut, sending him flying into the distance. The duo, seemingly ready for this, opened the first door, letting the old monster crash into the next room. Stepan, finally realizing he'd been played, hurriedly stopped his momentum, ready to charge back through the door. However, how could the Chads let him? They all guarded the door, ready to shut it whenever. Seeing their firm stance, Stepan admitted his defeat. They'd truly plotted perfectly. Even until the end, he'd been playing in their palms. Jeong, glaring at the Chad, told him goodbye. This was where they'd part ways. Stepan, returning the sentiment, promised to remember his name. He'd be looking forward to the day they met again. With that, the door closed, putting a temporary end to the walking monster, Stepan. With the door closed, the squad collectively heaved a sigh of relief. And in case you're imagining the hilarious scene of Stepan walking out the door, you shouldn't. Rooms in L.A.G are designed to be one way. Once the players enter and shut the door, it's impossible to go back. Thus, our boy, who had the best knowledge of this, was the first to lower his guard, stumbling to the floor with pain and fatigue. The duo, noticing his pathetic state, hurried to his side, worry and concern etched on their faces. And although I'm also concerned, my main worry is something else. Kara, where are they? Where are the cheeks? What the fuck is going on back there? Since when did this become a flat as justice campaign? Jeong, too wounded to notice the injustice done to our girl, told the squad to relax. With a little bit of rest, he should be as good as new. Taking the moment to breathe, he lazily crashed to the floor, letting the memories from the battle pass. Now that he thought about it, he'd really cut it close this time. The backlash from the second door of limitation was way beyond his previous estimation, to the point that using it for a second longer would have definitely caused his demise. Though unfortunate, it seemed that he couldn't quite use the second door just yet, not to mention the rest of the doors. Speaking of unfortunate things, he reflected on how monstrous Stepan was. The Chad was so OP that facing him gave Jeong more pressure than every other boss had done until now. Such strength wasn't natural, and the only way to explain it was that Stepan had massacred every single human he'd met until now and stolen their souls. Fighting such a beast solo was obviously impossible. However, even ganging up and jumping the fool wouldn't do much either. If they went that route, there was indeed a possibility of success, but the cost would be too dire. One or more lives would be lost in the endeavor, and that wasn't a future Jeong wanted to see. However, despite the killer ass-whooping, the mission had been successfully completed, and they'd managed to survive. For now, that was more than enough. Locking back in, Jeong instructed the squad to get ready. It was time to move forward. But first, there was a quick task he had to do. He approached the dead Metal, temporarily allowing himself to sink into his memories. Though he understood the baddie was only a shell of his old flame, he couldn't help but feel bitter about her death. Their reunion and parting had been so fast that he barely had time to process his feelings. Yet with her gone, he guessed he didn't have to do that anymore. Closing her lifeless eyes, he wished the mommy peaceful rest. And since this was most likely his last regression, she didn't need to worry about being revived anymore. Done with that, Jeong shifted his focus to his skills. After the horrendous L he'd just taken, he immediately decided to invest in their upgrade. He leveled up Lizard Tail and Calm Breathing from levels 4 to 10 and 15 to 20, respectively. When Calm Breathing broke the level 20 mark, the skill evolved to the superior grade Breath Holding. This was a sort of cheat skill that Lag might have purposefully prepared for our boy because the convenience and timing of it were just too coincidental. The skill allowed the user to max out their strength output without worrying about stamina. Only after a set period of time would the stamina be consumed. But before then, you could wild out as much as you wanted and suffer zero stamina usage. For our boy, this basically meant he could spam Door of Limitation and not have to worry about stamina until the set time period ended. As for how long that period was, he'd have to explore and figure it out on his own. With the skills settled, the squad once again faced the doors, eager for their next hell. Obviously, avoiding Stepan was a no-brainer, so they wouldn't choose the door he'd gone through. Matter of fact, they wouldn't choose the adjacent door since there was a possibility they'd run into that monster in that room as well. That being the case, the only viable option was the last door, room B63. Do bear in mind, my chatty viewers, that the shorter the room number, the more fucked up it is. So expect our squad to be properly violated in this room. And true to my prediction, when the door closed and the system welcomed them to the room, Jeong's face immediately turned ashen, a heavy log dropping in his pants. He instantly recognized the room they'd walked into, and he couldn't help but curse their shitty luck. They were, without a doubt, truly and properly fucked. The system, as if sensing his despair, issued the room's mission, going into intricate details about the task. The first was that the room had a special feature where all the souls they collected would be rounded up. E.g., any souls below 10 would be rounded up to 10, and any souls below 20 but above 10 would be rounded up to 20. It would continue in that order for all the souls above 20. Second, there was a puzzle to be solved in order to find and leave through the door leading to the 7th basement floor. The puzzle was, it doesn't go up even if it goes up, and it doesn't go down even if it goes down. Feel free to think it over and see if your guess is right at the end of the challenge. The third detail was that the room was a labyrinth, a sort of maze, to make it simpler. As for the rewards, the system promised 100 souls and the labyrinth key, and if they managed to kill the boss of the labyrinth, then they'd get an additional reward. Jeong, capitalizing on the moment, dropped a bit of lore on the boss. He informed the squad that the boss was a Minotaurus, or a Minotaur to make it short. Kara, though delighted, asked how he knew that. Dwayne, jumping in, suggested that Jeong should let Kara in on the secret, and our boy promptly agreed. After a bit of explaining, he fed her the same bullshit story he'd given the squad back then, hinting that his attribute gave him knowledge about the rooms. Kara, just like the squad back then, commented that his attribute was trash. Though useful, the fact that it wasn't reliable made it quite unfortunate. She then asked if his ability had given him any info after he'd met her. Jeong denied this, replying that he hadn't received any revelations from the whale's stomach until now. The only revelation he'd gotten was from the chatty narrator, who'd noticed that her cheeks were finally growing back. If she was lucky, then the glossy cakes would be back once again. Kara, obviously delighted by this, flashed a bit of curves before asking about the boss. Wasn't that the same half-bull, half-man creature from mythology? Jeong confirmed this, expounding that the bastard was a tough fucker. He then promised to share any relevant info as soon as he got the alleged revelations. Inwardly, our boy wasn't as calm. Sure, he'd shared about the boss's danger level, but even that was a gross understatement of its true ability. The truth was that the fiend was monstrously strong. So strong that, despite challenging the labyrinth countless times in his past regressions, he'd only managed to clear it twice. And that was after he'd sacrificed his whole party and became the sole survivor. Needless to say, their current predicament was quite perilous. If they made any mistakes, then it was off to lag hell for them. Turning to Dwayne, he informed him of his worries. He told him that the best-case scenario would be leaving the labyrinth without running into the Minotaur. Dwayne, however, told him to stop kidding himself. Forget his shitty luck. Even if they just considered the Chad Murphy and his law, it was inevitable for some fucked up shit to happen. Jeong, still optimistic, told him to shut it. There was no point tempting luck by saying such ominous words. Kara, surprisingly more resolute, encouraged the squad. Whatever shit would follow, they'd face it head-on. They'd successfully managed to come this far, right? All they needed to do was survive and make it out of there alive. Oof, this bitch is definitely dying. I've never seen a character plant so many death flags. GG to our girl. Speaking of making it out, Jeong couldn't help but reminisce about his time in L.A.G. Would he truly be able to make it to the end? No. First of all, was there even an ending in L.A.G? Through his past speculations, he believed the 10th basement floor was the last floor. But even that was nothing more than his own guess. No one actually knew how deep the floors went. However, if there was a god listening, then he sincerely prayed for the 10th to be the last floor in that hell. Done with that, he resolutely led the squad into the labyrinth, and the scene switched to them further inside. This part of the labyrinth was very foggy, making visibility difficult. However, the squad had no option but to continue forward. Soon, they came across a forked road and were forced to pause. After mulling it over, the duo obviously left the choice to Jeong, believing he was the most qualified to decide. But in exchange, Kara suggested that he lead the way and act as a human shield for them. Jeong, staring at the smiling wench, wondered when she'd become so scheming. But even if he complained, it wouldn't change the fact that he'd still lead the way anyway. So without wasting time, he decisively chose the middle road, continuing down the narrow and ominous corridor. Following the first fork, the squad ran into multiple intersections and proceeded accordingly. After a bit of exploring, they finally found themselves at a crucial part of the labyrinth, with a mysterious door hidden before them. Approaching the door, they immediately ruled it out as the main door leading to the 7th basement floor. Not only did the door lack the corresponding label, but they also knew their luck wasn't that good. Yet, even if that was the case, they still had to go through the door, as it was their best way out. Even Jeong, the experienced regressor, had to risk it since his past knowledge was useless in this situation. The labyrinth was an ever-changing challenge, so his past attempts were completely useless in his current attempt. Walking through the door, the squad found themselves in another section of the labyrinth. This section had greater space but denser fog, making visibility even worse than before. Choosing a direction at random, the trio headed down the empty path, their fates becoming more uncertain. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they finally reached the end of the path. But unfortunately for them, it was a dead end. Vexed and confused, they debated whether they should head back and try the opposite route. But before they could decide, Jeong noticed peculiar markings on the wall, drawing his attention. Just as he leaned forward to inspect them further, L.A.G finally pulled up with that curveball we've all been waiting for. The path back was suddenly blocked, trapping them in that place. It didn't take a genius to guess that shit was finally about to go down. The obviously weary trio immediately entered their fighting stance, ready for whatever shit would pop off. But after seconds of quiet waiting, they directed their puzzlement at Jeong, asking the Poppy what they'd do about it. Our boy, equally confused, had no answer for them. He hadn't noticed any obvious ways to destroy the trap and free themselves. However, he did notice something that was equally, if not more, important. And that was Kara's cheeks were hella inconsistent. In one panel, she was cheeked up, while in others, she was like a dry twig. Truly an unfortunate thing. Dwayne, oblivious to Jeong's down bad thoughts, volunteered to break the wall, but he didn't hold much hope for the same. If the traps could be easily broken, then this wouldn't be L.A.G. Jeong, similarly stumped, noted that this was yet another new addition in L.A.G. Little by little, the butterfly effect of his regression was spreading, and it wouldn't be long until his regression privileges were useless. However, if there was one thing he was certain of that would always remain true no matter the regressions, it was that L.A.G would never let them off easy. There was no way things would end at them being stuck there. Something else had to be cooking in the background. True to his thoughts, shit finally hit the fan, with a shit ton of lights flashing behind them. And it wasn't just harmless lights, rather the sparking of arrowheads as they left their chambers. In a breath's time, the whole room was filled with arrows, leaving no blind spots for the Chads to dodge. Our boy, thinking fast, immediately activated his lightning skill, morphing it to act as a shield. As he did, he called for the duo to hide behind him, lest they be turned into Swiss cheese. Inwardly, he was low-key spooked by how savage the trap was. This wasn't even a test anymore. This was straight-up murder. L.A.G just wanted to kill them at this point. Defiant to such a pathetic demise, Jeong doubled his efforts, reinforcing the lightning shield with all he had. However, as time ticked by and the arrows rained endlessly, it was becoming obvious that he wouldn't be able to endure it for long. Not to mention, the arrows weren't made from mere wood, but pure steel. It was inevitable for our boy to lose in that battle of attrition. True to this thought, the arrows started digging deeper before gradually piercing through, catching our boy off guard. In mere seconds, one broke through, yeeting the absolute shit out of our mans. The duo, frantic in worry, called out to him, asking if he was all right. With stunned gazes, they stared at the risen Jeong, wondering what was up with this fool. Turns out Papi Jeong had eaten that arrow to the head, and only got a slight scratch as a consequence. Even if it was him, the duo couldn't help but call bullshit on that. Jeong, however, knew this wasn't MC plot armor. He owed the credit to his strong bones and Skull King's mask. Without them both, he'd be kissing Garcia's ass in heaven right now. Which, if he thought about it, wasn't that awful a fate. Not to mention, when faced with such a perilous situation, he'd instinctively shifted his face, letting the arrowhead strike his face rather than his eye. If he'd been late even for a fraction of a second, the arrow would have stabbed right through his eye, putting an end to his last regression. The duo, obviously unaware of his lucky escape, asked how he'd been able to do it, but our boy simply chalked it up to his OP equipment. Unable to draw any more answers from him, they shifted their focus to the wall instead. With how things were, it was obvious their only way out was that wall. Dwayne, stepping up, told them to stand back. He'd muscle-head his way out of the problem. Saying so, he cocked his hand back before releasing a mighty punch on the wall, kicking a windstorm from the force. Under his brute strength, the wall crumbled, creating an opening for the squad to escape through. Now free, the trio couldn't help but hesitate about their next move. They knew the correct choice was to head to the other end of the hallway, but who knew what traps L.A.G had waiting for them there? Jeong, stepping up, released his skeleton soldier, obviously planning to use it as a scout. Do bear in mind, this was the first time Dwayne was seeing this skill, so he was really spooked by it. Even Kara, who'd seen it before, was equally irked, finding the sight truly uncomfortable. Seeing Jeong's wobbling hand, Dwayne asked if he was in pain. Jeong replied that it did sting, but somehow the pain was bearable. Probably a result of the skill's effect and his chattiness. Dwayne, though, didn't think he was all that chatty. In fact, it kinda reminded him of that bastard from Scary Movie. Patooey. I just got goosebumps thinking about it. With the useless banter out of the way, the squad set off once again, using the Skelly Chad as a scout-stroke human shield, or rather, bony shield. After what seemed like an eternity of walking, the trio noticed a peculiar detail. The hallway was endless. Even after walking for an hour, they still hadn't reached the end of it. Not to mention, the door they'd used to enter that hallway was also gone. It was impossible that they'd passed it accidentally, which could only mean one thing. L.A.G was back at it again, cooking up schemes behind the scenes. As if it had realized its plot was busted, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the hallway, drawing the trio's attention. Soon, the gale grew fiercer, forcing the squad to lock in, lest they be swept away. Accompanying the howling wind was a grating noise, which further amplified the deepening pit in the squad's guts. Whatever it was obvious this was going to be the suckiest of experiences. True to their expectations, a giant boulder suddenly rolled toward them, causing their faces to turn ashen. Jeong, the first to react, said "fuck that," before turning tail and running like crazy. As he ran, he instructed Kara to try her luck in stopping the boulder. However, whether she succeeded or not, she was not to stop running. Who knew what other traps L.A.G had for them after all? Kara, always a loyal baddie, immediately let it rip, shooting 2 fireballs at the target. Predictably, the attack amounted to booty, and the boulder kept rolling their way. Jeong, at his wit's end, cursed the stony bastard. Not only was it immune to fire, but it was also rock hard, making calming it down impossible. As things stood, even a couple more shots from Kara wouldn't be enough to settle this raging beast. Dwayne, stepping in, unleashed his beast roar, finally putting a dent in the rolling doom. Soon, its momentum stopped, earning the trio a well-deserved respite. However, as typical of L.A.G, the boulder said psych before continuing its crashing charge of death. Where did they think this was? Like hell things would end so easily in L.A.G. And to up the ante on their hopeful ass, the boulder suddenly burst into flames, increasing the difficulty by a shit ton. The trio, caught off guard by the sudden development, said deuces to the flaming hell, turned around, and shook their tailbones. No matter what L.A.G was cooking, they had no interest in partaking in that feast. Jeong, in particular, really showed off his chatty speed, slowly pulling away from the rest of the party. As he ran, he racked his brain to find a solution for their current predicament. He'd already noticed the boulder's speed was way faster than before, so outrunning it wasn't a feasible solution. Not to mention, the hallway wasn't infinite, so they'd run into a dead end sooner or later. With such complicated factors to consider, our boy found himself stumped, unable to find a solution in the short run. Shifting his focus to the gothic baddie, he noticed that her breath was already labored. Sure, it was quite a sight seeing the melons heave up and down like that, but as a proud member of the Chatty Association, how could he be distracted by such earthly beauties? He instantly calmed his down bad thoughts and realized the truly significant point in that glorious view. Kara was tired. She was already at her limit. If they continued escaping so frantically, then it wouldn't be long until the baddie fell as well. Just as he was cursing his shitty luck, Dwayne called out, bringing more bad news to their already tragic situation. The path ahead was blocked, and in a moment's time, they'd run into a dead end. Hearing the horrible news, Jeong's face couldn't help but darken. With how things were, that was the last thing he wanted to hear. He'd yet to figure out a solution for their predicament, so a dead end showing up at this time was like an executioner dropping his pants while he was already secured to a guillotine. It didn't take a genius to know that he'd be well and truly fucked. Pause. Under such dire circumstances, Jeong considered using the broken wall as a barrier to block the boulder, but he quickly gave up on that. If it could absorb their attacks and dish them back to them, then without a doubt, it would be able to demolish that weak-ass wall. Thinking to this point, Jeong suddenly had a light bulb moment. He immediately shot forward, instructing Dwayne to follow. Before he left, he reassured the baddie, telling Kara he'd be back for her inconsistent, glossy, stroke-twiggy ass. Jeong's plan was simple. If he couldn't rely on the wall to block the boulder, then he'd put all his efforts into evading it instead. With no time to explain the details to the smooth-brained Dwayne, our boy opted for the easiest solution. He simply pointed at the wall and told him to smash. The giant unit, finally getting the gist, stopped unbuttoning his pants and instead charged at the wall. He immediately let them guns fly, unleashing the Gomu Gomu no Mi model, L.A.G, Gatling gun. Under his relentless barrage, the wall chipped away, slowly giving hope to their dire predicament. However, it soon became apparent that his efforts alone wouldn't be enough to save them from their fates. The wall was too tough, and their time was limited. There wasn't enough time to completely break through. Noticing this, Jeong immediately entered his limitations form, taking over for Dwayne in the wall smashing. After a session of heavy pounding, doubt couldn't help but creep into his mind. Would he be able to make it in time? Or would they all die there? No, he couldn't think like that. He had no option but to do it. He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok, like hell he'd fall to a mere boulder. As he was still psyching himself up, Dwayne shouted at him to move aside. He was ending that shit. With his Chadley aura active, he bashed the shit out of the wall, kicking up a dust storm from the carnage. Our girl, noticing the commotion, instantly doubled her speed, doing her best to pull away from the boulder. However, her stamina was truly horrendous, and it was doubtful if she could actually pull it off. Just as she was at her wit's end and her demise was proving inevitable, a strong hand suddenly grabbed her, whisking her away from the blazing boulder. And it was in good time too, since a second later, the boulder crashed into the dead end, decimating everything in its wake. As for the squad, they'd luckily escaped the clutches of death by hiding in the Labyrinth wall. Jeong, in particular, was extra lucky since he got to cop a glorious feel from the gothic mommy, making all his efforts worth it. It's true what they say, every dog has its day. Kara, noticing the pervy baka hand on her bust, told the Chad to take it off. Sure, she appreciated that he'd saved her life, but that didn't mean he could explore her plot. Jeong, catching onto the indecent hand, immediately complied. He didn't want to catch a case after all. Seeing him flustered like that, Kara told him to chill. She was just glad it was him and not Dwayne who'd fondled her plot. The giant unit, puzzled, asked why he was catching strays all of a sudden. He hadn't even partaken in the feast, so why was he getting shade? Realizing the duo were ignoring him, he worriedly shifted his focus to the boulder. With a creased brow, he asked if the damn thing would start moving again. Jeong replied that he need not worry. He doubted that would be the case. But just to be safe, he urged the duo to move from that place. And so, with the duo in tow, Jeong led the way, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. We cut to them arriving at a spacious room, one way darker and foggier than the hallway. Kara, with her typical death flags, commented that the darkness seemed perfect for a jump scare. "Damn, bitch. Haven't you seen any horror movies?" As if responding to her challenge, a dark silhouette suddenly materialized in the darkness, scaring the shit out of them. This silhouette was Derek Chestnut, who, like his name, was naked from his chest to his nuts. The poor fellow had no clothes on, making his dangling peepee the second most laughable thing after his trash highest skill. "Damn, dude. What have you been doing? How can your highest skill level be 3 on the 6th basement floor?" The trio, analyzing the weird fuck, noticed that his entire body was painted black. They didn't know if this was his way of acting mysterious, but the dangling dick was really ruining his efforts. Deciding to take the initiative, Jeong asked the fellow who he was. When he didn't get a reply, the whole squad immediately locked in. Though Derek appeared to be human, this wasn't the first time they'd met a human-like monster, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Kara, though, was hella reluctant. If they had to fight the naked Chad, then she wouldn't know how to begin. What if she fumbled and grabbed something she wasn't supposed to? How could she call herself a maiden afterward? All in all, this was proving troublesome, and she hoped the Chad could put on some clothes at least. Jeong, oblivious to the baddie's dilemma, mad-dogged the fiend. Even though this was the first time he was seeing this kind of human, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that it was familiar. It was almost like he was seeing a different version of Zepeckio. The fiend, tired of the stare-down, made the first move, shrieking wildly at the squad. The trio, rising to the challenge, summoned their weapons, ready for the impending clash. With a mighty leap, Derek jumped to the ceiling, Spider-Manning the shit out of the roof. Wasting no time, he decisively pressed the attack, bringing the fury of venom to them. Seeing the Spider-Man wannabe recklessly charge at them, the squad couldn't help but be taken aback. They marveled at the guts of the fool, wondering what gave it the confidence to face off against 3 opponents on his own. Well, not that it mattered. 'Cause Kara's fireballs were rated E for everyone. She immediately let them fly, lighting that bitch up. Derek, overwhelmed by the firepower, was forced into a clumsy dodge, barely staying alive due to his nonsense acrobatics. And although this is just a random thought, I just remembered that this dude is butt naked, which means his cheeks are spread wide while he dodges like that. Damn. Seemingly enraged by being called out, Derek lunged at Kara, hoping to drag at least one person down with him. However, his plans were foiled by the unit Dwayne, who'd been lying in ambush close by. Giving the fool no time to react, Dwayne swiftly unleashed his beast roar, yeeting the absolute shit out of Derek. Because of the might of the roar, the bastard was like a tossed rag doll, crashing pathetically into the labyrinth wall. Yet even with this crashing blow, the black-faced motherfucker still refused to go down. He instantly recovered, jumping back to the safety of the ceiling. The trio, more puzzled than ever, watched it retreat in amusement. They'd already confirmed the freak was a human being, as it bled and all. However, what was up with its freaky behavior? Was this a new trend in L.A.G, or was the Chad Derek a down-bad exhibitionist gaining pleasure from flashing his naked cheeks? In any case, they decided to kill the bastard, lest his creepy hobby spread to the mommies. As if it had sensed their hostility, the nudist Derek suddenly shrieked out loud, seemingly calling for reinforcements. The squad, catching on to his scheme, immediately responded. Like hell, they'd let a bunch of butt-naked strangers swarm them. What if there were grannies in that group? How would they live on after seeing such a view? As such, Jeong instantly kicked off Dwayne's shoulder, using his Batman skill to cling to the ceiling. And although I know this is plot armor since the Batman skill had no such feature, I'm willing to let it slide because I also don't want to see what them grannies have to show me. Our boy, finally at equal footing with the fiend, immediately activated his limitation form, letting his crimson aura radiate. Under the effect of the 2 skills, Jeong's senses greatly improved, granting him the ability to read his opponent. As such, when Derek charged at him, he was already prepared and fearlessly faced his onslaught. Speaking of the fool, he attacked with his mouth machine gun, shooting a volley of bullets at our boy. Jeong, acting quickly, blocked with his lightning shield, causing the bullets to ricochet off the sturdy shield. Capitalizing on his incredible defense, he instantly closed the distance, swinging at Derek soon after. The fiend, caught off guard, barely parried the slash, gaining a nasty wound as a consequence. Seeing as it still wasn't backing down, Jeong couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He finally realized Derek felt no pain, which further complicated their duel. Yet, even with this, he still pressed the attack, resolved to bring the fucker down. As they were about to clash again, Kara finally joined the fray, sneak attacking the poor fellow. Completely blindsided, Derek suffered a terrible blow, his body cleaved straight in half. However, despite the grave wound, the Chad resolutely discarded his lower body, using nothing but his top half to continue the attack. Jeong, taken aback by this, finally locked all the fuck in. If the bastard could be that persistent, then he'd be a fool to face him half-assedly. Thinking so, he zapped the shit out of Derek, causing the fiend to lose his grip on the ceiling. As he fell, Jeong immediately pressed the attack, landing a vicious kick to his neck. Pulled by gravity, the kick dealt fatal damage, finally putting an end to Derek. With the latter's soul in his possession, Jeong frowned slightly. Though he wasn't all that strong, if more bastards like Derek kept showing up, then that was bound to be quite troublesome. Well, even if he stressed about it, it wasn't like it would change their situation. He might as well just go with the flow and explore the labyrinth. No matter the secrets, he'd unveil them one at a time. On a brighter note, he realized that his cheat skill from before was actually quite effective. Even if he spammed the limitation skill, he wouldn't suffer any backlash. That is, assuming he kept it at the first door of limitation. However, even with just that, he was confident he could clap anything on the 6th basement floor, bosses and monsters like Stepan aside. With such a huge boost in fighting strength, Jeong confidently walked forward, a slight swagger and spring in his step. We cut to the squad arriving deeper into the labyrinth. After a relatively dull trek, a new development finally arose, drawing the trio's attention. From a casual glance, it looked like a layer of clouds harmlessly drifting about. However, if you know anything about L.A.G, then you'd know this was anything but harmless. Kara, equally picking up on this, told the squad she was getting a bad feeling. To this, Dwayne told her to be less obvious, since when has anything good ever happened to them in that hell? As if proving them right, the clouds suddenly descended, spreading wide like the maw of a thirsty beast. Within the clouds, bolts of lightning constantly flashed, further emphasizing how cooked they were. Without a doubt, this was shaping up to be one hell of a shit day. Like all their predicaments in L.A.G, Jeong stepped forward to resolve it. Who else could do it if not him? Dwayne was too smooth-brained to handle such complex situations, and Kara couldn't even be trusted to keep her cheeks consistent, let alone deal with this. Thus, our boy wisely stepped up and sent out his skelly Chad to scout the way. The poor fellow was all too familiar with its expendable nature by now, so it quietly went forward. After walking for a bit, the fog completely consumed it, and it disappeared from the trio's view. Though they hadn't seen what happened, it didn't take a genius to guess the fucker was cooked, and most likely, it wouldn't be coming back. Jeong's action of recalling his shattered bones further confirmed this point. After mulling it over for a bit, Jeong decided to head inside solo. If the lightning fog was too much for the skelly Chad to endure, then it fell on him to stake it out. Obviously, the duo opposed this idea. They deemed it too dangerous, and instead suggested finding a different route to test out. But Jeong rejected their proposal. First of all, he had the lightning skill, and with its effect, he might be able to endure the lightning storm in the fog. Secondly, who's to say the door they'd been looking for wasn't in the fog? Wouldn't it be stupid if they detoured around it only to fuck themselves in the process? No matter the case, this was something he had to do. Kara understood his reasons, but she couldn't help but raise her concerns. She was truly getting a bad feeling from the fog. She confessed that her feelings had never been wrong. Ever since she was a kid, she'd always had a sixth sense about such things, and more often than not, she would be right. In fact, the tragic mystery of her disappearing cheeks had been foreseen by her, and she also knew things would change for the better soon. Jeong gently patted her head to reassure her. He told her not to worry too much. He'd be fine. He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. At the very least, he possessed the ability to protect himself, no matter what he faced inside. As for her prediction of her cheeks returning, he could already see them, and gyat damn. Them cheeks were really cheeking at this moment. Though he was reluctant, he forcibly peeled his eyes from the baddie and headed into the fog. As he walked, the worried voices of the duo reached him, telling him to be careful. Kara even said she'd be waiting for him, meaning it wasn't completely hopeless for our virgin Chad. If things aligned for him, then he might just get some cheeks in the future. Fingers crossed. Speaking of the baddie, she worriedly asked Dwayne if Jeong would be all right. Dwayne reassured her. If it was Jeong, then he was sure he'd be okay. The dude was just built different, and he doubted anything would stop him. As the two conversed, the scene switched to Jeong, the subject of Dwayne's glaze. Just like he'd expected, Jeong hadn't faced any difficulties yet, and the task was more like a leisurely walk to him at this point. However, whether or not that would continue to be the case was unclear. Jeong had the Electric Man and Pain Relief passive skills, so he was confident he could endure the lightning storm somehow. But for how long, even he didn't know. Well, he was going to give it his all anyway, so there wasn't much point in overthinking it. He immediately braced for impact, letting the lightning storm consume him soon after. When the storm struck, all of Jeong's past bravado completely disappeared. He wailed like a little bitch, forced onto his knees almost immediately. Whatever pain he thought he'd feel, this was way worse. In fact, it was so bad Jeong started to doubt L.A.G. Was this because he had a baddie and some glossy cheeks waiting for him? Because who else but the hating author would punish him to this degree? Well, even if it was him, this alone couldn't shake his resolve. He immediately exerted himself, slowly rising to his feet. Because of his passive skills, his body was slowly but surely adapting to the storm, and it wouldn't be long until he conquered it. And so, with that in mind, Jeong slowly walked forward, delving deeper and deeper into the fog. After seemingly an eternity of pain, he finally walked out of the fog, finding himself on the opposite side of the hall. The first thing he did was assess his situation, and to his shock, he realized that he'd powered up. Because of his Electric Man skill, the storm was like a supercharger to him. It further buffed his abilities, giving him unprecedented power. The only shame was that the buff was temporary, and he could only use it once before it completely disappeared. Even so, this was still a significant advantage, and Jeong couldn't help but feel more reassured about his incoming scout. After walking for a bit, a noteworthy change finally appeared before Jeong. It was another door, similar to the one that brought them to that section of the labyrinth. He wasted no time, instantly entering through the door. What met him was another dark hallway, this one way darker than the last. In the depths of the shadows, several obscured figures reigned, quietly whispering amongst themselves. Jeong immediately went on high alert. He activated his owl eyes, finally getting a clear view of the room. All around him were those weird naked freaks, the same nudist bastards as Derek, chest to nuts. As he noticed them, the nudist colony also noticed Jeong, and their whispers instantly shifted to discussing him. They brought up the fact that Jeong had managed to arrive there while still intact. Evidently, he had a lightning skill to deal with the fog lightning storm. But so what? He was still going to die there, and there wasn't much he could do about it. The leader of the nudists initiated contact. She asked Jeong why he was staying quiet even after seeing them, but Jeong ignored her. He instead focused on what the nudists had been whispering about. From their short discussion, he deduced that the reason the bastards were charred black was because of the lightning storm. As for what the exact details were, he still had no idea. He then asked his own question, inquiring whether he'd find the Minotaurus if he proceeded forward. The black-faced motherfuckers collectively laughed at his question, finding it hilarious. Their leader, Glenn Ryder, responded to Jeong's question. She told him that the boss's room was indeed ahead, but whether or not he'd find the boss inside the room was unknown. Jeong nodded to her reply before asking another question. Were they still human? Glenn responded rather smugly. Of course they were human. It's just that they were an evolved species of humans. They were faster, stronger, felt no pain, and most importantly, if you could overlook the black face, then they were naked walking fan service for all to enjoy. The only limitation, which wasn't actually a disadvantage in their books, was that they had an insatiable desire to consume flesh, specifically human flesh. So, him walking in there was like a lucky turn for them, almost like he'd personally delivered himself to be devoured. Jeong snickered at her comment before replying. First of all, if there was anyone who was lucky, then it had to be him and the homies watching this video. Because how often would they get a chance to see some anime boobies and nippies? And secondly, it seemed she didn't know who he was. He was the big dog, MILF hunting, Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. The only thing he came to deliver was their deaths. Glenn said bet to his bold words before commanding the nudist colony to attack. And as expected from these barbaric fuckers, they were all cheeks out as they charged at our boy. Jeong responded in kind. He immediately activated his limitation form, urging the bastards to come at him. Since they were fiends who confessed to loving human meat, especially his meat, he didn't need to hold back against them. He would clap them all, specifically this bastard who decided to flash a lot more than just cheeks. Pause. As the cheeky fuckers charged at him, Jeong entered his karate, whoop-ass fighting stance. He channeled his left-right goodnight, lightning punch, driving his fist into the nudist's face. The blow was so powerful that its eye burst out before it was yeeted into the sky. Obviously, its partners didn't take this lying down. They charged at Jeong from the left, the right, and even from above, successfully completing a three-way pincer attack. But Jeong wasn't flustered. He gathered his energy before shooting it all out, sinking the entire room into his lightning domain. Wherever the bolt struck, chaos reigned, zapping the living shit out of the nudists. However, despite the chatty display, the bastards weren't that easy to deal with. Only a single nudist suffered lethal damage, while the rest just tanked it. Even though they'd be dazed for a while, it wouldn't affect the general battle much. Jeong immediately noticed this and went on high alert. He identified the black color on the nudist's skin as the true cause of their survival. From his analysis, the color wasn't just a convenient effect for the author to hide the good stuff. It also served as an insulator, protecting the naked folk from lightning. Since things had turned out like that, Jeong instantly changed his fighting style. He switched to the in-your-face bitch slap and cheek slash instead of ranged lightning strikes. With the choice made, Jeong immediately acted on it. He sidekicked the hell out of the first nudist, sending it flying like a broken kite. One of the nudists capitalized on this moment to launch a sneak attack, but Jeong easily dodged that sly hoe. He responded with a vertical slash, aiming straight for its skull. Though the attack landed and dealt significant damage, it was still pointless, because the bastard had purposely sacrificed its arm, saving its life and stalling Jeong in the process. If he continued to fight at this tempo, he'd soon be swarmed and jumped. His defeat wouldn't be surprising afterward. Jeong realized this and changed his fighting style again. This time, he went for the punch-a-bitch no jutsu, yeeting the crap out of a nudist. For the rest of the charging bastards, he yelled at them to come at him. There was plenty of ass where that whoop came from. And he meant it too, because he immediately dished out 2 killer crosses, clocking 2 bastards in the jaw. Unfortunately, his momentum was disrupted by a sneak attack from the back, causing him to groan in pain. In fact, if it wasn't for his absurd passive skills, he might have fractured his spine from that blow. Luckily, he was him, and he instantly recovered, countering with a forehead block. The attacking nudist was caught off guard by such an odd move, leaving it open for a counterattack. Jeong didn't waste this opportunity and directly shoved his fist into the fucker's mouth. He channeled his electricity and burst its head, sending chunks of flesh flying like a squashed tomato. Another foe closed in for a sneak attack, but Jeong instantly responded, bitch slapping the hell out of it. He then followed up with a sweep attack before finishing it off with a stomp to the head. As he was busy dealing with the first nudists, another one pulled up behind him again, going for yet another sneak attack. This time, however, things were different. Jeong's danger sense suddenly flared, warning him of an impending calamity. He didn't hesitate or question it, just dived to the side to dodge. Luckily, he did, because the attack turned out to be so powerful that literal shockwaves were heard from the force. When Jeong saw this, he immediately opened his second door of limitation. The new nudist was obviously different from the rest, and playing around wouldn't do him any good. He first stepped on its foot before cocking his hand back for a killer uppercut. Because its leg was trapped, the fiend didn't fly away, but instead remained firmly within Jeong's grasp. Our boy didn't hesitate to give it the Wayne Brady treatment, firmly choking that hoe. And since he was him, he ruthlessly tore off its neck, taking a chunk of flesh as his battle spoils. Surprisingly, even though its neck was torn off, the bastard didn't immediately die. It first glazed our boy, telling him he was hella strong. The rest of the colony saw their leader fall and immediately went into a frenzy. They charged at Jeong with madness, disregarding their own lives. However, before they could send themselves to their doom, a loud voice called for them to retreat. And although reluctant, they all pulled back. Jeong was left alone in the middle, and honestly, he looked like shit. When Jeong saw them retreating, he flashed an evil smile. His face was particularly demonic, with the blood trickling down like tears. The nudists witnessed this and became enraged. Did this Jeong bastard really think they were afraid of him? They collectively charged forward, disregarding their orders to retreat. Jeong smiled even broader at this. This was exactly what he wanted. He immediately summoned back his bone blade, making a wide slash around him. When the dust settled, We realized that the slash wasn't just to farm some aura. Our boy had actually extended his bone blade, cutting through the encirclement of nudists like butter. The slash was so devastating that several limbs were cut in the process, the nudists forever maimed as a consequence. Glenn's heart bled at this loss. She bellowed at the colony to retreat, this time her voice leaving no room for defiance. The nudists wisely listened and backpedaled, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and Jeong. When she saw her colony was safe, Glenn heaved a sigh of relief before addressing Jeong once again. She asked him to join them. He was to abandon his humanity and become a nudist like them. She promised the change would be extremely beneficial to him, an improvement in strength being just the basics. But Jeong instantly shot her down. He had no desire to crawl on walls and eat humans, let alone be butt naked and flash his cheeks across the manhwa panels. If he did that, then the Chad Knot would have a hard time saying pause after every scene, which, in truth, would be quite a chore. However, if he were being honest, the boost in their physical characteristics was indeed quite tempting. If he took her up on that offer, who knows how many inches he'd gain as a result. Pause. Glenn sighed at his refusal before saying something about food, but honestly, I couldn't care less because my full focus was on them melons and nippies. Damn, holy melons. Luckily, Jeong wasn't as thirsty as I was. He fully focused on Glenn, racking his brain to figure out an escape plan. It wasn't that he was afraid of them. On the contrary, he was quite confident he could clap any of them in a one-on-one duel. However, the current situation wouldn't allow that. The bastards would definitely swarm him, and their numbers were too many for him to launch an effective counterattack. There was always the option of opening the third limitation door, but Jeong quickly ruled out that idea. The backlash and unknown consequences were too severe for him to casually make that move. So long as he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't make that choice. Jeong then thought about his other options, one of them being retreating to the lightning storm to recharge. However, this idea was also eliminated. If he did that, then there was a huge possibility he'd draw the enemy with him and implicate Dwayne and Kara in the process. Dwayne was okay. He could go die as far as he was concerned. But Kara couldn't die. She'd promised him some cheeks after all. If great wars could be fought because of cheeks, why couldn't he sacrifice his life for the same? That was just pure logic. Well, more like chatty logic. With so many ideas ruled out, Jeong was left in an awkward situation. He didn't know what to do, and Glenn was also adding pressure to the situation by commanding her soldiers to attack. If it wasn't for her glorious peaks and nippies, then Jeong would be hella upset with her. Too bad she held the visual advantage in this case. Just when his situation was at rock bottom and his demise was proving inevitable, an idea suddenly struck Jeong. He ignored the charging nudists and locked all the fuck in. When the first nudist lunged at him, his aura suddenly turned dark. So dark that the limitation demonic aura was nothing in comparison. Official debut, the madness skill had finally been unleashed. While under the effects of madness, the whole world seemed to have slowed down before Jeong. The nudists were moving so slow it was almost like they were toying with him. But Jeong knew this wasn't a game. He also knew the nudists weren't slow at all. It was his speed that was ridiculously fast. In fact, he was so fast that bitch slapping and Brady choking the nudists wouldn't be a challenge to him. With this realization, Jeong immediately started his counterattack. He first grabbed the leading nudist, breaking its arm in the process. He then grabbed its face, flashed a sadistic smile, before ripping that fucker clean off. Just when I thought he couldn't get more savage, Jeong actually threw the face, yeeting another nudist in the face with it. He followed up with a lunge before karate chopping the shit out of the second nudist. Under the might of his blow, the poor fellow lost its eye, the bastard popping right off. A third nudist used that chance to strike back, kicking Jeong straight in the jaw. But Jeong easily tanked that shit, launching his counterattack immediately after. He grabbed the fool's leg before punching straight through its skull. Yes, I shit you not. Our boy straight up punched through a skull. Talk about aura. The rest of the nudists saw this and doubled their assault. It was obvious how livid they were. But again, Jeong wasn't flustered. He simply grabbed his third victim and threw it at them, playing a real-life version of whack-a-bitch, whack-a-mole. Unfortunately, his long session of aura farming finally came to an end with Glenn's ambush. And just like her name, she rode that heel deep into Jeong's spine. Or maybe it was his ass. It was hard to tell from this angle. However, from how his legs were curled up like that, I'm leaning towards the latter. She then comboed the assault, kicking the hell out of our boy. Jeong instantly found himself in quite a pathetic situation. Not only was his ass getting whooped, but he also couldn't get an opening to counterattack, meaning this ass whooping was going to last for a while. But even if that was the case, it wasn't like he was completely helpless. Though Glenn's speed was absurdly high, so high that he couldn't quite keep up, he could still follow her movements with his eyes. If he used that fact and predicted her actions, then it wasn't hard to counter. Just like this. Gotcha, bitch. He grabbed hold of Glenn, scaring the shit out of the latter. With his sadistic smile still radiating, Jeong tightened his grip, breaking Glenn's arm like a twig. The overwhelming pain sent the black baddie into a frenzy. She responded with an upper kick, clocking Jeong straight in the jaw. But our boy didn't relent. He exerted more force, yanking Glenn's arm from her body. Before the baddie could scream, Jeong clasped her mouth, then her face, before lifting her into the air. Through chatty dominance, he slammed that hoe into the ground, crushing the whole floor in the process. Jeong smiled at this massacre, but deep down, he was hella anxious. This wasn't him. He'd completely lost himself to the skill, and currently, even his body wasn't under his control. If he couldn't snap himself back, then there was a huge possibility he might just die there. Damn it, Lag, just how many traps do you have? As Jeong was still cursing the hellish game, his hand instinctively pressed harder on Glenn's neck, firmly choking that hoe. And contrary to what I was expecting, the bitch actually died, leaving behind her soul and, of course, a quick peek at them cheeks. Jeong sighed regretfully at the concealing paint before shifting his focus to the rest of the nudists. If the Chads watching couldn't get a clear view of Glenn's plot, then he might as well compensate them by clapping some nudists' cheeks. Luckily, the bastards had fallen into chaos after losing their leader, so stomping on them wouldn't be much of a challenge to him. He immediately acted on this, charging forward with the momentum of a crazed beast. The first to feel his wrath was nudist number, who gives a fuck, who instantly got cleaved in half, his innards scattered across the labyrinth floor. Jeong then pounced on the second and third nudists, decapitating one and ripping the throat of the other. He then turned to the next nudist, digging his claws into its guts and pulling out its innards. When even that wasn't enough to satiate his frenzy, he lunged at the next nudist, ripping out its tongue. Just like a crazed fiend, Jeong continued his massacre, blood and flesh chunks continuously littering the ground. When the last of the nudists fell, he raised his head and roared, venting out the darkest of his carnage desires. All around him were the mangled corpses of the nudists, most of them maimed beyond recognition, and the culprit for this massacre just stood there, idly enjoying the bloodshed. You might be fooled into thinking he was contemplating his actions, but in truth, he'd already forgotten about them. Instead, he focused on how he could effectively use the souls. Though it was sad they'd been killed and forgotten so easily, this was Lag. Expecting compassion from this hell was pure lunacy. And unfortunately, the lunacy extended not just to the nudists, but to Jeong as well. Since the madness skill was still in effect, Jeong found himself charging for the door, his own wishes be damned. The crazed look and bloodlust were all his consciousness needed to realize what his body was planning. The mad fool was going after Dwayne and Kara. It seemed the madness hadn't had enough carnage and was thus targeting the squad. Jeong instantly knew this was a problem, but he was helpless to resolve it. While under the effect of madness, his body was not in his control, so he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Although he cried bitterly inside, he already knew he would be the cause of Dwayne's and Kara's deaths, likely ripping them to pieces. But who was he? He was Jeong Hyeok. How could he give up so easily? How could he lose to a mediocre skill? He immediately locked in, wrestling for control of his legs. With that as a foundation, Jeong controlled his lower body, finally putting an end to his charge. Through gritted teeth, he held on with all his might before eventually ridding himself of the madness effect. After a series of deep breaths, Jeong acknowledged his good luck for once. If he hadn't been nearing the end of the madness skill, he wouldn't have been able to hold on, and who knows what might have happened to Dwayne and Kara. Luckily, the situation was salvaged, and he could still collect the glossy cheeks Kara promised him. As he walked back to the nudist's room, Jeong reflected on the intricacies of the madness skill. Although it was undoubtedly overpowered, he decided not to use it casually unless he was truly at death's door. Such a skill was too risky, especially since he had his squad with him. Locking back in, Jeong leisurely collected the souls from the nudists, and thanks to their generous donations, he now had a whopping 370 souls to spare. He giddily pocketed all the souls, even entertaining the thought of sharing some with Dwayne and Kara. Dwayne wasn't all that important, but how would Kara react? Would she introduce him to her brother, Hawk 2, as thanks? Or maybe her sister, Gawk 3000? Both cases would be fine, and honestly, he'd take anything at this point. Following Jeong's glare, the thirsty narrator refocused on the story. He shifted his attention to the dark hallway, a lone door hidden in its depths. Jeong quickly approached the door before cautiously heading inside. When he did, a system notification popped up announcing that he'd entered the main room of the Labyrinth. Jeong ignored the notification as he silently studied the room. To his shock, he discovered the room had an uncanny resemblance to the starting point of L.A.G, the very same room that had started this shit. Even though he was shaken, he quickly calmed down before looking for the familiar lever hidden in the wall. Pressing it opened a secret door, just like in the starting room. With zero hesitation, Jeong walked into the light, slowly entering the crystal room. As he scanned the familiar sight, another notification sounded, informing him that he could morph into a Labyrinth resident in that room. As for who the residents were, they were obviously the nudists. The process was simple. All he had to do was place his hand on the terminal, and the system would handle the rest. If he did that, then he'd receive all the perks of the nudists, and then some. Jeong mulled it over as he slowly unraveled the mysteries of the transformation. From his deduction, he realized that all his accumulation, his skills, and souls would be traded in for the passive skill Labyrinth Man. It was this skill that gave the fucker nudists the abilities they had. Were he to accept, he would evolve into a being more suited for darkness, while his grade and characteristics would be determined by his accumulation. At level 3, he wouldn't be able to walk or talk, just like the fallen Derek Chestnut. At level 4, he'd be just like Clint, barely able to talk while significantly stronger than level 3. At level 5, he'd be like Glenn, stronger than level 4 and able to communicate fluently. Of course, he wouldn't have the holy melons and cakes Glenn had, but that's neither here nor there. As for levels above 5, he was sure they existed, but the system didn't share details about them. Thinking back to the nudists, Jeong realized they already knew the exit's location. It was just that they couldn't defeat the Minotaur, so they were forced to stay there. From their actions, he deduced that the bastards were probably biding their time, hunting new arrivals, and leveling up their nudist skill with hopes of defeating the Minotaur in the future. Too bad all their plans and preparations went belly up because of him. But if that was the case, how did the bastards get their resistance to lightning? Was that also a part of their transformation? This question stumped Jeong, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Luckily, he didn't have to sweat too much, as L.A.G easily gave him an answer. The solution was insulator paint. It would protect the user from electricity if sprayed all over the body. Turns out the nudists weren't just doing so to hide the cheeks. The black paint had tactical significance all along. Of course, just because it's tactical doesn't mean we can overlook its heinous crimes. Do you know how many times I zoomed in on them cheeks to no avail? Someone has to answer for that, and I'm blaming this stupid paint. Jeong also got heated after receiving the paint, but his focus was on something else entirely. He realized that Dwayne and Kara would also be able to cross the lightning fog if they used the paint, but that was only secondary. What was truly important was that Kara had to be butt naked to use the paint, not to mention the nosebleed sight of her covered in spray. If things turned out well, both he and the homies watching this might just get the feast of a lifetime. Itadakimasu. With that glorious view in mind, Jeong resolutely headed back. How could he afford to waste time at such an important moment? He quickly left the crystal room, running back to the oblivious Kara. As he ran, he reflected on his journey in L.A.G so far. Initially, his goal was to survive and escape L.A.G, but things were different now. Not only did he want to escape, he also wanted to bring Kara and Dwayne with him. Escaping alone wasn't enough for him anymore. He wanted to save the duo and get the hell out of there together. Sure, it was going to be hard as fuck, but he was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. He'd make it work somehow. Just as he was in high spirits, L.A.G spawned in to remind him what kind of place this was. It was hell, and such bitchy ideas wouldn't be tolerated. Before him was a ruined and bloody battlefield, an obvious indication that some shit had definitely happened to the duo. Jeong's heart sank at the sight, and he couldn't help but yell out Kara's name. Damn it, L.A.G. If something happens to her before he collects his owed cheeks, I won't forgive you. Jeong ignored the narrator's pointless banter and rushed forward. As far as he was concerned, Not's thirsty behavior came second. What was truly important was finding his crew. He looked around the room, calling out Dwayne and Kara's names, but what answered him were mere echoes. The duo was nowhere to be seen. An overwhelming feeling of anger and panic assaulted Jeong, and he couldn't help but punch the ground to vent his emotions. Damn it. What was this development? He'd just vowed to escape with the duo. Was he going to fail even before he started? What kind of shit luck was this? He didn't know who or what was responsible for this, whether they were a group or a solo unit. But one thing was for certain: he would kill them all. He would make sure they regretted ever laying their dirty hands on his crew, especially his baddie, Kara. Damn it, he hadn't even held her hand yet. Was he really destined to die a tragic virgin in this game? He hoped the fuck not. Calming his wild heart, Jeong quickly used a skill to regain his composure. I would have mentioned the exact name of the skill, but I'm pretty sure it's not self-composure, as mentioned in the translation. In fact, I'm so confident I could bet my left nut and Dwayne's right titty that it's not that. The translators are just doing whatever they want at this point. Anyway, after using the definitely not self-composure skill, Jeong finally regained some clarity. This wasn't the time to lose himself in rage. It would only blind him and cause him to make mistakes. He needed to be calm. Only then would he be able to pick up the duo's trail and save them, if it was possible. With that in mind, Jeong quickly scanned the battlefield, doing his best to scour every inch of it. Thanks to his attention to detail, he quickly found valuable clues to pursue. One of them was smoke from Kara's fire skill. Another was wreckage from Dwayne's roar skill. Both were still fresh, so the duo must have left just recently. From the traces and the other clues, the signs pointed to them retreating into the lightning fog. However, if that was true, then things didn't bode well for them. Ignoring the ever-deepening pit in his gut, Jeong continued his investigation into the lightning fog. After a bit of tracking, he found the duo's traces, but they disappeared just as quickly as they appeared. With the limited info he had, there was no way of telling what had happened. But if the duo had been forced into the lightning without the paint to protect them, then their demise was proving all the more likely. Although it was sad to think about, there was indeed a high probability of that happening, so denying it was just pure ignorance. However, even if he was the most ignorant person alive, he decided to trust in the squad and ignore the clues. So what if the signs were clear? He was willing to bet his squad wouldn't die so easily. Forget Kara, because the mortality rate of baddies in L.A.G was horrendous. His hopes mainly lay in Dwayne. The giant unit was definitely him, so surviving shouldn't be a problem. And if he looked out for a brother and saved his baddie, then that would be even better. With renewed hope and a calmer heart, Jeong immediately returned to the crystal room. Since he was betting on his squad's survival, he had to do his part to survive as well. And the first thing was to clap the Minotaur. After finding and activating the hidden switch in the wall, Jeong watched calmly as the trapdoor activated, opening up a path to the boss room. Although he was itching for a glorious fight, he wasn't stupid. He also knew moving forward without Dwayne and Kara would be hella hard, so caution was necessary. The first thing he needed to do was calm himself and level up. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Thus, he quickly burned through his souls, leveling up a shit ton of skills. You can pause the video to get the exact details because ain't no way I'm reading all that shit. However, as compensation, feel free to imagine me nibbling on your ear. I'm sure that'll make the reading more pleasurable. You're welcome. After bawling the hell out and going on his leveling spree, Jeong successfully upgraded his skills, leaving only 7 souls as backup. With his preparations complete, he resolutely walked into the boss's room, ready to clap some Minotaur cheeks. However, as typical of L.A.G, things wouldn't be so simple. The moment he entered the room, the door immediately closed, blocking any routes for retreat. Not only that, he realized he wasn't the only person in the room. In fact, there were so many people, you'd think they were holding a party or something. Most of them were cool, with killer character designs, but some were just fucked up. Seriously, what in the Zuckerberg is this? With so many new arrivals and so much info to digest, Jeong almost missed the dead Minotaur on the floor. Turns out the boss was already dead, so his trip was for naught. But if that was the case, how come the system hadn't announced the mission's completion? Was there still something cooking in the background, or was L.A.G up to its shenanigans again? Just as he was pondering this point, a figure broke out of the group and silently approached him. He called out to Jeong, yelling that he reeked of blood. This nosy bastard was Jeremy Stone, who, like his name, had them stony abs. His public attribute was an increase in his sense of smell, and currently, his highest skill level was 22. Jeremy went on to question Jeong, asking why he reeked of blood. In fact, his scent was even worse than his own, and he was already a certified lunatic. But Jeong didn't answer. Instead, he raised his vigilance. Since Jeremy went through the trouble of closing the distance, he must be a close-range specialist. And adding that to his constant bullshit yapping, it was clear the bastard wanted some smoke. But to think he would so casually approach him alone. Just how confident was he in his skills? 2 more members broke out of the group, silently reinforcing Jeremy. One of them told him to cut his shit. This was L.A.G. Everyone reeked of blood in that hell. But Jeremy was adamant. He insisted that Jeong's stench was on another level. In fact, it was almost like he'd soaked in a pool of blood before coming there. Not to mention his highest skill level, 30. That wasn't a number that could be reached by ordinary means. Without a doubt, this Jeong bastard was one hell of a freak. The lizard motherfucker took this chance to approach Jeong. He directly extended an invitation, asking Jeong to join them. The other reinforcement quickly rejected the idea. He explained that the group was already in chaos. Most of them were already trying to kill each other. Adding Jeong would only make things worse. Jeremy countered his argument, insisting that it would be fine. And if he was referring to the time he had almost killed him, then that was already in the past. He should go ahead and forget it. Hadn't he apologized enough already? The headband bastard became enraged by his nonchalant attitude. He called Jeremy a coward, a real scam to call a teammate. Jeremy told him to cut the bullshit. He then said some racist shit, but I'm in no mood to translate as bullshit. The two instantly became heated, charging toward each other soon after. Just as they were about to clash, a third person joined the fray, perfectly blocking the two. He chastised them for being reckless, especially since they had a troublesome guest before them. Jeong also studied this foe, noting that he was hella fast. To be able to move with such speed, the bastard must have an acceleration skill or something. But if that was the case, did the skill affect only his movements? Or could he dish out speedy thrusts like the Flash? Pause. After being stopped, Jeremy instantly became a diss buffet, dishing out disses like crazy. Everyone became victims of his strays, and the whole group descended into madness. The commotion continued until the lizard Zuckerberg called for them to shut it. He warned Jeremy to watch himself. There was a limit to his tolerance and generosity. Jeremy instantly cowered, apologizing soon after. His face might be troubling, but it seemed this lizard fucker was the real deal. The only maiden in the group spoke up at that time. She called the men a bunch of idiots. How could they argue with a possible enemy before them? She was Morgane Doublet, and I'm sure if she removed the mask, my schlong would doubled in an instant. Currently, her highest skill level was 26. Jeong watched the madness before dissing the group. They were really a mess. Well, even if they were a train wreck, it had nothing to do with him because there was no way in hell he'd join them anyway. Jeremy heard Jeong's condescension and immediately got heated. He mad-dogged Jeong, asking what gave him the confidence to speak so brazenly. Jeong told him to cut the chit-chat. If he wanted smoke, then they should get on with it. Jeremy responded with, "Bet." He indeed wanted that smoke. Jeong told him, "Cool." That was exactly what he wanted as well. He'd been feeling rather awful lately, and a target to vent his frustration on was exactly what he needed. Since Jeremy had so generously volunteered to get smoked, he'd graciously accept and tear that ass up. No homo, of course. Jeremy involuntarily took a step back at Jeong's words. He'd known L.A.G was a harsh place, but who would have thought his delicate ass would be at risk as well? If that was the direction of this fight, then he might as well stop. He'd leave that sort of thing to Diddy. Jeong smiled at his tense face. It was exactly as he thought. More often than not, the loudest people were the most cowardly. If Jeremy was really about that smoke, he wouldn't be talking so much. He would have attacked immediately. Talking meant he was a coward, and cowards tended to die quickly in L.A.G. The rest of the party heard his words and didn't dispute them. On one hand, they were really tired of this Jeremy bastard. On the other hand, they were wary of Jeong, and sacrificing Jeremy to probe his abilities was a worthwhile trade in their books. So what if Jeremy died? It had nothing to do with them. In fact, it would be better for them if he did. The only thing they required was for him to draw out Jeong's abilities before he bit the dust. Jeong eyed the group and immediately knew what they were thinking. But so what? Was Jeong Big Papi Hyeok so easy to manipulate? If these fools thought they'd get their way so easily, they were dreaming. He would wreck any schemes they had and kill anyone who dared stand in his way. But first, he should get rid of this Jeremy fucker because he was also getting tired of his nonsense yapping. He easily sidestepped Jeremy's stab, causing the latter's attack to miss pathetically. Jeremy didn't let up. He instead doubled his assault, sending a flurry of stabs at Jeong. Jeong read the attacks and nimbly dodged them all. Such puny attacks weren't a threat to him. He then changed the tempo, clocking Jeremy square in the jaw. The blow left Jeremy dazed, forcing him to activate his trump card. 2 more daggers flew from his pants, joining his offensive. But how could Jeong let him do as he pleased? He rapidly closed in, his fist coated in lightning. With a mighty punch, he tore through Jeremy's jaw, sending the latter flying. Just like that, a cocky bastard fell, his yapping maw mangled beyond repair. Jeong nonchalantly collected his soul before turning to the party. What would they do now? Would they fight, or nah? The group remained silent for a while before this creepy Zuckerberg fucker spoke up. He expressed his nonchalance at Jeremy's death, but that didn't mean they wouldn't do anything about it. Though they hated the fool, he was still part of their group, so revenge was definitely appropriate. However, that was only his opinion. The rest would decide for themselves through a vote. After a bit of back and forth, the group settled for a split decision. Half wanted to attack, while the rest wanted to retreat. Jeong told them not to think too much. They'd get clapped regardless. In fact, his hands were rated E for everyone, so they could all get it. If they were still hesitant, they should just gang up on him. He was down for whatever. Lizard Mark eyed him before frowning at his confidence. Since he was being that bold, it meant he was a monster, and such freaks weren't easy to kill. Even if it was possible, he didn't see the need to risk it for just Jeremy, so he wisely stepped back, dispelling any ideas of retaliation. As the two sides settled their dispute, the panel switched to the Minotaur. And just as we've grown to expect from L.A.G, some shit was brewing in the background. The corpse started to squirm before a bloody silhouette burst out from within. This sudden change caught everyone off guard, and they all collectively turned to face the new foe. Jeong, in particular, was getting a really bad feeling from the freak, a feeling that only amplified when he heard the bastard scream. No matter what it was, he knew shit was cooked, and it was about time he got his ass out of there. The new foe, the Burning Man, as the system called it, also studied the group, its eyes shining in amusement. It then locked in, its head setting ablaze. Before the group could react, the fiend lunged forward, grabbing Rushing Man by the face. The group gasped at the absurd speed before quickly backpedaling to save themselves. As for Rushing Man, he was left in the foe's hands, his head slowly setting ablaze. One team member rushed in to save him, stabbing Burning Man in the flank. Unfortunately, he was useless and got caught as well. Under the group's horrified gazes, the duo were killed, their heads reduced to cinders. And the worst part? They were completely helpless. They couldn't do shit to the fiend. Another team member charged forward, striking B-Man in the arm. Because of his bombing skill, the strike was actually effective, managing to sever its arm. But just like the last one, the fool was quickly yeeted, dying pathetically soon after. With 3 bodies to its name, Burning Man slowly walked forward, its domineering aura pressing down on the group. Jeong watched this, and the sickening feeling in his gut got more intense. He instinctively realized, fucking around at this point would instantly get him killed, especially since B-Man seemed to have absurd regeneration as well. No matter the case, now was the time to lock in. He couldn't afford to be careless. With that in mind, he called out to Lizard Mark, inquiring if he had some healing potions. The weird fool replied that he had some. But why was he asking? Jeong replied that it was obvious. He was going to clap some Burning Man cheeks. If the lizard could give him the potions, then he would help them kill the boss. If not, then they would all die there. The choice was up to him. Oh, and before he decided, he should know. He had some glossy cheeks waiting for him, so he better not fuck around. Pause. Jeong continued to urge, or rather, extort, the group. He told them to hand over their health potions, otherwise, he wouldn't move an inch even if the B-Man clapped them all. They might not have realized this, but the Burning Man hadn't looked at him since it appeared. His guess was that it was focused on the group that killed the Minotaur, so he should be safe until it killed them all. Lizard heard his analysis and frowned slightly. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed some truth to Jeong Bastard's words. But did they really have to give up their potions? Just as he was struggling with the choice, another member of the group stepped up. He cockily told Jeong to step back. He didn't need help from a petty bastard like him. Jeong told him to do as he pleased. He wouldn't care either way, even if the burning man tenderized his black ass. The black pirate told him, bet, he didn't need his help or concern anyway. He would solo the bee-man, so Jeong better stand back and watch. Saying so, he decisively dashed forward, activating a skill in the process. The skill was the fire resistance skill, so the fool had great confidence against the boss. He connected a right jab, sending the foe reeling. Just as he was about to celebrate his victory, the tables suddenly turned, catching him completely off guard. The burning man abruptly counterattacked, setting his arm ablaze. The cocky fool cried out in pain, horrified by the sudden change. But before he could piece together what the hell was going on, the bee-man pressed the attack, grabbing him by the head. Under the group's stunned gazes, the burning man tore off his head, incinerating it soon after. Jeong watched this passively before directing his focus to the surviving duo. He told them to make up their minds, lest they end up like Black Pirate. If they still insisted on stalling for time, then he'd abandon them, and he wouldn't help even if they begged him. Lizard considered his request before calling out to Morgane. He instructed her to hand over her potion, and although she was unwilling, she had no choice but to comply. Following her action, he also handed over his health potion, completing their side of the deal. Jeong received the items and couldn't help but smile. With the two serving as reassurance, he was free to crush out. Although he had no idea how bad things would get after he used madness and limitation, at the very least his life wouldn't be in danger. Thus, his frown gradually eased. Lizard saw his relaxed demeanor and threatened immediately. If he couldn't kill the boss, even after extorting them, then he'd forget everything and kill him instead. Jeong told him not to get ahead of himself. He couldn't kill him even if he tried, and besides, if he failed to kill the boss, then both of them would definitely die. So what's the point of threatening him? He encouraged them to stay still and watch as he saved their pitiful asses. With those words, Jeong immediately locked in. He traced the boss's gaze, realizing that it was still focused on the duo. Since that was the case, he'd be a fool if he didn't exploit it. He resolved to finish it in one move, lest Lag did the Lag thing and curveballed his ass. As for the exact strategy, he had a bunch to pick from, with the fourth door being one of them. However, that was just an idea. He wouldn't be stupid enough to actually try it. He hadn't even opened the third door, so opening the fourth door was pure lunacy, even if he had the medicine as backup. Speaking of the third door, he decided to give it a spin, and boy, was it OP. His aura suddenly radiated, suppressing the entire room. Jeong felt the power and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. If the third door was already this intense, then the fourth door would definitely tear him apart. Good thing he hadn't been greedy enough to directly open the fourth door. The duo saw his new form and asked if he was okay. He'd talked big game earlier, so how come he looked so terrible even before the fight began? If he ended up dying before actually fighting the boss, then that would truly be a joke. Jeong told them not to worry. Despite how he looked, he was golden. He warned them to stand back since the boss was attacking. He also cautioned them against moving even if the boss targeted them. Lizard heard his last words and immediately shouted for an explanation. Who would be stupid enough to stand still when their lives were on the line? Jeong told him to trust him. He had his reasons. Lizard said, "Bullshit," to that. If he couldn't properly explain himself, then he wasn't doing shit. Jeong replied that he had no time to explain it to him. If he wanted to survive, then he'd better trust him and stay still. Lizard shouted for an answer, but Jeong swiftly disappeared, leaving him to face the charging boss. An overwhelming fear and panic assaulted his weird ass, but he desperately held on, doing his best to stay still. Just as the boss's fist was about to crush his skull, Lizard couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Jeong to save him. Our boy spawned above the fiend, his bone blade ready. He yelled for Lizard to stay still, since everything was still in his control. Saying so, he activated his lightning skill, slashing the burning man cleanly in half. The force from the blow kicked up a lightning storm, creating a huge crater on the ground. Jeong gasped for breath, clearly strained by the power. He wisely deactivated the skill, choosing to minimize the backlash as much as possible. In addition, he also used the health potion, hoping it would speed up his recovery. With that done, he shifted his focus to the dying boss. However, even after a while, the system still hadn't sounded, meaning shit wasn't over just yet. Jeong frowned at this sight, wondering what was going on. Had his prediction been wrong and the Burning Man wasn't the true owner of the Labyrinth? Or was there another owner lurking in the shadows somewhere? No matter the case, things weren't looking good, and it seemed Lag was about to start some bullshit again. Lizard also caught on to the problem and asked Jeong what was up. Was he sure the boss was dead? Or was it just pretending? Morgaine replied that it was definitely dead, especially since its body was all burnt up. However, before she could expound some more, a sudden stabbing sound sounded, drawing everyone's attention. When the duo turned to check, they were shocked to see a shadowy blade stabbed through the baddie. The culprit for his backstab was the Burnt Man, the second form of the Burning Man. The system described it as a being made of smoke, capable of growing and shrinking as it wished. Currently, its highest skill level was 1. The room instantly turned chaotic with Morgaine's ambush. The duo hadn't expected it to happen, so they were caught completely off guard. Unfortunately for them, the boss wasn't going to give them the time to adjust. It immediately shot out an attack aimed at Jeong. Jeong barely dodged the blow, narrowly saving his life. If he'd been late to open the second door, then he would have died for sure. His heart raced at the boss's absurd speed. How could it be that fast? Moreover, how was the attack still so powerful despite its crazy speed? It made no fucking sense. With how things were, Jeong suddenly smelled an intense stench of death. If he couldn't find an effective way to kill the boss bastard, then he would for sure die there. Worst part? He'd die in the company of the lizard bastard instead of a milfy mommy. What a trash way to go. Over at Lizard Mark, the dude chose the absolute worst time to get caught in his feels. He crouched before the dead Morgaine, saying a bunch of sentimental nonsense to her. Well, technically, they weren't nonsense. In fact, they were actually pretty sweet. But come on, dude. Now isn't the time to say goodbye to bitches. Make some damn moves. The Burnt Man obviously wasn't going to let go of this opportunity. It swang at Lizard, going for a direct KO. Jeong saw this and immediately panicked. He shouted at Lizard to get his shit together. The baddie was already gone. Before he could convince the freak, the strike from B-Man landed, yeeting the absolute shit out of Morgaine's corpse. As for Lizard, he'd narrowly escaped the attack, relying on some weird ass-pull move. The boss became more enraged after missing its attack. It decisively went all in, unleashing a flurry of strikes at Lizard. However, the ugly fool was still under the protection of plot armor, so he easily evaded the blows. As he ran, the scaly bastard took the chance to self-glaze a bit, flexing that he wouldn't die so easily. So what if the B-Man spanked his baddie? He'd make sure to get his revenge. In fact, his revenge arc would begin right now. He decisively lunged at the boss, his new skill on full display. Contrary to the lizard or salamander skills you might have expected, the fool actually had a cat skill, specifically, cat dance skill. The skill enabled fast and consecutive attacks and also buffed his physical abilities, so it wasn't that booty of a skill. Actually, it was pretty handy against the boss because it perfectly countered its incorporeal form. Every swing of Lizard's claws did fatal damage to the boss, dispersing its body bit by bit. Jeong saw this and immediately developed a battle strategy against the boss. If they could bombard it with quick, conservative attacks, then there was a chance they could win this fight easily. However, as expected of Lag, shit wouldn't go so easily. The boss suddenly switched up its fighting style, catching the duo off guard. Lizard was the first to feel this change, with a stab aimed at his head. Luckily, the weird fool was as nimble as a cat, allowing him to narrowly dodge the assault. Following his backflip, Lizard landed on the labyrinth wall before shooting back at the boss. The two continued their intense tango as the homie Jeong watched on from the sidelines. After observing for a while, Jeong gathered enough information to confidently join the fight. He first activated a movement technique, allowing him to glide seamlessly across the battlefield. He then summoned his bone blade before morphing it into a glaive. With the new weapon in tow, Jeong unleashed a flurry of stabs on the boss, slowly dispersing its body. On the other side, Lizard also joined the offensive, trapping the fiend in a pincer attack. Under the duo's relentless barrage, the boss finally scattered, leaving behind a faint shadow of itself. Jeong eyed the thin shadow and immediately frowned. Under normal circumstances, this would have been the time to receive the mission clear notification. But since nothing happened, it was safe to assume Lag was back at it again. He immediately locked in, ready for whatever shit would pop off. And as expected, the boss suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation, scaring the shit out of the duo. They rapidly backpedaled, moving away from the cluster of darkness that was the boss. However, halfway through the retreat, Lizard suddenly lost his damn mind and instead charged at the boss. He shouted a bunch of war cry bullshit, but honestly, I stopped listening because I knew this motherfucker was cooked. Jeong also felt the same way, so he silently watched on from the sidelines. And true to our prediction, just as Lizard was about to strike the boss, a new change occurred, leaving the fool in a perilous situation. Jeong picked up on this and shouted a warning to Lizard. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the die was already cast. When Lizard's attack landed, his eyes involuntarily widened, and an overwhelming feeling of dread assaulted him. He hadn't felt any feedback from his strike, meaning he hadn't hit the boss, but opened himself up for a brutal counterattack instead. Obviously, the boss wouldn't let go of such a prime opportunity. It instantly extended its shadowy tentacles, wrapping Lizard up in a cocoon of darkness. The cocoon then constricted before it slowly and painfully squeezed Lizard to death. With one final ghastly cry, the weird fool burst open like a ripe tomato, sputtering his blood across the labyrinth floor. Following his death, the dark cocoon settled into an unnerving silence as Jeong continued to watch from the sidelines. However, different from before, his face was now tensed, showing just how troubled he felt. He cursed Lizard for his rashness, openly blaming him for his current predicament. Didn't he know anything about Lag? How could he make such an amateur move this late into the game? Truly pathetic. Just as he was cursing Lizard to high hell, a new change occurred, drawing his attention. The darkness from the burnt man was slowly entering Lizard's corpse, promising one hell of a shit day. After a bit of time and under Jeong's tensed gaze, the possessed Lizard slowly rose up, standing grandly before Jeong. Jeong gazed somberly at Lizard's abyss-like eyes before silently cursing to himself. He'd known this shit would happen, because when has Lag ever liked him? But even still, this wasn't enough to douse his spirit. He instantly locked in, opening the third door from the get-go. The possessed Lizard also responded in kind, roaring out a sonic attack. The might of the blast caught Jeong slightly off guard, forcing him to backpedal. He held on with all his might before finally regaining his ground. When the roar faded, Jeong couldn't help but reassess the fiend. The casual attack was so powerful, it made Dwayne's beast roar seem like kids' play. However, if this attack was already so strong, just how broken was the boss? Not to mention its near indestructibility. How was he supposed to kill this thing? He had absolutely no idea. But still, that didn't stop him from trying. If he couldn't figure it out, then he'd just have to beat its ass until a solution appeared. Sometimes the simplest solution is the best solution. Thinking so, he decisively raised his glaive, ready to clap some possessed cheeks. With zero hesitation, he let that thing fly, unleashing the might of Asgard on its smoky ass. Unfortunately, even this wasn't enough, as not even Poppy Odin could exorcise this stubborn bastard. He easily tanked that shit, smirking at Jeong soon after. Jeong saw the smirk and cursed Lag. If even that attack didn't work, then what did the game want him to do? Did he have to get up close and personal? Fine. If that's what it took, then he'd personally deliver a can of whoop-ass on the fool. He charged forward, swinging his sword for a decapitating slash. But just like all his previous attempts, the slash amounted to booty, as Lizard easily blocked it. Jeong's eyes widened at the feat. Just how strong was this bastard to be able to block a sword with his bare hands? What kind of cheat-like skill was this? Obviously, his doubts went unanswered, and all he got was a killer punch to the gut. The blow was so severe that Jeong coughed up a mouthful of blood before being sent flying like a broken kite. As he closed in on the labyrinth wall, Jeong finally regained his senses and realized the immense danger he was in. If he clashed head-on at his current speed, then the impact would do even more damage than Lizard's punch. Such a thing couldn't be allowed to happen, thus he wisely channeled his acrobat-type shit, pulling off a mid-flight somersault. Thanks to his quick thinking, Jeong safely landed on the labyrinth wall, dispersing most of the momentum. With the quick second of respite, he quickly assessed the situation before realizing the boss wasn't all that strong. Sure, its physical abilities were absurd, but it wasn't to the point he couldn't endure it. And since that was the case, he quickly developed immense confidence in facing it in direct combat. He immediately lunged forward, clocking the boss in the jaw. Lizard responded with a nasty cross before eating Jeong's uppercut soon after. He instantly counterattacked with an uppercut of his own before winding back for a strong punch. Jeong did the same as the two titans clashed fists. The force from the blow kicked both of them back, forcing both parties to backtrack. Jeong quickly stabilized his body before shooting a glance at Lizard. What he saw made his scalp itch, as the bastard wasn't injured at all. Even after all that shit, the fool was still smirking, clearly enjoying the brawl. In fact, if he had to compare, he'd probably say he'd lost out on that exchange, with the only consolation being he'd managed to snatch Lizard's soul during the chaos. However, other than that, the situation wasn't looking too good, and if he couldn't turn things around, then he'd definitely die there. But even if he knew that, what could he possibly do? His stamina was already dangerously low, and the toll for using the third limitation door was already creeping in. If he wasn't careful, he might just die from the backlash before falling prey to the boss. With so many unfavorable factors, Jeong contemplated betting it all on madness. Since things had developed to that point, he might as well go mad and bring the bastard down with him. Unfortunately, even if he was suicidal, the madness skill was still on cooldown until his stamina recovered. If he wanted to use it, then he'd have to stall for 20 minutes at least. Jeong cursed at his dire circumstances but was helpless all the same. No matter how he thought about it, his only option was to fight, and fight some more. If he was lucky, then he might just fight his way to victory, or maybe a glorious death. In any case, his best move was to lock in and let them hooks fly. As he thought to this point, Jeong couldn't help but miss his crew. If they had been there, he wouldn't be going through this shit. At the very least, he might have used Dwayne as a meat shield as he escaped with his baddie Kara. What a fairy tale that would have been. Unfortunately, L.A.G wasn't a fairy tale, and Lizard wouldn't stay still and let him dream. He immediately lunged at him, forcing our boy to lock in. Jeong pushed the chaotic thoughts from his mind as he summoned his bone blade. Since things had gotten to this point, he might as well stab a bitch, and if even that isn't enough, he'd double down with a storm of lightning. He was really curious to see if the bastard was as indestructible as it seemed. Thus, Lizard was sent flying from the blow as Jeong watched on expectantly. However, after a quick glance, his face couldn't help but darken. The fool still had no injuries, and Jeong's attack seemed to be futile. He'd purposely aimed for the heart, but to think even that didn't work. Well, no shit. Did he forget the fool was already dead? Jeong watched on gravely before his expression suddenly changed. After careful observation, he realized that there was indeed a noteworthy change in Lizard's body. The black, smoky substance was slowly seeping from the stab wound. Not only that, the cocky fucker who'd been smirking the entire time was now showing a solemn and wary face. Jeong thought about it before coming to a realization. It seemed the boss's true motive for possessing Lizard was to get a meat shield to protect its weaker, smoky self. If that was true, then destroying the meat shield would enable him to kill the smoky bastard as well. After arriving at this conclusion, Jeong immediately set off to test it out. He first summoned his bone blade before morphing it into a serrated sword. If his guess was correct, then this would be the most efficient weapon to handle that possessed fool, since the edges would deal the most damage to the flesh. And to add a bit of spice to the mix, he summoned another serrated sword, dual-wielding them things. With that out of the way, Jeong immediately charged at the boss, ready to end this shit. He first opened with a right swing, aiming for a decapitating slash. However, Lizard easily dodged that shit, bending his back in unnatural arches. This move surprised Jeong, who hadn't expected the fiend to be that nimble. For a split second, he wondered if Lizard could teach that move to Kara, because who wouldn't want a baddie with a killer arch? However, he was soon pulled back to reality as a nasty punch aimed for his jaw. Jeong saw this and grit his teeth. Damn it, just how many L's was he going to take? Even if he was a patient Chad, this was still some bullshit. Jeong read the attack and narrowly dodged to the side. However, from that close shave with death, he knew this ugly, lizard-arched-back motherfucker couldn't be underestimated. If he wanted to actually survive this battle, then he had to throw all caution to the wind. Fuck defense. He was going all in with offense. He slashed at the fiend, sawing through its flesh with his serrated blade. When that wasn't enough, he headbutted the fool, forcing Lizard to stumble back. Lizard was taken aback by the sudden barrage. For a split second, he failed to react, causing him to take severe damage. Unfortunately for it, That split second was all Jeong needed to press the attack. He charged at the fiend, unleashing a flurry of slashes on it. Although each slash didn't do much damage, they quickly added up, forcing Lizard into a passive state. Jeong capitalized on this and doubled the assault, hoping to chip away at its life. But Lizard read through his intentions and counterattacked, grabbing and breaking Jeong's sword. Without the sword, Jeong immediately backpedaled. He'd be a fool if he insisted on attacking. Attacking such a foe without a weapon was pure lunacy. It'd be a miracle if he didn't get his ass clapped. Pause. Jeong ignored the narrator's sussy comment as he focused on the fiend. Although the ass clap made him think of Tai Min, he knew now wasn't the time for that shit. Ever since he dealt that sweet combo damage to the B-man, its aura had suddenly changed, almost as if it was cornered and desperate. Well, whatever the bastard had in store, Jeong was confident he could handle it somehow, so he dared the boss to come at him. Lizard said cool and spawned in front of Jeong, his fist already on his face. It moved with such speed that Jeong couldn't react, only letting out a soft bitchy whimper to express his shock. However, despite all that, he was still him, so he instinctively leaned forward, hoping to block with the toughest bone in the body. Obviously that didn't work out, and Jeong was yeeted to high heaven. In fact, the blow was so bad that Jeong was sent flying like a slapped hoe, crashing pathetically against the labyrinth wall. When he finally hit the ground, he couldn't help but look at the boss in shock. Where the fuck had all that strength come from? Had it been holding back this entire time? And if so, then this was truly some bullshit. If he compared his current strength to his past lives, then he'd say he had enough strength to rival the past him when he was on the 9th or maybe even 10th basement floor. That is to say, he was overpowered as fuck. But even so, this lizard bastard still sent him flying. How was that possible? Why was a boss this strong camping on the 6th floor? It made no sense. When he thought about it, Jeong inevitably doubted L.A.G. Could it be that the B-man was a trap by the game? Something that wasn't meant to be killed, just like the masked lion? Because if so, then it would make more sense. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough information to deduce the truth, and it wasn't like Lizard would idle around as he figured shit out. No matter the case, he still had to move. Only then would he have a slim chance to escape. He shakily stood up, only to collapse to his knees soon after. Coupled with his blurry vision and stinging head, Jeong realized his injuries were more severe than he'd initially thought. In fact, it was so bad that he couldn't control his body, essentially reduced to a sitting duck for the B-man. Jeong grit his teeth and tried again, but no matter what he did, he still ended up on his knees, completely helpless. It was then that the sultry voice of death whispered into his ear. He was going to die. The next attack would kill him for sure. Jeong felt immense bitterness at the thought. Was this how he'd die? After everything he'd been through? Was he really going to die on his knees like a bitch, stepped on by this lizard bastard? Hell no. He'd be damned if he let that happen. Ever since the beginning, the system had promised a reward if the boss was killed. That meant it was definitely possible to clap this fool. If so, then why was he hesitating? Who better than him, Jeong the Big Poppy Hyeok, the MILF Slayer Hyeok, and the Maiden Conqueror Hyeok, could kill it? He immediately locked in, blocking Lizard's stomp with his arms. Through gritted teeth, he vowed to hold on, determined to fight until his last breath. Lizard stomped even harder at his defiance, resigned to extinguish that spark of rebellion in his eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the clash caused cracks on the floor, and the damage was only spreading as the fight continued. Before they could react, the ground suddenly collapsed, dragging both of them to the pits of hell. Well, maybe not hell, but it was still hella dark, so their fates weren't looking too good. After falling through the darkness for seemingly an eternity, Jeong suddenly crashed into a rocky desert, kicking up a dust storm from his pathetic landing. When the dust finally settled, the ragged silhouette of our boy became visible, and it was clear he'd seen better days. But even still, Jeong was happy he'd survived, and he thanked the sand for cushioning his fall. With that out of the way, he glanced around the room, marveled that such a place existed on the 6th basement floor. Unfortunately, his joy didn't last long as he soon caught a glimpse of Lizard. Of course the bastard had survived. This wouldn't be L.A.G if he didn't. Jeong grit his teeth as he cursed the resilient fucker. Why couldn't it fall on a rock or something? Why couldn't his luck be good for once? Well, to hell with it. If the fiend wanted smoke, then he'd give him smoke. Coincidentally, his butt had been itching lately, and he felt it was about time he pulled an ability out of his ass. He swiftly called upon his lightning, morphing it into a ball of carnage. With that as the base, he channeled more and more power to it, causing the lightning ball to balloon up in an instant. When the ball reached its limit, Jeong condensed it, forcing it to shrink to a regular-sized Chidori. Of course, this wasn't the real Chidori, but a Temu knockoff by the maidenless author. Jeong stared at the lightning ball as he reaffirmed his resolve. Although this was an impromptu ass pull, he still knew he couldn't be careless handling such a concentrated ball of energy. One wrong move, and it'd be off to lag heaven for him. However, what choice did he have? If he didn't risk it, he would die for sure. Thus, he resolutely pushed the ball into his chest, allowing the lightning to run rampant in his body. Bolts of lightning streaked from his chest, bathing the surroundings in a storm of lightning. When the storm finally stopped, Jeong's silhouette became visible, and so did his new transformation. Official debut. Lightning Man just joined the fray. If you're curious about where the ability came from, just forget about it. The author explained with some bullshit, but I know ass-pull plot armor when I see it. Just forget it. It'll be simpler for everyone if you do. Over at Jeong, he mad-dogged Lizard, his battle lust brimming. With so much power coursing through him, he couldn't wait to clap some reptilian cheeks. He stared down the fiend, resolved not to die just yet. No matter the cost, he'd survive this hell, and hopefully, make it out with his crew. With his mind made up, Jeong locked all the fuck in. He channeled the lightning through his body, preparing for a devastating counterattack. The lightning flowed from his happy feet to his head through his chatty body. Buffed by the ass-pull technique, Maiden Hunter Jeong bravely faced off against Lizard, his intent to battle obvious. Lizard rose to the challenge, glaring back at Jeong. It then locked in before shooting straight at Jeong. Jeong was slightly startled by the attack, but he didn't lose his cool. He simply gathered his energy before zeroing in on Lizard. Thanks to his supercharged body, he could now follow the fiend's movements. All those absurdly fast attacks were mere trash in his eyes. Thus he easily swatted Lizard to the side, bitch-slapping the shit out of the fool. Lizard was shocked by the sudden change, clearly confused by Jeong Bastard's power-up. However, despite the shock, it was still a boss. How could it falter because of a simple yeeting? It swiftly locked back in, prepared another attack, and lunged back at Jeong. Jeong read the attack and prepared a counter of his own. He crouched down before shooting at Lizard with a nasty Superman punch. Both titans clashed midway, causing a deafening explosion to sound. The force from the impact was so powerful that the surrounding space was sent into disarray, dust and wind clouds billowing about. Obviously, Lizard fell short in the exchange, causing it to fall back. In that short exchange, its arm was essentially crippled, leaving it in a perilous situation. Jeong noticed this and immediately prepared a counterattack. He wouldn't be the top dog if he didn't capitalize on such opportunities. Thus, he decisively shot at Lizard, ready to kick the fucker while he was down. Well, more like punch a fucker, based on the knuckled sandwich he just shoved into its face. Lizard quickly found itself in a perilous situation, cornered on all sides by the slayer Jeong. It shot through the air, obviously still reeling from the blow. Meanwhile, Jeong pressed the attack, gliding through the air like a Greek god. Without mercy, he delivered another savage punch, yeeting Lizard away like a broken kite. Capitalizing on this opening, Jeong shot forward again, recreating the iconic punch scene from Man of Steel. Just like the Chad Cal waifu stealer L, he clocked the shit out of Lizard, sending it flying like a rag doll. After the first punch came the second, then the third, and soon Lizard became a training dummy, punched to high hell for Jeong's satisfaction. When he finally saw an opening in Lizard's guard, Jeong rushed for it, delivering a nasty slam on the pitiful fool. Due to the absurd force, Lizard shot down like a comet, crashing pitifully on the desert floor. However, our boy wasn't done. He prepared another attack, this time going for a Thor-type shit, lightning punch. Buffed by the king of Asgard, Jeong crashed into Lizard, his fist digging deep into its gut. After the first punch came a second attack, a storm of lightning rampaging through Lizard's body. Jeong finally had enough and backpedaled. However, he soon jumped back in and resumed his offensive. Like a crazed beast, he let them fists fly, making sure the fiend was dead for good. After a session of pure carnage, he reluctantly fell back, leaving the mangled corpse for the desert to devour. Jeong eyed his handiwork in satisfaction, but deep down, he still felt like shit. He already knew the backlash would be strong, but he'd never imagined it would be this severe. In fact, It was so bad that his body was useless, drained of energy to even lift a finger. Well, even if that was the case, he was still glad he went through with it. Because of the OP move, he'd managed to get rid of the boss, and that was a worthwhile trade in his books. Just as he was glazing himself, a sudden change occurred before him, catching him completely off guard. Lizard, the same fool that had its body torn to bits, was slowly rising, an action that greatly shocked Jeong. He wondered how the fool was still alive, especially since he'd personally torn it to shreds. Unfortunately, the boss wouldn't answer, and it wasn't like his denial would change anything. Thus, he swiftly locked in, glaring daggers at the approaching Lizard. Lizard calmly walked toward Jeong, causing the latter to frown intensely. Because of the backlash, his body was still immobilized, so he couldn't muster a resistance even if he wanted to. He stared gravely at Lizard, powerless to stop his demise. Lizard inched closer to Jeong, its arm raised to attack. Because of Jeong's condition, the bastard was essentially powerless, a fat fish on the chopping board. Without giving the fish any chance to counterattack, Lizard punched forward, aiming for Jeong's heart. Jeong's face instantly paled, dreading that his end had finally come. But contrary to his expectations, Lizard suddenly stopped, its fist passing harmlessly through Jeong's body. Jeong stared in surprise at the slowly dissipating bee-man, puzzled as to what was going on. Even if it was plot armor, wasn't this a bit too much? He shot a questioning glance at Not, but the chatty narrator told him to just go with it. Why was he questioning blessings? Who knows? Maybe his next armor would be some bitches, and he'd finally get himself some waifus. Until then, he should pay attention to the system notification, as it had some news to deliver. It stated that the additional mission for room B64 had been completed, and the owner of the Labyrinth had been killed. As things stood, only one mission was left, and that was to escape that hell. Jeong locked all the fuck in, knowing the true challenge had just begun. Escape aside, his main priority was to find his crew and, more importantly, reunite with his baddie. Hopefully this time, the author would have some mercy and his baddie would still be alive, because otherwise, fuck that dude. As he was thinking of his future moves, the mist that was formerly the bee-man fully dissipated, leaving behind a brand new shade of souls. I'm colorblind as fuck, so I won't even attempt identifying the color. However, the important thing to note is that bee-man was hella strong, so the soul it left behind must be juicy as well. Jeong smiled at the loot, but the surprises didn't end there. Just as it had promised, a gift was granted by the system for the courageous players who killed the owner of the Labyrinth. For our boy, the gift manifested as a swirling black vortex which promptly shot at him. Just as Jeong was beginning to freak out and fear for his body being probed by some black misty tentacles, the mist suddenly changed direction and settled on his right arm. Jeong sighed in relief before shifting his focus to his right arm. On it was the system's gift, which it described as the gray body skill. The skill basically allowed for partial transformation, and the effect extended to skills as well. Although Jeong felt uneasy about it, he still accepted the skill, because what else could he do? On top of that, it was his experience that skills and effects were generally harmless to the users, so that at least gave him some confidence. However, just because that was the case didn't mean it was still true. This was L.A.G after all, so he wouldn't be surprised if the game switched things up just to mess with him. He decided to test things out. Only then would he be truly secure. The first test involved the Bone Blade, which transformed from an equipment skill into a passive skill. Due to the change, the skill became permanently his, and its ease of use increased drastically. He could now summon and morph the Bone Blade at will, making the skill more versatile and deadly. Unfortunately, with every upside, there's a downside, and in this case the Skeleton Soldier skill was permanently removed, canceling his access to it. Although it was a shame, Jeong quickly got over it because the next upgrade was just that great. The Skull King's face successfully upgraded to the Skull King passive skill. The skill served as a permanent buff, strengthening Jeong's bones to a ridiculous degree. And yes, I mean all the bones. From his arms, to his legs, and of course, his boner. Let's move on, shall we? Due to the buff, Jeong's defense had also strengthened significantly, increasing his chances of survival. And although I'm not sure, I believe he now has what it takes to fight evenly against Stepan, or at the very least not lose so pathetically. That in itself should tell you just how much he'd leveled up. However, Jeong still had a lot on his mind, which sucked the joy from the moment. He was really worried about the crew. Were they still alive? Did they manage to escape the labyrinth? He didn't know, and that uncertainty was driving him crazy. He thought about it for a while before sighing in defeat. There wasn't anything he could do. He just hoped they were alive and that they'd reunite soon enough. Shaking the turbulent thoughts from his mind, Jeong looked around the space. He was still hella tired, so finding a place to hide was of utmost importance. Second to that was avoiding any conflict, as fighting in his current condition would just lead him to death. Thus, he shakily walked forward, nesting himself in a secluded spot amidst the desert rocks. When he settled down, his eyes drooped immediately, too tired to stay awake. Soon, his gentle snores sounded, serenading the calm desert. After an unknown period of time, Jeong finally stirred from his slumber, fully ready to re-embark on his journey. However, that's when he discovered an unforeseen problem. He had no idea where to go. All around him was an unfamiliar desert, so where the hell was he supposed to go? Left with no choice, Jeong picked a random direction and just walked. Whether he was right or not, he'd figure out later. For now, all he could do was move. After walking for hours, the intense heat of the desert finally got to him, and Jeong couldn't help but pant heavily. However, even though he was tired, he still continued walking, since stopping would only lead to his death. He knew for a fact there was an end to the desert, so he just kept walking, even though his efforts were proving more and more futile. Luckily, after an eternity of suffering, and just when he was about to collapse, things finally turned around, and Jeong finally saw some hope. Before him was a huge hole, or rather, quicksand, the only oddity in the otherwise monotonous desert. Jeong quickly identified it as the entrance to the next floor, as nothing else seemed to fit the description better. On top of that, he'd also run into such kinds of entrances in his past lives, so he was pretty sure this was the real deal. Probably. Wasting no time, Jeong swiftly took a deep breath before jumping into the quicksand. When he did, he thanked his lucky stars he'd taken the gamble, because this was indeed the correct entrance to the next floor. Beneath him was a giant hole, the kind you'd associate with typical entrances in L.A.G, and further down was a dim light, likely the light from the next floor. Jeong grew more brazen and further increased his falling speed. Soon, he tore through the ceiling, officially crashing into the next floor. When the dust settled, he was shocked to realize the ceiling was made of sand. As for how it stayed in place and didn't fall, he had no idea, and just chalked it up to L.A.G being L.A.G. That aside, he also noticed another interesting detail. He wasn't the only one in the room. All around him were groups of people, each more tense than the last. For some strange reason, he was getting a really bad feeling about the room. Just as he was taking in the scene, a ninja baddie suddenly screamed, crying out for her beloved. However, no matter what she did, the homie still died, leaving her alone in the hellish game. The baddie's comrade called out to her, urging her to forget about him. Inasmuch as it sucked, the Chad was already gone, so crying about it wouldn't solve anything. Instead, he begged her to lock in, because if she didn't, then they would all die there. Jeong heard the bootleg assassin's creed and immediately became puzzled. He realized the Humpty Dumpty wasn't referring to him or the other group, so what the hell was going on? As he was still racking his brain for a solution, a gigantic explosion sounded behind him, scaring the shit out of him. Jeong swiftly turned to check, and what he saw terrified him. Throughout his experiences in L.A.G, this was the first time he felt justified to curse. And truly, L.A.G was on some bullshit. Honestly, what the hell is this shit? Before him was a giant antlion with a fat ass. The system described it as basically immortal because the bastard wouldn't die even if it was killed. Obviously, Jeong had the same reaction as most of you right now. What the hell was that shit? First, it was ridiculously OP bosses, and now the boss was immortal? What was going on with L.A.G? Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to curse at L.A.G because the monster was there, and he had to lock in. Over at the main battlefield, the bootleg assassins Creed and Widow Baddie did their best to hold the creature back. Although their attacks were pure garbage, they still did a good enough job to buy time for the bronze and possibly bootleg Garcia mommy. Capitalizing on the opening they bought, she lunged at the thick ant, her bone blade drawn for a desperate attack. Jeong noticed the baddie and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Not only was she a bootleg version of his lost boo Emma, top waifu Garcia, but she was also quite formidable, as shown by her courage to face the abominable monster head-on. Unfortunately, in L.A.G, courage and milfiness weren't enough to fell monsters. Strength was also needed. Just as he'd expected, the baddie's attack bounced off the creature's carapace, doing 0 damage. Forget about the big bastard. Even little insects have a thick exoskeleton, not to mention this undying fucker. So her attack failing was all but certain to Jeong. Back at the battlefield, Bronze Emma suddenly sensed an immense premonition of death and rapidly backpedaled. Luckily she did so, as the antlion dove back into the ground immediately after. If she'd insisted on her attack, then she would have been dragged in as well, and that would have been an instant death sentence. After losing sight of the boss, the whole group grew frantic, and desperate cries rang out, which Loki surprised Jeong. He wondered why they were acting like that, but his question was soon answered by a sneak attack from the antlion. It turned out the creature was using the dense sand to pick them off one by one, and every dive into the ground signaled the death of another player. Currently, the unlucky bastard was the homie Vincent, who got torn in two, much to the group's horror. Jeong noticed this and frowned slightly. From his observation, he could deduce that both the players and the antlion had their own strategies. The players were probably trying a scheme to trap the creature, but that was obviously not going to work. That was because the boss had seen through their strategy and was using their own tactics to pick them off one by one. To fully trap it, the players had to be spread out, and the antlion was using that chance to deal with the players individually as opposed to dealing with them in a group. Just like in the current moment where the boss had its sights set on new prey, and the others couldn't rush in to help. Jeong watched as the fool panicked before being yeeted to high hell by the antlion. Just as he'd expected, the others didn't move to help. First, it went against their strategy, and second, who would be dumb enough to risk their lives to save others? It wasn't like they had enough of those to throw around. Thus, they all watched passively as the new prey died, clearly not intending to intervene. Well, all but one. The bootleg Garcia suddenly spawned beside the boss, delivering a nasty slash to its carapace. When the first slash didn't work, she immediately went to town on the bastard, landing a flurry of attacks on its back. Thanks to her relentless barrage, the carapace finally showed signs of collapsing, giving hope to the players. Unfortunately, this hope was short-lived, as the boss retaliated, charging forward to squash her against a looming boulder. Just as despair was sinking in, a comrade came to her rescue, bashing the boss and buying Bronze Baddie enough time to escape. Because of the timely assist, the bootleg Garcia got to live another day, and she sincerely thanked the player who low-key looked a bit like a thinner Dwayne. Or maybe Dwayne on crack, depending on how you look at it. Jeong chose that moment to finally join the fray. He expressed his willingness to help, so what did the group want the mighty him to do? Crackhead Dwayne replied that they needed help with the carapace. Without destroying that thing, they wouldn't be able to do shit to the boss. Bronze Garcia, who turns out to be Carly, added that they needed to make a hole in the carapace. Only then would they be able to finish it off with magic. Jeong doubted their idea but still went with it. Even though he knew killing an immortal being wasn't so easy, what other choice did he have? This was L.A.G. The missions had to be cleared even if he had to toot that ass to do so. Pause. Just as they were ironing out the plan, the boss suddenly attacked, forcing the group to disperse. They all skedaddled, all except Jeong, who stayed in place to farm some aura. Like the maiden slayer he was, Jeong stayed rooted in place, glaring at the boss with unmatched confidence. The boss responded to the challenge, doubled its speed, and rammed into him like Track-kun from those generic isekai stories. However, unlike those brain rot stories, our boy was genuinely him, so he easily dodged that shit, clinging to the wall with his Batman skill. Realizing the baddie Carly had her eyes set on him, Jeong decided to flex some more, lunging at the boss with unmasked ferocity. He first morphed his bone blade into a spear, perfect for poking a bastard with. The stab dug so deep that the boss couldn't help but shriek in pain, its immortality be damned. It instantly realized its perilous situation and opted to temporarily retreat into the sand. Obviously, the group wouldn't let this happen. The first to move was Crackhead Dwayne, who snorted a bump before clinging to the boss's leg. Thanks to his mysterious yet crystallized power-up, he managed to hold on to the boss, preventing it from retreating into the sand. Next was Assassin's Creed, who used his powers to stall for even more time. Although we don't get to see the visual manifestation of his power, I'm pretty sure he was really doing something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bitching so much. He cried out to the group, urging them to hurry, as he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. First of all, that's what he said. Second of all, If you really think about it, 10 seconds is like a minute in dog time. So don't let her tell you shit, kings. Keep doing your thing. Jeong heard the narrator's nonsense ramblings and told not to focus. Now wasn't the time to get lost in his down bad thoughts. Not understood, but honestly, the translators left him no other choice. What did they mean by the gap is too narrow and he needs to widen it? Wasn't this just asking to be teased? Especially with how pervy he was? In any case, he decided to lock in as well since Jeong still needed his narration for the upcoming battle. Speaking of Jeong, he decided to morph his bone blade once again. Since the spear wasn't thick enough to widen the gap, he opted for a broadsword, one wide enough to get the job done. However, as typical of L.A.G, things wouldn't go so smoothly. Just as he was preparing to land the final blow, the boss suddenly launched a counterattack, catching him completely off guard. In that short prelude to death, Jeong was forced to make a quick decision: continue and risk death, or fall back and lose the golden opportunity. The choice was up to him. Jeong thought about it for only a second before saying, "Fuck that." There was no way in hell he'd risk his life so casually. He shouted at the group to help, otherwise he'd drop that shit and bounce. Tanned Garcia responded to his request, charging forward to reinforce him. On the opposite side, the grieving baddie, who I'll call White Widow from now on, also did the same, her face tinged with determination. Apart from them, there was also the bootleg Assassin's Creed, who for some reason became emo all of a sudden. I wonder where he got the black eyeliner and lipstick. In any case, the three did their best to reinforce Jeong. And yes, I said three, because crackhead Dwayne stupidly got himself killed, stabbed through by the antlion's leg. Because of his foolish death, the antlion got enough leeway to retaliate, and it didn't hesitate to unleash its fury on Assassin's Creed. It yeeted him to the side like a ragdoll, causing the poor emo to crash pathetically against the cave wall. Jeong saw this and immediately tensed up. With two players out of commission, things had suddenly become more difficult. As if proving him right, the antlion launched another sneak attack, this time attacking from a seemingly impossible angle. Jeong felt the threat and instantly dodged, narrowly escaping a quick kiss with death. If he'd hesitated for even a second, then he would have been another meat skewer on the battlefield, dying as pathetically as crackhead Dwayne. As he was thanking his lucky stars, Jeong noticed something that made his frown deepen. The wound on the boss's back was closing. In fact, the healing speed was so fast that Jeong couldn't believe just how much of a cheat it was. Was this what the system meant by it being immortal? Because if so, then he kinda got it now. However, just because he understood it didn't mean he'd let it happen. He'd be damned if he let L.A.G have its way. Thus, he rapidly shot toward the boss, opening the first limitation door in the process. When he deemed that insufficient to deal with the boss, he added on the lightning effect, zapping the shit out of the boss. Bronze Baddie took that chance to attack as well, closing in on the boss with her bone blade. Thanks to Jeong's efforts, the boss's wound wasn't completely healed yet, so the baddie simply jammed her blade into it. After managing to keep the wound open, Carly turned to White Widow, urging her to make her move. White Widow didn't disappoint. Although she was still grieving her beloved, she knew a new hunk was already in sight, so it was time she forgot that loser. If she wanted to impress the MILF hunter Jeong, then she had to give it her all. She channeled her fire skill, shooting it at the boss soon after. As the flame flew, it morphed into a serpentine form, which quickly slithered into the boss's guts. Jeong and Carly immediately backpedaled, having no desire to get caught up in the ensuing explosions. As expected, the carnage was grand, making their choice to retreat the correct one. Devastating explosions rang out across the boss's body, reducing it to a fiery mess. Of course, the fiend didn't take this lying down. It immediately retaliated, swatting Carly away like a bug. The tanned baddie was caught completely off guard, causing her to black out immediately. With her neutralized, the battlefield instantly became more dangerous, adding more pressure to Jeong and White Widow. Speaking of Jeong, he finally made his move, closing the gap between himself and the fiend. His plan was simple: kill the boss before L.A.G did the L.A.G thing and crashed out again. Coincidentally, the boss had its sights set on Carly and White Widow, which made his ambush all the better. On one hand, he could kill the biggest threat in the room, effectively saving his own life. And on the other hand, he could save two damsels in distress. Who knows how they'd reward him? Probably with some cheeks. In any case, the game plan was set. He had to clap some ant cakes. Jeong rushed forward before lunging at the bone blade on the boss's carapace. With that in his grasp, he instantly opened the third limitation door, buffing his body for the havoc to come. Wasting no time, he channeled his lightning storm, bathing the fiend in its zapping brilliance. Due to the devastating attack, the boss's body fell apart like dominoes, crumbling to pieces under its relentless barrage. Soon, the fiend met its end, with its head popping off like a ripe tomato. Jeong saw this and wisely deactivated his limitation form. As much as he wanted to continue zapping this bastard, he knew such acts were pointless, and it would only put him in danger. Instead, he shifted his attention to the baddies, curious to know how they were doing. White Widow replied that they were good, thanks to him. However, since they were already talking, she might as well apologize in advance. Jeong eyed her curiously before asking what she was talking about. Why was she apologizing to him? Before he could get an answer, the sand suddenly attacked, wrapping around him like a cocoon. In that split second, an idea popped into his mind, and he immediately knew what was going on. This was a double cross. He'd been betrayed by these treacherous bitches. Damn. Jeong glanced behind him, and just as he'd expected, Assassin Creed was in on the backstab as well. Despite the seemingly dangerous situation he was in, he still remained relatively calm, as if this wasn't that big of a deal. With his calm demeanor still evident, he turned to face the baddies, inquiring if they were sure about this. Did they really want this smoke? White Widow replied that they didn't, but they had no other option. Tand Garcia added that this was their strategy. For weaklings like them to survive in L.A.G, they had no choice but to hunt the strong. It was the only way to survive. He seemed strong, so he must know what kind of hell L.A.G is. Without taking such risks, how could they grow strong enough to survive? Jeong stared at the treacherous bitches but didn't say anything. Words were useless at that point. The baddies had already made their choice, so talking to them was just a waste of time. Carly noticed his patient acceptance and stepped forward. She believed this was Jeong's way of accepting his fate, probably because he knew he couldn't escape anyway. She gazed at the Chad sadly before sighing in resolution. It had to be done, even if she didn't want to. However, because he was a handsome and chatty poppy, she'd try to make it as painless as possible. There wasn't a need for such a fine specimen to suffer. With that in mind, she stabbed at Jeong, landing a direct hit on his chest. When the strike landed, Carly couldn't help but recoil in shock. What the hell was going on? The stab had done 0 damage to Jeong, even failing to pierce his skin. She suddenly had a bad premonition warning her to watch out. However, before she could react, Jeong flexed his lightning, easily breaking out of the sand cocoon. Now free, Jeong glared at the treacherous wenches. He let them know he didn't blame them, because he too had done the same in the past. And just like them, his ending was also quite tragic. But just because he understood them didn't mean he'd forgive them. They'd tried to kill him, so it was only right if he killed them as well. Saying so, Jeong opened the second door of limitation, ready for battle. As he was preparing to clap some cheeks, Emo Creed lunged from behind, attempting a sneak attack. He decisively launched his strongest attack, hoping to kill Jeong on the spot. Unfortunately for him, Jeong easily blocked that shit, using his lightning to counter the sand skill. Before the bastard could react, he responded with a left jab aimed at his flank. Creed noticed the attack and hurriedly erected a shield to block. Although the skill wouldn't hold for long, it was still enough for him to launch an attack of his own. However, Jeong read through this attack as well, blocking it with relative ease. This time, he opted for a forehead block, causing significant damage to Creed's arm. Just as he was about to finish him off, the ladies finally intervened with a blazing serpent hurling straight at him. Jeong ate the attack, forcing him to backpedal quite a bit. With the explosion's smoke still blocking his vision, Carly spawned behind him, attempting another sneak attack. However, this time Jeong was ready. He silently blocked the baddie's strike, stabbing into her gut in the process. Carly recoiled from the pain, nursing her wound as she backtracked from Jeong. Before he could press the attack, Creed appeared behind him again, going for a lethal blow. This time, Jeong had had enough and savagely grabbed him by the face. He lifted the fucker into the air before slamming him hard onto the ground. Ignoring Creed's pathetic chokes and sobs, he proceeded to zap the shit out of him, reducing his face to a burnt crisp. Done with that, he calmly turned to face the baddies. What would they do now? Would they fight or nah? Carly told him not to fuck with them. Ever since the beginning, they were ready to risk their lives. In fact, with Creed's death, that determination only strengthened, so there was nothing left to discuss. She told Jeong to come at them. They were ready to see this through till the end. With that, the duo charged at Jeong, causing a devastating explosion from their clash. A short while later, the room finally regained its calm, indicating the end of the battle. Left standing was the homie Jeong, who silently deactivated his limitation form. Although he'd just been through a battle, he didn't seem fazed at all, almost as if it was nothing. The only clue to the big clash was the blood on his blade and the dead corpses on the floor, both mangled to some degree. Jeong stared at the baddies, but he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. This was L.A.G. Such occurrences were common in that hell. If it had been the other way around, he was sure the wenches wouldn't have hesitated, so there was no need to feel sorry about it. He calmly collected their souls, using their power to level up his skills. He leveled up Tough Skin from level 20 to level 30, significantly increasing his defense. On top of that, when Tough Skin leveled up, it influenced the Bone Weapon skill, making it level up to Bone Equipment passive skill. With that out of the way, Jeong contemplated leveling up his Calm Breathing skill, but decided against it for now. Although the upgrade would make several skills easier to use, he didn't have enough souls to do so he put it aside for now. Besides, there were still several aspects of the calm breathing he hadn't tried out yet, like breath holding, so he wasn't in a rush to advance. Finished with his looting, Jeong turned to the nearby door, probably the entrance to the next floor. Wasting no time, he entered through the door, finding himself in an empty corridor. After walking for a bit, he finally reached his destination, the official entrance to the 7th floor. Jeong eyed the door before resolutely heading inside. What was there to fear anyway? When the door closed behind him, Jeong found himself in quite a pickle. If he were to describe it, he'd say something like doors, or rather, hella doors, judging by how many there were. All around him were identical doors, all clustered neatly along the room's walls. And the worst part? He had no idea what to do about it. Jeong took in the bizarre scene and couldn't help but feel a headache creeping up. Damn, this was going to be a bitch to handle. After some thought, Jeong decided to analyze the room some more. He quickly discovered that this was the first time he was seeing such a scene in L.A.G. But from his ample experience, it wasn't hard to deduce what was going on. Every door in the room led to a different space on the 6th floor. That is to say, every door led to a poor fool currently being clapped, choked, and possibly probed in a mission right now. Although it was hilarious to think about, especially if you imagine them getting the Thai-Min treatment, hella backshots, now wasn't the time for that, and the system wholeheartedly agreed. It immediately issued a prompt announcing that the mission was complete. Just as it had promised, juicy rewards were given to our boy, specifically 100 souls and the Labyrinth key. It also emphasized that the rewards were given to him, Lee MILF Slayer Hyeok. Anyone who completed the mission first, or those who'd complete it later, would be rewarded at their own time. For those with big brains, I'm sure you must have already guessed what that means. If you haven't, then I guess we can only say God can't give you everything. You must be a Chad or baddie as compensation for falling short in that regard. However, if you're lacking both, then I'm sorry. You're cooked. Anyway, taunting aside, the system also gave more details about the Labyrinth key. It was essentially a cheat item, one that can be used to open anything, and yes, I said anything, talk about being broken. The only downside was that the key could only be used 7 times, after which it would be destroyed. But even still, it was a great reward. Moving on, Jeong quickly stored the key. When he did, a hidden compartment in the floor opened up, offering an exit to the room. Jeong immediately walked over. He realized that it was a hole, a bottomless hole. In fact, despite his owl eyes, he still couldn't pierce the darkness and see the bottom. On top of that, a cold, ghastly wind blew in the hole, making it even more ominous. Jeong thought about it for a second, debating whether he should really go down such a spooky hole. However, after much thought, he instantly jumped into the hole. Why, you might ask? Well, first, he's not a bitch. And second, if it's a matter of bottomless hose, sorry, I meant holes, then he has enough experience with your trashy ex. Why would he be afraid of something like this? He swiftly dove down the shaft, recreating the horrible Temu flying CGI. Halfway through the fall, Jeong's mind couldn't help but wander. He recalled his past regressions and noted that the 7th floor was where he died the most. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his cheeks got polished the most on the 7th floor than everywhere else in L.A.G. Although he doesn't go into much detail about it, the slight tremble in his body told us everything we needed to know. This motherfucker is cooked. Deciding to ignore the dread for now, Jeong immediately locked in. He first glided down the walls, reducing his speed by a lot. When he was satisfied, he leaped off the wall, landing gracefully on the ground. Just like that, Jeong had arrived at his destination, and the system also stated as much. It issued a prompt welcoming the MILF synthesizer to the 7th floor. Jeong ignored the prompt and stared forward in shock. Before him was a silhouette he'd never thought he'd run into here. Who else could it be but the main unit Dwayne? Forget the budget, Tamu, crackhead version from before. This one was the real deal, including his Chadley aura. Jeong instantly called out to him, drawing Dwayne from his banter. When the unit realized it was Jeong calling, his face couldn't help but brighten. He shouted Jeong's name in response, running to him like a lost maiden. Just when I thought the duo were about to take us back to Brokeback Mountain, Jeong reached out his hand and told Dwayne to hold it. This wasn't that kind of video. If he really wanted that kind of action, then he should at least start by buying Terry Crews bathwater. Before that, he should keep it PG for the Chads. Ignoring Not's wild banter, Jeong turned his attention to the other figure in the room. He identified him as someone he'd known in his past life, but that in itself wasn't a good thing. To be able to make an impression on a regressor in a hellish place like L.A.G, the individual had to be famous or infamous, and for this bastard it was the latter. Jeong recalled meeting him, and his impression was that the dude was batshit crazy. In fact, he was so insane that Jeong had to act personally and kill his ass. Pause. In any case, this wasn't a good development. However, after thinking about it more, Jeong realized that might not necessarily be the case. Both Stepan and Maytal had changed in this regression, so who's to say this crazy bastard hadn't as well? For now, he opted to play it safe and keep an eye on him. Done with that, Jeong gazed around the room, clearly searching for someone. When his search proved futile, he directly asked Dwayne where Kara was. Why hadn't she come to welcome her poppy? Dwayne's face instantly fell with the question. He hesitantly replied that he didn't know either. They'd been separated on the last floor. Jeong's eyes widened in shock. What did he mean? Dwayne explained that after he'd left, a scary bastard ambushed them, forcing them into the lightning cloud. Although they tried to fight back, all their attacks didn't do shit, leaving them in a perilous situation. Cornered and with no other choice, he'd drawn the fiend's aggro, hoping to buy time for Kara to escape. Luckily, that part of the plan worked, and the fiend chased after him. Jeong immediately asked how he'd survived. If their attacks really did no damage to the creature, then how did he survive? Dwayne replied that he was just as clueless as he was. After drawing the creature away, he'd run like crazy. During the frantic escape, he'd occasionally turn and let loose his beast roar, buying himself more time. After a series of back and forths and the obvious close shaves, the bastard suddenly stopped, retreating on his own accord. When he confirmed he was safe, he hurried back to where he'd left Kara, but found she wasn't there anymore. He had no idea where she was currently. Jeong heard his recount and sighed softly. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In L.A.G, not finding a corpse can be considered a good outcome. Who knows? Maybe the baddie was out there somewhere waiting for them to rescue her. Just as he was contemplating his next move, the crazy bastard joined the banter, asking to be introduced. He was Norman Miles, and apart from his absurd highest skill level, his other stat was pure booty. Seriously, what the hell are you supposed to do with prickly skin? Was this a troll from L.A.G or what? Dwayne snapped to his senses and introduced the two. Since names were already shown by the system, he didn't need to dwell too much on that. Instead, he focused on how he'd met each party. For Norman, he explained that he'd run into him while looking for Kara. He expressed that Norman was a chill guy, and their teamwork was great. That's how they managed to survive until now. For Jeong, he didn't say much, but we can all guess what he would have said. Certified Poppy, Supreme MILF Slayer, and of course, he was him. It's not that difficult to describe our boy. If it wasn't for the author hating on him and the mommies in the story, then that list might have been longer, probably without the chairman of the Virgin Association tag. In any case, let's shift back to the story and forget Jeong's maidenless life. After the introduction, it was time to select a door to challenge. With so many options, both Dwayne and Norman were quite stumped. Jeong, however, had other things in mind. He was certain this was the same trial as his past regressions, which also meant they were all the way fucked. But obviously, he wouldn't tell the duo that. Making them panic wasn't a smart move. Just as he was about to voice his opinion, Norman beat him to it and suggested taking door B755. Dwayne asked why that door specifically, but Norman shrugged it off, saying it was just a hunch. Obviously, Dwayne wasn't convinced by this, so he turned to face Jeong. What did he think? Jeong replied that it didn't matter. It would be the same in the end anyway. Inwardly, he mused about his experiences in L.A.G and the things that left the deepest impressions on him. One of them, unfortunately, was the 7th floor and the 7 doors it contained. It was always the same, and obviously the horrors were equally as constant. He explained to the duo that the doors were connected, and the goal of the room was to clear all the doors. Thus, it didn't matter what door they chose because they would enter all of them anyway. Norman asked how he knew that, and Jeong replied that it was his private attribute, not giving any details after that. Norman quickly got the hint and stopped prying. Instead, he asked Jeong what they should do. Jeong replied that they'd enter the doors, but in order. His explanation was that the doors had different difficulties, so it was best to tackle them from the easiest to the hardest. That way they'll have more leeway in the fights. The duo quickly agreed. It wasn't like they had any better ideas anyway. Thus, the trio promptly entered their first door, B711. What greeted them was a surreal scene, a room covered in calming blue, an obvious oddity in the hell that was L.A.G. If it wasn't for their rich experience, they might have fallen for the trap and assumed they were safe. Luckily, they weren't that naive, and the system prompt also helped them snap out of that foolish mindset. It explained the details of the room, but it's mostly everything Jeong had said, so don't worry about it. The only new info was the rewards, and the system promised quite the haul. First was 200 souls, next was an equipment exchange coin, and finally was a random skill exchange coin. It went without saying that the system was quite generous this time, which could only mean the room was about to violate our boys in all the wrong ways. Major pause. Apart from the main mission, the room also had a side mission, specifically to defeat the boss in every room. If they did that, then they'd get an additional reward. The clueless duo read through the prompts and commented indifferently. They deemed the mission quite simple, provided they were lucky and didn't fuck up. Jeong didn't reply, almost as if he couldn't be bothered with their naive words. Just as the duo were about to ask him what's up and where the boss was, a summoning circle suddenly shone from up ahead, drawing their attention. From the circle, aqua blobs of water slowly coalesced, obviously shaping into a new terror. Jeong's face instantly became solemn. He told the Chads to lock in because shit was finally about to go down. True to his prediction, the coalesced water slowly started to take form. Much to the trio's shock, the water first morphed into a wicked beard before completing the body of the dreaded boss. From an outward appearance, it wasn't that menacing. Just the typical forms we've grown to expect in L.A.G. In fact, with that potbelly and literal dicklessness, I'd say this is the sloppiest and saddest boss design I've seen in L.A.G. so far. And it's not just me thinking so, even the system threw shots at the fool, further emphasizing its L. It introduced him as Laggard the Dickless. Okay, maybe just Laggard. I added the dickless part myself. Anyway, its public attribute described it as extremely lazy, though not slow in the slightest. Currently, its highest skill level was 45. At first, I was puzzled as to why the fool was catching so many strays. I mean, being ugly and dickless was already bad enough, so why did the system have to call him lazy? But then I saw his nose, and I gotta say, this motherfucker deserves it. Just what in the eye show speed is that? Jeong also saw the beast, and his expression turned serious. However, contrary to my wilding thoughts, his attention was on something else. Laggard, this willyless fool, was different from his past regressions. And as a consequence, he had no idea how to deal with the pot-bellied, broad-nosed freak. As he was contemplating his next actions, the oblivious duo called out to him, asking what they should do next. Jeong replied that he had no idea. It wasn't like he knew everything. Norman glanced at him suspiciously. What did he mean he didn't know? Didn't his private attribute tell him? Or was it that the info he received wasn't as detailed as he'd initially believed? Well, if that was the case, then his attribute balance was pure garbage. The demerits of only having 2 active skills couldn't balance out the merits of receiving occasional info about the rooms. The balance was just off, and if he were to be honest, he'd probably say Lag screwed him over. However, despite believing so, Norman still felt something wasn't right. He highly believed Jeong was hiding something. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. The only concern was, did Dwayne know about this, or had he been successfully fooled by Jeong as well? If it was the latter, then he should immediately abandon this group, because there was no way he'd trust his life to a liar and a fool. Shelving his doubts for now, Norman noticed another bizarre scene. Laggard seemed to be rooted in place. Even with enemies before it, the fool still didn't budge, a complete opposite to the monsters they'd run into so far. Jeong thought about it before instructing the duo to approach it. If Laggard didn't want to move, then they'd just go to him. Thus, the trio walked forward, decisive in their steps. Halfway through the walk, the fiend still stared at them passively, almost as if it had no intentions to respond. However, when they crossed the 3/4 mark, it finally lost its cool and whispered to them. It called them troublesome. Much to the trio's puzzlement, the boss proceeded to go on a long rant, explaining how troublesome it was. They were troublesome, the room was troublesome, and even Lag was troublesome. If only he could melt and disappear, how great would that be? Why did his life have to be so troublesome? As he was complaining his guts out, he suddenly realized that even thinking about it was troublesome. Not only that, talking about it was even more troublesome. Then what should he do? It was simple. He'd just stop talking and thinking. That way, it would be less troublesome. If you haven't noticed already, Laggard has a tendency of finding things troublesome. It was hinted at on his character profile, and I guess this is the author's way of expressing his extreme laziness. Anyway, since it had decided to stop thinking and talking, Laggard settled for observing once again. He neither talked nor moved, almost as if he'd become a statue. When the trio noticed his absurd actions, they couldn't help but wonder what was up with the weirdo. Did it truly intend to stay still and do nothing? What kind of bullshit was that? But that aside, there was something else more pressing. So the weird boss would have to wait. They realized that the door exiting the room had disappeared, almost as if Lag was telling them they had to kill Laggard. But if so, how were they supposed to fight such a weird boss? Norman stepped forward, insisting that he had an idea. If it was just a matter of eliciting a reaction out of the fiend, then he had the best strategy. In his hand coalesced an orb of poison, which he swiftly yeeted toward Laggard. The orb struck true, causing the bastard's head to fling backward. When it did, Laggard's belly protruded forward, and I gotta say, this motherfucker is indeed ugly. However, judging by the thighs, at least we know he didn't skip leg day. Those thrusts must be hella mighty. Ahem. Jokes aside, the camera zoomed in on Laggard, showing the fate of the boss. Just as we'd expected, he easily tanked that shit, finding the attack more troublesome than deadly. Although half his face had melted off and it was supposed to be painful, the bastard couldn't be bothered to feel any of it. He was just too lazy to feel pain. Norman stared at the boss incredulously. Was this bastard for real? Was it still being lazy even after half its face was melted off? What kind of logic was that? Dwayne chimed in, expressing his doubts as well. Surely there had to be a limit to this absurdity. Or was it that the boss couldn't feel pain? Jeong corrected him, emphasizing what I had said earlier. The fool was just too lazy to feel pain. Since it was too troublesome to do so, he might as well cut off those useless senses. Although he'd said that, he couldn't help but wonder where the limit lay. Would Laggard still continue as usual if he attacked it? Well, there was only one way to find out. He swiftly channeled his electric powers, ready to blast the fiend. As for the fiend in question, it continued mumbling under its breath, complaining that it was such a pain. It was troublesome to fight, troublesome to think and talk, troublesome to kill, and even troublesome to have thoughts of killing someone. It was all too troublesome. But what should it do? It indeed hated feeling pain. So what should it do now that acting to stop that pain was also troublesome? It yelled out in despair, a tinge of confusion laced in its voice. When the voice sounded, it quickly morphed into a sonic attack, crashing into the trio. They immediately covered their ears, but even that wasn't enough to protect them fully. They felt their brains rattle, and Dwayne couldn't help but curse Laggard. If it found everything troublesome, then why was he attacking so viciously? He should have known it wasn't wise to trust the words of a big-nosed lunatic. Just as the trio were braving through the attack, Labyrinth suddenly smirked, seemingly coming to a realization. When Jeong saw that smirk, his danger senses flared, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. His instincts were warning him that something catastrophic was about to happen. Labyrinth, who was obviously the cause of this feeling, suddenly went dead silent before gazing up at the ceiling. He'd realized that his conundrum wasn't that hard to fix. If he found it too troublesome to think and do other things, then he could simply create another head to do all that for him. With that in mind, he calmly conjured another water blob, letting it float above him. From the blob dropped orbs of water, one of which landed on his head. Jeong, who was watching from the sidelines, said, "Fuck that," and immediately took action. Would he really be foolish enough to let the enemy cook while he watched? Nah, fuck that. He zapped that fool, drowning him in a torrent of lightning. Contrary to his expectations, Labyrinth easily tanked that shit, finding zero challenge in the endeavor. When he recovered, he shifted his gaze to the bewildered Jeong, shooting him a deadly glare. With a bone-chilling voice, he told the unit to wait for him. Once he got his second head, he'd make sure to properly polish his ass. Pause. Jeong heard the threat and trembled slightly. Since when did his delicate ass come under such threat and lag? Well, forget it. Labyrinth was making his move, so now wasn't the time to think about it anyway. He immediately locked in, shifting his focus to the floating blobs in the air. However, to his shock, the blobs didn't just manifest in the air. They also spawned on the walls, effectively trapping them in a pincer attack. The clueless duo also picked up on this fact. Although they were dense, it didn't take a genius to know that something was definitely wrong. They quickly entered their fighting stances, but who knew if that would truly protect them from such an attack? Over at Labyrinth, he continued to mumble under his breath, calling everything troublesome. When the insanity peaked, he let loose his attack, blanketing the whole room with his blobs. Jeong, who was ready for an attack, couldn't help but curse. Why did it have to be an AoE attack of all things? How was he supposed to deal with this shit? Fuck. Although complaining felt great in the moment, he knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Thus, he immediately called for the duo to watch out, all whilst entering his limitation form. Thanks to the speed buff of the second door, time seemed to slow down around him, and Jeong could finally react to the harrowing attack. He first let it draw in before bitch-slapping the shit out of the blue orb, sending it flying like a kite. However, despite the Chadley performance, that was but a single orb, whilst the room was covered in them. If he didn't lock in, then he might just die there. Luckily, this was the maiden harvester we were talking about, so of course he'd have his own ways to survive. He swiftly channeled his inner Bruce Lee, unleashing his own version of the 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thanks to Netero's godly technique, he managed to weather the first wave of attacks. But that's where his luck ended. The subsequent attacks became even more dire, and Jeong once again found himself in a perilous situation. To the side was Dwayne, who was also facing his fair share of difficulties. Although he didn't have Jeong's cheat-like limitation skill, he was still hella sturdy, so he could endure the attacks, for now. Norman, however, wasn't faring so great. Without Jeong's limitation and Dwayne's sturdiness, he was relying on his own body to tank the attacks and, well, let's just say he was failing spectacularly. Even though the barrage had just begun, he was already at his limit, and if something wasn't done, he would for sure be the first to fall. When he realized that, he shot a pleading glance at Jeong and Dwayne, obviously asking for some help. Unluckily for the fool, Jeong and Dwayne were also going through it, with no room to intervene in his battlefield. They were fully concentrated on staying alive, so how could they drop everything and save his ass? Norman realized this and grit his teeth. It seemed he'd have to rely on himself this time. Whether he survived or was crushed to death by massive balls, it would be all up to him. Back to our boy Jeong, he did his best to swat away the pesky orbs. Unfortunately, despite his pimp slap being at max level, he still couldn't shake off the stubborn bastards. Slowly but surely, his stamina was draining, and it wouldn't be long until his resistance collapsed. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, a possible Hail Mary to save his cooked ass, the room suddenly became dead silent. The orbs that were shooting toward them stopped, and all of them became stiff, not moving even an inch. Obviously, the trio were taken aback by this. Just what the hell was going on? Before they could deduce anything, the orbs started moving again, this time retreating back to Labyrinth. Under their confused gazes, the orbs surrounded Laggard, blocking and covering every inch of his body. Jeong watched the development and couldn't help but frown slightly. Just what was this dickless bastard plotting? But that aside, since when did the room take on this brownish hue? Moreover, when had the doors to the other rooms appeared? What the hell was going on there? Dwayne and Norman, who were beside him, also had the same doubts. They were curious to know what was going on, but one urge stood out amongst the rest. What if they used this change to escape to another room? Jeong immediately shot down that suggestion. If they couldn't even beat the weakest boss, then heading to the next room would just sign their death sentences. They had to kill this willyless bastard. Only then would they gain enough power to challenge the next door. Just as they were going over how to do it, a bizarre change occurred. One straight from a horror film. Several mouths sprouted from the orbs, all of them whispering in Laggard's voice. They grinned and laughed, occasionally mumbling troublesome over and over again, causing a chill to run down the trio's spines. As if that wasn't spooky enough, a vague outline of a face manifested amongst the mumbling mouths, further reinforcing the horrific feeling. Jeong saw the gross amalgamation of mouths and eyes and said, "Fuck that." There was no way he was letting this bastard do whatever it was he wanted to do. He would rather attack it now than live to regret it later. Besides, with how bizarrely his body was formed, it was clear it wouldn't be moving anytime soon. So what better time than now to use it as target practice? He immediately acted on this thought, activating his third door from the get-go. Beside him was Dwayne, who also unleashed his beast transformation skill. With the supreme power-ups, the duo, plus Norman, who seemed to be lacking aura in this aspect, faced off against the mutated Laggard, ready to clap some literal cheeks. Jeong was the first to act. After instructing the duo to attack simultaneously, he swiftly channeled his lightning strike, yeeting the blast towards Laggard. Next up was Dwayne, who roared at the fiend, sending a powerful shockwave toward it. Last, and definitely the least, was Norman, who chucked an underwhelming orb of poison towards Laggard. Although his attack was pure garbage, he was luckily teamed up with Titans, so his shortcomings were mostly ignored, just like his shortcoming. As for Laggard, he suffered the worst of it, with plenty of tongues and mouths rupturing. After the first volley, the bastard was reduced to a mangled mess, though traces of life still lingered in him. Jeong realized this and cautioned the duo against lowering their guard. He then turned to Dwayne, asking the latter to do his thing. Dwayne said, "Bet," and walked forward. When he was slightly ahead of the gang, he immediately entered a punching stance before striking the hell out of the ground. Due to his overwhelming attack, a huge boulder was yanked from the ground, which he effortlessly lifted into the air. With the DIY weapon in tow, he swiftly chucked it at Laggard, causing a swooshing sound as it shot toward the fool. To no one's surprise, the boulder struck him like a, boulder, digging deep into his body. The force from the impact was so severe that Laggard was sent flying, only stopping after crashing brutally against the room wall. Beneath him was a pool of blood, which showed just how much damage he'd taken. Just as the trio were about to celebrate their victory, a low and grating voice mumbled, complaining about how troublesome it was. The gang heard this, and their expressions couldn't help but twist. How was this bastard still alive? Especially after that last attack. Before they could figure it out, Laggard resumed his mumbling, this time, his voice growing louder and louder. Accompanying the voice were the subtle sounds of cracking, obviously coming from the boulder. To the Chad's horror, the boulder suddenly shattered, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Indeed, things could always get worse in Lag. The Chads reacted immediately to the ominous development. Norman, with his bitch ass, channeled his inner demon slayer, recreating the pimp-breathing first form, bitch slap. Dwayne, on the other hand, tanked that shit, allowing the shards to crash harmlessly against his guard. Last was the big homie Jeong, the maiden slayer Jeong, and most importantly, the chairman of the Virgin Association Jeong. His approach to dealing with the shards was the most goated. He simply erected a lightning shield, zapping all the shards to smithereens. When the barrage ended, the trio could finally see the fate of the loathsome Laggard, and as expected, things weren't looking good. Under their tense gazes, the fool squirmed his way back to life, almost as if the past happenings were mere illusions. However, the trio knew for a fact that they weren't illusions, especially since Laggard was still dickless. I mean, wasn't that a big giveaway? In any case, things were looking grim, and the charging laggard only made things worse. Faced with the dire development, the trio resolutely locked in, ready for whatever shit would pop off. However, after moments of quiet waiting, their faces subtly fell, puzzled by what they were witnessing. Before them was a stumbling laggard, harboring zero of his past aura. In fact, it almost looked like the fool had forgotten how to walk. Dwayne was the first to speak up. He asked if this was a trap. Norman seconded the idea, insisting that it was too obvious to be anything but a trap. Jeong, however, thought otherwise. He argued that this was indeed real, and Laggard, this bastard, had somehow forgotten how to walk. Or more specifically, how to run. So although puzzling, his clumsy approach and tumble were most likely real, even though he wished the cheeks flashing weren't. Seriously though, what the hell is going on here? And why are the cheeks so glossy? Anyway, Laggard was really wildin', but it didn't take him long to get his shit together. After the initial failure, he realized a head was necessary to think and move, even though it was troublesome to do both. And as typical of Lag, even with such a realization, things couldn't be so straightforward. Instead of directly creating a head, he went the Lag horror route and manifested a pair of eyes on his chest. Although this would have been horrific to the Chads on normal occasions, Laggard was already on the move, so they didn't have much time to think about it. Just as the fiend was about to crash Norman Sakura into meat paste, our boy Jeong joined the fray, kicking the shit out of the former. The force from the attack sent it flying, causing it to crash heavily against the room's wall. Laggard, however, easily tanked that, walking away with only slight discomfort. He then channeled more of that Lag horror effect, creating a mouth on his chest. With the ability to speak restored, he continued his usual ramblings, complaining about how troublesome it was. It was too troublesome to feel pain. Although that might sound like just his typical complaints, it was actually quite strategic, because it effectively cancelled any pain he was under. And with the pain gone, Laggard could resume his attack, which he promptly did. The Chads noticed the advance and locked in as well. Since the fool wanted that smoke, who were they to deny him? They swiftly charged forward, clashing headfirst against Laggard. When the commotion died down, it was the trio's second time feeling puzzled. Just what the hell was going on? After all that taunt and smoke, how could the fool be one-shotted like this? How was this even possible? And why was he so goddamn weak? Dwayne stared down at the mangled corpse before shifting his confused glance to Jeong. He didn't say much, but his question was obvious. You see this shit, right? Was he really supposed to be this weak? Norman also joined the banter, speculating that Laggard was weak because he was the first boss. He didn't know how true his conjecture was, but it at least gave an explanation for this bizarre situation. Jeong stayed silent, as always. Even though he was also confused, his regressor senses were telling him things couldn't end so simply. This was Lag, after all. True to his instincts, the mangled corpse of Laggard suddenly stirred before rising completely from the dead. Under the trio's disbelieving eyes, the corpse quickly regenerated its body, becoming whole once again. Jeong stared at the sight before sighing in acceptance. This was Lag. It really wasn't that absurd for this to happen. In fact, it would have been more suspicious if things had ended as easily as before. In any case, things were better this way, because they could at least kill this bastard again. Contrary to Jeong's acceptance, Dwayne and Norman were more concerned. Norman in particular wondered if it was even possible to kill this fool. Or was it that Laggard was immortal? Jeong told him not to overthink it. Whether he was immortal or not, they'd just have to clap them cheeks to find out. Thus, the trio lunged back into battle, clashing with Laggard soon after. After the devastating clash, Laggard was once again reduced to a meaty paste, and just like the last time, his body swiftly regenerated, bringing him back from the dead. Ignoring the bizarre scene, the trio clashed again and again, determined to see just how long the fiend could last. However, after a seemingly endless cycle of doing that shit, Norman couldn't take it anymore and said, "Fuck that." He told the Chads he was done. He couldn't keep doing that shit. In his opinion, Laggard was immortal, so continuing to fight him was pointless. Turning to Jeong, he let the latter know he was leaving. What about him? What would he do? Jeong replied that he'd stay. He still had business with the fiend. Norman said cool. It wasn't like he could force him anyway. He then turned to Dwayne. What about him? Would he stay or nah? Dwayne replied that of course he'd stay. Wherever the Poppy Jeong went, he'd follow. Norman didn't convince him either. Instead, he warned Dwayne to be careful. This Jeong bastard was clearly hiding something. Dwayne mulled over his words, but didn't say anything in the end. However, from his look, it was obvious Norman's warning had rattled him. Done with his homebreaking, discord sowing, Norman bid the duo goodbye and walked for the exit door. He lingered at the exit for a while before ultimately choosing the second room. Although he was leaving, he wasn't foolish enough to ignore Jeong's earlier warning and challenge a more dangerous room solo. Thus, he wisely chose the second door, B722, disappearing into its depths soon after. As he left, the immortal laggard watched on passively, too lazy to give chase. If the Chad wanted to reduce his burden by leaving, then who was he to stop him? Jeong also watched him go, not interfering in the slightest. His reason, however, was different from Laggard's. He still didn't know if Norman was trustworthy or not, so having him leave the room and prevent further mishaps was great in his books. After the room settled down, Dwayne asked the question he'd been dying to know about. Was it possible to kill this fool? Jeong replied that of course it was. He just had to trust him on that. Dwayne said bet, since he'd said so, then he could only follow his lead. Jeong smiled at the trust before giving his instructions. They would kill the bastard and move to the next room, no matter what. Just as they were gassing themselves up for battle, Laggard's vibe suddenly changed, becoming more ominous. He complained about the dragged-out battle, vowing to end it as quickly as possible. Following this proclamation, his head suddenly morphed, taking on a more tentacle-like shape. As for the front, it was still as ugly as before, if not uglier, with that gigantic Rihanna-like cranium. Dwayne heard Not's diss and asked Jeong what the foolish bastard was talking about. Jeong told him to ignore the fool. Rihanna was a princess, and any man would be lucky to kiss that massive forehead. That aside, he decided to lock in on the boss and his own situation. He reflected on the number of souls he had and how he could use them effectively. Currently, he had 210 souls to burn, but he couldn't be too rash with their use. First of all, he had no idea what Laggard's weaknesses were, so he couldn't foolishly use his souls before identifying which skills would be best to counter them. Second, it was just better, and wiser, to keep an eye on the fiend for a while longer. Who knows? Maybe he'd get a pleasant surprise when it truly mattered. Done with that, the duo of Chads faced off against the cranium head Laggard, ready for battle. Just as he'd promised, Laggard made the first move, seeking to put an end to the troublesome fight. The duo noticed the movements and locked in. However, despite their caution, Laggard's move still caught them off guard, leaving them in a perilous situation. Not only was it a bizarre attack, it was also insanely fast, arriving before them in an instant. Jeong in particular cursed at the move, wondering where that speed had come from. Well, since that was the case, he might as well S&M on this cranium bastard. But first, he should probably get his tight tush out of the way. Sure, the fiend was hella fast, but it wasn't to the point where dodging was impossible. And if it was possible, why would the great him, the maiden hunter him, stay still to be yeeted? Nah, he wasn't that crazy. He easily sidestepped that shit, dodging Laggard's attack with a smug grin on his lips. Just as he was glazing himself for being goated, Laggard hit with a curveball, sending another attack at him. The attack was so unexpected that Jeong got yeeted, crashing pathetically against the room's wall. It was also during this attack that Jeong realized just how absurd Laggard's attack power was. That one strike made him feel like he'd been flogged, and he couldn't help but skid back in shock. Luckily, he was him, so he soon shrugged off the pain, even though it was a bit difficult. Locking back in, Jeong shifted his gaze to the unit Dwayne. Just like him, the unit had also been caught lacking and was now being tossed around like a rag doll. Jeong called out in worry, asking Dwayne if he was all right. Dwayne replied that of course he was. Something this trivial couldn't bring him down. Jeong immediately called cap on that. If he was really breezing through the assault, then why did he look so pathetic? Well anyway, since the unit wanted to glaze a bit, who was he to shit on his parade? And besides, he still had more important things to do. Thinking so, Jeong shifted his focus to Laggard. When he did, he discovered how the fiend had managed to hit him, even though he'd expertly dodged his main attack. Turns out Laggard could sprout tentacles not just from his arms, but also from the main tentacles themselves. Not only that, his whole body seemed to have that feature as well, since numerous tentacles continued to wiggle out of it. Soon, to Jeong's horror, the tentacles grew, becoming identical to those sussy monsters you bastards love.
やめてください。
Jeong eyed Laggard and couldn't help but get a chilling sensation on his spine. Just like that, the stakes of the fight had tripled, and his life wasn't the only thing on the line anymore. If he couldn't prevail in this fight, then Laggard would do just that, and prevail his ass. Pause. Unfortunately, just because his tushy was on the line didn't mean Laggard would ease up on the attacks. On the contrary, it doubled down, sending a whole barrage at Jeong. Jeong saw this and locked all the fuck in. Fine, if Laggard wanted that smoke, then he'd make sure he got his high off it. Thinking so, he nimbly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a quick kiss with death. After the first dodge came the second, then third, and soon Jeong found himself weaving through the blows, finding zero challenge in the endeavor. On the opposite side, Dwayne was doing the same, albeit with more ease. Jeong noticed this, and he couldn't help but reflect on their situation. Sure, they were making great progress, and so far the fiend's attacks hadn't been lethal enough to make them helpless. But that in itself was the problem. They were in a deadlock, neither advancing nor retreating. If they couldn't find a way to break that circle, then they would inevitably die there, left with nothing but a corpse to curse their fates. Just as he was about to launch his Hail Mary, a booming voice thundered across the room, drawing everyone's attention. The voice was obviously from Dwayne, who somehow deemed it fit to taunt the dickless bastard. Jeong stared at the unit in shock, wondering what the hell he was up to. But that aside, was it just him, or did it seem like Laggard's attacks had become stiff for a second back there? Surely it couldn't be what he was thinking, right? With that suspicion in mind, Jeong set off to prove it. First, he continued his weaving, because without it he'd die, and in death, all his plans would be meaningless. Second, he tried to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, letting Dwayne suffer all the heat. Although that might sound like a heartless plan, the giant unit was indeed him, so keeping himself alive during that short period shouldn't be a problem. Besides, Dwayne had grown ridiculously OP during this time, and even walking on walls wasn't an issue, let alone blocking Laggard's attacks. He easily tanked that shit, weaving between the tentacles like a Greek god. Jeong felt the easing pressure and smiled at his genius. It was exactly as he'd suspected. Laggard's attacks were concentrated on Dwayne, and not him, and he already had a vague idea as to why that was the case. But first, shouldn't he take a moment to marvel at Dwayne's growth? The Chad had indeed become more OP, with his speed being just the most noticeable. In fact, Dwayne was moving so fast that his speed could be compared with Jeong's, while he had both his limitation and lightning skills activated. Without a doubt, Dwayne had clapped hella cheeks while they were separated and used all those souls to buff his skills. Locking back in, he continued his inconspicuous stalking while Dwayne drew the heat. The gentle giant had already become quite proficient in the task by now, and dealing disses wasn't that much of a stretch for him. Thanks to that and his slick tongue, Laggard had his full focus on him, and even a slight scowl could be visible on that Rihanna-like cranium. Jeong, who was watching from the sidelines, observed all this, and his conjecture was proving to be more and more solid. Just as he was about to act on it, Laggard suddenly lost his cool, lunging at Dwayne with all it had. It first sent out a single tentacle before blitzing the shit out of Dwayne, making the unit's hair stand on end. Dwayne only hesitated for a moment before unleashing his trump card. Wind-style Jutsu, second release, Beast Roar. Buffed by the Maiden Tsunade, Dwayne blew those tentacles away, keeping them far from the prophesied 106, 63, and 91 measurements. If you know, you know. Jeong, on the other hand, finally rejoined the fray, satisfied with his analysis so far. He immediately taunted Laggard, eager to see if his guess had been correct all along. To his delight, Laggard took the bait, sending a whipping tentacle his way. Just as he'd thought, this was indeed Laggard's weakness. The fool couldn't take a diss. He would lose all his cool, sending a storm of attacks at whoever taunted him. However, inasmuch as he knew that, Jeong couldn't afford to lower his guard. Not only would it be stupidly unwise, but it would also be for Dwayne's sake. The poor Chad had been drawing aggro this entire time, and Jeong was certain he couldn't keep it up for long. If he didn't end this quickly, then he might as well die there. Thus, Jeong decisively drew his bone blade, morphing it into a halberd soon after. With the trusty weapon in tow, he cleaved into the ominous tentacle, slicing that bastard into two. Jeong didn't stop there. He doubled his assault, dashing forward as he sliced down the long tentacle. As he did, He didn't forget to instruct Dwayne, telling the latter to draw Laggard's aggro. Thanks to that, Jeong managed to get close enough to deal a fatal wound, cleaving straight through Laggard's chest. He'd been aiming for his neck, but the sneaky bastard had dodged last minute, barely saving his life. Just as he was marveling at his feat, Laggard suddenly attacked, catching him completely off guard. The strike was so fast that Jeong barely had time to blink before he was yeeted square in the gut. He was thus sent flying like a kite, crashing brutally against the room's wall. Laggard, who was now beyond livid, stared at him in rage, veins bulging on his massive forehead. He vowed to end Jeong painfully. Only then would his rage be satiated. Jeong, however, ignored that shit. Why would he care about a third-rate villain's ramblings? Instead, he shifted his focus to what he'd grasped so far. Laggard's weakness was his temper. His body would become stiff, and his regeneration would slow every time he got heated. If they wanted to take him down, then this was exactly what they needed to exploit. As if he'd read Jeong's mind, Dwayne shot forward, all while howling disses at the fiend. Before Laggard could respond, he was sent flying like a kite, bashed in the back by the Chad Dwayne. Not letting go of this chance, Dwayne comboed the strike with a Superman punch, lunging in for the finishing blow. Laggard saw the hulking figure, and for the first time, genuine dread crept into his heart. Damn, this was going to hurt like a motherfucker. And of course, Dwayne made sure it did. He dug his fist into Laggard's gut, tearing the bastard apart from the inside. When the fool bounced off the floor, Dwayne was already there waiting, a thorough thrashing ready to be served. He first closed the distance before landing a vicious stomp kick on Laggard's back, forcing the fiend to arch it back like Kim K. Next, he watched on as the fiend crashed into the wall, Loki wishing for it to stay down. However, to no one's surprise, this was Lag. Like hell things would end so quickly. Laggard easily shrugged that shit off, even though his true condition looked terrible. Dwayne saw this and couldn't help but curse. How wonderful would it have been if this tentacle bastard bit it? Well, there was no need for regrets, since at least some of the damage stuck. Speaking of damage, was it just him, or did Laggard's tentacles seem a little shorter? Flaccid, even. If so, then don't be ashamed, King. It happens to the best of us. That aside, it also meant this bastard was cooked, and his strength was definitely waning. Just as the big unit was about to capitalize on this weakness, a tentacle suddenly shot out of the ground, wrapping tightly around his leg. To Dwayne's shock, the tentacle lifted him into the air, slamming him hard against the wall. After the first devastating hit, the tentacle rose a second time, obviously going for the Loki treatment. Luckily, Dwayne wasn't alone, and Jeong quickly came to his rescue. He nimbly joined the fray, slashing Laggard's tentacle to save his boo. Done with that, he immediately pressed the attack, closing the gap between them with frightening speed. As he ran, Jeong thought of the best weapon to end this resilient fiend. Sure, the sword was great, but it wasn't enough to deal the damage he needed. If he wanted that big alpha damage, then he would need something big and possibly long. Thus, after much thought, he decided on a lance, the perfect tool to poke a fucker with. Jeong's fighting spirit instantly tripled, causing his charging speed to skyrocket. He bellowed out in rage, promising to give Laggard the worst death possible. Obviously, Laggard didn't like that, and he quickly retaliated, launching himself towards Jeong. Since the former was pushing for a frontal assault, why couldn't he do the same? Jeong noticed this, and a maniacal smile cracked on his lips. Fine. It was better this way. They might as well end it all right there. He unleashed his lightning skill, shooting forward with greater speed. Laggard also responded in kind, concentrating his attack on Jeong. The two titans went toe-to-toe with neither side relenting, and after much struggle, they finally reached the climax with both parties going all in. Blood sputtered in the wake of the attack, and all that was left was a silhouette of carnage. And within that carnage, Dwayne's voice rang, clearly worried about Jeong. Just as it seemed over for our boy, the camera suddenly panned, showing the scene behind him. In that scene, Laggard's body appeared, cleanly severed in two. His left arm was gone, and even his torso and leg weren't spared either. Without a doubt, the resilient fool had clearly lost that fight. Laggard dropped to the ground, unable to bear his own weight. However, even with all that damage, he still refused to give up. He struggled with all he had, desperately trying to heal himself. Jeong saw this and chuckled at his tenacity. Did he really think he'd stay still and let him heal? What kind of kush was it smoking? Nah, he should forget that. he would definitely end him right then and there. Thinking so, Jeong lifted his great axe, cleaving Laggard straight in two. But he didn't stop there. He continued his savage attack, dicing Laggard's body into literal meat chunks. After a gruesome and oddly satisfying vent, he finally stopped. He then turned his gaze to the mangled Laggard, waiting to see if he could recover from that. Dwayne also joined in on the task, his face clearly tense. Surely the fool couldn't recover from that, right? Jeong replied that he wasn't sure, but to be safe, it was better if they kept their guards up. Just as he said that, a soul floated from Laggard's body, signifying that he was truly dead. Only after seeing that soul did the duo finally relax, plopping on the ground with a tired sigh. They decided to rest a bit, because who knew what shit show would be waiting for them next. Not only that, but Laggard was just the weakest of the 7 bosses, so shit was definitely going to get cooked soon enough. After resting for a while, the duo finally got back to work, with Laggard's soul being the first on the list. The stubborn freak had dropped 50 souls, so the two ended up sharing it in half. With that done, they turned to face the next door, B712. Dwayne immediately tensed up, dreading what they'd find inside. He asked Jeong if there would be bosses similar to Laggard on the other side. Jeong replied that they'd definitely be stronger than Laggard. He was just the weakest after all. This was Lag. Running into terrible monsters was inevitable. The only way to cope was to face them head-on. Dwayne chuckled at their predicament before sighing softly. Inasmuch as he hated this place, he still couldn't stop himself from getting used to it. Just how messed up was that? Jeong replied that he wasn't the only one. On the contrary, he'd adapted to the Hellway earlier than him. However, if there was something to note, it would be that he cherished meeting Dwayne and Kara. Being stuck in the game had eroded his emotions, and it was only due to the two that he'd somewhat recovered his feelings. Because of them, he could finally feel like a proper human again. Jeong cast the simpy thoughts aside and headed for the next room. Now wasn't the time to get lost in his feels. He resolutely pushed open the door, letting it slam shut soon after. On the other side was a bizarre scene, one the duo hadn't expected to run into. The room was packed to the brim with tons of baddies to choose from. Oh, and there were a bunch of Chads there, but who cares about them? When they entered, a few groups turned to face them, but Jeong instantly ignored them. Instead, he had his sights set on the soul in the middle. Just what the hell was that? And why wasn't anyone going after it? Without a doubt, things were getting fishy, and he had a feeling he'd be clapping a hell lot of cheeks in this room. No homo, of course. Jeong thought about it for a second, but ultimately didn't make a move. Without adequate information, it would be foolish to wantonly cause chaos. However, that was just his opinion. What about Dwayne? What did he think? Dwayne replied that he was down for whatever. Whether they were clapping mega cheeks or stealthily leaving the room, he could do either. And besides, the room's mission hadn't updated, which meant they were free to act. Whatever they decided to do, at the very least, they had the option to safely retreat in case shit hit the fan. Jeong replied that he was right. Without the room's mission restricting them, they indeed had more freedom to act. But before any of that, they should at least figure out what was going on in the room. Inwardly, he marveled at how bizarre it was. The room was packed with 30 people, and there was a giant soul in the middle, yet no one made any moves to get it. Just what the hell was going on? Had Lag suddenly changed and everyone become benevolent all of a sudden? Nah, fuck that. There had to be something else going on. Anyway, there was only one way to find out. He turned to Dwayne, instructing the big unit to roll with him. Dwayne silently nodded before following suit. If there was indeed a mystery in this room, then the homie Jeong would definitely figure it out. So he might as well follow his lead. The two Chads walked confidently towards the soul, and for some reason, the others didn't try to stop them. This strange sight caught Dwayne's attention, and he couldn't help but ask Jeong what was going on. Was this a trap, or were these fools high on that Escobar sauce, that Colombian good? Jeong replied that he didn't know. However, what he did know was that the bastards didn't see the need to stop them, almost as if their failure was inevitable. Dwayne's brow knit at the reply, but ultimately decided against commenting. They would soon figure out the truth anyway. As he thought this, the duo finally arrived at the soul pedestal. Jeong didn't waste any time and immediately acted to retrieve it. However, to his surprise, the soul refused to be claimed. almost as if it had a will of its own. Just when Jeong was wondering what was happening, the system provided an answer explaining that the soul had conditions to its claim. Only when the number of participants in the room dropped to below 3 would the soul be successfully released. Jeong sucked in a deep breath at this reply. He'd expected there was a condition to it, but he'd never thought it would be this harsh. With the many people in the room, wasn't this the same as asking for a massacre? Indeed, there was never a free lunch in L.A.G. But even so, wasn't this a bit too much? Did the game really expect them to kill each other without even knowing how many souls there were in the lump? What if they went through the trouble and still got one soul in the end? Wouldn't that be a bitch? Dwayne sighed at the absurdity of it all before flicking his gaze across the room. So that's why everyone was hesitating. They wanted the soul, but were debating whether the trouble was worth it or not. On one hand, there was a chance the soul count was booty, so fighting to the death for it would be pure lunacy. On the other hand, there was a possibility that the soul count was astronomical, so fighting for it was indeed worth it. They had no idea which was the case, but human greed and instinct compelled them to stick around and find out. Dwayne sighed again before turning to Jeong this time. The conditions were too bizarre, so what would they do? Would they leave or nah? Jeong replied that they should leave. Since the main mission stayed the same, they might as well get the hell out of there. There was no need to get involved in all that smoke. Dwayne was taken aback by that reply. With the mysterious soul and the several cheeks waiting to be clapped, Jeong wanted to leave? Just like that? That was definitely unexpected from him. Jeong replied that the risk was not worth it. Inasmuch as he would love to tenderize all those cheeks. Pause. Wait. Maybe unpause because he does want to tenderize them. Anyway, the risks of the fight weren't worth the potential rewards. 2 against 30 wasn't an ideal fight, and the worst part was they couldn't stop until the end. Otherwise, it would all be pointless. If they embarked on that endeavor, then they could only kill everyone or die. There was no third solution. But all that aside, even if they could kill everyone there, was it really worth it to do so? That was 30 lives they were talking about. He didn't want to kill so many people without reason. Dwayne smirked at the answer. Was this the so-called character development? The rogue Jeong had really done a ton of growing in this time. It was almost beautiful to watch. Jeong caught the slight smug expression on Dwayne's face before switching the topic. He let the Chad know there was another reason why they should leave that place as soon as possible. And that reason was Kara. They had to find her immediately. Dwayne visibly perked up at the reminder. He asked Jeong if Kara could be ahead of them. Jeong replied that there was indeed a chance of that being the case. The gothic baddie was way stronger than they thought she was. He was positive she was still alive somewhere. However, that was precisely the problem. If Kara was still alive, just like he thought she was, then the baddie was probably doing her best to find them as well. And that meant she was rashing. In any other situation that would have been great, but this was L.A.G. Rashing in L.A.G meant mistakes, and mistakes meant death. If they didn't find her soon, then there was a chance they'd lose her forever. Dwayne frowned for a second before his face turned somber. If that was the case, then they might as well book it. Who cares about souls when their only maiden might be in trouble? And besides, without Kara, the homie Jeong would go back to being maidenless, and no one wants to see that shit. The dude has already suffered for way too long. The duo resolutely turned their backs to the soul, walking slowly towards the door. Just as Jeong was about to open it, a loud boom came from behind them, scaring the shit out of them. The Chads immediately turned to check, and what they saw amazed them. The room had descended into madness, and 2 players were already dead. Jeong eyed the murderous freaks incredulously. Couldn't they wait until they left the room to do this shit? Why were they so hell-bent on dragging them into this? Obviously, the murderous freaks didn't reply because they were, murdering. But that aside, did Jeong really think he could escape this smoke so easily? This was L.A.G after all. Seemingly getting the gist, Dwayne cursed at the horrible timing. Couldn't they wait a little bit longer? What was up with the chaos all of a sudden? Jeong replied that it was too late for regrets, and besides, the timing didn't matter at all. One way or another, the bastards would have fought, and knowing L.A.G, they would have still gotten roped into it no matter what they did. As he saw it, the timing and reasons were negligible. What truly mattered was that they were cooked from the second they entered this room. Taking a step back, he watched as the people butchered each other. The balance that had been keeping them at bay was finally broken, and the greed and desperation burst out, causing them to fall into the abyss. Jeong watched the wanton slaughter passively, a neutral expression on his face. Even though the room had descended into madness, it still had nothing to do with him. Since he'd decided to leave, he'd do just that, regardless of whatever was happening around him. Unfortunately, just because he didn't want smoke didn't mean others wouldn't bring that smoke to him. On the wall to their left, a stealthy bastard was creeping forward, obviously attempting to flank our boys. Dwayne noticed the lunging fool and scoffed mockingly. Did he really think he could take them on by himself? Talk about being blinded by greed. Or maybe he had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai? In any case, he would be like those generic cultivation MCs and bitch-slap this fool. He immediately teamed up with Jeong, zapping and blowing the hell out of the bastard. Wait. Pause. That doesn't sound right. Something about that sentence is mad sus. Actually, on second thought, fuck it. Go ahead and blow that fool. Since I've committed to the sus, I might as well go all in. They both let him have it, making sure to blow him until his legs hit the air. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough, as the sturdy bastard easily tanked that shit. Dwayne eyed the freak and couldn't help but whistle in amusement. To think he'd survive all that. Seems like he didn't make it all the way there, with luck alone. The stealthy fool grew enraged by the taunt. How dare he mock him after blowing him so hard? Pause. He vowed to teach him a lesson. Only then would that smoldering vengeance be cooled. But before that, where did the other bastard go? He could have sworn there were two of them just now. Just as the fool was freaking out, Jeong suddenly spawned above him, lunging in for a deadly strike. The player acted immediately, switching his stance and countering with a powerful slash. As the player braced for impact, Jeong suddenly pulled a fast one, doing a double jump and going in for a spinning axe kick. The player was momentarily dazed, causing his reaction to slow by a second. Obviously, Jeong took advantage of this, spinning even faster and landing a vicious kick on the fool's head. The impact made the player's skull burst open, brain matter and eyes popping out of their sockets. But Jeong didn't relent. He doubled his assault, burying the poor fool into the concrete floor. With the player's death, Jeong calmly collected his soul, finding zero challenge in the endeavor. Done with that, the duo collectively turned their attention to the rest of the players, and what they saw was pure mayhem. Everywhere they turned their gazes, blood was flowing like a river, and it wouldn't be long until the whole group fell. However, before that, would they possibly be lucky this time and avoid that shit show of a mess? Surely their luck had to be good sometimes, right? Dwayne eyed Jeong, almost as if he'd sensed his naive words. He then cast his gaze back to the players, an incredulous glint in his eyes. Were these guys for real? How could they fight so desperately for a reward they knew nothing about? What if the soul count ended up being mediocre? Jeong replied that it was expected. In that hell, souls were akin to their lives, so of course they'd fight for them with all they had. And besides, he seemed to be forgetting something. Fighting to the death wouldn't just give them the prize reward, but also the souls dropped by the other players. If he thought about it that way, then it was indeed worth it. Dwayne agreed before shifting his gaze backward. It seemed some ignorant fools had come courting death once again. He smirked at Jeong, pointing at the bastards who thought they were easy prey to vanquish. Jeong cast his gaze over but didn't comment on it. If the fools wanted death, who was he to deny them? Speaking of the fools, they ignorantly ignored the warning signs, opting to proceed with their attack. They then devised a plan, choosing to split the duo amongst themselves. Just as the barbarian motherfucker was about to act, a dull, piercing sound rang, followed by an intense pain that made him freeze. When he shifted his gaze downward, he was shocked to find a sword impaled through his gut. Turns out the poor fellow had been literally backstabbed, and the culprit was none other than his partner. With his dying breath, he shouted at the latter, asking why he'd done that. The partner replied that he was doing the necessary. He shouldn't act innocent or surprised, because he was sure he'd planned to do the same to him anyway. The only difference was that he'd acted faster. This was L.A.G. He shouldn't blame him, because it was all for survival. Before the treacherous bastard could enjoy his spoils, a deep voice whispered from behind, telling him he was goddamn right. This was L.A.G, and it was indeed all for survival. Since that was the case, he shouldn't blame him either, because he too wanted to survive. Saying so, a blade cut through the betrayer's head, splitting it in half. When the corpse collapsed to the ground, a third party was revealed, who'd been apparently stalking the stalker all along. It's true what they say. When the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Done with that, the new betrayer cast his gaze on the Chads, clearly eager to die. Dwayne saw this and couldn't help but smirk. Were the players in this room high for real? Because how else could you explain their tendency to crave death? Only that Venezuelan powder could get them tripping like this. Well, anyway, it made no difference to him. He might as well get this over with. He turned to Jeong, telling the latter he was ready for whatever. Jeong said bet. Since it had come to this, they might as well wild out. Coincidentally, even though they'd been roped into this fight, they stood the best chance at coming out on top. All the other fighters were weary of each other and were constantly on guard against being backstabbed. However, the same couldn't be said about them. They were the only team that could truly watch each other's back. That being said, whether they clapped cheeks or not would be up to Dwayne. This fight involved humans, and he knew how Dwayne felt about that. He didn't want to force him to do anything, so he was leaving the choice in his hands. And besides, forcing him would only backfire, because fighting half-heartedly would definitely get them killed. He wasn't that foolish, so he was leaving it in the unit's hands this time. Dwayne thought about it for a moment. To clap or not to clap? That was the age-old question. Which one should he choose? After much thought, the door to B713 closed with a bang. It seemed Dwayne had made his choice. Contrary to what you might have thought, the two Chads were still in the room, meaning Dwayne literally opened the door, then shut it again just to emphasize that he was staying. It's a bit dramatic, but hey, do your thing, King. Noticing Jeong's odd gaze, Dwayne explained his reasoning. Sure, he hated human conflicts and needless killing, but this was L.A.G. Just because he didn't like it didn't mean it wouldn't find its way to him. Their current situation was a clear example of this. They'd tried to escape the smoke but still ended up being roped into this shit, and if it could happen once, then it could definitely happen again. Since that was the case, he might as well grab it by the poo, sorry, I meant horns, and do what needs to be done. It was the only way to survive in L.A.G. after all. Jeong said bet. Since he'd come to that conclusion, then he'd do his best to have his back, starting with clapping those trio's cheeks over there. Dwayne said cool. If they were going to do it, then they might as well be thorough about it, meaning they should definitely clap that treacherous bastard first. Such taming bastards should always be taken out first, because who knows what shit they might do. Jeong agreed with this. One encounter with Tae Ming was more than enough for him. Thus, the two promptly powered up, jumping into the fray soon after. On the opposite side, the trio of bastards also geared up, swiftly joining them in their tango. Unfortunately for us, the author decided to be lazy this time and off-screened the fight. Or maybe the Chads clapped so much cheeks that the author couldn't possibly illustrate it all. In any case, the trio of bastards was off-screened, and the only visuals we got were of the other mangled corpses and, of course, our chatty duo wrapping things up. After the assumed intense fight, Jeong heaved a sigh of relief as he caught his breath. By his side, Dwayne did the same, although his condition seemed way worse than Jeong's. Jeong noticed this and immediately asked the unit if he was all right. Dwayne replied that he was fine. He just needed a minute to catch his breath. He then added that the reason he looked like shit was because of his private attribute. In his case, the attribute was negative because it imposed a 5% extra consumption on his stamina whenever he used an active skill. In normal fights it wouldn't be an issue, but for long battles like the one they had just been through, things became a little more hectic. However, Jeong shouldn't worry because he'd be as good as new in no time. He just needed a little bit of rest. Jeong said okay, but deep down he was hella worried. He knew Dwayne was acting tough because his true condition couldn't be hidden from him. However, since the unit had said he was fine, he couldn't do anything but accept it. There was no need to trample on the Chad's pride, after all. That being said, he really hoped they could be more honest with each other. On his end, for example, he hoped he could tell Dwayne he was a regressor. But unfortunately now wasn't the time or place to do that. Maybe in the future he'd get a chance to do so, but for now, he should focus more on their survival. Speaking of survival, didn't they do all this for more souls? They should probably check out their loot then. Hopefully it would make all the effort worth it. The two decisively walked to the pedestal, a hint of anticipation gleaming in their eyes. Dwayne in particular couldn't keep his curiosity at bay, and openly asked Jeong how many souls he thought were in there. Jeong didn't reply. He simply reached out to the orb. What was the point of speculating? They might as well crack it open to find out. Just as he was about to collect the soul, the ground suddenly shook, scaring the shit out of them. The duo immediately sensed danger and wisely backpedaled, putting as much distance as they could between themselves and the pedestal. After the trembling had passed, they turned towards the orb, and what they saw, low-key, surprised them. Beside the pedestal was another player, a likely survivor from the earlier massacre, and although this would not be a big deal on normal occasions, they were currently exhausted, so the timing couldn't be anything but tragic. Jeong cursed the fiend, mocking him for hiding in the ground like a common pest. He aimed to enrage the bastard, hopefully distracting him from collecting the soul. Unfortunately, that didn't work, and the bastard collected the soul almost immediately. He even smirked at them, maintaining eye contact as he stole what was rightfully theirs. If you're hating on this asshole already, then you'd be glad to know that the system hates him as well. For instance, his name is Jake Bug, which is quite fitting considering he hides in the ground like a bitch-ass bug. That aside, his public attribute is tough skin, which I shit you not, the system compares to literal cowhide. Not steel, not bronze, heck not even leather, but plainly cowhide. Damn, the system really did him dirty with that one. Anyway, the thieving bastard successfully stole the souls, much to the duo's dissatisfaction. However, before he could relish in his theft, his face suddenly changed, almost as if he'd seen something unsightly. He then proceeded to curse out loud, hurling insults at whoever was unfortunate enough to catch the strays. At first, the duo was confused, even believing the bastard was putting on an act. However, as the intensity of his reaction grew, they finally realized this was the real deal, and something had gone horribly wrong. Jeong contemplated asking what was up, but that became unnecessary since the bastard volunteered the info for free. Turns out L.A.G had pulled a fast one, and the lump indeed had just one soul. Kinda like he'd speculated earlier. Dwayne was shocked by this, but Jeong stayed passive, almost like he'd expected such fuckery from L.A.G. As a regressor, he'd experienced way worse from the game, so this much was nothing to him. However, if there was one thing that did draw his attention, it would be that they were insanely lucky. If the lump had an absurd amount of souls, just like they'd hoped, then they would have been cooked, since this bug bastard would have used that power against them. But since it was only one, then they could be considered lucky and should thank the treacherous game instead. Bug also realized this, and his face instantly turned demonic. Since he couldn't get his hands on the souls he wanted, he opted to attack them instead, because there was no way he was leaving there with nothing. Dwayne told him bet. If he was that eager to get clapped, then he should fuck around and find out. Jeong also joined the fray, welcoming Bug to the smoke. Since the fucker was delivering himself for a cheek polishing, who was he to say no? He'd make sure to wax that ass, keeping it clean and crispy for the clapping. Pause. Bug said try me and disappeared into the ground. Thanks to a mysterious skill, he lived up to his name, fully embodying a common pest. Dwayne and Jeong, on the other hand, felt a headache creeping in because these stealthy types were always the worst to deal with. If they couldn't figure out his skill and its limitations, then they'd quickly find themselves in a perilous situation. True to their speculations, Bug suddenly spawned behind them, catching both of them off guard. He swiftly lunged at Dwayne, clocking the unit in the back. Jeong saw this and immediately closed in to counterattack. He moved so fast that Bug barely had time to react. However, the key term was barely, because the fool still had enough time to launch a sneak attack on our boy. He deployed his heat vision eyes, a move that made Jeong's scalp tingle. For whatever reason, he was feeling an intense sense of danger from those eyes, so he didn't dare face them head-on. Deciding to trust in his instincts, Jeong ducked below the beam, narrowly escaping the latter by an inch. Done with that, he closed in to counterattack, but by then it was already too late, and the sly Bug had already escaped. The duo cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Just as they'd expected, the stealthy fucker was going to use the terrain advantage, and the only way to stop him was to crack his skill. However, that was easier said than done. Jeong thought about it before deciding to do what he could for now. First, he warned Dwayne about the laser eyes, because those weren't things they could face off against. Next, he calmed his chaotic mind and used the piece to figure out their situation. Why did Bug attack Dwayne and not him? The answer to that question was obvious, and the implications made Jeong's frown deepen. Dwayne was tired, and it seemed his condition was worse than Jeong had expected. Worse still, Bug seemed to know about it. That's why he attacked Dwayne first. Jeong realized this, and his mood instantly worsened. If they didn't end this fight quickly, then things would really get out of hand. Thinking to this point, he shouted at Dwayne to be careful, warning him of the impending attack. Dwayne said okay, but it was obvious Bug's sneak attacks were more than troublesome to deal with. Just as he was contemplating how best to protect himself, Bug suddenly spawned behind him, catching him lacking once again. He landed a vicious kick on Dwayne's flank, causing the latter to reel in pain. Dwayne endured the blow and grabbed Bug by the leg. Since the fucker wanted to play cat and mouse, he might as well OG Tom and Jerry on his ass. He yeeted the fool to the ground, recreating the iconic Tom vs. Jerry fights. And yes, I said Tom and Jerry instead of Loki, because the two Chads did it first, way before the Prince of Asgard did. Bug suffered the brunt of the blow, causing him to cough up a shit ton of blood. However, halfway through his bitchy whining, he suddenly locked in, deciding to use his laser beam at maximum intensity. Jeong peeped the glowing eyes and he couldn't help but curse. Damn, what the hell was this Homelander wannabe doing in L.A.G? He swiftly called out to Dwayne, warning him to be careful. Dwayne heard the warning and immediately shifted his gaze to Bug. Upon doing so, he realized the stealthy motherfucker was locked and loaded, ready to zap him to Kingdom Come. Dwayne said fuck that and instantly backpedaled, narrowly avoiding a laser attack to the balls. Yes, I said balls. For whatever reason, Bug chose to target the balls even though there were plenty of better options to choose from. Anyway, luckily the sadistic freak missed, and Dwayne survived another day with his crown jewels. As for Bug, he crashed heavily to the ground, clearly still reeling from the Loki treatment. Just as he was about to recover for a devastating counter, a swift knee clocked his face, making a complete mess of his already ugly mug. The impact was so severe that Bug's head got pinned to the ground, a sickening crack echoing about. When Jeong's knee left his face, the formerly ugly Bug became unrecognizable, a mere shadow of his pathetic self. However, even with all that damage, Jeong wasn't done and quickly lunged in for a finisher attack. Sure, some might think it was excessive, but in a hell like L.A.G, leaving loose ends is the quickest way to die. Just look at Liam and his bitch ass. Thus, Jeong came in fists swinging, ready to put an end to this fool. However, as typical of L.A.G, things wouldn't go as smoothly as you'd want them to. In that brief interlude to death, Bug suddenly got an epiphany, gaining enlightenment like he was an MC or some shit. He suddenly learned a new skill, allowing him to narrowly escape Jeong's monstrous finisher attack. When Dwayne saw this, his gaze froze and he immediately asked Jeong what was going on. Jeong replied that he didn't know, but he suspected L.A.G was back to its bullshit again. For whatever reason, an extra-like Bug was granted a power-up, so he believed things were about to get complicated. Dwayne frowned at the reply before asking Jeong what they should do next. Jeong replied that he wasn't certain, but their best bet was to watch each other's backs and remain vigilant. Whatever the game wanted to show them would be popping up soon, so they'd wait until then to react. As soon as he said that, a corpse was pulled into the ground, marking the official start of their horror. Soon, other corpses were pulled into the ground, disappearing in quick succession just like the first one. Before they could react, the whole room was wiped clean, robbed of the numerous corpses that littered its floor. However, that was just the beginning, as the very ground before them started quaking and shaking. To the duo's horror, the ground suddenly burst open, revealing a silhouette straight out of a horror film. The previously ugly Bug now stood before them, his visage so terrifying even his mama wouldn't love it. He had faces morphed into his body, all of them screaming and crying in pain. Bug looked at the terrified duo and proudly introduced himself. He was now Glutton, a special mutated being thanks to the Corpse Devourer skill. He had received new characteristics as well, with the most significant one being that he had many lives. As for how harrowing he looked on the outside, he didn't mind that at all, since he was a firm believer that beauty lies on the inside and not the outside. Jeong looked at the ugly abomination and told him to stop kidding himself. What beauty lies on the inside? As far as he was concerned, Bug was so ugly even his inner beauty didn't matter at all. Besides, how could he talk about beauty when he had literal corpses sticking to his flesh? He better cut that bullshit out. Bug replied that he was low-key right, but so what? With the flood of power coursing through his veins, did it truly matter how he looked? In fact, with the strength he had, clapping both Dwayne and Jeong wouldn't be much of an issue to him. On top of that, he was a very vindictive person, so he'd make sure to get his just revenge. He'd polish, clap, and tear their asses up, making sure to do so in the no homo, of course. Jeong's scalp tingled at the threat, an overwhelming feeling of unease assaulting his ass, literally. He immediately identified Bug as a formidable threat, one they couldn't afford to take their eyes off of. However, just because he wanted to didn't mean he could. Bug moved with so much speed that he completely disappeared from their senses. When he appeared next, he'd already closed the distance, landing a nasty punch on Dwayne. The giant unit reeled from the attack, forced to take several steps back to barely recover. Luckily, he'd blocked. Otherwise, he would have been a goner with just that one blow. Bug picked up on this weakness and immediately pressed the attack, hoping to finish off Dwayne with the next blow. However, our boy was still him, so he managed to dodge that attack as well. Unfortunately, that's where his luck ran out, as the next punch caught him straight in the gut. Dwayne coughed up a mouthful of blood as he secretly cursed his shitty stamina. It was because of this drain that he'd failed to react, leading him to this unfavorable situation. But even if he cursed, would it change his situation? Nah, especially since Bug was already on the move. The creepy fucker was going in for a finisher, determined to give Dwayne that patented Hulk smash special. Luckily, the unit wasn't alone, and Jeong quickly intervened to rescue him. He came in with a stab attack, driving the blade into Bug's brain. When that wasn't enough, Jeong channeled his lightning skill, doing his best to melt Bug's brain into goo. The attack worked for a while, until it suddenly didn't, evident by the wicked smirk on Bug's lips. Jeong, who was still oblivious to this, continued his assault, unaware his body was open for a counterattack. Obviously, Bug didn't waste this chance and immediately retaliated, landing a vicious punch on Jeong's flank. The blow sent our boy flying, causing him to crash pathetically against the wall. Bug, the culprit for this attack, taunted smugly, telling Jeong to wait his turn. As soon as he was done with Dwayne, he'd pull up on him, so he shouldn't be too impatient for his loving. As for Dwayne, he offered him a slight smile, because it was only due to him that he confirmed his many lives. Sure, he'd received a hint from the system, but this was L.A.G we were talking about. Like hell, he'd trust in this scamming game. That aside, he marveled at the many lives he apparently had. Oh, how magical it was when the game was on your side. Jeong also noticed this, and his face darkened. Just whose idea was it to give this bastard plot armor? If he found the person responsible, he'd make sure to feed him a two-piece combo. Settling his emotions, he went about figuring out a strategy for the inevitable clash. Since Bug had swallowed 30 corpses, it was probable that the fiend now had 30 lives, so he needed a plan to kill him 30 times, at the very least. However, was that even possible? Especially with the horrible condition Dwayne was in? Well, there was only one way to find out. He resolutely locked in, shooting Bug a menacing glare. Bug picked up on the glare and chuckled softly. What? Did he think looks could kill or something? If he wanted that smoke, he should go ahead and try him. His hands were already rated E for everyone. That aside, he was genuinely curious who would come out on top. He who had multiple lives and only needed to kill them once, or they who had one life but still needed to kill him several times. It was sure to be a spectacle. Jeong told him to shut his mouth and come at them. It wasn't like they had all day. Bug said cool and lunged forward, his first target the spent Dwayne. Unfortunately, just like the last time, the author became lazy again, and most of the fight was off-screened. When the panel finally zoomed in on our boys, they were already spent, with Dwayne looking like he could collapse at any time. Through his inner monologue, we learned that the duo had really given it their all, having managed to kill Bug a total of 11 times. However, when compared to his 30 lives, they were still a lot off. Bug, who was also aware of this, chuckled at their plight, a sadistic smug hanging on his lips. He told the Chads to give up, because nothing they did would work on him. Dwayne was compelled to believe the same and quickly urged Jeong to leave him behind. If it was him, then he was sure the chatty unit would make it out somehow. Jeong told him to shut up. There was no way he'd leave him behind. And since things had gotten to this point, he might as well say fuck it and go all out. Dwayne looked at Jeong incredulously. Did he still have an ace up his sleeve? Jeong replied that of course he did. Who did he think he was? He was him, thou, thee, and on some special occasions, himeth. If he didn't have an ace up his sleeve, then who else could? Dwayne should step back because he was about to cook in this bitch. If they were lucky, then he'd definitely kill this fool. If not, well, he could only say deuces to their cheeks because they were about to get clapped. Pause. Jeong made his bold declaration as he started his intense stare-down with Bug. However, after seconds of quiet inaction, Dwayne finally had enough and asked what was wrong. Didn't he say he was him? Then why was he just standing there? Jeong replied that everything was good. It might not look like it, but his mind was currently big-braining this shit, so Dwayne shouldn't worry. But that aside, why was he so focused on his business? Shouldn't he be using this chance to recover instead? If he had the energy to cling so far up his ass, then surely he could spare some to recover, right? Choosing to ignore the meddling Dwayne, Jeong turned his focus back to Bug and himself. He might have sounded mad cocky, but in truth, he was also at his limit. After the severe thrashing Bug had blessed them with, his body was already on the brink of collapse, and any mishaps could spell their doom. If his final gamble didn't work out, then he might as well redeem that cheek-clapping coupon because they would be cooked. Luckily, things hadn't deteriorated to that point, so he still had some hope, although barely. Bug might have not realized this, but there were subtle differences in his bodily reactions when he attacked, and it was precisely these differences that he planned to exploit. Sure, it was a far-fetched plan, one more desperate than logical, but what else could he do? When facing off against a superior foe, even desperate gambles become valid tactics, provided you don't back down and give it your all. As for how things would turn out, why would he care about that when his only outcomes would be victory or death? In both cases, the crisis would be resolved, so why should he care? Bug noticed the slowly advancing Jeong and chuckled softly. Did the Chad really plan to face him on his own even after he'd proved he could clap them both as a tag team? Surely he couldn't be that crazy, right? Or maybe he'd discovered some sort of method to better level the playing field. In any case, it didn't matter to him because the duo would still be cooked. In fact, he preferred if they struggled like that, because it would make vanquishing them all the more enjoyable. Jeong guessed Bug's thoughts and clapped back immediately. He told the bastard to not get so cocky. As far as he was concerned, the so-called overwhelming power he now possessed was just a product of luck and plot armor. Without it, he would have been clapped ages ago. Bug smirked at Jeong's pitiful attempt at provocation. He told the Chad to stop spewing bullshit. If he could really defeat him as he'd claimed, then he should go ahead and do it, instead of bullshitting all the way over there. Oh, and just so he knew, his taunt had indeed worked because his desire to kill him had definitely skyrocketed. He very much wanted to hear the squeal he'd produce after getting his hand yanked off. Jeong told him bet. If he thought he had the ability to get him to squeal like a bitch, then he should go ahead and try it. Bug immediately accepted the challenge. He resolutely stepped forward. He couldn't keep Jeong waiting, after all. Jeong also stepped forward, but he didn't immediately act. Instead, he cast his gaze to the squirming faces on Bug's body. After careful observation, he'd realized that those parts were the most chaotic on Bug's body. His guess was that the lingering spirits in those faces still held an intense greed for souls, making the body's control and reactions sloppy. If he could exploit that weakness, then he might have a chance of bringing this bastard down. If he couldn't, well, there was no point thinking about that, because he still had to try anyway. Bug didn't hesitate any longer and immediately lunged at Jeong. He moved with so much speed that he'd basically spawned before the ladder. Jeong acted quickly and instantly erected his electric shield. Thanks to his action, he'd barely managed to block the sneak attack, although that was definitely too close for his comfort. Locking back in, Jeong noticed that Bug's speed had increased once again. He didn't know if it was a result of the fool being enraged, but that level of intensity was definitely not something he could handle right now. If he wanted to buy as much time as he could to enact his plan, then he had to switch tactics. Just as he was about to act, Bug suddenly doubled his assault, pinning him down once again. He taunted Jeong, asking the Chad where his past bravado was. Didn't he say he would clap him? Then where was that smoke? Or was he planning to hide behind his shield forever? Well, if that was the case, he might as well help him out. There was nothing like a little beating to stimulate that inner fire after all. Saying so, he easily tore through Jeong's shield, landing a nasty punch on his face. The blow sent Jeong flying, causing him to crash pathetically against the wall. When Jeong finally collected himself, he couldn't help but curse his shitty luck. Not only was the bastard leagues above him in terms of speed and strength, But his electric shield was also useless against him, meaning he couldn't even block his attacks. If he added all those points together, then it was clear this was a fight he had no business winning. However, was he to give up just because of that? Hell nah. He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. Like hell he'd give up that easily. He'd rather die than let this many-faced bastard stomp on him. Bug noticed the determined gleam in his eyes and shot him a confused glance. Didn't he have a big-brained plan he wanted to execute? Then what was he waiting for? If he didn't hurry up and use all his trump cards, then he'd miss the opportunity to do so, because he was done playing around. Jeong registered the threat but didn't react. He continued to mad dog Bug, showing no signs of action. Bug clicked in annoyance before lunging at Jeong. Fine. If the fool didn't want to show his hand, then he'd force him to. He refused to believe Jeong would still hold back when his very life was in danger. He rushed at him, his claws poised to stab Jeong through. Just as his attack was about to land, Bug's body suddenly stiffened, causing him to stop immediately. He puzzlingly shot his gaze to the left, wondering what the hell was going on. To his shock, he found that the face on his arm was attempting to break free, resulting in his body stiffening. Not only that, the creepy fucker had its tongue out, almost as if it was hungry for something. Bug stared in horror at the sight, puzzled by what was going on. When he looked in the direction the face was pulling him toward, everything suddenly made sense. Turns out the lingering spirit in the face was greedy for some souls, so it revolted and attempted to seize control of the body to go after it. Not only that, there were other souls scattered around the body, meaning Bug's horror was just beginning. Predictably, the various faces on his body collectively revolted, each going after a lump of souls. Not to mention, the souls were perfectly spaced out, making movement impossible under their collective pull. Bug realized his dire predicament and cursed furiously. Was this the so-called divine punishment for excessive greed? If he'd known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have consumed so many corpses. Jeong smirked at the trapped Bug as he slowly rose from the ground. He then burst out laughing, taunting that it wasn't his time to die just yet. However, since one of them definitely has to die, why don't Bug be a darling and do just that? Bug shouted in rage, asking Jeong what he'd done. He might not be the smartest, but he was damn sure none of this was a coincidence. Jeong replied that of course it wasn't. How foolish was he to even think it was? There was no way the mighty him would rely on such things to survive. As for how he did it? Well, he can only be a Chad and explain to his small brain how the big boys plan shit out. It wasn't that complicated, really. He simply gave him and his body what they wanted: souls. Of course, his body is a mess of faces, spirits, and greed, so the likelihood of the current situation happening was rather high. He'd suspected the spirits in the faces wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of souls, so he'd gambled on this plan. Luckily, things had turned out great, and he could fully enjoy him standing there, looking stupid. Bug's face instantly fell. He realized he'd been playing on Jeong's palm the entire time. During their fight, when he'd thought he was giving Jeong a thorough cheek polishing, it turned out the Chad was using those attacks to stealthily spread souls around him. Not only that, the cunning bastard had done so in a way that the souls would be out of reach, preventing him from absorbing any of them. And since he couldn't absorb them, he would continue to be trapped by the pulling faces, rendering any resistance futile. Speaking of faces, their greed for souls suddenly intensified, causing them to pull even harder. They relentlessly tugged at Bug's body, causing the already frail balance to collapse. Little by little, the various faces tore free from the body, pulling Bug's limbs with them. Bug screamed in agony, but by then it was already too late, and his body quickly became a mangled mess. The severely mangled Bug collapsed to the ground, a pool of putrid blood pooling beneath him. He wheezed in pain, helpless as his mutilated limbs crawled toward the scattered souls, and by extension, their deaths. Dwayne saw this, and his expression couldn't help but darken. He'd already known Lag was a dark place, but never had he imagined he'd witness something like this. He tried to turn his eyes away, but deep down he knew it wouldn't help, because this was Lag, and this was his new reality. Jeong, however, completely ignored the brutality, choosing to focus solely on Bug. So what if the current situation was tragic? Could it match up to the horrors he'd experienced in his regressions? Nah, fuck that. He'd rather focus on this Bug bastard because he still had a bone or two to pick with him. What was it he'd said to him a while back? Right, he wanted to hear the sound he'd make while dying. Well, The same was true for him. He too wanted to hear the sound Bug would make while dying. Bug caught the smug smirk on Jeong's lips and roared in rage. He'd known he was a vindictive person, but to think this Jeong bastard was equally as vindictive, if not petty. He roared in anguish, making sure to vent all his pent-up emotions. Jeong looked at the screaming Bug and responded calmly. Nice, that's how it should be. After all the trouble he'd caused him, he should at least struggle like that before he meets his end. Oh, and in case he thinks Lag would save him again with another ass-pull power-up, or his many lives would kick in, he should forget about that. Lag isn't so generous as to save a scam like him twice. As for the multiple lives, they were all linked to the faces on his body, and since those faces have already left him, he now has just the one life, his own. In other words, he was cooked, and there was nothing he could do about it. Blood sputtered at the end of his speech, and a dying whimper followed, proving Jeong stood on business. The panel then zoomed in on our boy, showing just how he'd ended the fiend. Death by stabbing. Of course, since Jeong is still him, he had to make it more flashy, so he drove the blade through Bug's neck. All in all, the bastard was finally dead, and Jeong collected his soul just to make sure. Dwayne, who'd at some point regrouped with Jeong, sighed in relief as he stared at the mangled corpse. He quickly suppressed his instinct to spit on it and turned to Jeong instead. With a serious face, he told Jeong he was done with this room and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Jeong said bet. He too wanted to leave that shit as quickly as possible. The duo thus moved forward, arriving at the room's exit soon after. Not wasting any time, they decisively walked out, causing the door to B713 to shut with a bang. After their departure, the duo found themselves in another room, this one way emptier than the last. To the side was a merchant's room, the perfect place to restock and regroup. Jeong sighed in relief at the sight. At least they weren't forced into a fight upon their arrival. If things continued like that, then he might just be tempted to believe their shitty luck had finally changed for the better. Dwayne chuckled by the side, almost as if he'd sensed Jeong's naive thoughts. He then called out to him, informing him that the merchant's door wouldn't open. Jeong's lips twitched. He immediately closed in on the door, all whilst cursing Lag for being shitty. Damn it. Couldn't it at least allow a brief second of happiness? Damn. Luckily, things weren't as bad as Jeong had imagined, and the vendor's door wasn't truly locked. Turns out the door needed a special key to open it, and that key was the Labyrinth key. Jeong cracked a slight smile at the notification. Labyrinth key? Well, he did have one of those, so the door should be like Alibaba and Open Sesame in this bitch. He immediately pulled out the key and used it to unlock the vendor's door. Dwayne caught a glimpse of the key and shot Jeong a curious glance. He'd imagined the key would be the biggest obstacle in the room, but who would have thought Jeong Papi had it on his person this entire time? Truly, he was him, and those nicknames weren't for show. Reining back his glazing, Dwayne asked Jeong where he'd procured the key. Jeong replied that it was a gift from the Labyrinth boss. Well, technically, he did have to clap it all the way through Sunday. But yes, it could be considered a gift, especially with the miraculous effect the key had. Dwayne didn't pry further. Why should he, when he was benefiting for free? As for Jeong potentially clapping some unknown boss and getting a gift from it, why would he be surprised when the homie had been clapping mega cheeks ever since he'd known him? The only pity would be that the Chad's clapping only extended to monsters and never true maidens. If he had as much luck with the baddies as he did with the clapped bosses, then Jeong would truly be the honored one, and not the maidenless soul he currently was. Anyway, moving on from Dwayne's, or rather Not's, wild banter, the two Chads finally entered the room. Within it was a vendor, as you might have guessed, and also, surprisingly, medical pods. I'm not quite sure why those are in there, but hey, why question blessings when they fall in your lap? The duo certainly didn't, and eagerly nodded toward the vendor. The vendor Chad responded to the nod, informing them that he was down for business. Jeong smiled in relief and quickly made his way to the Chad. However, halfway through the walk, he realized something was off. After meeting several vendors in this life and his past regression, he noticed that this vendor was odd. At first, he didn't understand why he got that feeling, but a little bit of reflection immediately gave him an answer. The vendor Chad, in all his glory, was actually a short king. Jeong was taken aback by this, as it was the first time he'd seen a vendor so tiny. However, what did the vendor's height have to do with him? So long as the Chad could deliver on what he was supposed to and not shortchange him by overpromising and underperforming, he was good. He immediately told the short unit to show him his stuff, obviously eager to see what he was working with. The vendor said bet and proudly unveiled his package. Contrary to what you might have thought, the short king was indeed mighty. In fact, his package was so large that he had those 6 feet and over vendors beat. Without a doubt, this was a true testament to, it's not the size of the package that matters, but how you handle it. Pause. Moving on from the obviously sussy narration, we finally focus back on the story. Jeong, who was bewildered by Not's pervy thoughts, firmly ignored the sussy baka and turned his gaze to Dwayne. He advised the Chad to go all out and buy everything he needed. Since run-ins with vendors were pretty uncommon in L.A.G, he should use this chance and not waste it. Dwayne said okay and immediately stepped forward. He then bought everything he needed before leaving the spot to Jeong. After the two had completed the shopping spree, they made a quick detour to the medical pods, obviously using them to heal up to their peak condition. Done with that, the duo left the room, and it is also at this time that we see their new drip. For Jeong, the change wasn't as drastic, as he only added a bit of flavor to his already killer drip. For example, the Devil's Leather Jacket, formerly the Demon's Leather Jacket, had been enhanced a second time, making the total buffs double. His agility, as a result, had risen from 30% to 80%, provided he was nestled in the bosom of darkness. On his wrist was a new piece of equipment, specifically the Shadow Demon's bracelet. The equipment allowed the use of an active skill, in the Shadow, ranked M. As for its effect, it basically channeled the Shadow Monarch, allowing for free and unrestricted movement through shadows. Apart from those two, Jeong also purchased Hydra Pants, which helped with health recovery and regeneration. Last was a bunch of medical supplies, the typical potions and pills. On the personal power front, or rather the cheeks-clapping front, he'd purchased a total of 4 passive skills. I won't introduce them in detail because we all know the homie Jeong will just pull skills out of his ass so long as it suits him in battle. However, to satisfy the Chads and Chadlets with OCD, I'll briefly mention their names and have them on screen as I deliver this sweet and spicy voiceover. Hopefully, by the time this chatty voice finishes tickling your ears, and you also finish. Pause. All the relevant information should have been shown. Moving on, we also learned that Jeong had used a special feature, or rather, item, from the vendor to permanently swap a skill while maintaining the original level. The skills in question were the Swordsmanship skill and the Weapon Mastery skill. The Swordsmanship level 10 was swapped with the Weapon Mastery level 10. All in all, the big splash cost our boy a whopping 400 souls, and he only had 71 souls left in his pocket. Moving on, Jeong shifted his gaze to the unit Dwayne. The Big Poppy had also bought some new drip, but the author purposely, or maybe unintentionally, ignored it, so we don't get detailed info about it. However, he does look fly, so make sure to send your love to the Chad Dwayne. With the shopping and recovery done, the two units decisively walked to the next room, eager to tackle the new horrors. Dwayne, in particular, was so excited that he couldn't stop the slight bounce in his steps. He confidently walked forward, his new drip and swagger on full display. Jeong also felt confident and immediately led the way into the next room. What greeted them was a room covered in purple mist. The air in the room was both sultry and steamy, hinting at some debauchery going on. To the left and right of the hall were red-scented candles, which further added to the ambiance. As for the occupants of the room, well, let's just say they were rather occupied, clapping some literal cheeks. I know I joke about this a lot, but this time it's indeed true. Backs are genuinely being broken in this room. This Chad, for example, seems to have passed out, having completed a rather intense sesh. I'm not sure why he's drooling like that, but I can only assume the blonde baddie is a snatcher, so our boy probably got his soul snatched. To the side was another couple, all hot and steamy from the smash. Judging by how the maiden is laid out, we can assume our boy did his thing, and that back was properly cracked. Pause. Up on the pedestal was a live show with a session of soul snatching happening in real time. I don't know what the Chad is feeling, but with his back arched in like that, I can assume his soul is with Hades right now. Dwayne saw this and couldn't help but gulp in surprise. To think Paradise had always been in L.A.G, and he had no idea this entire time. Jeong caught the foolish grin on his face and told him to lock in. Now wasn't the time to get lost in debauchery. Inwardly, however, he cursed his shitty luck, because this room was definitely going to be, hard. Speaking of hard, a new maiden joined the fray. She was the same demon who was currently snatching that I meant poor, Chad's soul on the pedestal. She cast a lust-filled glance at them, delighted that new prey had joined the party. Jeong spared her a glance before quickly turning his gaze away. Nothing good would come out of lingering on that view for long. He then addressed Dwayne, warning the latter to be careful. Something in that room was off, and it wasn't just the smashing going on. His instincts were telling him that the states of the players were abnormal, and it definitely had something to do with that succubus wench, Fibici. Suppressing the lingering unease in his heart, Jeong reflected on his regressions thus far. He realized that this room, and probably the boss as well, were things he'd never encountered in his past regressions. He had no idea what was going on, but his ample experience told him the boss would be tricky to deal with. Sure, she looked weak on the outside, and her offensive power seemed to be lacking, but that was precisely why she would be tricky to handle. There were never weak bosses in L.A.G, and he was sure this wench had her quirks as well, although he very much dreaded experiencing them firsthand. Locking back in, he cast his gaze across the room. Ignoring the humping fools, he quickly realized there was no exit in sight. Dwayne grew tense at this, but Jeong told him not to worry. Handling the exit issue would be easy. All they had to do was smash, or rather beat, the boss, and the exit would naturally appear. As for how they'll do that, there was no need to rush. They could continue collecting visual data for now, for research purposes, of course. Fibici heard Jeong's, or rather Not's, flimsy excuse and immediately cast her gaze over. She licked her lips, an unrestrained desire tugging on them. She then gulped at the new prey, obviously eager to give them a taste. Jeong noticed her strange expression and instantly went on high alert. He watched as she dismounted her worthy steed, and his heart ached a little for the poor fool. Seeing as he couldn't even close his mouth, it was safe to say the Chad was gone. Another pitiful fallen in the pursuit of cheeks. Offering the Chad a silent salute for his sacrifice, he focused his attention back on Fibici. The succubus wench quickly donned her robe and stared intently at the boys. Before the duo could react, she instantly appeared before Jeong, her tongue already licking his chin. Jeong freaked out at this sight, and even the words he'd planned to say were caught in his mouth. He wondered how the wench had moved so fast, and how she'd done so without raising his alarm. However, that was something to be worried about later. For now, he should go ahead and deal with this fool, because his face wasn't for everyone to lick. He viciously swung his sword, delivering a nasty slash at Fibici. Unfortunately, the baddie's speed was the real deal, so she easily dodged that shit. Jeong glanced at the escaped boss, and his face couldn't help but darken. He could have sworn she was just in front of him, so how had she gotten that far already? Not to mention, he'd felt a light weight on his attack, meaning he'd definitely hit something. So how did she escape so easily? Well, anyway, it didn't matter how she'd done it. All that mattered was his attack landed, and the bitch could at least be harmed. That aside, he also got a clear view of them boobies, so he'd say the exchange was rather fruitful. Speaking of exchange, Fibici gave him a clearer view of the peaks before taunting him some more. She told him such wounds couldn't do shit to her, so he had to try way harder than that. Jeong returned her gaze but didn't fall for the taunt. Instead, he focused his attention on the mist on her lips, wondering what the hell it was. Soon, he realized the same mist was all over them, and his danger senses instantly flared. He immediately jumped back, warning Dwayne to do the same. The giant unit didn't hesitate and instantly followed suit. After they'd escaped, Jeong caught a slight sniff of the purple mist, and his face instantly heated. He cautiously stopped breathing and warned Dwayne to do the same. Although he still had no idea what the purple mist was, the subtle heat in his body, and his instincts as a man, were warning him to be careful. So he did just that. Fibici noticed his quick reactions and stellar performance and frowned slightly. She instantly realized taking down the duo wouldn't be easy, especially with Jeong around. However, just because it was difficult didn't mean it was impossible. She had more than enough means to make it happen. That being said, she decisively deployed one of them, commanding her slaves to attack the duo. Jeong and Dwayne tensed up from the words, realizing it was bound to be a gruesome fight. They each picked a side of the room, with Dwayne handling the left and Jeong the right. As for Fibici, she stayed back to watch the show, confident her depraved soldiers would handle the smoke. Jeong ignored her and locked in on the charging enemy. He'd initially thought this would be a tough battle, but judging by how the fool was charging at him recklessly, without even putting up his guard, he was compelled to reevaluate the situation. From the looks of it, the poor fool was out of his mind, and what was left was basic instincts, definitely insufficient to pose a threat to him. He thus locked in, zapping the shit out of the bastard. Maybe it was because he was drained from the smash, but the fool went down surprisingly quickly, eliciting a soft sigh from Jeong. This was good, as he didn't want to fight a long battle anyway. However, if there was a point to frown over, it would be that the bastard didn't drop a soul. Jeong was certain the fool was dead, so what was going on? Was there something he was missing? Or was L.A.G back to its shenanigans again? As he was still mulling things over, a loud roar bellowed from the side, drawing his attention. He turned just in time to catch Dwayne delivering a savage punch, completely caving a bastard's face in. However, contrary to the congratulatory thumbs up he wanted to give the Chad, his face suddenly turned somber as Phoebusy had launched a sneak attack on Dwayne. The cunning wench had bided her time, choosing the best moment to attack. She instantly used her purple mist, blowing a whole fog of it up Dwayne's nose. Dwayne was caught unaware, and before he knew it, the mist was already in his system. Fuck. Jeong peeped this sight, and the unease in his heart drastically increased. He wanted to do something about it, but by then, it was already too late. Not to mention, Dwayne wasn't the only one in danger right now. Behind Jeong was a stalking foe who quickly used his moment of distraction to launch a sneak attack. She clung to our boy, making sure to smother him with the smoothness. Jeong savored the delicate peaks before yelling at the wench to get off. Inasmuch as he liked the heavenly feel, he knew now wasn't the time to get lost in that shit. He decisively grabbed the bitch's hand, doing his best to pry her off. However, to his surprise, despite his immense strength, he still couldn't pull the baddie off him. Maybe it was because of her innate ability, or that post-nut clarity had her on steroids. Either way, the maiden didn't budge, which greatly surprised Jeong. Just as he was about to resort to more desperate measures, a shout rang out from the side, yanking his attention. Jeong quickly turned to check, and his scalp instantly tingled. A new foe had joined the fray, and this one wasn't fucking around. He charged in, dick swinging, demanding for Jeong to give up the cheeks. Jeong said fuck that as he tore his gaze away from the D. He tried his best to get the wench off of him as he strived to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, the Chad read his intentions and instantly moved to intercept. He lunged in, dick first, ready to shove that thing down Jeong's face. Jeong said hell no and immediately dodged to the side. Luckily, he did so, as he narrowly avoided a dick bump to the face. As for the maiden on his back, he crashed that hoe into the wall, finally giving himself some wiggle room. With the well-sought reprieve, Jeong became more proactive, directly bringing the fight to the foe. He charged in, sword swinging, his rage and resentment evident. Never in his life had he ever been humiliated like this, and someone had to pay. And since he had a perfectly bricked up someone before him, that motherfucker would definitely be it. He drove his blade into his mouth, making sure he deep-throated that thing. When that wasn't enough, he twisted the blade a couple of times, showing his love and sincerity. Done with that, Jeong shifted his attention to the next prey on his list, the caked-up wench. He purposely left his back open, luring her to attack him. The baddie said, bet, and lunged at him immediately. She screamed at Jeong to play with her too since she was done watching the two have all the fun. Jeong's back itched at the comment, and he fiercely swung to decapitate this fool. What fun. What join in. Did she think the mighty him would have a choo-choo run on him? Nah, fuck that. He'd rather burn L.A.G to the ground than watch that happen. And if the gods themselves wanted that as well, then he'd burn them too. Done with his overdramatic and strangely overcompensating rhetoric, he studied the corpses some more. Just as he'd expected, the strange fools only gave him peeps of cheeks and boobs. There were no souls in sight. He wondered what was going on, but even that short second of silence was quickly interrupted. To his side was a looming foe, a sight that honestly startled Jeong. Dwayne, with all his glory, was currently held hostage by Phoebusy, and his condition was truly peculiar. He had his head down, and wisps of purple mist slowly seeped from his nose. Not only that, a depraved look tinged his face, which greatly scared Jeong. Just as he was about to call out to him, the giant suddenly charged, forcing Jeong to lock in. He watched with bated breath as Dwayne lunged at him, a complicated feeling welling in his gut. Should he fight back, or should he take a beating? He had no idea what to do. However, even if he wanted to be passive, there was something he just couldn't ignore. Why the hell was Dwayne bricked up? What was going on in that head of his? If he thought this was that kind of Diddy party, then he'd be greatly disappointed. He shouted at Dwayne to wake up, all while fleeing in a frenzy. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, it's just that the situation left him no choice. Dwayne was his partner, so he couldn't attack him recklessly. Not to mention, Fibici was still in the room, so he had to guard against her as well. Damn, this was proving to be more troublesome than he'd thought. Jeong blocked Dwayne's punches, purposefully using the force to backpedal. He'd hoped the Chad would snap out of it soon, but that was proving more and more unlikely. Instead, the aphrodisiac seemed to be seeping deeper into Dwayne's system. The unit had a glossy look in his eyes, and his words were getting vulgar. He told Jeong to surrender the cheeks, promising to be gentle with him. Jeong said fuck that, and backpedaled even faster. He did his best to escape the crazed Dwayne, but the horny fool was just too fast. Finally, he caught up to Jeong, landing a nasty punch on our boy. The force sent Jeong flying, causing him to crash pathetically against the wall. Jeong swiftly recovered and raised his hands to block any subsequent attacks. As he did so, he spared a second to mull over his situation. Although Dwayne was indeed mighty, he'd become like the other sex slaves, choosing to ignore defense in favor of offense. Sure, he was still formidable, but it was a far cry from what the peak unit could do. Jeong smirked at this realization. If it was just that much, then he could handle it somewhat. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Dwayne suddenly stopped, and a gust of wind blew around him. His aura swiftly changed, and a depraved look tinged his eyes. He then shouted his love for Jeong, begging the latter to obediently give up the cheeks. Jeong screamed at him to shut up. Even if he was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, this was just too much. If he didn't get his shit together, then he might as well say fuck it and fight back. Dwayne, however, ignored that shit. Since Jeong was playing deaf to his confession, then he might as well scream it louder. He immediately drew in a deep breath, bellowing out a beast roar soon after. The roar hit Jeong hard, forcing him back against the wall. His already perilous situation instantly worsened, causing a slight panic to flash across his face. However, he was still him, so he held on with all he had. As he stared at the roaring Dwayne, Jeong realized something he'd overlooked this entire time. Dwayne was strong. It was only after he'd experienced it firsthand that he could truly appreciate just how much the unit had grown. Had it been any other time, he might have been delighted by this. However, the current situation didn't allow for that. Not only was his life in danger, but his chastity as well. Thus, he swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a stomp kick and a subsequent pounding by Dwayne. Jeong saw the crashed wall and his resolve steeled. He finally realized a passive approach wouldn't work. If he wanted to make it out alive, then he had to start returning punches. Thus, he savagely clocked Dwayne, sending the unit skidding into the distance. Dwayne felt the pain, but his horny ass easily ignored it. What was a mere pain when he hadn't shown Jeong his sweet loving? He decisively lunged back, his depravity intensifying by a nudge. Jeong's mood sank at this sight. Did the Chad really not tire? Or was the aphrodisiac mixed with that Colombian sauce? In any case, things weren't looking good, and he desperately needed a plan. Just as he was contemplating his next step, a sultry voice whispered from behind him, causing his back to stiffen. The voice was obviously from Fibici, who had at some point sneaked up on Jeong. She immediately blew her mist toward him, hoping to trap him as well. However, Jeong sensed the danger and instantly stopped breathing. He then covered his nose, making sure not to inhale any of the mist. As for Fibici, he headbutted the bitch, forcing her to retreat. Unfortunately, this left his front open, which Dwayne promptly took advantage of. He bashed our boy, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Jeong hit the wall with a thud, a sickening crack echoing around him. He weakly fell to his knees, an anguished breath escaping his lips. When he finally collected himself, a savage glint flashed across his eyes. He realized the time for jokes was over. If things continued to develop like that, then he might just die by Dwayne's hands before he even fought Fibici. Obviously, that was unacceptable to him, so he had to lock in. Dwayne, who was still controlled by his lust, continued his assault, completely unaware of the shadows surrounding Jeong. He lunged forward, seemingly oblivious to the obvious power-up Jeong was going through. He punched forward, sending a nasty hook toward Jeong. However, the punch met nothing but stone, as the unit was already gone. Well, technically, it wasn't stone, but rather Jeong's hand, as the Chad had literally caught the punch. Yes, I shit you not, our boy had caught Dwayne's punch. Talk about aura farming. Nestled in the bosom of darkness, Jeong unveiled his new transformation. He looked kinda like a budget Jin Woo, but that's neither here nor there. In any case, his aura in this new form was enough to make Dwayne pause, which in turn gave him an opening to counterattack. He warned Dwayne to snap out of it because he was done fucking around. He'd come too far to fall in a place like this, and in such a pathetic way. If the Chad didn't wake up now, he'd have no choice but to kill him. Fibichi heard Jeong's warning and chuckled slightly. Kill him? Did he truly have it in him to do so? Regardless, he was right about something. And that was it was time to end that shit. Sure, she would have loved to play with him further, but he was just too damn troublesome, so it was best if they ended it there. However, he shouldn't be sad because she had the best parting gift for him. Behind her was a veiled silhouette, probably the so-called gift. Jeong glared at her and said, "Cool." Since he'd decided to clap mega cheeks, it didn't matter to him whether it was 2 or 3. Phoebus should bring out all her slaves because he was about to run a train in this bitch. Jeong contemplated his options before settling on a path. Inasmuch as he wanted to embark on that train, he knew his immediate priority lay elsewhere. More specifically with Dwayne. Although he'd resolved to kill him if he continued to get in his way, he couldn't help but hold out some hope that the big unit could be saved somehow. I mean, he was Big Papi Dwayne, best bro Dwayne. And now that I think about it, with the horrendous death of female leads in this story, he was actually the best waifu by default. Best waifu Dwayne. Surely someone like that deserved one more chance at saving, right? Jeong surely thought so. He sincerely called out to the unit, begging him to snap out of it. When Dwayne didn't show any signs of waking up, Jeong decided to be more aggressive in his approach. He cocked his fist back, landing a devastating punch on Dwayne's horny gut. The unit was sent flying, only managing to stop his momentum after skidding off into the distance. When Jeong saw how far he'd punched the fool, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Sure, he'd known the shadow skill would grant him a buff to his abilities, but he hadn't thought the buff would be this absurd. Wasn't this plot armor a thud too much? His attack and defense were off the charts, and he could vaguely feel this wasn't the limit to his enhancement. If he really went all out, then Mega Cheeks would definitely be clapped in this room. Pause. The horny Dwayne, as if sensing Jeong's clapping thoughts, lunged in for a counterattack, his fist and D both hard. Jeong noticed the latter and said, "Fuck that," like hell he was sticking around for that smoke. He swiftly dove into the shadows, narrowly avoiding Dwayne's double smash. Double, get it? Ahem. Anyway, when the dust settled, Jeong slowly emerged from the shadows. Although he hadn't teleported far, he still grinned at the absurdity of the shadow skill. Not only was it great at buffs, it could also serve as a spectacular movement technique. If he used it carefully, then it could be extremely useful. As for how it worked, it borrowed from the essence of the Papi Jin Woo, allowing for instantaneous teleportation to other shadows, although the distance was very limited. Locking back in, Jeong charged in for seconds. Since he'd resolved to domestic violence the shit out of Dwayne, he was determined to see it through. Dwayne said, "Bring it," and prepared a punch of his own. If Jeong didn't want to willingly give up the buns, then he'd have no option but to take them. Thus, the two titans charged each other, each ready to clap, albeit in a different fashion. When they eventually clashed, Jeong said, "Psych," and dove into the shadows. He positioned himself for a nasty counter, landing a devastating punch on Dwayne's balls. The unexpected crack sent Dwayne reeling, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. He understood all was fair in love and war. But come on, wasn't this a bit too much? Jeong, however, didn't see anything wrong with his actions. Since the horny fool wanted to think with his D rather than his head, then it was only logical that he knock some sense into it. As for whether he doomed Dwayne's future descendants, fuck that. What did that have to do with him? Just as he was about to give Dwayne the bros vs hoes speech, a sudden change occurred, catching Jeong completely off guard. A shadow suddenly appeared beside him, clocking the absolute shit out of him. Jeong was sent flying like a kite, and only regained his footing after skidding a considerable distance away. Unfortunately, by then the attacker was already upon him, and didn't hesitate to let another one fly. The unexpected speed left Jeong dazed, and he couldn't help but clench his jaw in frustration. He helplessly received another sucking. his reaction too slow to muster any resistance. When the attacker saw the stumbling Jeong, he decisively lunged in for another attack. He confidently swung his leg forward, not forgetting to flash our boy in the process. Jeong said, "Fuck that," and swiftly dove into the shadows. He didn't know what was up with the attackers today, but he really didn't want any part of that shit. If their attacks continued to have D's in them, then he might as well say, "Deuces," and leave this room. Luckily, things hadn't deteriorated to that point, so Jeong stayed put for now. He easily evaded the next attack, sinking deeper into the shadows. When Jeong finally rose from the shadows, he couldn't help but cast another glance at the nude attacker. Sure, he'd known he was formidable, but his absurd speed left him slightly surprised. If he hadn't dodged that attack just now, then his skull would have been crushed. Not to mention, the fool was so fast that he doubted he could have stopped it even if he wanted to. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Jeong focused his attention on the attacker. The barrage had been so intense that he barely had any time to identify him. However, with things finally calming down, he guessed now was the best time to do so. He completely ignored the fool's rumblings about cheeks and focused on his silhouette. Through the mist and haze, Jeong saw a face he hadn't expected to see there. The homie Norman. Norman, noticing Jeong's confused gaze, cast him a cheeky smile. He gently greeted Jeong, saying that it was fate that they reunited like that. Jeong, however, tuned out his bullshit. He fixed his gaze on the mist surrounding Norman, noticing that it was way thicker than Dwayne's. Although he didn't know what that meant exactly, he was inclined to believe it signified the degree of control Phoebus had on her slaves. Just as he was mulling over what that implied exactly, Norman suddenly disappeared from his position, swiftly appearing behind Jeong. The big poppy didn't flinch and easily tracked him with his eyes. He scoffed at Norman's naivety, mocking him for believing he'd fall for the same trick twice. Well, since his blood was on his lower head, he couldn't really blame him though. However, just because he didn't blame him didn't mean he'd miss out on such an opportunity. He immediately clocked the bastard back, landing a devastating punch on his gut. Unfortunately, Jeong's joy was short-lived as Norman literally faded away. When Jeong saw this, he couldn't help but glance at the space before him in shock. What the hell was that? And since when did ghosts become a thing in L.A.G? However, upon careful consideration, he realized it wasn't a ghost, but teleportation. Norman had used the split second when his fist landed to teleport away. He didn't know how he'd managed that, but the fact that he did meant he was cooked. Jeong instantly locked in, raising his caution to the maximum. He realized the threat Norman posed to him, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. There was also Dwayne, but he too was just a sideline. His real cause of caution and fear was undoubtedly that wench Phoebus. Like he'd said before, there were never weak bosses in L.A.G. Just because she wasn't attacking didn't mean she was weak. On the contrary, her ability to buff up her slaves proved just how formidable she was. Unfortunately, he couldn't go for the queen until he took care of the pawns. Speaking of pawns, both Dwayne and Norman were gone. They'd simply disappeared, almost as if they'd never existed to begin with. Jeong's breath caught at this sight. He immediately raised his guard, wondering what the duo were plotting. Little did he know, Norman was already behind him, lunging in for a deadly attack. Jeong caught wind of the attack and swiftly dove back into the shadows. He then counterattacked, springing up with a nasty uppercut of his own. Unfortunately, Norman read the attack and instantly teleported away. He sprang up behind Jeong, going in for a sneak attack. Jeong felt the murderous intent and swiftly sunk into the shadows. He used the shadow teleportation, hoping to catch Norman lacking. However, the bastard was just too cautious. He instantly teleported away the second he felt a fist on his face. Jeong cursed in frustration, but ultimately, he was helpless against such a cowardly foe. He knew he was stronger, but what good was that strength if he couldn't land a hit? He glared viciously at the escaping Norman, thinking of ways to counter his teleportation. Just as Jeong was beginning to despair, Dwayne suddenly appeared behind Norman, holding the former in place. He shouted at Jeong to attack, promising to stop the slippery bastard from escaping. Jeong saw the returned Dwayne and immediately cued his MC theme song. His face blended into the shadows, seemingly telling Norman he'd fucked up. With one swift movement, he promptly sunk into the shadows. When he next appeared, he already had his blade through Norman's heart. Norman gasped at the absurd change of situation. He tried to save his heart, but such actions were obviously futile. With a resigned groan, he collapsed to the ground, his blood pooling beneath him. Dwayne caught a glimpse of the dead Norman and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He expressed his reluctance to end up like that, begging Jeong to at least cover his cheeks if he did. Jeong replied that he understood. On that note, he asked Dwayne to do the same for him. If he ever got ensnared by that wench, then Dwayne should kill him before she deflowered him. Matter of fact, if he died with his cheeks spread wide like the homie Norman over here, then he should burn the whole room down. No evidence was allowed to leak. Dwayne replied that he got him. The legacy of the Poppy Jeong would forever be untainted. Jeong said thank you before asking the lingering question. Was he okay? Dwayne replied that he was good. Apart from the obvious stiffness in his pants and the suspected cracked balls, he'd say he was spectacular. He thanked Jeong for that, by the way. Jeong continued like he hadn't heard Dwayne's sarcastic remark. He told the Chad there was no need for thanks. He was just doing his part, after all. But that aside, they should probably focus on this seductive wench. Dwayne said bet, and turned to face Phoebusy. The temptress picked up on their movement and immediately chuckled seductively. She told the Chads she was hella excited, evident by the waterworks in her hoo-ha. If the Chads could bring her as much fun as she thought they could, then this was bound to be a fun yet slippery ride. Jeong said, cool. Phoebusy should call him the Rain Man, because he was about to make it wet in this bitch. Phoebusy heard Jeong's declaration, and her body trembled in ecstasy. Make it wet? She definitely wanted to see what that felt like. However, why were they so stubborn? All she wanted was for them to stay with her and hump like crazy. Why was that a bad thing? Why were they resisting so much? Jeong kept his gaze on the baddie but ignored her question. He addressed Dwayne instead, drawing his attention to the fact that Norman, the currently caked-up corpse, didn't drop a soul as well. Dwayne mulled it over and shared his speculation on the matter. Phoebusy, this bitch, was literally sucking their souls after she, sucked their souls. He didn't know how accurate his deduction was, but it definitely wasn't the worst way to go. Phoebusy eavesdropped on their communication and chuckled at Dwayne's, or rather Not's, last words. If it wasn't that bad of a way to go, then why didn't they join her? Or could it be that she wasn't their type? Were they perhaps into something else? Something perverse? She calmly walked forward, making sure her curves swayed as she advanced. With a seductive voice, she asked the Chads what they liked. Did they perhaps swing this way? Preferring to have more meat in their taco? Or were they into the thick kinds, the kinds that were more than a handful, if you know what I mean? Maybe it was simpler than that, and they just wanted a little more experience in the sack? Those wrinkled and saggy titties do have their own charm after all. Well, since they weren't reacting, it must mean it's something like this, right? They want that Lil Wayne, that lollipop, aka Lolicon. Damn, what naughty dogs they are. Dwayne and Jeong stared at the rambling Phoebusy incredulously. What the hell was this bitch talking about? Lolicon? They didn't even like lollipops, so why would they like that? If anything, she did have a point with that thicker-than-gravy form from before. But of course they wouldn't admit that out loud. That aside, it seemed they had to silence her quickly because further talk would just lead to problems. Who knows? Maybe the FBI would raid their shit after hearing her baseless accusations. Jeong seriously nodded to the plan. He might be without bitches, but never would his name appear on that lollipop list. If he couldn't get them as thick as frozen peanut butter, as caked out as prime sunade, then he might as well stay maidenless. Dwayne said facts and joined Jeong in the charge. Since they decided to stomp this bee, then they might as well get it done with the quickness. Phoebusy saw their approach, and her quiver of ecstasy intensified further. She told the Chads to come at her together. A threesome was always better after all. Jeong ignored her bullshit and rushed forward. He instructed Dwayne to fall back, only attacking after he'd successfully created an opening. Dwayne nodded in understanding and swiftly withdrew from the front line. He watched Jeong charge forward, patiently biding his time like a stealthy hunter, a booty hunter. As for Jeong, he immediately prepared a heavy punch, sinking into the shadows soon after. When he next appeared, he was already by Phoebusy's flank, chaining his punch with the previous movements. Like Mike Tyson, he let that hook fly, aiming straight for Phoebusy's delicate face. The baddie didn't even flinch and simply limboed the shit out of the punch. She even gave Jeong a double bounce, making sure the twins danced to the rhythm. As if that wasn't enough, she proceeded to lick Jeong's hand. She encouraged him to try harder. Only then would he stand a chance at bringing her down. Oh, and he should probably get his eyes off her pokeburst. This was a fight after all. Jeong heard her taunting tone and immediately backpedaled. He realized this fight would be tough, especially since he didn't have any fast, big damage attacks. However, that was not going to discourage him. If he didn't have them, then why couldn't he make them? He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok after all. Brimming with newfound confidence, Jeong conjured another ability out of his ass. He then swung at Fibichi, landing a nasty hit on her gut. The maiden tanked that shit, although her inner organs were damaged. She ignored the pain and giggled sheepishly at Jeong. This wasn't what she meant when she said she wanted her guts rearranged. Surely he understood that, right? Jeong glared at the maiden, but didn't respond to her tease. He instead focused on his attack and its damage. Contrary to what we believed, it wasn't actually an ass pull. It was a brilliant combination of shadow and lightning skills. Of course, the damage wasn't high, but that's not why he used it. His main goal was to create an opening for the Chad Dwayne. As if on cue, Dwayne spawned behind Phoebus, firmly grabbing her arms. He told her to stay still because there was no way he'd release her crazy ass. Phoebus maintained her teasing smile and told Dwayne she would comply. Why wouldn't she, when she had a big strong man taking her from behind? However, if she were being honest, she'd rather he attacked her from the front rather than the back. Dwayne's skin crawled at her suggestive words. He shouted at her to shut up. No one wanted her used goods after all. Consumed by rage, he viciously stomped her back, trying his best to vent all his emotions from being enslaved. When that wasn't enough, he savagely stomped harder, pulling and ripping her arms off her body. Phoebus felt the pain, but her cries came out as loud, sensual moans instead. She screamed that she wanted more. That savage, brutal play was one of her best kinks after all. As she lost herself to the ecstasy of the Big O, a subtle voice called out, saying it had what she wanted. Phoebus immediately lifted her flushed face, a look of anticipation in her eyes. She cast her gaze upwards, seemingly inviting the voice to bring on the painful pleasure. Jeong said, "Bet," and instantly lunged at her. He performed a mid-air somersault, driving his heel into her skull. The force pinned the masochistic baddie into the ground, her face buried deep beneath the rubble. Just as Jeong was about to celebrate his victory, a long, wet tongue slithered up his leg, licking and trailing over his foot. Jeong said, "Fuck that," and immediately backpedaled. Inasmuch as he wanted to explore what that tongue could do, he knew he had to keep Not's video PG. However, he guessed it was still alright to check out them boobs, 'cause god damn. Dwayne shot Jeong a knowing smile before asking what was wrong. Why didn't he seem pleased in the face of such deliciousness? Jeong replied that he was pleased, but that's not what's important right now. Phoebus, that wench, was still alive, even after losing her head. In fact, she even licked his foot, even though he had no idea how she managed that without a face. Dwayne's skin crawled at the reply. How could she lick without a head? I mean, if it was without teeth, then he'd understand. But head? How was that possible? Just as he was mulling it over, Phoebus's sultry voice rang out, screaming that she loved it. She slowly rose from the ground, taking breaks to squirm in ecstasy. Under the Chad's incredulous gazes, the maiden fully rose, her voice growing louder and louder. She shouted at them to give her more pain, more pleasure. She wanted all of it. When the Chads didn't respond to her calls, she stared at them, fixated, as a wave of frustration flowed through her. Fine. If they didn't want to give her pleasure, then she guessed it was her turn to do the same. She couldn't keep taking without reciprocating after all. However, before she did so, it was only right that she put on something more enticing. A little feast for the eyes would make the service better, after all. Saying so, her skin promptly burst open, and from within came the newly reborn Phoebus. All her injuries were gone, and a pair of butterfly wings graciously nestled behind her. With her transformation complete, Phoebus cast her gaze towards the duo. She sensually whispered to them, inviting the boys to play with her. Contrary to her ecstatic mood, our boys were currently losing their shit. Dwayne, in particular, was flabbergasted as he gawked at her wings. Since when did this wench become a flying wench? It made no sense. Jeong, on the other hand, was more worried about her recovery. The metamorphosis had not only healed her injuries, but also restored her clothing. If it was that thorough, then there was no way it could only be used once. Fuck. This was starting to be a drag. Fibichi, clearly oblivious to their thoughts, dove in for a sweep attack, officially beginning the hunting game. The Chads scrambled to dodge, barely getting out of the way on time. They then turned their gazes to the flying beauty, shocked by how fast she was. Fibichi noticed their tense expressions and chuckled slightly. What? Were they scared already? They shouldn't be, because she still had a lot of fun to have with them. Jeong glared at the maiden and, like many times before, ignored her taunts. He focused on her speed and the subtle change in the smell around them. Sure, he wasn't certain about the latter, but his ample experience in L.A.G warned him to be careful nonetheless. Just as he was thinking of ways to counter Phoebus's ludicrous speed, Dwayne suddenly called out to him, saying that his arm was itchy. Jeong turned to check and was shocked to see a bone sticking out of Dwayne's arm. The duo immediately grew tense because neither of them had seen it happen. In fact, if it wasn't for the weird itchiness, they wouldn't have found out at all. Jeong glanced at the broken bone and cautiously sniffed the air. He already had a suspicion about what was going on, but he had to tend to Dwayne first. With a concerned gaze, he called out to the unit, asking if he was okay. Dwayne didn't reply, but the painful grunts were more than enough to answer Jeong's question. Jeong cast a furious glare at Fibichi. This bitch, she couldn't have done what he was thinking, right? Surely she couldn't have done something so ridiculous, right? If so, then damn, they really were cooked. Dwayne picked up on Jeong's worry and flicked his gaze toward him. He wanted to ask what was wrong, but before he could, the throbbing in his arm intensified, forcing his gaze away. Jeong noticed this and hurried to his side. He worriedly asked Dwayne if he was all right and why he was suddenly whining like a bitch. Dwayne replied that he wasn't sure, but for some reason, an explosion suddenly went off in his arm. Jeong looked at him incredulously. An explosion? Out of nowhere at that? It seemed his speculation was true then. This bitch really went and did it, didn't she? He cast a resentful glare at Fibichi, his frustration evident. Ignoring the flying wench for now, Jeong shifted his gaze to his arm. Just as he'd expected, there were fine purple particles floating around it. These were the cause of the explosions just now. Little explosive dust shed by Fibici. She cast them during her flight, making her own version of pixie landmines. Jeong frowned at this sight, clearly frustrated by how things were developing. They not only had to look out for the incredibly fast Fibici, but also actively avoid the mines in the air. Damn, things sure were getting troublesome. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, the dust on his arm suddenly exploded, ripping open a wound. Jeong snapped out of his thoughts and immediately backpedaled. He shouted at Dwayne to do the same, warning him to be extra careful of the purple dust. Dwayne didn't hesitate and backed away instantly. He shot Jeong a puzzled glance, clearly seeking an explanation. Jeong didn't hide anything and shared his speculations. He told Dwayne about the pixie dust and how he suspected they were the cause of the explosions. For now, his belief was that they penetrated the skin and exploded upon contact with their blood. Dwayne visibly paled at that revelation. A whole room full of microbombs. How the hell were they supposed to avoid that? Jeong thought about it, but he couldn't come up with a definite plan. His best bet was to actively avoid the dust, but obviously, that was easier said than done. If they couldn't even see the little bastards, then how were they supposed to avoid them? Damn it, why was everything going to shit all of a sudden? As he was still cursing their shitty luck, Fibichi's sultry voice rang out, asking if they'd forgotten about her. She quickly dove at them, forcing the duo to dodge. Although they managed to avoid the main charge, there was still the issue of the dust. Just as they'd expected, small explosions tore at their bodies, ripping open wounds. Jeong noticed this and cursed even more. This bitch, why was she so damn fast? And if she was already that fast, how were they supposed to avoid the dust? Wasn't this asking for too much? For a split second, he considered smashing her like she wanted. Maybe that would finally get her to come down. However, after mulling it over, he decided against it. He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. Like hell, he'd surrender the cheeks to a foe. If she wanted a piece of that ass, then she had to come down and take it. No diddy, of course. Locking back in, Jeong shouted his instructions to Dwayne. He told the Chad to split up because staying together would only put them in danger. Dwayne agreed and ran in the opposite direction. He didn't even hesitate because he knew this was the best solution. Fibichi, however, stared at them with a look of interest. She had a teasing smile on her lips, almost as if she was enjoying a show. Fine. Things were better this way. If the duo wanted to amuse her with a game of hide-and-seek, then she'd definitely oblige. She instantly picked a target, who unfortunately turned out to be the homie Dwayne. Dwayne saw her trailing him and immediately cursed. Damn, why couldn't she have gone for Jeong instead? In such a situation, wasn't it only logical to go for the bigger dog? Fibichi heard his ramblings and cursed him out. Why the hell would she go for the top G when there was a slowpoke on the team? Dwayne better stop with that nonsense before she caramelized his ass. Oh, and just so he knew, she didn't need him anymore. It was about time she got rid of his scaredy ass. Saying so, she let that thing out, and I shit you not, she was a Bruce Jenner in this bitch. As if that wasn't enough, the thing grew, morphing into a dick spear or some shit. Dwayne saw this and said hell no. What in the F was going on in L.A.G? Not to mention, this wench was packing more heat than him. Since when did that become an acceptable thing? He stood there dazed, too stunned to make a move. Jeong spawned beside him and kicked him out of the way. He yelled at Dwayne to focus. Didn't he see that big dong of destruction? If he continued to space out like that, then he wouldn't be there to save him from the next smash. Pause. Fibichi paused midair and let that thing hang. She told Jeong to stay out of it unless he wanted a piece of her schlong too. Jeong gulped and said, hell no. Who in their right mind would want something like that? In fact, he was beginning to doubt the author, because what in the fuck was going on? Fibichi chuckled, then glared at him. Fine. If he really insisted on interfering, then she had no choice but to stroke him down. He shouldn't blame her though, because he came looking for this pipe on his own. Jeong said bet and braced for her charge. However, halfway through her attack, he couldn't help but sweat and worry. Was it just him, or was this wench much faster than before? Not to mention, that schlong was really weighing down on his psyche. Why the hell was it so large? His bravado instantly crumbled, and he didn't hesitate to hide in the shadows. When he next appeared, he realized he'd messed up and had fallen right into Fibichi's trap. The wench was never after him. Her real target had been Dwayne all along. She'd anticipated he'd hide in the shadows, giving her direct access to Dwayne. Jeong cursed at his oversight, but by then it was already too late. Fibichi was already on Dwayne, and there was nothing he could do about it. Dwayne also noticed this and stopped fleeing. Since he couldn't get back up, he might as well make his last stand. He shouted at Fibichi to come at him. He'd rather die on his feet than be poked in the back. Pause. Fibichi grinned, then sped up. She rammed into the unit, her gigantic schlong poking out from the back. Dwayne was flung by the momentum, crashing heavily into the pedestal. He immediately recovered, checking his body for any signs of the obvious. Luckily, he found none, meaning he'd avoided the schlong in time. But damn, that sure was a close call. Fibichi noticed Dwayne's current position, and her face visibly tensed. She shouted at him to get out of there, otherwise she'd kill him. This intense reaction drew Jeong's attention. He wondered why she was reacting like that, especially after maintaining her cool throughout the fight. No matter what they did to her, she always maintained her calm. So why was she acting out now? Did it have something to do with the pedestal? She did tell Dwayne to get out of there, after all. Observing it keenly, Jeong realized it wasn't a pedestal, but a coffin. And for whatever reason, this coffin was making the wench very uneasy. Trusting in his instincts, Jeong shouted at Dwayne to open the coffin. He didn't know what lay within, but so long as it made Fibichi restless, then it was something they could use. Fibichi heard Jeong's shout, and her face tensed even more. She charged at Dwayne, screaming at him to leave the coffin alone. Of course, Dwayne didn't listen. He obediently opened the coffin, finding a little girl inside. Dwayne stared at the girl in shock. What the hell was she doing there? And why was she sleeping peacefully in such an ominous place? Nothing made sense. Behind him was Fibichi, who continued her charge, a visible panic in her eyes. She shouted at Dwayne to back away. He shouldn't even think of touching her. Jeong picked up on Fibichi's panic, and all the puzzles finally fit together. This little girl, whoever she was the true body of Fibichi. The version they'd been fighting was nothing but a shell, a disposable pawn she could discard at any time. No wonder she could tank their attacks and didn't seem bothered no matter how much they wounded her. She knew her true body was safe, so why would she worry about a clone? When he came to that conclusion, Jeong immediately sprang into action. He screamed at Dwayne to kill her, informing him that that was the true body. Dwayne agreed and immediately cocked his hand back. He prepared his strongest attack, aiming to finish her in one go. However, when he looked at her young face, he couldn't help but falter. Was this really the right move? No matter how he looked at it, she was a child, and he couldn't bring himself to harm her. Jeong noticed his hesitation, and his rage exploded. He shouted at Dwayne to kill her. Now wasn't the time for that shit. Dwayne heard Jeong's desperate shouts, but his body didn't move. He couldn't do it. He couldn't kill a child. He weakly lowered his arms, seemingly accepting his fate. Behind him was Fibichi, who finally caught up to him. She charged at him with fury, her dick spear raised for the stab. Jeong's desperation thickened at the sight. He yelled like a rabid dog, telling Dwayne to kill her. Damn it. Why was he even hesitating? Didn't he know how dire the situation was? Why would he pick such a time to grow a conscience? Fuck. To fully understand why Dwayne was hesitating, we take a quick trip down memory lane. He, like most gigapoppies, had a family, parents, and a younger sibling. After the passing of his parents, his only family in the world was his younger sister, who of course required him to step up. However, the Dwayne from back then wasn't the same unit we currently know. He was a no-good bastard who could only be referred to as a waste of space. He neglected his sister, ignored his responsibilities, and didn't even bother to put in the effort expected of him. Eventually, and predictably, something happened. And of course, Dwayne wasn't there to protect his sister. She passed away, leaving Dwayne alone in this world. Well, he did have his unending guilt, but that was nowhere near enough to fill the bottomless pit of loneliness and despair her passing had created. Now, back to the present. When Dwayne saw the helpless little girl lying in the coffin, he couldn't bring himself to harm her. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, his body refused to move, seemingly expressing the unwillingness in his heart. Sure, it was foolish, and deep down he knew she was nothing but a monster. But when have emotions ever been rational? It is within human nature to be swept up in our feelings and end up doing some dumb shit. Thus, when he looked at that young face, Dwayne already knew he'd lost. He couldn't kill her, even though he knew not doing so would doom them both. Unfortunately, Phoebus wasn't magnanimous enough to spare him in lieu of his momentary weakness. She proceeded with the attack, inching closer and closer to Dwayne. Jeong, who was already losing his shit at this point, shouted even louder, warning Dwayne to be careful. He screamed at him to take cover, to protect himself even if he couldn't kill the girl. Obviously, Dwayne didn't hear any of that, further intensifying the worry in his heart. He just stood there, motionless, almost as if he'd given up on life. Jeong saw this, and the anger in his heart flared. Fine. If he didn't want to save himself, then he'd have no choice but to save him himself. He shot forward swiftly, making sure to take the biggest gamble since the regression. Official unlock, Gate 4 open. Buffed by the tremendous power boost, Jeong launched forward like a rocket, cracking the very floor beneath him. He swiftly caught up to the attacking Fibichi, yeeting the bricked-up bitch to the side. With that done, Jeong didn't hesitate to deactivate the fourth door. Although he'd only used it for a split second, the recoil was still tremendous, leaving Jeong on the brink of death. He silently cursed to himself, vowing not to make such a gamble a second time. Done with the justified self-reproach, Jeong studied his body, curious to assess the extent of his injuries. He was shocked to learn that things were way worse than he'd initially imagined. Not only was his body severely battered, but his stamina was also non-existent, preventing him from using the shadow skill. For all intents and purposes, he was already a spent force. A helpless lamb free for the slaughter. Obviously, Fibichi wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. She sprang forward immediately, grabbing Jeong by the throat. Jeong too didn't go down without a fight. Since he couldn't do anything to the avatar, he directly switched his target to the real body. Using the extendable bone blade, he stabbed at the latter, aiming for a direct kill shot. Unfortunately, Lady Luck wasn't on his side this time, and his stab fell short by a mere inch. He failed to kill the main body, giving Fibichi enough time to drag him away. Just as he was thinking their bad luck had peaked, things surprisingly got worse, with Fibichi driving him toward the wall. She didn't hesitate to ram him into it, dealing a devastating blow to Jeong. Capitalizing on his momentary stun from the damage, she rushed in for a bite attack, seeking to put an end to our boy. Jeong, however, refused to go down so easily. He retaliated, slashing his blade across Phoebe's neck. Like a well-aimed guillotine, his slash cut deep, quickly cleaving half of Phoebe's throat. Phoebe picked up on his actions and laughed mockingly. Did he really think something like this would take her down? Surely he must know losing a head wasn't that big of a deal to her, right? Or did he perhaps want it for something else? Something throaty? In any case, she welcomed him to try harder. Only then would his despair be the sweetest after he inevitably failed. Oh, and he shouldn't expect help from his friend over there, because the unit was clearly out of it. He couldn't and wouldn't kill her main body, so it was best not to rely on him. Jeong glared at the boasting Phoebe, and his anger intensified. He knew she was right, but so what? So what if Dwayne was currently useless and wouldn't be coming to his rescue? So what if severing her head wouldn't kill her? Did she really think such things would stop him? Nah. He was Jeong Big Papi Hyeok. It'd take way more than that to get him to back down. Besides, thanks to her nonsense ramblings, he finally confirmed the body in the coffin was indeed her true body. Moving forward, all he had to do was kill her, and all this shit would be over. Before Phoebe could respond to his retort, Jeong slashed forward, cleanly decapitating the hoe. He then kicked her in the gut, sending her corpse crashing to the ground. As for our boy, he landed gracefully near the corpse before shooting an angry glare at Dwayne. Dwayne felt his gaze but didn't turn back to face him. He continued to stare into the coffin, a silent war waging in his heart. Damn it. What was he doing? After coming all the way, was he really going to let it end like that? Was he really going to let Jeong hang because the evil witch reminded him of his sister? He already knew what he had to do, but his stubborn body refused to move. No matter how he tried to convince himself, his heart didn't budge, leaving him rooted in place. After minutes of quiet reflection, Dwayne harshly criticized himself, almost bursting into a reproachful chuckle. Truly, what was he doing? Did he really think sparing this witch, and consequently putting his best mate in danger, counted as atonement for his actions against his sister? If he thought so, then he was gravely mistaken. Two wrongs can never make a right. Even if they ended up dying there was no way his atonement could be fulfilled. This realization dawned on Dwayne, and his eyes widened with resolve. Over at Jeong, he continued his face-off against Phoebe. Just as she'd said, losing a head wasn't that big of a deal to her. She instantly grew it back, continuing her relentless mockery of Jeong. What? Was he still unconvinced? Probably planning to struggle until the bitter end? If so, then he should get on with it. Who was she to stop such a fascinating scene? Jeong cursed at her and cocked his hand back. So what if she couldn't die? Since when has that ever stopped him? If he couldn't kill her, then it just meant he hadn't killed her enough. No matter what it took, he'd continue to kill her until he killed her unkillable ass. Bars. Phoebe smirked and told him to bring it on. She was really curious to see how long his resolve would last. Jeong didn't hesitate and let a punch fly. He too was curious to see how long Phoebe would continue acting cocky. Thus, the first hit landed, sending a thunderous bang across the room. After the first hit came the second, third, fourth, 10th, and soon, the blows faded, reduced to a cacophony of echoes in the background. When the carnage stopped, the outcome was really jarring, with half of Phoebe's body reduced to a mangled mess. As for Jeong, he stood there panting, a contemplative gleam in his eyes. He knew for a fact that much wouldn't stop her, and it was just a matter of time until she revived. If he wanted to bring her down for good, then the best move would be to get to her main body. Just as he was about to act on this, a sudden pain tore across his back, catching him completely off guard. Jeong looked down and was surprised to find a dick spear stabbing through his gut. Turns out Phoebe had been sneaky with it, hiding her D in the ground for a sudden sneak attack. And although it's unclear how it managed to dig through concrete, let's ignore it for now because that is the least troubling thing about this panel. Done with the insidious backstab, Phoebe slowly rose from the ground, a mocking grin on her lips. She watched the collapsing Jeong, not bothering to hide the disappointment in her eyes. Oh, how she would have loved to play with him further. But alas, the time for games was over. If there was ever a next time, then she hoped to play with him at that time. For now, however, it was time to die, and she had just the right tool for it. Saying so, she burst out that big mamba, sending it piercing toward Jeong. As for the Chad in question, he lay there helpless, too injured to make a move. Just as the thing was about to violate and deep-throat our boy, it suddenly stopped, hovering inches from his face. Fibichi, who had been dead set on carrying out the attack, froze as well. A disbelieving look etched on her face. She immediately turned to Dwayne, not bothering to hide the shock in her eyes. How was this possible? Had she been wrong in her assessment of the situation? It seemed so, because the unit had done the unexpected. Dwayne had broken through his trauma and finished off the main body. In fact, the move was so final that even her soul came out for the taking. Phoebus glanced at the trembling Dwayne and sighed softly. Who would have thought the unit would actually go through with it? It sure was a shame that she couldn't play some more. But hey, at least she got to bone Jeong. Her silhouette slowly faded, leaving behind her last sigh of resignation. Damn, it sure was a shame. Jeong, who had narrowly escaped death, promptly passed out, his wounds finally taking a toll on him. He was out like a light, only regaining consciousness after a significant amount of time had passed. When he did, the first thing he saw was the anxious Dwayne calling out to him. The unit was completely frantic, tears threatening to stream down his face. Jeong saw and immediately mocked Dwayne. If he'd known the first face he'd see after waking up would be his ugly mug, then he wouldn't have opened his eyes. Dwayne should at least have a baddie with him next time. Otherwise, he might as well die. Dwayne heard Jeong's diss and chuckled slightly. This was good. So long as he could joke like that, it meant he was fine. And that was more than enough for him. Jeong returned the smile and asked about Fibichi. Was she dead? Dwayne replied that she was. After he'd killed the main body, the avatar followed suit, fading away like a puff of smoke. He didn't know how it worked exactly, but so long as she was dead, he couldn't care less. Jeong accepted the outcome before asking about himself. How was he still alive? He could have sworn his injuries were definitely lethal. Dwayne replied that it was tough, but he managed to pry him from the clutches of death. The process mainly involved feeding him a shit ton of recovery potion, but at least he got to keep his life. Jeong sighed before thanking him. He'd really been lucky this time. If it wasn't for his help, then he might have really died there. Dwayne, however, didn't accept the gratitude. He instead apologized to Jeong, realizing it was his fault things had gotten that bad. Jeong told him not to worry about it. At the end of the day, he still handled business, and that's what truly mattered. Besides, he was sure he had his reasons, so why would he blame him? He told Dwayne to rest up. They'd challenge the next room after recovering. Dwayne said bet and immediately got to healing his wounds. Inwardly, however, he resolved to do better. He wouldn't allow a repeat of the same. From now on, it was an all-out clap buffet, with everyone getting their just clapping. Whether they were young or old, chads or chadlets, they would all be clapped. He was officially an all-opportunity clappiologist. Done with the self-reflection, Dwayne continued with his healing. After resting for a while, the duo recovered to some extent. Not completely, but enough to get them moving again. Dwayne, having suffered fewer injuries, was the first to get up. He quickly checked up on Jeong, scanning every inch of his body for injuries. No diddy. When he found none, he finally exhaled the breath he'd been holding the entire time. Damn, that sure was a close one. If he didn't have the healing medicine, who knows if Jeong would have made it through. Jeong picked up on his worry and reassured him. He told the Chad not to worry because he couldn't be killed that easily. Dwayne might not know this, but he was him. To say that he was invincible might be a stretch, but it also wasn't far from the truth either. In fact, the only weakness he was currently aware of was baddies. For whatever reason, he couldn't keep a bitch, almost as if he was allergic to them or something. However, such spirits of celibacy wouldn't hold him for long. So long as he kept at it, he was sure he'd make them jiggle soon enough. Fingers crossed. Dwayne looked at Jeong, or rather not, like he was an idiot. After all they'd been through, was he really talking about cheeks right now? Where were his priorities? He eyed Jeong a second time, but didn't insist further. Should they head out now? Jeong replied that they should. He was already mostly healed after all. However, now that he thought about it, he sure was lucky this time. If Dwayne had been a second late to administer the medication, then he wouldn't have survived. Healing in L.A.G wasn't guaranteed, as there was always a time frame to consider. If the potions were administered after that time frame, then healing wouldn't be possible, even if you dumped a shit ton of potions on the wound. In any case, he was lucky, so he'd leave it at that for now. Gearing up, The first thing Jeong went for was the soul. He was surprised Dwayne hadn't claimed it, but thinking back to the situation, he guessed it was only right. If the Chad had prioritized the souls instead of his best buddy, especially after it was his fuck-up that got him cooked, he would have definitely been enraged. Luckily, Dwayne was still a sensible waifu, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Locking back in, Jeong swiftly divided the souls. Fibachi had a shit ton, so each of them gained a sizable amount. In fact, Jeong's collection shot past 400, with the total amount adding up to 440. This wasn't a small amount, considering lots of upgrades required only tens of souls. If he planned it well, then he wouldn't have a shortage of souls, at least for the next room. Speaking of souls, Jeong immediately put them to use. He wasn't the type to hoard, especially in a hell like L.A.G. If he insisted on being thrifty only to die as a consequence, then even hell wouldn't be enough to hold his stupid ass. The best move would be to efficiently use the souls, prioritizing the important skills for upgrades. As for the rest, he'd level them on a need-to-use basis, with body enhancement skills taking the cake. True to this thought, Jeong instantly began his leveling spree. He first prioritized his main skills, with calm breathing, strong bones, lizard tail, and gates of limitation taking the lead. After the main skills came the secondary skills, with lightning making the cut. It was also the last skill to be upgraded this time. Don't worry about the name changes. The translators be wildin' sometimes. The skills are the same, albeit with a little twist in the names. For now, we'll stick to the original ones because that's what we've used so far. If things change, I'll definitely let you know. Back in the room, Jeong turned to face Dwayne. He promptly handed the latter healing potions, a compensation for his earlier expenditures. Dwayne thanked him, but ultimately rejected the offer. He expressed his discomfort with accepting them, especially since it was his fault to begin with. Since he'd caused the mess that necessitated the use of potions, it was only right that he bore the expenses. Jeong, however, thought otherwise. This wasn't a case of needless philanthropy, more like a strategic decision. Regardless of what Dwayne thought and whatever honor or guilt was influencing his refusal, he still had to remember this was L.A.G. No one knew what they'd face in the next room. Heck, they didn't even know if they'd make it that far. With such a volatile situation, it was only logical that he had a bunch of healing potions on deck. That way, if things hit the fan, he could at least save himself on time. Not to mention there's the whole time limit thing to consider. If he missed his window to heal just because he couldn't procure potions from Jeong on time, then it sure would be a foolish way to go. Dwayne accepted the logic and promptly retrieved the potions. Since the Big Papi was offering, why would he refuse? Besides, there were no strings attached, so why would he hesitate? This wasn't an invitation to a ditty party after all. Baby oil. Done with prep, the duo turned to face the door. It had appeared after Fibachi fell, so they were certain it was the exit door. Jeong didn't waste time and swiftly made a beeline for it. He resolutely walked out, leaving Dwayne behind. The unit, however, stayed rooted in place, a contemplative look in his eyes. He cast his gaze upon the coffin, conflicted emotions hidden in their depths. He still remembered the ordeal and what he'd done to survive it. Sure, she was a monster, but that didn't make the feeling better. No matter what, this was another guilt he had to carry. Sighing at his misfortune, Dwayne did a double take before turning around. This was still L.A.G, so he couldn't afford to be emotional. If he ever made it out alive, then he'd have more than enough time to sort out his feelings. For now, however, it was time to lock in and shove those feelings to the side. He resolutely walked out, shutting the door with a bang behind him. When he joined Jeong, he found the former in a dark room. The room was somewhat similar to the last, with the obvious absence of humping going on. That was undoubtedly a good thing, because he couldn't deal with that shit again. Who knows, maybe this time he wouldn't be lucky and have his back blown out. It definitely was a possibility in a hell like L.A.G. Completely oblivious to Dwayne's wild thoughts, Jeong suggested moving forward. Since the lights still hadn't come on yet, it just meant they weren't in the right place. If his guess was correct, then the actual site of the trial should be up ahead. Dwayne didn't argue and silently walked forward. He knew Jeong was the pro in these matters, so why would he doubt him? Besides, his mind was still in chaos after the last room, so the last thing he needed was to overthink. He silently followed Jeong, and soon their adventure bore fruit. Well, more like rotten fruit, because their discoveries were mangled corpses. Before them was a graveyard full of mutilated corpses. The air was also filled with the stench of death. If the duo didn't know better, they'd probably think this was a battlefield. However, from their experience, mostly Jeong's experience, they knew this wasn't the work of humans. Some creature, probably a vile one, was responsible for this mess. Dwayne took in the sight and sighed slightly. This was L.A.G, a place where your life was never your own. If you made any mistakes or were just unlucky, you might find yourself in a room similar to this. Dead and with a mutilated corpse. It sure was a shame. Controlling his emotions, he turned to Jeong. What should they do now? Jeong replied that it was obvious. They'd continue moving forward. Although he didn't know what had caused this mess, and he also believed it was probably waiting for them at their destination, they still had no choice but to move forward. Staying there wasn't an option, after all. Dwayne said bet and continued their journey. Since they were already in this shit, what did they have to fear? They might as well move with confidence and tackle the obstacles as they appear. After walking for a while, the duo finally saw light from up ahead. The ground was still littered with corpses, so they knew things would definitely get dicey. Jeong took the lead and walked towards the light. He warned Dwayne to be careful because he could hear the sound of fighting from up ahead. Dwayne nodded before locking in. He could also hear the faint screams of pain, causing his steps to involuntarily falter. He really didn't want any part of that shit, but what choice did he have? If he didn't embrace the smoke, then the smoke would embrace him. And since that was the case, he might as well go hard. They bravely entered the light, finding themselves in the true zone of the trial. They'd already prepared mentally, but the scene before them still left them surprised. The place was pure mayhem, with humans and insects engaged in a deadly tango. Bodies dropped like flies, yet some resisted, continuing their desperate dance for survival. Some, however, weren't as lucky, and soon found themselves with fates worse than death. Jeong took in the sight and breathed deeply. Damn, he already knew this wouldn't be easy. If they had to fight their way through a swarm of giant insects, then this room was shaping up to be way worse than the last. At least in that room, they could see some titties, even if they were attached to a bona fide psycho. Damn, they sure were unlucky. Speaking of insects, this scene kinda reminded him of when he used to collect insects as a kid. He especially liked stag beetles, finding them cool. Dwayne looked at Jeong incredulously. Was he serious? After seeing such a bloodbath, all he could think about was the insects he collected during his childhood. Did he have a screw loose or something? On second thought, he should forget everything he just said. He's just glad he's more normal than he is. Jeong returned the gaze, a confused look in his eyes. What did he mean more normal than him? Did he forget he was a sex slave literally a couple of hours ago? Not to mention he persistently chased him down wanting to partake in the cheeks. If he called that normal, then Jada Smith is the Afro Queen. That aside, they should probably focus, because they seem to have company. Dwayne said bet before acknowledging the threat. First of all, he should keep his wife's name out of his mouth. Second, was it just him? Or was this be a big boy? Jeong replied that it was. In fact, all the insects in the room were giant versions of the original. It truly wasn't an exaggeration to call them big boys. But again, like he said before, they should probably focus. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a sneak attack by the bee. Dwayne did the same and watched it fly by. However, the previously relaxed smile on his face completely disappeared after that attack. The reason? The bee was insanely fast. In fact, if he hadn't reacted on time, then he might have been cooked. Luckily, he did so. And his speed wasn't to be underestimated either. Jeong also felt the same as he traced the bee with his eyes. Sure, it was fast, but not to the point where he couldn't react. If he played it cool, then he wouldn't have that big of a problem taking them down. Speaking of bees, it seemed its ridiculous speed wasn't all positive. It particularly made flying difficult, causing it to crash into the wall. Obviously, the chatty duo wouldn't let go of such a chance. Dwayne shot forward, landing a nasty punch on the pest. After finishing it off, he turned to Jeong. That definitely was way harder than he thought it'd be. Jeong looked at him incredulously. Did he think the giant size was just for show? Of course the insect bastards would have more resilience than their normal counterparts. However, durability aside, the main issue was still their speed. If they weren't careful, then they might really be poked in this room. Pause. Just as they were ironing out their battle plan, a stranger came crashing in, drawing their attention. The poor fool had been yeeted all the way there, making for a rather odd yet hilarious scene. After noticing the duo, and also taking into account his pathetic situation, the Chad couldn't help but cough awkwardly. He stiffly greeted the boys, asking if they were new there. Jeong stared at the fool, then ignored him completely. If he had to team up with such idiots, then he might as well offer his cheeks to the bees. Speaking of idiot, his real name was Kim Min-jun. His public attribute was a flexible body, which for sure came in handy with Phoebishi. And if he didn't stroke her down, then I can only say, it's one hell of a waste. Kim noticed the duo's odd gazes but ignored them completely. Why would he linger on such an awkward topic? Instead, he asked for their help. The insects were way more than they could handle, so a bit of help would be appreciated. He wanted to plead some more, but an anguished scream came from the front, forcing him to dive back in. The scream was from his partner, who was currently getting that gawk from a beetle. Obviously this was the toothy kind, so you pervs better not get any ideas. Jeong watched him go and sighed slightly. It seemed they had no choice but to join the fight. Even if they ended up killing each other later, the best move at the moment would be to join forces and fight together. Dwayne agreed with that suggestion. Since things had developed like that, then they might as well go with the flow. He told Jeong he'd handle the pest on the right, so Jeong should deal with the one on the left. Jeong said bet and immediately sprang into action. Over at the battlefield, the fool Kim was going hard, literally. He called upon his hammer, crashing down on the beetle. However, he was clearly not the MC, so his attack did nothing. In fact, he even suffered a rebound, forcing him to withdraw. Just as he was cursing the tanky bastard, a red blur zoomed past him, making a beeline for the beetle. The blur was obviously the unit Dwayne, who had his MC music playing. Kim must not have heard the music, because he urged Dwayne to withdraw. Dwayne, however, wasn't perturbed by his nonsense. He continued his charge, bashing the shit out of the beetle. Thanks to the buff from the MC music, the beetle was sent flying, causing Kim to buzz out in shock. He stared in a daze, wondering why the author didn't give him that sauce as well. Damn, it sure was tragic to be a bot character. Over at Jeong, he began his preparations as well. Since the unit Dwayne had already led by example, he couldn't be a bitch and fall behind. He immediately activated his third door, letting the demonic buff envelop him. After the door came the lightning skill, which had significantly changed after its upgrade. Not only were the bolts golden, but the buff on the body was different as well. The buff no longer functioned on a superficial level, but instead dug deeper into the fundamentals. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the bolts were mixed with his very core. More specifically, his blood and heart. The lightning accelerated the flow of his blood and the pumping of his heart, causing a more potent effect during the buff. In essence, it sped up his blood flow, resulting in an overall enhancement of physical power. Without a doubt, the upgrade caused a qualitative change, making the skill way better than before. Back on the battlefield, we are introduced to a new character. This time it's a baddie, so let's hope she sticks around for a while. However, judging by the perilous situation she's currently in, I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you. Anyway, the maiden was still holding her own, successfully keeping 3 bees at bay. She even had time to be distracted, foolishly checking up on her friend. Turns out the other maiden, Wemby, had been careless, causing her to get stung by the bee. The sting was obviously deadly, resulting in her body swelling up and passing out in the midst of convulsions. The new baddie definitely learned from this mistake and had been avoiding the bee's stinger all this time. However, for how long she could keep that shit up, even she couldn't tell. Just as she avoided another drive-by by the bees, a new party joined the fray, bringing hope to her perilous situation. The party was obviously Jeong, who'd seen a waifu and came rushing with the quickness. He charged in like a lightning god, ready to secure a maiden, and if he was lucky, then maybe, just maybe, he might actually procure some cheeks. Fingers crossed. As for the maiden, she wasn't your typical damsel in distress. Nah, she could hold her own, managing to weave through the bees with ease. Just like a dancer, she let her blade fly, slashing at the pests with finesse. However, due to the numbers disadvantage, she couldn't get a proper opening to land a solid hit. All her strikes were half-baked, merely bouncing off the bee's chitin. She didn't give up though. She continued her relentless barrage, landing every hit the opportunity allowed. Just as she finished another fruitless attack, a bee suddenly snuck up on her, launching its own sneak attack. The unexpected move caught Katie off guard, leaving her stunned and helpless to resist. Her future suddenly became bleak, and all hopes of survival instantly vanished. She stared wide in resignation, seemingly already picturing a gruesome death. However, what Katie didn't know was that she wasn't alone. Matter of fact, a Chad in shining armor was already in the fray, shooting towards her with the momentum of 1,000 virgins. He shot in like a lightning god, stabbing the absolute shit out of the bee. Thanks to his overwhelming momentum, or maybe his desire to save a maiden, the strike was lethal enough to pin the bee to the ground, making a complete mess of the floor. Of course, Jeong didn't care about that. He treated it as yet another Tuesday, another day to aura farm and bag some baddies. Katie, however, thought otherwise. When she saw Jeong descend like a Greek deity, consequently saving her in the process, she already knew she was hooked. This was it. This was exactly what she'd been waiting for. A handsome poppy saving her like she was a damsel or something. Which she was. She blushed deeply, her face taking on a pinkish hue. Just as she was about to confess her love on the spot, a silhouette caught her attention, forcing her face to change. She called out to Jeong, an audible worry evident in her tone. Damn it, he was so handsome she'd lost her wits for a split second. And because of that, it was too late to warn him of the danger behind. Nevertheless, she had to try. Otherwise, this juicy unit of a poppy would die a miserable death. She called out to her darling. Yes, she actually said that, warning him to look out. Jeong, who was at first confused by her nonsense, swiftly reacted, erecting a lightning shield to protect himself. He safely blocked the attack, causing the bee to bounce back in fury. As for Katie, she was already on the move, jumping forward to save her man. First, she slobbed that thing, giving Jeong a glimpse of his future. Next, she let her blade sing, cleanly decapitating the pesky bastard. When it was all said and done, only a corpse remained, its head sent flying off into the distance. Jeong observed this and wanted to comment, but the look on Katie's face made him pause. Why the hell was she looking at him like that? And was that a faint blush he saw? Yep, it definitely was a blush, because the maiden Katie had fallen hard. In fact, she confessed it on the spot, openly begging Jeong to date her. However, Jeong wasn't a simp and quickly put her in her place. He told her to focus. They were still in a battle, after all. Katie nodded but didn't back down. Why would she, when she was talking about love? As far as she was concerned, the bee could shove it. Her only priority was the poppy beside her. However, she wasn't unreasonable either, so she'd save the topic for later. When they were done clapping cheeks, they'd talk about their cheeks clapping. Jeong should look forward to it, because her mouth was the real deal. For talking, of course. Jeong looked at her incredulously. Was this bitch for real? No. He shouldn't even bother with her because such psychos were bound to appear in L.A.G. For now, his main focus should be the enemy before him. He swiftly shot forward, shoving Katie's nonsense to the side. Since the horny baddie didn't want to fight, he might as well handle it on his own. Calling upon his bone blade, Jeong prepared to slash at the bee. The scene should have been epic, but alas, Katie's bullshit still rumbled from the background. She told Jeong to take her in, promising to be slick with the tongue. And if that wasn't enough for him, then she'd feed him a buffet of cheeks. Cheeks galore. I know it sounds like I'm making this shit up, but I swear it's actually canon. In fact, it's so ridiculous that even the translators commented on it. The author was definitely without going through that drought. Bars. Jeong ignored everything and slashed at the bee. However, due to the sloppy-toppy temptation, his strike was less than desirable. He failed to land a critical hit, causing the bee to zoom past him. As for the new target, it was obviously the horny Katie, who was still spewing her nonsense in the background. Jeong saw this, and his mouth twitched. This woman, couldn't she read the room? Why would she insist on cheeks when her life was in danger? Or could it be that her sloppy was the toppiest? In any case, she should still dodge. Otherwise, he wouldn't get to know how that felt like. Katie drew her sword and smiled at him. That look. Could it be that he was worried about her? Well, he shouldn't be, because she wasn't like the typical maidens. She was her, and she could take care of herself. She immediately raised her sword, giving it a nice slob for the buff. Once that was done, she let the blade sing, cleanly slashing the bee in two. After it fell, she turned to Jeong, an obvious smug expression on her face. What? Why was he looking at her like that? Could it be that he thought she was weak? A damsel in need of saving? Nah, she could protect herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it that far. But then again, a little bit of company wouldn't hurt. If he took her in, then she'd give him everything she promised and much more. All she needed was a yes, and she'd lay that thing on him. Jeong looked at her silently, clearly not bothered to indulge in her fantasies. He knew the maiden was down bad, so any move to reason with her would be pointless. Katie, however, interpreted his silence as shyness. She encouraged him to speak up. There was no need to hide it if he liked her, after all. Oh, and in case he was hesitant about the location, he shouldn't be. She was down to smash if he was. Speaking of smash, how did he like it? Did he like it cute or sexy, or perhaps a blend of both? He shouldn't hold back, because she could accommodate anything. Well, almost anything. She couldn't guarantee it if his taste was, bizarre. Again, I'd like to emphasize that this isn't me bullshitting. The dialogue is actually canon, so you chads and chadlets better not be thinking I'm thirsty. Well, I am, but that's beside the point. At least for now, I'm genuinely innocent. Back to the story. Just as the maiden was shooting her shot, a bee suddenly shot at her, aiming for her head. The attack was so fast and unexpected that she couldn't even react to it. Luckily, Jeong was still in the fray, so he swiftly intervened to save her thirsty ass. He blocked the stinger, deftly parrying it against his bone blade. With a tone that bore no warmth, he told Katie to stop fucking around. He wasn't interested, so she should keep it pushing with that bullshit. Katie, however, completely ignored him. She already liked him, so why would she stop now? Besides, he'd saved her twice already. What else could that be if not fate? Jeong heard her nonsense and sighed slightly. Damn, why was she such a pain in the ass? If he'd known she was this thirsty, then he wouldn't have saved her in the first place. That aside, he should probably ignore this perv and go help Dwayne out. Who knows what hell he's currently going through. He promptly cast his gaze to the side, evidently shocked by what he saw. The beetle was still alive, actively chasing after its prey. This fool in particular had the worst of it, with the beetle relentlessly chasing him down. Of course, he didn't take it with grace. Rather, he shouted like a bee, begging to be saved. Just as he was beginning to lose hope, help finally arrived, crashing down on the beetle. To the side was another red streak, which also intervened, charging headfirst into the foe. Thanks to the pincer attack, the beetle finally stopped, giving the poor fool a new lease on life. Unfortunately, the lease quickly expired, and the beetle continued its relentless pursuit. The fool noticed this and immediately tucked tail to flee. He ran like crazy, consequently cursing the beetle for singling him out. Why did it have to be him? Couldn't it go after the rest? Dwayne, who was watching from the sidelines, turned his puzzled gaze to Kim. Why was the beetle singling out the bastard? Did they have history or something? Kim replied that it wasn't history, more like how the beetle was designed. For whatever reason, it only picked one target and would continue to pursue them until they died. During that time, it would ignore everything else, even if you dropped a hammer on it. Dwayne smirked at the intel. Single targets, huh? He could already picture more than one way to exploit that. However, before he did so, they should probably pray for the poor fool, because he seemed to be cooked. True to his words, the bastard was gone, chomped and swallowed like a steak. His blood pooled on the floor, hinting at how tragic it was. Kim saw this and cursed loudly. Damn, that was the 20th person already. If they don't bring that bastard down, then they'll definitely die there. Dwayne agreed, but his mind was focused on something else. Since the beetle had slain its target, didn't it mean it would be choosing new prey? What were the odds that the pick would be him? Surely he couldn't be that unlucky, right? As if L.A.G was laughing at him, the beetle slowly turned, fixing its eyes on him. It gave Dwayne a low shriek, seemingly saying, "Yes, bitch, it's you." Dwayne returned the gaze, his brow slick with sweat. Damn, how could he be so unlucky? If anything, he blamed Jeong, because this was some MC bullshit. Shit. He really hoped that Beetlehawk 2 was worth it at least. With zero hesitation, Dwayne turned tail to book it. Why wouldn't he when things had gotten that dire? However, what he didn't expect was that the beetle would be all up on him like cakes on a thick mommy. It chased him down, barely missing him by an inch when it crashed into the wall. Dwayne jumped from the debris and immediately cursed wildly. Damn it, Was it just him, or was this beetle way faster than before? He sure hoped not, otherwise he'd truly be flamed. He instantly fled faster, doing his best to barely stay alive. However, after the next narrow dodge, Dwayne couldn't help but admit it to himself. He was cooked. If he didn't get any help, then he'd definitely die there. Frantic and desperate, Dwayne jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding a follow-up charge by the beetle. What he didn't dodge, however, was the ensuing spit attack, as that caught him completely off guard. He'd never expected such an attack, and as a result, was trapped, helpless to escape his current predicament. Kim, who'd been watching from the sidelines, shouted at him to be careful, warning him to pay extra attention to the beetle's spit. He said it with so much sincerity, you'd almost forget Dwayne was already trapped by the damn thing. Dwayne, however, couldn't forget. He furiously shouted back, telling the latter his warning came too late. If he wanted to warn someone, then he'd best do it before they fell for the damn trap. Scared and helpless, Dwayne sighed in resignation as he was dragged toward the beetle's open maw. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight. He simply couldn't, as the beetle's spit held him firmly in place. His future was no longer in his hands, and all he could do now was pray for a miracle. You know what they say, good things come to those who wait. Just as Dwayne was praying for his miracle, a Chad in shining armor appeared, quickly slashing at the Beetlejuice. He severed it in a single slash, successfully saving the trapped Dwayne. Dwayne didn't hesitate and immediately backpedaled, warning Jeong to do the same. He then told him about the Beetlejuice, emphasizing just how troublesome it was. Jeong listened to his warning and frowned slightly. If it was really as troublesome as Dwayne said, then this hunt was definitely going to be annoying. But even still, he couldn't back down, so he might as well figure out an effective battle plan. With that in mind, Jeong asked Dwayne for all the info he had on the beetle. Dwayne replied that it wasn't much before proceeding to share all that he knew. He told Jeong about the beetle's absurd defense, and how regular attacks didn't even faze it. Jeong pondered on the intel for a while before coming up with a plausible strategy. They'd aim for the belly. Since the beetle's shell made frontal assault useless, it was only logical that they went for the underside. Who knows? Maybe that would be its weakness, and even if it wasn't, then the underside would definitely be weaker than the top shell. Dwayne said bet, and immediately volunteered his help. Since Jeong wanted to attack the underbelly, then he'd create an opening for him. Although he wasn't confident in facing the beetle head-on, creating an opening was something he could definitely do. Jeong thanked him, then instantly locked in. With Dwayne handling that part of the plan, he knew he could trust him to accomplish it flawlessly. As for himself, he'd get to work too, because the beetle was already on the move. Jeong took 2 steps forward and instantly attracted the beetle's aggro. He knew the beetle would soon switch back to Dwayne, so he had to be fast. Without hesitation, he called upon his electric blast, zapping the shit out of the beetle. The beetle shook for a while before tanking the blow. It then ignored Jeong completely, searching the room for its true prey, Dwayne. However, no matter where it looked, Dwayne was gone, almost as if he'd faded into thin air. All it could see was Jeong, who didn't hesitate to mock it. Was it looking for Dwayne? If so, then it should check to the side because the homie was coming in for a bashful reunion. True to Jeong's taunt, Dwayne was charging in for a bash attack, his shoulder poised for the smash. He tanked through the beetle spit juice, finding zero challenge in that endeavor. When he was close enough, Dwayne dropped even lower, aiming for the beetle's head. He then channeled his momentum before shooting straight into the towering behemoth. The two clashed with a sickening crunch as the beetle was sent flying into the air. It flew high for a creature of its size, showing just how strong Dwayne was. However, despite the monstrous strength, it wasn't enough to accomplish the real goal. The true aim was to topple it over, but the strike fell short in that regard. Because of that, the beetle was set to land, and the unlucky Dwayne would be caught up in the onslaught. To make matters worse, even if he survived the crash, he still had to start all over again. And who knows? Maybe next time things wouldn't go as smoothly as they'd done this time. Just as Dwayne was beginning to despair, Kim finally joined the fray, lunging straight for the beetle. He called up his soul hammer, yeeting the beetle with it. Thanks to his timely assist, the beetle finally toppled, crashing hard on its back. It lay there like a wet dog, unable to save itself. Obviously, Jeong wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He immediately jumped into the fray, sinking his huge axe into the beetle's belly. The creature let out an anguished shriek, but it did nothing to stop Jeong. he instead doubled his assault, digging the axe deeper into the beetle's gut. Just as he was about to cleave it in half, the creature finally retaliated, catching him completely off guard. It manifested a bunch of slippery tentacles, which it promptly smashed at Jeong. Jeong saw this, and his expression changed drastically. He'd already expected the beetle to have a defensive mechanism, but he hadn't thought it would be this sinister. Without a doubt, this would be troublesome, especially with how sturdy those tentacles looked. Dwayne, who also picked up on this point, charged in to assist, but was quickly forced to retreat by the tentacles. They launched a relentless barrage on anyone who came close, effectively isolating Jeong from his party. Speaking of Jeong, he was currently under immense pressure, with numerous tentacles whipping at him. They attacked relentlessly, giving him no chance to counterattack, let alone dodge. After suffering through the onslaught, Jeong realized something that made his blood chill. He couldn't escape from this. With how much pressure the tentacles were putting on him and his electric shield, he knew for a fact he wouldn't be able to save himself. Not only that, his skills were also beginning to fail, a consequence of the tremendous pressure he was under. Noticing Jeong's dire situation, Dwayne rushed in to assist, but was yeeted once again. He failed to penetrate the beetle's D, leaving Jeong alone without any backup. As the severity of the situation worsened, a silhouette suddenly shot forward, coming to Jeong's rescue. The silhouette was obviously Katie, who didn't hesitate to spout some down bad bullshit. She said something about protecting her man, but honestly, I was too focused on her lack of cheeks to even care. The beetle, however, cared very much as it shot its tentacles at her. It launched a relentless barrage, doing its best to bring the young maiden down. Luckily, this isn't that type of story, so the tentacles didn't violate the baddie. She easily weaved through them, finding zero challenge in the endeavor. Jeong, who felt the pressure on him decrease significantly, shot an appreciative gaze at Katie before locking all the fuck in. He immediately opened his fourth door, letting the oppressive aura spread across the room. Utilizing the power boost, he struck at the beetle, causing a deafening explosion to go off. The force from the blast tore through the air, flinging Jeong away like a ragdoll. When he finally settled, he immediately deactivated his fourth door, doing his best to minimize the backlash. Luckily, it hadn't been that long, so the backlash wasn't as severe as he'd expected. Katie, having suffered the brunt of the attack, limped towards Jeong, bringing with her more down bad bullshit. She glazed Jeong for being strong, confessing that he was way stronger than she thought he was. However, inasmuch as she was drenched by his strength, she couldn't help but bring up the elephant in the room. Was it just her, or was that beetle bastard attempting to get back up? Surely she had to be seeing things, right? Nope, she wasn't. The beetle bastard was indeed trying to get back up. In fact, she wasn't the only one who noticed this peculiarity. Dwayne and Kim, who were on the opposite side, noticed this as well. With strained faces, the duo watched the pest, dreading what it had in store for them. Would it regenerate? Or possibly something more absurd, like a second form? They couldn't tell, but they were sure some shit was cooking. This was Lag after all. Kim, having had enough of this bullshit, said fuck that and jetted forward. Although it was customary for bots to watch the boss power up before attacking, he said hell no to that bullshit and sprang forward. Why would he foolishly let it power up when he could end it right then and there? Thus, with the aid of his trusty soul hammer, he lunged in, smashing the absolute shit out of the beetle and all relevant plot tropes. Unbelievably, the strike actually landed and put an end to the beetle. I'd initially thought the bastard was dead, being as he was raising some serious death flags, but to my surprise, he actually survived, with his conquest of victory clear for all to see. Jeong, who was watching from the sidelines, watched the homie silently, refusing to comment on Not's unusual optimism. He had more experience in Lag, so how could he possibly be swayed so easily? If Kim was really safe and not raising more death flags for himself, then he should probably get the hell out of that corpse instead of standing there like an idiot. But hey, what did he know? It wasn't like he was a regressor who'd survived countless regressions in Lag. Speaking of the corpse, he could have sworn his danger detection activated when he landed the last strike. If his suspicion was correct, then there had to be something else going on. However, he wasn't certain, so there was no point in jinxing their asses. Who knows? Maybe the unusually optimistic Not would be right this time, and the trial would end without incident. And even if it didn't, it wasn't his ass on the line, so why should he care? Kim, completely oblivious to Jeong's jinxing thoughts, swaggered from the corpse, an obvious spring in his steps. He told the squad the beetle was easy money, so it wasn't surprising that it fell to the mighty him. However, inasmuch as he was mighty, and bringing the beetle down was child's play to the chatty him, they shouldn't shortchange him and should give the appropriate compensation during the soul split. He did land the finishing blow after all. Just as he was about to glaze himself some more, a head suddenly sprang from above, blitzing the absolute shit out of him. It chomped his body, seemingly saying, "Got you," to his hopeful, red-flagging ass. Jeong, who was watching from the sidelines, sighed softly, obviously having expected this. Where did Not and Kim think this was? Nanya? Nah, it wasn't that childish bullshit. This was Lag. The only magic in this hell was death and the spectacle of cheeks being clapped. However, he would be lying if he said he wasn't hopeful this time. Had things ended nicely, it would have been great. But alas, this was Lag, and such fantasies never exist in this hell. Turning back to the pest, he could finally see it in all its glory. It was a giant centipede-like creature, albeit more ferocious and deadly. Katie took in the sight and trembled slightly. Were they supposed to fight that thing? No. Before that, where did it even come from? Surely it couldn't have been hiding inside the beetle, right? Jeong glanced at her but didn't reply. If she couldn't figure that much out on her own, then she was useless, and there was no point in answering her question. However, she did have a right to be scared, because shit was about to go down. True to this thought, the centipede lunged at them, moving with such speed that the duo barely survived. They clumsily dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a quick kiss with death. Katie, having seen an opening, quickly slashed at the pest, leaving a nasty wound on its flank. The wound bled like crazy, sputtering putrid blood across the entire floor. Unfortunately, blood wasn't the only thing sputtering from the wound. Alongside it was a swarm of maggots, which didn't hesitate to bite into Katie's hand. The baddie noticed this and immediately backpedaled, urgently calling out to Jeong to warn him. She told him about the maggots and how absurdly painful it was to be bitten by them. Jeong, clearly alarmed by this, quickly backpedaled, obviously wanting no part in that smoke. He then stared at the centipede, instinctively realizing it wouldn't be so simple to take it down. Sure, its skin was soft, and his blade could probably cut through it like tofu. However, the presence of the maggots was a big issue, one he had to figure out before making any decisive moves. Katie, choosing to support her boo, asked what they should do next. They couldn't keep standing there, after all. Jeong replied that it was simple. They just had to stop the centipede's monstrous speed and movements. As for how they'd do that, she shouldn't worry. They weren't the only reliable ones in the squad. As if on cue, Dwayne joined the fray, landing a devastating kick on the centipede. He savagely pinned it to the ground, effectively thwarting any attempts to move by the pest. As for Jeong, he was already on the move, an aura of majesty radiating from him. This aura was the manifestation of the fifth door, a buff that raised his strength to the transcendental level. Thanks to the buff, his body brimmed with strength, allowing him to stab deep into the centipede. He then proceeded to slash across its flank, leaving a devastating wound in his wake. Jeong skidded to a stop before shifting his gaze to the centipede. He'd known the fifth door would be mighty, but damn, he hadn't thought it would be this broken. Not only had it allowed him to slash the centipede in two, it also gave him absurd speed, enabling him to do so within a second. Without a doubt, the skill was broken, and he couldn't wait to explore just how incredible it was at the higher levels. Locking back in, the squad collectively focused on the centipede. Although they knew it was dying, they couldn't risk it. Such negligence often led to death, after all. Luckily, nothing popped off, and the only thing they had to worry about was the maggots in the blood. Dwayne took point and roared at them, effectively annihilating any maggot that came his way. Jeong, however, was flashy with it, erecting a lightning shield to protect both himself and the baddie. As for Katie, she had a blush on her face, obviously drenched by Jeong's alleged concern for her. When everything settled down, the trio finally relaxed, happy that things ended without incident. However, since this was still Lag, they had to be sure. So Jeong kicked the corpse a couple of times. Fortunately, there was no reaction, meaning they were safe for the time being. But then again, the key word was time being, since their horror in the trial was far from over. To the side was another menace, one I'm sure most of you had forgotten about. But obviously it didn't care about that, since it continued to clap cheeks as intended. It cleaved through them with ease, making me wonder how we'd forgotten about it in the first place. But hey, we're here now, so we might as well enjoy the cheeks filet mignon. Just as the giant mantis was enjoying its buffet of cheeks, a silhouette suddenly spawned from the side, clocking the absolute shit out of it. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving the pest dazed for a second. However, that second swiftly passed, and the mantis retaliated with the quickness. It slashed at the fool, giving him no time to counter. Luckily, the slash was off target, so the fool managed to keep his pathetic life. On second thought, scratch that. Turns out it wasn't luck at all, rather the intervention of the Chad Dwayne. The unit had smashed into the mantis, forcing its strike to veer off course. The mantis, in return, retaliated immediately, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Just as it was about to press the attack, its antennae twitched like crazy, warning it of an impending attack. Unfortunately, the warning came too late, as our boy was already on the prowl. He lunged in like a lightning god, kicking the shit out of the mantis. The mantis was dazed for a second, but ultimately didn't suffer any damage. Jeong saw this, and his eyes twitched. To think they'd been struggling with a beetle when such a monster was in the room. They sure were lucky, because those two teaming up would have been a disaster. Katie, seemingly coming to the same conclusion, drew her sword, her intent to battle evident. She asked Jeong what they'd do. The mantis looked hella sturdy after all. Jeong replied that he wasn't sure, but the best bet was to probe it for its weaknesses. If they could determine those, then their chances of victory would increase significantly. To that effect, he promptly issued his orders. The new guy was to attack from the left, Dwayne from the right, and he himself would handle the front. If they flanked it from all sides, then there was a chance they might actually succeed. Katie, clearly having missed her name, asked about herself. What would she do? Jeong replied that she was useless, so she might as well support them from the rear. However, if she sees an opportunity, she should feel free to take it. With that, the trio prepared for battle, lunging into the fray soon after. The mantis responded in kind, shrieking to welcome their onslaught. Why wouldn't it, when they were practically gifting it more cheeks to clap? Without a doubt, this was going to be fun, and it couldn't wait to enjoy more cheeks filet mignon. Surprisingly, the first one to attack was the new guy, who made it to the target before Jeong and Dwayne. He nimbly dodged the mantis's blades, weaving between the slashes like a swift blade. Dwayne, on the other hand, tanked the blows, resorting to brute strength to weather the attacks. He, of course, dodged those that he couldn't. He wasn't courting his own death, after all. As for Jeong, he had it the easiest, with his electric slashes going toe-to-toe with the mantis. However, despite their tag team, the mantis was still formidable, so it managed to fend off their attacks. The trio collectively noticed this and backed off with the quickness. They each assessed the mantis, debating over suitable strategies to bring it down. Jeong, in particular, took it seriously, knowing any slight negligence could lead to their deaths. He brainstormed ideas before finally settling on attacking the front legs. Although the legs were the most formidable and their toughness couldn't be scoffed at, he still had enough confidence to give it a try. Thus, he promptly lunged back in, hoping his trusty bone blade wouldn't let him down. As he ran, Jeong didn't forget to call upon the squad. He instructed them to aim for the legs, hinting that he'd do his best to draw the mantis's attention. However, whether it would work or not was uncertain, so the duo best take care of themselves. Having said that, Jeong shot at the target, narrowly avoiding a slash in the process. He deftly dodged to the side, easily avoiding a follow-up swing by the mantis. Unfortunately, that was the most he could do, as the next attack left him with no openings. His only option was to risk it lest he be sliced in twain by the scythes. Jeong didn't hesitate and immediately jumped upwards. Although doing so would put him in the mantis's crosshairs, he had no choice but to gamble on it. Besides, it wasn't like he was completely helpless. He still had his lightning steps to rely on. Thus, he swiftly shot forward, escaping the mantis's danger zone with the quickness. When he did, he found himself before the mantis's head. Jeong didn't hesitate and swung at it, leaving a nasty wound on its eye. He then parkoured off its face, making sure to avoid any follow-up attacks. Just like that, the homie was safe, and he even blitzed the mantis to show off his kahunas. Too bad he didn't have more time, otherwise he would have definitely blitzed the other eye as well. Dwayne, seeing that Jeong was safe, lunged into the fray, teaming up with the new guy to yeet the oblivious mantis. They successfully broke its leg, forcing the mantis to wobble like cheeks on a thick mommy. Luckily, the risk wasn't for naught, and the mantis was quickly brought to its knees. The trio, seeing this, didn't waste any time and immediately pressed the attack. They knew this was their best chance, so wasting it was never an option. They each lunged forward, releasing their own attacks on the mantis. Regrettably, the mantis was still formidable, so most of their attacks amounted to nothing. Jeong, who was taking the lead on the attack, furrowed his brows, an obvious frown on his face. He'd already known the mantis was mighty. But damn, wasn't this a bit too much? Not only was it keeping up with their speed while injured, it could also track their attacks, enabling it to block them with ease. Not only that, the pest was fearless, completely unfazed by the concept of pain. Without a doubt, the battle would be grueling, even more so than they'd initially anticipated. Locking back in, Jeong immediately noticed a peculiar detail. The mantis's leg was glowing, almost as if it was gathering energy. This gave him a bad feeling, making his hair stand on end. However, now wasn't the time for that shit, so he quickly dialed in. He promptly called to the duo, warning them of the impending attack. Regrettably, the warning came too late, since the mantis was already on the move. It slashed at the newbie, sending a wind blade at him. The latter was too slow to react, resulting in a head-on cleave. The newbie, who was at first confused by the development, suddenly showed a spooked face, a feeling of wrongness welling up in his heart. He wondered why his thoughts were sluggish, and why the ground was suddenly moving towards him. Unbeknownst to him, he was already dead. He just hadn't realized it yet. To make matters worse, it was a gruesome death, with his cheek split in half. Damn. Dwayne, who was watching from the sidelines, jumped back in shock, puzzled by what just happened. Jeong clarified that it was a sneak attack, a last resort by the mantis. It had coated its legs with some kind of energy, allowing for long-ranged attacks. And although he wasn't sure what it was exactly, he still cautioned Dwayne to be careful because it seemed like trouble. Dwayne said bet and locked all the fuck in. He would have loved to charge in, but quickly held himself back in fear of the mantis's many tricks. As for the mantis, it went all out, sending a flurry of slashes at the boys. The duo noticed this and promptly prepared for the attack. Dwayne braced for impact while Jeong moved to evade. However, halfway through his escape, he suddenly stopped and yelled at Dwayne to stop fucking around. That wasn't something he could block, so he best get his ass out of the way. Dwayne didn't argue and swiftly jumped to the side. He was glad he did, because the wind blade was indeed formidable. If he'd stubbornly tanked that, then he might as well have ended up like the newbie. Jeong, having survived the flurry of attacks, turned his focus to the mantis, an obvious frown on his face. He was livid to discover that the mantis had played them for fools, managing to rise to its feet while they weren't watching. Without a doubt, this was a bad thing, especially with how much effort they needed to knock it back down. Just as he was contemplating his next steps, a silhouette suddenly flashed past him, heading straight for the mantis. The silhouette was obviously Katie, who'd finally joined the fray. Jeong, however, wasn't happy about this and promptly told her to retreat. Didn't she hear what he said? She was useless, so what the hell was she doing? Katie, clearly unfazed by the taunt, ignored his warning and continued her charge toward the mantis. She told Jeong she knew what she was doing, so he shouldn't stress too much. Besides, if she left them to handle everything and they ended up dying, wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot? No matter what, she had to help, so Jeong should cool his titties. Speaking of cool, she had just the right skill for the job. It was the mist breath, which effectively created a frost smokescreen. Although the skill wasn't overpowered, it still had its uses, especially when used strategically. And lo and behold, now was a strategic moment, so the Chads better move their asses. The duo said bet and immediately joined the fray. They knew this was their last chance, so they dared not be careless. If they couldn't bring the blind mantis down, then things would only get worse for them. Unfortunately, the mantis wasn't just going to wait for its death. It furiously retaliated, unleashing a flurry of slashes at the boys. The slashes were deadlier than the last, because all of them were random. Since the mantis couldn't see them, it opted for a random barrage, hoping to wound them in the chaos. Jeong, feeling the intensity of the attack, cursed his luck and cursed the mantis for going so far. If he'd known blinding it would make it this crazy, he would have definitely stopped Katie. But even so, he could still manage. So he hoped Dwayne would be alright as well. Speaking of Dwayne, he'd grown tired of running and decided to make his stand instead. He bravely faced off against a wind blade, clearly not intending to evade. Jeong, seeing this, shouted at him to be careful. Now wasn't the time for that macho bullshit. If he wanted to test his bravado, then he should do it at his own time instead of doing so in the middle of a fight. Obviously, Dwayne didn't listen and stood steadfast in his decision. He simply unleashed his stored potential, calling upon his trump card, Ultimate Form, Beastification. The skill activated, kicking up a windstorm. Dwayne's appearance also changed, taking on a more beastly form. Jeong, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't hide the shock on his face. He'd expected Dwayne to be up to something, but what the hell was that? What was he even looking at right now? Was he a Wolverine? Nah, he couldn't be. There was no way he could outshine him by channeling the power of the Poppy Logan. In any case, things were about to get interesting, and they might very well get a chance to try out some mantis cheek steaks. The juicy ones, of course. Dwayne, fully consumed by the power of the beast, ignored Jeong's shock and locked in on the incoming wind blade. He let loose a guttural roar, easily blocking the once formidable blade. Without hesitation, he pressed the attack, rapidly closing in on the dazed mantis. Jeong, who was watching from the sidelines, had his mouth wide agape, shocked by Dwayne's sudden prowess. He'd always known Dwayne was formidable, but holy fuck, he didn't know he had it like that. Not only was he supremely powerful, but he also had the aura of a poppy, completely capable of rivaling him in the I'm him department. Without a doubt, Dwayne was thou, and he couldn't wait to see some cakes being baked. Dwayne, completely oblivious to Jeong's wild glazing, approached the mantis, his indomitable spirit on full display. He easily clawed through the mantis's follow-up attack, leaving it open for a counterattack. The mantis, however, didn't back down and swiftly engaged him in a desperate melee. The duo went toe-to-toe, with neither side conceding. Jeong, noticing this, stopped being a bystander and quickly joined the fray. He knew such tremendous power always had a downside, so Dwayne would probably need his help. Besides, he was the MC, so how could he possibly let Dwayne show him up? He had to get in there, otherwise he might really lose his chatty poppy certificate. Dwayne, once again oblivious to Jeong's wild thoughts, continued his tango, his relentless charge not slowing even a little. He knew his power-up was limited, so he resolved to make the best out of it. Mastering his will, he lunged at the mantis, an aura of destined doom enveloping him. The mantis, in return, swung at him, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. They were all aimed at Dwayne's vitals, not giving the former a chance to block. Dwayne, however, wasn't flustered and bravely faced them head-on. He first tore through the wind blades before parrying the mantis's front legs. Leveraging this opening, he gathered his energy before shooting straight for the mantis. Although his condition wasn't perfect, he still had enough in the tank to make a big move. Thus, he resolutely shot forward, his Hadoken at the ready. Channeling his Street Fighter, he blitzed past the mantis, tearing a huge chunk from its head. The blow left it reeling, causing it to shriek out in pain. Dwayne, however, didn't care about that, and swiftly prepared a run-it-back no jutsu. He promptly charged through the dust, shooting straight for the mantis. During his flight, he grit his teeth, hoping the buff would last him through the fight. However, this was lag, and such foolish hopes could never prevail. Just as he was about to land the finishing blow, the buff suddenly ended, leaving Dwayne in a perilous situation. He essentially became a sitting duck, one willingly sending itself to its demise. Fortunately, Dwayne wasn't alone, and Jeong promptly stepped in to help. He manifested a dazzling bone lance, which he didn't hesitate to yeet at the mantis. The lance tore through the air, clocking the pest in the face. This gave Dwayne an opening, which he swiftly used to backpedal. He then urgently fled the battlefield, leaving the rest to Jeong. As if sensing Dwayne's will, Jeong locked the fuck in and shot straight for the mantis. He didn't waste time and immediately pulled out the big guns, cheeks clapping no jutsu, forbidden technique, fifth gate unlocked. Buffed by the power of Thor, he immediately commenced his counterattack, zapping the shit out of the mantis. The shock was so intense that the mantis's head exploded, sending a rain of blood and flesh pouring down. Jeong noticed this and swiftly retreated. He really wanted no part in that smoke. He gracefully landed a distance away, completely unbothered by the humongous pest he'd just slain. However, after a moment of hesitation, he regrouped with the squad, an obvious look of vigilance on his face. Since the last boss had a second form, wasn't it possible that this one had one as well? He keenly studied the corpse, waiting for any shit to pop off. Luckily, nothing happened, and the pest was dead for real. This greatly delighted the squad, who collectively heaved a sigh of relief. They confidently walked forward, eager to collect the loot. And judging by the color of the soul, it was clear they'd made a fortune this time. Jeong smiled at the reward before shifting his gaze to the right. That was the location of the exit door, which had appeared after the mantis was slain. He visibly hesitated for a while before deciding against being rash. Since the whole party was tired and the door wasn't going anywhere, it was probably wiser to stay there and recuperate. Thus, he immediately gave the order, instructing the duo to rest. Dwayne and Kara didn't object, because they indeed needed the rest. They promptly settled to recuperate, only rising after they were completely healed. After checking their gear, the group swaggered to the exit, eager to leave that cursed room. This was particularly true for Katie, who seemed to be panting in relief. Wait, hold up. Something doesn't seem right. It's either this maiden is horny as usual, or something else is cooking in the background. In any case, we'll find out later, so there's no point in speculating. After walking for a while, the group finally reached their destination. It was the same room with multiple doors where they could pick their next trial. Jeong took the initiative and drew the duo's attention to the 8th door. Unlike the rest of the 7 doors, it didn't have a label, meaning it wasn't part of the trial. However, judging by the fact that it needed a key to open, he guessed it was probably like the last vendor room where he had to use the maze key to enter. Dwayne agreed with him, saying he was probably right. But even so, they had to be careful. This was L.A.G after all. Jeong acknowledged the warning before shifting his focus to Katie. The maiden seemed off, so he asked if she was okay. Katie replied that she was fine, just a little bit nauseous. She told the Chads not to worry about her. She'd be fine after a little rest. She wanted to reassure them some more, but her face suddenly changed. To the duo's shock, she suddenly started coughing, causing them to stare at her worriedly. Regrettably, that was just the beginning, as she soon descended into a wheezing and coughing fit. She coughed her lungs out, even vomiting a mouthful of blood. Katie noticed this, and her face changed drastically. She zeroed in on the blood, and her face paled even more. Turns out blood wasn't the only thing she was coughing up. There were also maggots, meaning the previous contact wasn't as simple as they thought. Shit. Dwayne picked up on this as well and approached the baddie. He intended to ask if she was okay, but the blood coughing made that irrelevant. Katie, on the other hand, ignored his concern, her focus entirely on the blood. She wondered what was wrong and why maggots were mixed in with her blood. Clearly panicked, she turned to Jeong, hoping the chatty poppy would have a solution for her. However, before she could even raise the topic, her body suddenly spasmed, causing her to cough up more blood. Frantic and in pain, she collapsed to the floor, a flood of blood pooling beneath her. Jeong, finally snapping from his daze, ran to the maiden, an unconcealed worry in his voice. He urged Dwayne to help him. They'd try their best to save her. Unfortunately, they were also clueless about what was happening, so the best they could do was lay her down. Feeling her life drain from her body, Katie stuttered a plea, begging the Chads to save her. This request put more pressure on the Chads, who had no idea how to respond. Dwayne suggested using a healing potion on her, but Jeong quickly shot down that suggestion. It wasn't that he didn't care, rather, Katie's current condition made it impossible to swallow the cure. And even if she did, with how pathetic her state was, there was a fat chance the potion would help at all. Katie, hearing him shoot down her last hope of survival, pleaded with him, begging that she didn't want to die. She repeatedly mumbled this request, ignoring her already deteriorating condition. Moved by her insistent pleas, Jeong tried to think of a solution, but all he came up with were blanks. He had no idea what he was dealing with, and his best bet was that maggots were in her body. However, if that was the case, what could he possibly do, especially when the maggots seemed to have infested her whole body? He thought about it some more, but Katie's clearly deteriorating condition gave him no room to breathe. Just as he was about to console the baddie, her stomach suddenly wriggled, scaring the shit out of them. The duo decisively jumped back, a look of horror evident on their faces. They wondered what was going on, but that question was soon answered by a bloody rapture from Katie's belly. A creature suddenly emerged, accompanied by gore and maggots. It then lunged at Dwayne, not giving the latter a chance to react. Jeong, seeing this, quickly countered, zapping the shit out of the creature. He unleashed his fury upon the fiend, only stopping after it was a burnt char on the ground. After his successful conquest, he turned to Dwayne, asking the Chad if he was all right. Dwayne replied that he was. But that wasn't what was important right now. Wasn't this creature the same centipede that came out of the beetle? If so, then what was it doing in Katie's body? He could have sworn Jeong would be the first in her body. But who could have guessed he'd be beat by a centipede? Jeong ignored Not's foolish banter and thought back to the past. He quickly remembered the incident with the maggots, which gave him a vague idea of when Katie was infested. However, even if he knew that, what good could it possibly do now? The baddie was already dead, and there was nothing he could do about it. Enraged and regretful, he stomped on the centipede, venting a bit of his anger. He also did this as a precaution, since the centipede was more insidious than he'd thought. Not only did it infest by the slightest contact with its maggots, it also spread rapidly, guaranteeing certain death upon infestation. Not to mention it also consumed you from the inside out, making it one of the worst ways to die in Lag. Without a doubt, he had to be careful lest they get infested by any surviving maggots. Done with this task, Jeong turned to Katie, and his hatred for the author deepened significantly. He'd always known the homie was a hater. But goddamn, did he have to do her like that? If he had to go this far to keep him maidenless, then he might as well be without hose. Nevertheless, this was indeed a shame, and he hoped the maiden would find peace at least. He called out to Dwayne, telling the latter it was time to bounce. He did so decisively, even daring not to collect her soul. Dwayne said, "Bet," and quickly followed suit. He asked Jeong where they'd go, but Jeong told him anywhere was better than there. Thus, he wisely stayed quiet, following Jeong into the 8th door. The door was predictably a bonus room, coupled with the obvious vendor and recovery rooms. Of course, the doorway to the main trial still existed, so the Chads could choose that option as well. Jeong didn't waste time and headed for recovery. Although his condition wasn't bad, it was still wiser to heal when he could. Besides, his mind was in chaos right now, and he really needed a place to quietly think. Dwayne seemed to pick up on this as well, and worriedly asked if he was okay. Jeong replied that he was, but it was clear he was not. Katie's death had hit him hard, and he was obviously struggling with that fact. Dwayne knew this as well, so he brought up Katie's soul. If he was really okay, as he'd said, then why didn't he collect it? Jeong replied that he didn't see the need to, since they were comrades and all. It was Katie's fortune that he didn't collect it, so Dwayne shouldn't worry about it. On that note, why was he so concerned about the dead? If he had that much energy to waste, then he should use it to get off his back. Dwayne chose to stay quiet, but deep down, he knew what was up. Katie's death had affected Jeong. It's just that he was being a tsundere about it. In any case, he decided to let him be. He couldn't force him to express his feelings after all. Zeroing in on Jeong, Dwayne watched worriedly as he settled into the recovery pod. He knew the consequences of this loss would be dire, but that was something his future self would handle. He sighed heartily, choosing to ignore it for now. However, before he could settle in the pod, loud voices sounded from outside, causing his expression to change. The voices were quickly revealed to be other players, a fact that greatly unsettled Dwayne. The players also noticed this, and they quickly expressed their killing intent. They deemed Dwayne an easy target, given that they had the numbers advantage. Dwayne, on the other hand, didn't hesitate and charged at them. When clearly in a disadvantageous position, it was always wiser to take the initiative. Besides, the recovery room was too small for battle, so he had to take the fight outside. He charged for the troublesome trio, clashing with them soon after. Jeong, currently in the healing pod, watched this happen, and his face turned ugly as well. He wanted nothing more than to burst out of there, but regrettably he couldn't. The recovery pods were controlled by Lag, so a forceful exit was impossible. The second you settled in the pod, you couldn't leave until the healing was done. In other words, he was trapped, and he couldn't help Dwayne until his 10-minute recovery was completed. Fuck. Speaking of Dwayne, he had one bastard pinned, though he wasn't happy about it at all. He'd hoped his attack would handle 3 at least, but of course that didn't work out. Because of that, it was now 1 against 4. A clear disadvantage, to say the least. The squad, however, was having fun, completely unbothered by their fallen comrade. They even smoked the poor Chad, saying he was useless to begin with. Damn. Dwayne, seeing this, locked in, a grave expression on his face. If the squad was that ruthless to one of their own, he could only imagine what they'd do to him. He had to hold on, no matter what, at least until Jeong could join the fight. Having settled on this, he didn't waste time and immediately lunged at the foes. The bastards responded in kind, shooting for him as well. Thus, a deadly melee ensued, all under the leader's watch. He deliberately stayed back to watch, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Despite knowing this, Dwayne still lunged, meeting the trio in a desperate dance. What choice did he have? It wasn't like he had a better option after all. Luckily, he was still him, so he quickly dispatched another player. That brought the enemy count to 3, giving him a better chance at survival. What stressed Dwayne was that the leader didn't seem to be panicking at all. He coolly took his subordinate's death in stride, clearly unbothered by it. Not only that, he nonchalantly gave new orders, instructing the squad to trap Dwayne instead. Since the Chad was that formidable, it only made sense that they'd trap him first. The squad swiftly complied and bound Dwayne. They used a player's unique skill, rendering any attempts to break free futile. Realizing he was truly trapped, Dwayne couldn't help but curse. He couldn't even use his beastification to break free because his body was still trashed. Without a doubt, he was cooked, and he couldn't see himself getting out of this. The squad, however, wasn't faring great either. One member had been killed on the spot, and another had a broken arm to cry about. He tried to complain to the leader, but the ruthless bastard told him to shut up. Their comrade had died, so the least he could do was bear with it. Besides, there was a recovery room, so why was he making a fuss? The second bastard said bet and turned to Dwayne. Since it was this fucker who injured him, it was only right that he got his lick back. Not to mention he was tied up, so he couldn't even resist. He told Dwayne to prepare himself, because he was about to stick him deep. Pause. As if that wasn't sus enough, the third-rate villain proceeded to give a little bit of pause-worthy lore about his sword. He told Dwayne he'd bought the gem from a vendor, and its effects were indeed interesting. Would Dwayne care to guess what its effects were? He should definitely give it a try because it might just surprise him. However, if he's too eager to find out, then he'll give him a hint. It has something to do with pain, or rather, pleasure in his case. Dwayne realized the dangerous shift in the topic and immediately spoke up to stop him. He had no interest in opening that mystery door, and he told the bastard the same. Heck, this wasn't even a case of curiosity killed the cat anymore. He might just fuck around and find out. Literally. Noticing the caution in Dwayne's tone, the budget villain chuckled in amusement. He told Dwayne not to worry, he won't poke him just yet. However, getting to know the effects of the sword was a given, especially since he wanted to have fun with him. Dwayne shouldn't worry because the effect might just be to his liking as well. Well, assuming he's a naughty dog just like him. The sword basically triples the pain, making it a superb tool. If Dwayne is down for the uglies, aka masochism, he'll definitely enjoy the show. If not, well, let's just say Mount Tai won't be the only thing standing straight today. Dwayne heard the bastard's ramblings and immediately looked at him weirdly. What the hell was this fool on about? And since when did L.A.G have such down bad units? If he didn't know any better, he might have thought it was not talking. But alas, it's just the author being horny again. Someone should probably get some water for his thirsty ass. Locking back in, the budget villain continued his bullshit ramblings. He told Dwayne all tough men break, so he didn't mind his pitiful resistance. After poking him a few times, he was sure he'd show the face he most desired to see. Pause. Dwayne said fuck that, and locked in. If he continued to let this bastard wild on, he might just get himself into a sticky situation. Literally. Thus, the best way out of this was a preemptive attack. He quickly roared at him, catching the horny fool off guard. Regrettably, the attack was swiftly intercepted, so he didn't manage to finish off the loathsome fool. Realizing the minion was getting sidetracked, his comrades told him to stop messing around. Even if he wanted some naughty action, he shouldn't lower his guard so foolishly. The boss also emphasized this, warning him to keep his horny head on a swivel. As for himself, he'd keep his eye on Dwayne, because this unit wasn't one to be trifled with. The minion said bet and locked in. Since Dwayne was refusing his generous loving, he might as well be harsh about it. He immediately stabbed his neck, ensuring the sword poked deep enough to cause major pain. However, he was also very careful so Dwayne wouldn't die from just that. Following this trend, he proceeded to stab the unit, aiming for the painful, yet non-fatal points. He did so with uttermost precision, making sure Dwayne felt the pain and lived on to regret it. The leader, finally fed up with the spectacle, told him to stop messing around and end it. He neither had the time nor desire to stick around and watch his bullshit. The minion reluctantly agreed and prepared to slash. He would have loved to play with Dwayne further, but alas, orders were orders. He immediately stabbed at Dwayne, ready to give him the last poking of his life. Pause. Goddamn. Just as the blade was about to end our boy, a gentle voice drifted in, shocked to see Dwayne there. The mysterious voice didn't waste time and immediately clocked a fool. She torched his binding ass, making sure his ugly mag was nice and crispy. The leader, realizing things had taken an unexpected turn, dropped his facade, showing a panicked look for once. He immediately signaled to his last minion, hinting at him to make a move. However, both the bastard and myself were too distracted to take a step. The minion was probably thinking about the sudden interruption, whereas the poppy knot was focused on the burst. Was it just him, or was this cake of deliciousness clearly familiar? Nah, it wasn't just him because the cake was definitely someone we know, the baddie Kara. Dwayne, clearly thrilled as well, palmed the minion, yeeting his head into the floor. He then stomped his arm, ensuring he didn't try some sneaky shit. Satisfied with the bastard's screams, he cocked his hand back, ready to unleash his ultimate wrath. He let him have it, pause, burying his head into the ground. With his death, the leader panicked and immediately stepped up to fight. He charged at Kara, hoping to eliminate the variable first. Kara, however, didn't panic and calmly looked at him. She even shot him a sympathetic smile, seemingly pitying his fate. The leader picked up on this and suddenly had a bad feeling. His expression drastically changed, making the oh shit face. Jeong, who'd at some point sneaked up on the fool, breathed down his neck, giving him the full Diddy treatment. He ignored the boss's panicked toot and zapped the shit out of him. After this satisfying revenge, he turned just in time to catch the maiden in his arms. Turns out Kara was also in the drought, and she didn't hesitate to jump on our boy. Dwayne, however, watched the two lovebirds and his stomach churned with jealousy. He didn't want to be an asshole, but come on. Can't they save him first? Jeong, seemingly realizing his oversight, stopped fondling cheeks and immediately ran to his aid. He promptly carried him to the recovery room, saving Dwayne in time. After a session of healing, the wounds were finally gone, and the trio could truly reunite in earnest. They quickly embraced each other, delighted that they were still alive. Kara in particular was genuinely happy that she'd reunited with her boo. She didn't say much, but it was clear her time apart was hell. However, she became stronger as a result, so she wasn't bothered by it. Noticing the elephant in the room, Jeong stepped forward to address it. What was up with the eye patch, and was she a pirate or something? Kara replied that it was an old wound, but also much more. She won't give him the exact details, but he'll find out eventually. Jeong agreed and instantly dropped the issue. Since his boo wanted to surprise him, he'd let her have her fun. Who knows? Maybe the secret might just be the plot armor they need to save their asses in the future. Done with the reunion, they each took turns to visit the vendor. When it was Jeong's turn, he immediately let it splash with some purchases. He bought 3 skills, 2 regular and 1 spicy. The regular can be ignored, so let's focus on the spicy. The skill, as you can see, is called Overflowing Blood. It doubles the amount of blood, so I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. If you don't, just know it involves the chatty scriptures. More specifically, the 2nd chapter. Thou clappeth thy cheeks. Anyway, he bought everything he wanted and swiftly returned to the lobby. While there, the trio discussed for a while before letting Jeong choose the next room. He was the leader anyway, so that much was expected. Jeong didn't hesitate and chose B715. Although he didn't know what was waiting for them, he still had immense confidence in his squad. Besides, the maiden Kara was back, so he was looking forward to some eye candy. Who knows? Maybe things would be different this time, and her cheeks would finally be consistent. Fingers crossed. With that hope in his heart, Jeong and the squad entered the next room. What greeted them was a hallway drenched in blood, too eerie and bizarre to describe. The trio immediately went on high alert, especially Kara, who gave off an odd vibe. She didn't say much, but it was clear she held more secret cards than she'd let on. Feeling the atmosphere grow more tense, Jeong gave the order to proceed. Although he also had a bad feeling about the room, his ample experience told him staying still would be courting death. In such situations, it was common sense to leave a hallway drenched in blood as soon as possible. Listening to his gut feeling, the trio continued down the hallway for some time. As they did, Kara noticed that the blood-soaked walls weren't the only odd thing about the room. The floors and walls also felt squishy, almost as if they were alive. Dwayne seconded this discovery, saying that the room was off. Hadn't they noticed that things were too quiet? Ever since they entered the room, it felt like someone was watching them and would jump on them at any time, yet nothing of the sort happened. It was too quiet to be normal. Jeong heard their doubts, but kept quiet. He continued to lead the squad up until they reached a fork in the road. Just as they were discussing which path to take, a scream of pain and anguish bellowed from in front, scaring the shit out of them. Dwayne looked at the others and said hell no. He knew most of them, especially Kara and her white ass, would probably be tempted to investigate that. However, he'd like to tell her in no uncertain terms that he wouldn't investigate that shit. If she felt her snow bunny genes compelling her to court death, then she should leave him out of it. Jeong, clearly the master of smoke, told Dwayne to pipe down and follow along. What better place than the bosom of danger would they find the best rewards? He voted to check out the site of the scream, and he knew Kara Snow Bunny Levine would agree. However, contrary to both of their claims, Kara was actually opposed to the idea. First of all, she told Dwayne not to play with her. Her food was seasoned as fuck. Second of all, although she hailed from the mountains of Caucasus, she wasn't keen on investigating strange phenomena like those basic bitches in the movies. She'd rather avoid that shit if she could help it. Dwayne looked at her incredulously. Why was she choosing to avoid the smoke this time? Could it be that her snowflake genes were on reboot? Kara replied that her genes were okay. She just didn't want that smoke. They could call it a hunch, but she really didn't want to go towards that scream. Jeong thought about it and said, okay. This ready compliance shocked Dwayne, who'd always known Jeong to be about that heat. He wondered what was wrong and why nobody was behaving as usual. Jeong replied that he indeed liked smoke, but that was always for a reason. Danger and rewards go hand in hand, so he mostly followed that trend to help them survive longer. Dwayne might not know this, but the best way to survive in L.A.G was to dive headfirst into as many dangerous situations as he could. Only then would he get the souls necessary to survive longer. Dwayne said bet, but then looked at him incredulously. If what he said was true, then why was he avoiding danger this time? Jeong replied that he lived for smoke, but he also lived for his squad. If Kara said she had a bad feeling, then he'd take a step back for his maiden. Who knows, maybe his loyalty would be appreciated, and he'd harvest some cheeks in the future. It damn sure beats risking his life for uncertain gains. The trio chuckled at his antics before proceeding forward. They chose the left fork, the one leading away from the ominous sound. However, after walking for a while, the same scream bellowed, almost as if it was following them. It also came from up ahead, meaning their efforts to avoid it were for naught. This discovery spooked the trio, who couldn't help but wonder what was up. Could it be that the scream, and whatever caused it, would always follow them no matter what path they took? If so, then what was the point of giving them a fork to choose from in the first place? Jeong sighed at the fact before walking forward. Since they'd already established escape was impossible, it was better to just go with it. He led the group down the ominous hall, clearly eager to meet the source of the scream as soon as possible. Kara, however, subtly trailed back, her demeanor more puzzling than ever. She silently activated her skill, doing her best to keep it hidden from the Chads. Just as I was beginning to doubt her sketchy ass, she suddenly flicked her head upward, coming face to face with some prying eyes. Turns out she wasn't being stealthy to deceive the boys. Rather, it was to keep her actions hidden from this mysterious being. In fact, she'd always sensed its gaze ever since they entered this room. Not wasting time, she immediately cooked its shit, making sure to give it a full dose of fire blast. She then warned the boys, cautioning them to be wary of the eyes on the wall. Jeong said bet and locked in. If it was before, he wouldn't have noticed, but with Kara's warning, he'd be a fool if he didn't now. He immediately zapped the fool, showing it the consequences of its peeping Tom no jutsu. After his glorious blast, Jeong couldn't help but frown. He knew for a fact his strike didn't land. Otherwise, the Tom would be spasming right now. Matter of fact, Kara's attack didn't land either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten a chance to attack in the first place. Seems like things were more complicated than they'd thought, as the fiend was hell-bent on staying hidden in the wall. Not only that, it could also seamlessly move around, making locking onto it truly difficult. As he was racking his head for a solution, the same scream echoed once again, yanking him from his thoughts. The scream was followed by loud, slithering sounds, hinting at an upcoming catastrophe. The squad looked forward, and what they saw scared the shit out of them. They even doubted their own eyes, believing Lag wouldn't go that far. Unfortunately, it was all real, and a nest of snakes was indeed after them. Furthermore, the nest was beyond bizarre, as every snake was headless. The trio noticed this, and their fear intensified tenfold. How else were they to react when faced with such an unexpected threat? They wisely locked in, ready for whatever shit would follow. Kara realized it was her time to shine, stepped up, reassuring the boys to leave it to her. She called upon her magnum opus, blasting a giant fire wheel at the nest. The wheel did major damage, clearing a path through the pit. The trio capitalized on this and followed suit. They made sure to stick to the wheel, leveraging its speed to rush through the hall. However, after a short sprint, Jeong remembered his maiden and the obvious weakness she had. Kara was always weak in stamina, making long-distance sprints her Achilles' heel. She'd soon run out of stamina, so he had to factor that in during their escape. Thus, he called out to Dwayne, telling the latter to match Kara's speed. If he could, he should also be ready to carry her if she lagged behind. Kara heard his concerns and said that it seems he was still treating her like a damsel. Well, she'd have him know she picked up quite a few tricks during their time apart. She wasn't the same weak damsel, so Jeong shouldn't treat her as such. As if proving her words, she let it fly, zooming way ahead of the boys. In fact, she was so fast, it was undeniable she was the fastest in the squad. Following behind the fire wheel, Kara caught up just as it blasted into a wall. The explosion caused major damage, tearing open an exit. The trio were delighted by this, and consequently ran faster. They each zoomed towards the exit, eager to leave that eerie place. Regrettably, things could never be that easy in Lag. Just as they were closing in on the exit, it started shrinking, blocking their path to freedom. This development spooked the trio, who laid it all on the line to make it out before it did. Jeong, in particular, stopped his frantic sprint and prepared himself for a huge gamble. He instructed the duo to soldier on. He'd buy them as much time as he could. The duo were obviously hesitant, but Jeong's resolute response left no room for argument. They could only sprint forward, praying that Jeong would make it work somehow. Speaking of the Chad, he called upon his Thor-type shit, zapping the hell out of the floor. His reasoning was quite simple. The whole room was alive. He'd always believed the squishy floor, blood-soaked walls, and eyes were more than they let on. If you opened your mind to it, it was entirely possible that the room was alive and they were currently inside it. If you thought about it like that, then it made sense that an electric shock would work on it. And even if it didn't, it was still worth the shot. Luckily, his gamble had played out, and the zap was indeed effective. It successfully slowed the exit's closing, buying enough time for the duo to make it through. Unfortunately, this was still Lag, and the game wouldn't stop just because it was thwarted once. It swiftly came up with another scheme, using the snakes to block the exit instead. Dwayne noticed this and said bet. Since the homie Jeong was putting in the work, it was only fair that he did his part as well. He told Kara to leave this to him. He'd have them out in a flash. He directly activated his beast skill, using his bear claws to tear his way out. The task was grueling, but he had enough in the tank to see it through. Finally, they made it out of the pit, finding themselves in a spacious room. They wanted to celebrate, but they knew it wasn't time for that yet. Not while Jeong was still missing. Where the hell was he? Shit. The duo swiftly stopped their momentum, turned back, and faced the door. They saw Jeong through the closing hole and couldn't help but feel anxious inside. If he couldn't make it through before the opening closed, who knew what shit Lag would pull this time? Thus, they desperately called out to him, urging Jeong to move his ass. When they saw Jeong still not moving, Kara suggested going back for him, but Jeong quickly vetoed the idea. Were they crazy? Why would they willingly dive back into the fray after he'd basically sacrificed himself to save them? Wouldn't his efforts be pointless if they did that? Besides, who told them he needed saving? He was Jeong motherfucking Hyeok. Something this trivial wasn't much to him. He immediately locked in, activating the 5th door from the get-go. Thanks to the tremendous power boost, energy flowed into his being like a flood, kicking up a wave of aura. However, with the wave came intense pressure, and Jeong's body began breaking down as a consequence. He did his best to hold on, but it was clear he couldn't hold it for long. Thus, he swiftly set to action, shooting towards the opening like a crazed beast. The duo on the other side cheered him on, desperately urging him to move his touche. Jeong listened to their voices and moved faster, but it was clear even that much wouldn't be enough to make it in time. The hole seemed to be closing faster, almost as if it was taunting him. Jeong realized this and increased his speed, but his window of escape was shrinking rapidly. He grit his teeth and moved even faster, eventually breaking through the closing entrance. However, that came with obvious consequences, and Jeong nearly lost consciousness after settling down. Luckily, he was still him, so he quickly bitch-slapped the dizziness to the side. Initially delighted that Jeong had made it through, Kara noticed something that made her blood freeze. They weren't the only ones in the room. In the middle of the space was another silhouette, and it had apparently been there the whole time. This realization spooked Kara, especially because they had their guards lowered. If things had played out differently, then both Dwayne and herself would have died without exception. Jeong, clearly oblivious to the duo's rookie mistake, flicked his gaze to the silhouette, a complicated expression on his face. He wondered what gave the entity the confidence to sit so comfortably, but that was quickly answered by a gesture from the latter. Turns out the fiend always had its eyes on them, and nothing they did escaped its notice. In fact, it even had eyes on the back of its head, making it virtually impossible to exploit any blind spots. Realizing this, the trio tensed in panic, but the entity's next actions threw them off. Instead of attacking like all the regular bosses, the entity opted to have a conversation instead. First, it mocked them for being weak, evidenced by the fact that they struggled so much to get there. Their performance was truly subpar, especially when compared to the group that came before them. Second, did they just realize it had been watching them? If so, then they were weaker than it thought. Regardless, they were there now, so it was time to get to work. It slowly rose from its sitting position, turning around to face the group. When it did, they couldn't help but gulp in shock. Were they dreaming? Or did this bastard low-key resemble the devil? They sure hoped not. Otherwise, they'd truly be cooked. Jeong breathed a deep sigh and read the character profile. He really didn't want to, but he had no choice but to accept the facts. This motherfucker was indeed the devil, and he meant that in the literal sense. If this wasn't the definition of cooked, then he had no idea what the fuck was. Locking back in, he watched somberly as the fiend walked up to them. He was tempted to do something about that, but the obvious smirk on the devil's face made him pause. Without a doubt, the fiend was baiting him, and he'd be a fool if he fell for such an obvious plot. Breaking the silence, Kara drew their attention to the bag on the devil's hand. Was it just her, or did that suspiciously look like human skin? Surely this fiend couldn't have done something so twisted, right? Jeong replied with a tense shrug. Why not? He was the devil after all. If he couldn't make a sack from human skin, who else could? Speaking to this point, Jeong's nerves gradually tightened as he stared at the behemoth before him. He knew this would be a tough fight, and the devil's next words confirmed as much. It calmly gazed at them, welcoming them to have the first strike. Whatever they did or pulled out, it wouldn't interfere with them but honestly face it head-on. Such confidence made Jeong frown, and he couldn't help but reevaluate their chances. If he'd thought they had a 50-50 chance before, he was slowly realizing it was more like 20 to 80, with the 80 being the likelihood of getting their asses clapped. Realizing this, Dwayne stepped up as tribute. If someone had to test the waters, it might as well be him. He swiftly chugged a stamina potion, stepping up to the devil soon after. With that done, he also activated his beastification skill, adding an additional layer to his defense. However, even that didn't reassure him, so he quickly called out to Jeong. He told the homie to look out for him and to quickly intervene if things went south. Matter of fact, that included Kara as well, so the baddie better step in before he got his shit rocked. The duo said bet and watched him go. They promised to step in, especially if he got his shit cooked from the get-go. Dwayne, on the other hand, faced off against the devil. He was low-key having second thoughts, but things had developed too far to turn back now. Thus, he swiftly locked in, taunting the devil for being huge as fuck. The devil replied that it wasn't huge, Dwayne was just tiny. But that aside, he hoped Dwayne would be big enough to increase the size of his flesh sack. Dwayne growled in response. If the devil wanted his skin, then he had to come and get it. He immediately shot forward, landing a nasty punch on his gut. The blow sent the fiend reeling, but it quickly tanked that shit. It then looked at Dwayne mockingly, asking if that's all he had. If so, then he was truly disappointing. Dwayne said bet and lunged forward. He came in with a heavy Superman punch, clocking the devil straight in the jaw. Pressing the attack, he launched another punch, swinging for the devil's flank. However, The latter counterattacked and swung back, chopping at Dwayne's skull. Dwayne noticed this and effortlessly parried, opening the devil for a brutal counterattack. He sprang in for a savage uppercut, yeeting the devil into the air. The force left it wheezing, causing it to cough up blood as it got tossed around like a rag doll. It crashed heavily into the ground, low-key looking like a satisfied maiden. Obviously, Dwayne exploited this chance and rashed in for the finisher. He flew in with a Superman punch, thrashing the devil soon after. Watching from the sideline, Kara couldn't help but get moist from the violence. She'd known Dwayne was strong, but holy fuck, she didn't know he could swing like that. Barring any surprises, the fight was over, and they didn't even have to lift a finger. Jeong, however, kept his cool, though he low-key felt like something was off. He didn't know why, but the fact that the devil never let go of his sack left him feeling some type of way. He called out to Kara, instructing the maiden to get ready. Kara was confused, but she promptly did as told. Jeong was Poppy after all, so she just had to follow his instructions. Back to Dwayne, he shouted incredulously, wondering what the hell was going on. Could it be that after talking so much shit, the devil would be clapped just like that? Nah, he doubted it. But the sight before him was more than clear. The devil was truly dead, and even its soul was out for the taking. Hold up, what the fuck was going on? This bizarre scene puzzled the trio, who could only watch on in tense silence. But as the seconds ticked by, they had no option but to accept things for what they were. The devil was truly, seemingly dead, and they'd apparently killed it. Dwayne took that chance to collect the soul, and what he received made him more puzzled. Sure, the devil was dead, and its soul was out. Although it was hard to believe, he could barely accept it based on their current situation. But what the hell was this? How was it possible that he'd received just 3 souls for his troubles? If they wanted to sell this bogus story, shouldn't they have placed more effort into it? How were they to believe things were truly over if they gave such trash rewards? Jeong chimed in at that moment, instructing Dwayne to focus. He didn't know what was going on, but his gut told him they should do just that. Dwayne returned a confused glance. He wanted him to focus, but how was he supposed to do that? The boss was already dead, so what was he to focus on? Jeong replied that he didn't know, but if he were to guess, they should probably start with the suspicious sack. He didn't know why, but his danger sense always flared every time he looked at it. Besides, things were beyond bizarre, so would it really be a bad thing to focus a little harder? As they were talking, the sack suddenly shook before exploding with a resounding bang. The unexpected change left the trio reeling, and they could only frantically flee to save their lives. After distancing themselves from the explosion, both Kara and Jeong turned to Dwayne, who'd been closer to the impact. They asked if he was okay, to which Dwayne replied that he was. He'd been lucky this time, and had kept his guard up the entire time. Maybe it was because of Jeong's warning, but his focus never left the sack, luckily so, or else he truly would have died. Zeroing in on the sack, the trio watched it shake before a hand shot from within. This greatly surprised them, but it was nothing compared to what came next. An overwhelming aura suddenly pressed down on them, accompanied by an intense feeling of danger. This feeling originated from the sack, which shook violently as a silhouette crawled out of it. After making its way out, the entity didn't hesitate to lock onto the trio. It smiled maliciously at them, asking if they'd missed it. But that aside, wasn't it his turn now? They did have the last attack, so it was only fair that it attacked first this time. Hearing the words, Jeong felt an indescribable feeling of dread. He couldn't rationalize it, but his instincts were screaming this wasn't a fight he could win. For the first time, he truly felt helpless, and he had no idea what he should do about it. The devil ignored the panicked look in his eyes and calmly pointed at him. Its voice came out husky as it declared Jeong's fate. He would be first. This declaration spooked Jeong, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He shouted at the duo to distance themselves, hoping it would save them from the onslaught. However, he'd severely underestimated the enemy. It moved with such ridiculous speed that it practically teleported before him. The duo didn't even get a chance to withdraw before it launched its first attack. Luckily, it was aimed at Jeong, so his goal was achieved somehow. Regrettably, even that single attack was beyond absurd. It easily shredded Jeong's defenses, chopping off his arm. He cried out in pain, but the devil just looked at him passively. There were no emotions in its eyes, almost as if what it did was insignificant. Cracking its neck, it delivered the next bombshell to Jeong. It would kill all of them, but special attention would be placed on him. This revelation made Jeong tremble, but he couldn't mull over it as Dwayne came in with a killer punch. He tried to stop him, but it was too late. The devil easily caught it and snapped his hand immediately after. It then counterattacked with a nasty punch, sending him flying like a rag doll. Realizing the severity of the situation, Kara joined in with a fireball. She made it as deadly as she could, but even that was easily parried by the devil. This left Kara spooked, and all color drained from her face. For the first time in a while, she truly felt it. The stench of death. The devil, however, stared at her calmly and threatened in its husky voice. It warned Kara not to interfere, or else it would abandon Jeong and flay her skin first. If they knew what was good for them, then they'd wait patiently for their turn. If not, then it didn't mind showing them a different way to hell. It then walked towards Jeong, who was busy tending to his wounds. The respite hadn't been long, but it was enough for basic first aid. With that done, Jeong decided to go all in. He knew it was do or die, so he didn't hold back in the slightest. He burnt through his souls, leveling up all the skills in his repertoire. He even leveled them up 10 times, showing just how serious he was. Without hesitation, he let chaos reign, calling upon the 8th door from the get-go. He also activated Blast, making this the strongest he'd ever been. However, the power didn't blind him to the severe pressure his body was under. It felt like a truck had run him over, and the sensation was getting worse by the second. Ignoring the sensation, he walked up to the devil. Technically, it had teleported before him, but that didn't stop him from handling business. It swung at him, but this time Jeong was prepared. He nimbly dodged to the side, counterattacking with a punch to the gut. The blow left the devil dazed, but only for a moment. It quickly recovered, grabbing onto Jeong's hand. Satisfied that its prey couldn't escape, the devil flicked its crimson gaze at him. It let out a dry chuckle, genuinely amused by Jeong's power-up. Had he used up all his souls? Probably bled dry his potential just to survive longer? Well, it was such a shame, as even that much wouldn't be enough. Not to mention the power was only temporary, for even a fool could tell his body couldn't handle it. It sure was a shame, but at least he could entertain it for a little bit longer. Jeong didn't argue and directly lunged in. Why would he speak when his hands could do the talking? He clashed head-on with the devil, kicking up a windstorm from the impact. After the first clash came the second, and soon the fight turned into a brutal melee, with both parties trading blows. The clash got so bloody that Dwayne and Kara couldn't help but wince by the sidelines. They knew they had to help, but they had no idea how to even begin. Realizing this, Kara shot Dwayne a resolved glance. She didn't have to say anything. Her gaze alone told him she was ready for death. She would intervene to help Jeong, and she would do it even if it cost her her life. Dwayne nodded in reply, hinting that he was ready for the same. He would give it his all, even if they ended up dying together. Kara said bet and sprang to action. She condensed her fireball, hoping to create an opportunity with some chaos. Jeong, however, continued his tango. But it was obvious things were going downhill fast. He'd already lost an eye, and his body was full of openings that the devil viciously exploited. It unleashed a 3-hit combo, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Dreading his demise, Jeong said "fuck that" and sank into the shadows. He narrowly escaped a fatal claw, spawning behind the devil soon after. Without hesitation, he slashed at it, hoping to shed some crimson blood. Regrettably, this was L.A.G, and things wouldn't end so swiftly. Damn. Although he successfully landed the slash, the devil completely ignored it and clawed in retaliation. It unleashed a wide crescent claw, which Jeong barely managed to escape from. Leveraging the devil's distraction, he spawned behind it again, going for yet another sneak attack. However, this time the devil was ready. It quickly turned around, forcing Jeong back into the shadows. Ignoring the momentary loss, Jeong didn't give up and came in with yet another attack. He was hoping the third time would be the charm, but again, this was L.A.G, and such foolishness couldn't be tolerated. The devil trapped him, grabbing him firmly by the arm. This made it impossible to escape into the shadows, meaning Jeong was in big trouble. Seemingly relishing the horror on Jeong's face, the devil smirked at him before swinging for the kill. It went for a fatal claw attack, hell-bent on tearing his neck off. Jeong, however, realized the doomed situation and responded in kind. He decisively sacrificed his leg, using it to block the incoming attack. To this, The devil looked at him and chuckled even louder. He'd already lost his left eye, left hand, and now his right leg was damaged. How many body parts was he planning to sacrifice in order to save his pitiful life? Well, it was pointless to ask. It just had to torture him slowly to find out. It thus swung at him, this time aiming for Jeong's heart. Just as Jeong was despairing, lamenting his inability to block this strike, a flaming blade cut between them, severing both the devil's arms. This timely intervention saved Jeong, who had honestly been doomed to die. Of course, the devil didn't take this kindly and counterattacked with fury. It Leonidas the shit out of Jeong, yelling, "This is Sparta." Confused by Not's 300 reference, Jeong glided through the air, crashing pathetically into the wall. He wanted to sneak a peek at the famous and delicious abs, but the fight was too intense to shout pause right now. Thus, he could only pass out quietly as the devil shifted its focus to Kara. It quickly teleported to her, catching the baddie off guard. Worst part? Its arms had also regenerated, making all the maiden's efforts pointless. Kara noticed this, and her face changed drastically. She wanted to retaliate, but the homie Dwayne beat her to it. He came in with a brutal punch, yeeting the devil in the face. However, this motherfucker was more goated than the squad imagined. Without any techniques or flashy moves, it directly tanked the attack using nothing but its neck muscles to stop the punch. This was indeed monstrous, especially if you considered Dwayne's superhuman strength. Regrettably, it was too late now, and Dwayne couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The attack brought him close enough to the devil that he could smell its breath, which also meant he was perfectly within its attack radius. Obviously, it didn't hesitate to counterattack, blessing Dwayne with a mean gut punch. The punch was so powerful that it tore into his stomach, making a complete mess of his innards. This caused Dwayne immense pain, but he soldiered through it and grabbed the devil's horn. Using it as an anchor, he pulled himself towards the fiend, all while preparing a devastating attack. He punched the absolute, honest-to-God living shit out of the devil, burying its head into the ground. However, this glorious feat didn't come without consequences. The devil sneakily counterattacked, digging its claws deeper into Dwayne's stomach. It also shredded them a little bit, causing Dwayne to topple over and pass out. With one enemy down, the devil slowly recovered and loomed over the unconscious Dwayne. It planned to finish him off completely, but that was quickly stopped by a sneak attack from Kara. The baddie hurled a fireball at it, clocking it straight in the face. She then used the explosion as a smokescreen, lunging in for a decisive melee. Due to her blazing swords, she easily cut into its flesh, slashing off a chunk of the devil's waist. However, the fiend was truly monstrous, so it just flexed its waist to full recovery. It didn't even leave behind a scar, showing just how ludicrous its regeneration was. As for Kara, she was too stunned to deal with the devil's counterattack. She quickly got captured, tightly ensnared by the devil's tail. Once again, she was in mortal danger, and her fate, just like the squad's, was proving more and more hopeless. Just as the devil was giving her the Wayne Brady treatment, choke a bitch, a bloody knight in shining armor rashed in, slashing off its tail. The knight was obviously Jeong, who'd apparently regained consciousness after his previous pitiful defeat. However, things were looking grim, evidenced by the fact that Jeong was forced to use his own mutilated hand to attack. Not only that, he was the last one standing, as both Dwayne and Kara were effectively out of the fight. Jeong realized this and wisely locked in. He decisively threw himself at the devil, betting all his chips on the final gamble. If he couldn't bring it down, then they were all dead, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Damn. Why did everything have to be so fucked? We take a brief break from the fight and jump back in time. Back when the squad was still in the gloomy hallway, Kara revealed to the boys what her eye could do. It was apparently called the Eye of Ifrit, and according to her knowledge, it was by far the strongest skill in all of their arsenal. However, with the power came a great drawback. She couldn't move her body while using that power. That's why it was saved as a last resort, and could only be used in the company of people she absolutely trusted. Dwayne picked up on her words and told her not to worry. If she ever needed to use the eye, she should do so comfortably because they would protect her. Kara thanked him, but low-key hoped she wouldn't have to. That was because if she was truly forced to use the eye, then it meant the group was facing a hopeless and desperate situation. No matter how broken the ability was, she truly hoped they would never get to that point. Fast forward to the present, and Kara's worst nightmare is slowly manifesting. Not only is the squad in dire straits, all hope seems lost as Jeong, the last force, is also at his wit's end. He ruthlessly stabbed the devil, but like all the times before, it easily tanked it, not budging an inch. To this, Jeong stabbed deeper, finally eliciting a reaction from the fiend. However, it wasn't the reaction Jeong expected. Instead of protecting its slowly decapitating head, the devil squatted down before rocketing into the air. It crashed heavily into the ceiling, using Jeong as a bona fide meat cushion. Of course, the damage was brutal, forcing Jeong to cough up blood. However, that was the least of his problems since the devil had more torture in store for him. As the devil straight up violated Jeong, Kara finally stirred from her slumber, regaining her consciousness. She immediately shot up, confused by what she was seeing before her. Jeong was in horrible shape, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was hanging on by a thread. His body was completely bloody, proving just how torturous his experience had been. However, despite the pain, he still held on, refusing to let go of the devil. He even occasionally counterattacked, a scene that greatly surprised Kara. Just as she was contemplating her intervention, the devil suddenly moved, crashing Jeong into the right wall. It then repeated the same thing on the left wall, going back and forth between the two. This relentless barrage left Jeong in dire straits, but he did his best to soldier on. He knew he couldn't let go. Otherwise, the tiny embers of hope would truly extinguish. With that drive, he channeled all his madness and endured the barrage. He even tanked it when the devil full-on unleashed an onslaught of punches on him. Gritting his teeth, Jeong summoned all his power and tore off the devil's head. He then collapsed to the floor, panting, too exhausted to lift a finger. Not only that, the backlash from using the 8th door soon arrived, making his already horrible situation worse. Without a doubt, he was at his weakest, and even a careless breath could end his life. Realizing his desperate situation, Kara ran to him, but Jeong had more important things to worry about. Turns out the devil was still alive and was slowly making its way to him. Matter of fact, losing its head wasn't a fatal blow. Rather, a slight inconvenience to it. This revelation horrified Jeong, who couldn't even lift a finger to defend himself. His horror drastically increased when he realized the devil could regenerate its head. Truly, things were hopeless, and this wasn't a fight they were meant to win in the first place. Just as Jeong was despairing, Kara walked forward, finally taking off her eye patch. Her aura suddenly shifted, making an overwhelming pressure press down on the room. This surprised Jeong, but it was nothing compared to what came next. When Kara unleashed her trump card, the air suddenly shook, rapidly heating up like a miniature inferno. It was then drawn to her palm, quickly coalescing into an orb of doom. The pressure became unbearable, and even the headless devil sensed its peril. It immediately shot forward, hoping to stop Kara before she unleashed her attack. However, this reaction was within Kara's expectation. In fact, it was more accurate to say she hoped for it. If the devil had truly run away, Kara would have been helpless, as she couldn't move while activating the skill. But since the devil willingly sought its death, who was she to deny its wish? She calmly looked on as it charged at her. Even when it stabbed her chest and Jeong's panicked shout echoed through the room, she maintained her smile, not letting it fade in the slightest. After regaining her mobility, the first thing Kara did was grab onto the devil's arm. She did so to bind it, preventing any escape from her ensuing attack. With that done, she let it fly, blitzing the absolute shit out of the devil. The strike basically annihilated its upper body, showing just how goated it was. Damn. Staring at the slightly swaying devil, the duo watched its movements with bated breaths. Would it finally go down? Or would L.A.G do the L.A.G thing and fuck them over again? Luckily, the worst didn't happen, and the boss dropped to the floor dead. It also spat out a soul, meaning the damn thing was truly dead. But even still, the duo didn't lower their guards until the door appeared. It was only after they were allowed to leave that they fully relaxed. One can never be too careful in L.A.G, especially in an almost impossible room like the present one. With that done, the duo could finally take a beat to assess their current conditions, and it wasn't great. Kara, in particular, suffered a gruesome injury that made her collapse immediately. Jeong wanted to tend to her, but his own wounds were serious as well. Not to mention there was still the homie Dwayne, who was sprawled out on the floor like a dead dog. Without a doubt, the trial had been grueling, and the squad barely managed to survive it. In fact, This was the closest they'd ever come to death since entering this hellish game. And rightfully so, because the boss was an absolute monster. Realizing he couldn't afford to be negligent, Jeong forced his body to move as he tended to the passed-out duo. He quickly handled their wounds before succumbing to unconsciousness as well. After hours of unnerving silence, Kara finally stirred before regaining consciousness. She cast her gaze to the side, and what she saw terrified her. Jeong was out cold, and his body was in an even worse state. It wouldn't be a surprise if he straight up died there. Kara realized this and sprang to her feet. She ruthlessly ignored her own wounds and rushed to the ladder. Fighting back her anxiety, she shook Jeong hard, yelling for him not to leave her. He couldn't die, not until they left that cursed place. Jeong felt her heart and gradually woke up. He told her he wouldn't die. So would she stop yelling already? That aside, how were she and Dwayne feeling? Had the potions he dumped on them been effective? Kara replied that they were, but one of them came with serious problems. It essentially disappeared her ass, bringing her back to the cheekless days. Jeong told her not to kid herself. Her cheeks had always been inconsistent. In fact, if it wasn't for the intensity of the fight, Not would have flamed her already. Anyway, there was something she had to know, and it was better if she did so sooner rather than later. The Eye of Ifrit wasn't as straightforward as she'd believed. It would continuously use her power regardless of her physical condition. If she found herself in horrible shape and didn't seal it with the eye patch in time, then the eye would continue to draw from her power until it killed her completely. This was something she had to pay attention to, lest she killed herself by accident. Kara nodded in understanding before shrugging the matter off. They were in L.A.G, so would one additional thing trying to kill her really make a difference? They were already fighting for their lives, so this shouldn't be a problem. Zeroing in on Jeong's stump, Kara asked if he was okay. Jeong replied that he was, so Kara shouldn't worry. All he needed was a little rest and his passive skill, and he'd be as good as new. As they talked, Dwayne finally regained consciousness as well. He looked around dazedly before shuddering in fear. Where was it? Where was the devil that had been smoking their asses? Jeong replied that they'd killed it, although barely. They managed to stay alive, but that was mostly due to Kara and her overpowered ability. Dwayne sighed in relief before relaxing his tense muscles. He didn't say it out loud, but he genuinely believed they'd die this time. The battle was basically hopeless, and it was a miracle they'd even survived. Luckily, things had worked out, and that's all that mattered. Ignoring their near-death experience, the trio collectively decided to rest a bit before moving forward. They were all in horrible shape, so moving around recklessly would only get them killed. They thus rested for a while before gathering by the exit. With Jeong leading the way, they finally left the room and arrived at their next destination. Room B716. This room was similar to the last in that you had to walk a great distance before arriving at the true destination. The squad did just that as they reflected on their current situation. They were all heavily injured, and even the little rest didn't do much to change that. If they couldn't find a vendor or a healing pod to stock up and heal, then things would get real dicey real soon. Regrettably, this was L.A.G, so of course things wouldn't be so smooth. After what felt like an eternity of walking, the squad finally reached the next room, a pitch-black void lit only by the glowing runes etched into the walls. This greatly surprised the trio, especially since the boss was nowhere in sight. Not to mention the exit door was clearly visible, almost as if they could leave at will. Just what the hell was going on? Instead of feeling relieved, the squad tensed up even more, knowing for a fact things couldn't be that easy. There are never free lunches in the world, and that is especially true for a hell like L.A.G. They cautiously looked around until Kara noticed something peculiar. The wall, or rather the runes etched on it, were moving. They slid down the walls, converging at the center. It might have been beautiful, if not for the suffocating pressure that accompanied it. Soon, under the squad's tense gazes, the runes converged, taking on a serpentine form. It became truly humongous, almost filling up the massive room. The trio stared at it and couldn't suppress the chill in their hearts. They wondered how they were meant to beat that thing, especially in their pathetic condition. Not to mention, what was up with that character profile? Wasn't L.A.G asking for a little too much this time? Ignoring their dazed expressions, the snake charged up a massive fireball, preparing to fire it at them. This finally broke the trio's trance, and they frantically scrambled to evade. However, the strike was insanely fast, so it caught up to them in an instant. It quickly blasted them away, turning the entire room into a miniature inferno. After the flames died down, the snake watched in anticipation, expecting to find a heap of bones. Unexpectedly, the trio were completely unharmed, having survived thanks to the mommy Kara. The baddie was truly the mother of flames, as she easily tanked that. She even had enough in the tank and quickly launched a counterattack. A massive pillar of flames sprayed toward the snake, blasting its head back. It hissed in pain for a while, but quickly ignored it. This surprised the duo, who could only look at it incredulously. What level of monstrosity was this snake at to so easily tank that shit? And what level of absurdity was this room at to expect them to beat such a thing? It was truly crazy. Looking back, Kara told the Chads she'd be counting on them this time. Since the snake had an obvious resistance to fire, her attacks would probably be ass in this fight. She'd be depending on the duo to kill it and get them out of there alive. Jeong said bet before giving his instructions. He told Dwayne to split up and try his best to draw the snake's attention. As for himself, he'd do what he did best and clap some cheeks. Who knows? Maybe this inferno servant would be the best catalyst to balloon up Kara's flattened cheeks. Fingers crossed. Acting on the plan, Dwayne and Jeong split up in opposite directions. They narrowly escaped the snake's follow-up attack, barely clinging to their lives as they evaded frantically. Emerging from the left flank, Dwayne didn't hesitate to press the attack. He ran alongside the snake's massive body, looking for the weakest spot to attack. However, after finding none, he said fuck that and let it rip anyway. What good were weak spots when you had overwhelming power to charge through? Thus, he called upon his beastification, clawing the absolute shit out of the snake's flank. The move did decent damage, but the behemoth was too big to be fazed by something that trivial. It simply flexed its scales, forcefully parrying Dwayne's attack. On the opposite side, Jeong capitalized on Dwayne's distraction to make his move. He deployed the 8th door from the get-go, knowing damn well this wasn't the time to fuck around. Powered by the overwhelming demonic power boost, he zoomed past the snake, doing his best to stay in its blind spot. As for when he was discovered, he didn't care about that because he had reliable teammates to depend on. True to that thought, the snake got yeeted when it attempted to lock onto Jeong. This fiery interference was from Kara, who stayed on the sidelines to snipe the snake. Although her attacks were booty to the fire-resistant serpent, it was still more than enough to run interference. Emboldened by the reliable support, Jeong let go of his worries and sprang into action. He jetted towards the snake, making his way to its waiting maw. Just as the snake was about to swallow him whole, Jeong did a double jump and seamlessly evaded the attack. He positioned himself above the serpent, opening it up for a brutal counterattack. Deploying the elongated bone blade, Jeong swiftly stabbed into the serpent's head. The blow pierced right through its skull, causing the serpent to hiss and scream in agony. Overwhelmed by the excruciating torture, the snake lunged for the wall, hoping to bring Jeong down with it. It crashed into the wall, kicking up a shockwave from the impact. Luckily, Jeong was one step ahead, so he barely escaped the dreadful trap. He airwalked the shit out of there, fleeing from the snake with the quickness. Regrettably, the snake was vindictive as fuck, so it swiftly chased after him. It immediately cornered Jeong, poised to swallow him whole. Just as the serpent was about to end our boy, Dwayne finally jumped in, clocking the shit out of the boss. He viciously tore into its scales, buying Jeong enough time to evade and counterattack. Jeong didn't hesitate and let it fly. He deployed his blast skill at maximum strength, blitzing the shit out of the snake. Capitalizing on its stun state, Jeong spawned above it and lunged in for a follow-up attack. He morphed his sword into a drill, gouging his way through the serpent's flesh. The attack was brutal, but Kara didn't hesitate to add salt to the injury. She quickly channeled her firepower, setting off a devastating explosion inside the snake's body. This was possible because of the wound Jeong created, and of course, Kara wouldn't miss such a chance. She blasted flesh chunks off its body, creating a perfect opportunity for Dwayne to press the attack. The Chad didn't disappoint and joined the fray. He shot in with a dropkick, yeeting the 7 hells and virtues out of the serpent. Left dazed, the snake was completely helpless against Jeong's follow-up attack. It lay down listlessly, helpless as Jeong curved into its flesh. With that single slash, the snake was finally beheaded, bringing an end to the fight. It died so pitifully that an unnerving tension inevitably pressed down on the room. Realizing this, Dwayne couldn't help but express his doubts. Had they truly done it? Did they truly defeat the boss? Or was Lag preparing a curveball for their asses? Surely it couldn't have been that easy, right? Jeong replied that there was no curveball, they were just that strong. It might seem unbelievable to most, but they had indeed grown remarkably strong. However, this was Lag, so it was best to get the hell out of there. If they genuinely desired a chance to assess their growth, it was probably best to do it after leaving that room. The duo didn't argue and swiftly complied. They immediately left the room, letting the exit door shut behind them. After exiting, the trio found themselves in the familiar hallway. They casually walked down the path, each lost in their own thoughts. They thought about the game and how far they'd come. Would they be able to see the game to its end? And how many of their comrades would still be alive when they got there? They truly didn't know. But there was one way to find out, survive, and see it for themselves. Snapping out of their thoughts, the trio were surprised to find themselves in front of a wall. The wall essentially blocked their way forward, preventing them from reaching the next door. Tension inevitably crept into their hearts, and they couldn't help but get a bad feeling. What in the world was Lag plotting this time? Fuck. Temporarily ignoring the ominous feeling, the trio decided to handle the wall first. Even if they had to be cautious of Lag's schemes, they still had to get out of there anyway. Thus, Jeong stepped forward to handle business. He had the first crack at the wall, making it shake from his attack. Unfortunately, his level of strength wasn't enough to break the damn thing. Next was Kara, who did slightly better using her magic. However, just like Jeong, she wasn't strong enough to break through. After the duo were done, Dwayne confidently told them to step aside. He unleashed his barbarian strength on the wall, breaking the bastard with his first hit. As the dust settled, we see that it wasn't easy for him either. He had to resort to activating his beastification, proving just how difficult the task was. Ignoring the gloating Dwayne, Kara and Jeong leisurely swaggered into the next room. Although they looked calm on the outside, they were low-key rattled by the absurd conditions required just to make it into the boss's room. Just how formidable was the boss if challengers needed Dwayne-level strength just to qualify to fight it? Things were looking bleak, and the room's atmosphere confirmed as much. Apart from the overwhelming pressure they'd been enduring after entering that space, the room also featured some absurdly monotonous and bleak rocks, trapping them within. Everything screamed danger, and that feeling only got stronger the further in they walked. Regrettably, they had no other option, so they just grit their teeth and continued forward. After walking for a while, they finally reached a somewhat different scene. The pathway was lined with crescent pillars, seemingly chained to something. This puzzled the trio, but they didn't have to look far to discover their purpose. Ahead of them was a freakish behemoth, the very same creature the pillars were desperately trying to restrain. It turned out the entire room was a seal of sorts, specifically designed to lock up this fiend. The trio realized this and sighed in disbelief. How formidable was this beast to warrant such precautions? Moreover, how were they to defeat a monster that forced Lag to do all that? It was truly ludicrous. Swallowing their rising anxiety, Dwayne took it upon himself to test the waters. He cautiously approached the chained behemoth, obviously planning to test its abilities. After activating beastification, he charged at the latter, landing a devastating punch on its gut. However, despite the massive shockwave, the punch did zero damage, seemingly nullified by something. This surprised Dwayne, who puzzlingly looked at his fist. He wondered what was going on and why the boss was that sturdy. Regrettably, he didn't have the leisure to slowly figure it out. He'd already failed his probe, so it was Kara's turn to give it a go. The baddie didn't hesitate and immediately yeeted it with a fireball. She even put her back into it, aiming to deal as much damage as possible. However, the outcome was the same, and the boss easily tanked it. Neither magic nor physical damage worked on it, so the trio had to look for alternative countermeasures. Reluctant to accept their defeat, Jeong shot forward to probe it. He unleashed a vicious stab on Prider's stomach, but the outcome was futile as expected. Their attacks couldn't hurt it, and that wouldn't change until they figured out the trick. As Jeong was racking his brain for a solution, Kara big-brained that shit and quickly arrived at a revelation. She revealed that Prider's invincibility was likely due to the chains binding him. They didn't just restrain it. They also cloaked it in an invisible energy, and it was that energy that nullified their attacks. If they wanted their attacks to land, they had to destroy the chains and consequently set the behemoth free. Dwayne vehemently opposed the idea. Wouldn't they be condemning themselves if they did that? It didn't take a genius to deduce that Pryder would clap them all the second it got free. Jeong agreed. But what choice did they have? If they didn't set it free, they'd likely be trapped in there forever. Besides, it was better to risk it than stay cooked up in there with their current injuries. Having said that, he decisively slashed at the magic circle, setting Pryder free. Before the fiend could move, he attacked it with a throwing blade, successfully dealing some damage. This confirmed Kara's claim. Their attacks would indeed be effective. However, the boss was equally freed, so shit would undoubtedly hit the fan. Deciding to take the initiative, Dwayne lunged forward for a sneak attack. He hoped to catch Pryder off guard, successfully landing a devastating attack. Unfortunately, his actions were ill-advised, as the boss reacted instantly. It immediately swatted Dwayne, clapping the living shit out of him. Dwayne crumbled from the impact, barely clinging to life. He was yeeted away like a fly, prompting Kara to scream in panic. Luckily, he'd survive, so the baddie calmed her beating heart. She furiously stepped forward, determined to avenge the Chad. Activating her flame skill, she swiftly fired 2 fireballs. The balls merged into one, creating a larger version that hurled toward Pryder. The fiend didn't panic and calmly opened its mouth. It bellowed out a loud roar, effortlessly blocking the attack. Kara frowned at this sight and promptly suggested using the Eye of Ifrit. Armed with that broken ability, she was certain she could finally wound that resilient bastard. However, Jeong vehemently vetoed the idea. It was just too risky, and there was no way he'd let her do something that foolish. Besides, he hadn't acted yet, so why was she so desperate? She should leave it to him and let him do his thing. Having said so, Jeong immediately opened the 8th door. He then lunged at Pryder, summoning his bone blade in the process. Pryder reacted immediately and swung at him. It pursued Jeong's silhouette, who frantically evaded its attack. After slipping through, Jeong didn't hesitate to strike. He stabbed Pryder, managing to draw some blood. Regrettably, the wound was too shallow to deal significant damage. Pryder's skin was too tough to pierce any deeper. Fortunately, the bastard was painfully predictable, so it wasn't all that bad. Sooner or later, enduring his repetitive attack patterns would open up a window for a counter. Well, at least that's what he thought. Just as Jeong was weaving through the attacks, Pryder threw a curveball that caught him off guard. It unleashed a deep breath, trapping Jeong within the swirling air currents. The move was so cunning and unexpected that Jeong walked right into it. Now trapped and helpless, he could do nothing as his impending doom loomed. Realizing Jeong had no more tricks up his sleeves, Pryder intensified the attack, leaving no room for Jeong to escape. It trapped him squarely in its wind cyclone, pinning him to the ground with the intense pressure. As the massive arms closed in on him, a figure finally intervened, clocking Pryder on the jaw and consequently saving Jeong from his predicament. Jeong didn't waste the opening and swiftly backpedaled. He darted through the narrowing gap, barely escaping as the colossal palms slammed shut behind him. The wind pressure alone nearly knocked him off balance. Luckily, he was him, so he quickly pulled himself together. After a short respite, the squad jumped back into the fray. They flanked Pryder from all sides, forcing the behemoth to split its attention. Capitalizing on this, Jeong sneaked in a belly slash. He did so decisively, unbothered by the palms swinging his way. Before it could tenderize his ass, Dwayne jumped in, parrying the attack. He created an opening for Jeong, who didn't hesitate to withdraw. However, Pryder wasn't keen on letting him go so easily. It activated its breath cyclone, trapping Jeong yet again. Fortunately, Dwayne and Jeong weren't the only ones in the fray. Kara joined in, yeeting the bastard in the face. She also drew its aggro, creating an opportunity for Jeong to counterattack. Jeong seized it and lunged in. He came in blade swinging, stabbing Pryder in the head. Regrettably, the blow was too weak to inflict fatal damage. It barely tickled Pryder, who immediately counterattacked. Jeong picked up on the danger and backpedaled. He narrowly escaped the attack, passing the offensive to Dwayne. Dwayne said bet and charged in. He unleashed his palm attack, striking the shit out of Pryder. Unfortunately, the big bastard barely staggered before counterattacking. It hit Dwayne with a double-fisted slam, kicking up a dust storm from the impact. Dwayne tanked the blow and instantly regretted it. If he'd known things would be this bad, he wouldn't have done something so foolish. Fortunately, he still had comrades, and he was certain one of them would come to his rescue. True to that thought, Jeong charged in and stabbed Pryder in the eye. considerably alleviating the pressure on Dwayne. However, he also left himself open to a counterattack, which of course, Pryder viciously delivered. It roared at Jeong, hurling him off into the distance. Kara attempted to help him but was stopped in her tracks by a blood-curdling scream. The scream was from Dwayne, who'd had his arm literally ripped off. The pain was so intense that he nearly passed out. Fortunately, he was him, so he held himself together. Regrouping with Kara, he immediately asked for a difficult favor. He wanted her to cauterize the wound. Since they were out of healing potions, this was the only way to stop the bleeding. Kara hesitated but ultimately gave in. She knew they didn't have a choice, so she grit her teeth and did the necessary. As she tended to Dwayne, Jeong finally recovered and returned to the squad. He first checked on the homie, asking if he was all right. Dwayne replied that he was okay. Losing an arm wasn't shit to him. If Jeong needed backup, he should say so. He still had to avenge himself, after all. Jeong said bet before turning to Kara. He asked the maiden to blind Pryder. His plan wouldn't work without her doing so. Kara told him to leave it to her. She'd have Pryder blind in a jiffy. She then activated her flame skill, firing it at Pryder soon after. However, just like the last time, Pryder easily roared it to oblivion. It didn't even struggle, having discovered a perfect countermeasure. To this, Kara simply smirked and locked in. She proceeded to unleash her true attack, a flame hidden in the shadow of the first one. Turns out she'd predicted Pryder's countermeasure and came up with a countermeasure for his countermeasure. She was basically big-braining this shit, and Pryder was nothing but a clown. Thus, the flame struck true, blinding the bastard as intended. Jeong didn't dally and lunged in. He unleashed a powerful slash, cutting halfway through Pryder's body. Just as his momentum was weakening, he called out to Dwayne, who didn't hesitate to join the fray. He charged in feet first, stomp-kicking the shit out of the sword. With their combined strength, the sword finally moved, cleaving straight through Pryder's body. The fiend was thus cut in half, bringing an end to the grueling fight. After the fall of Pryder, 3 souls were produced, which the trio quickly pocketed. They then turned their attention to the exit doors which had appeared on the side. Through careful observation, they realized the 2 doors had subtle differences. One had an inconspicuous keyhole, while the other had none. After mulling it over, the trio decided to go with the first option. They still had a labyrinth key, so it was only logical that they used it. Moreover, to the destitute trio, this was definitely a godsend. If they could access a vendor or a healing pod, all of their grave injuries would finally be resolved, consequently increasing their chances of survival. With that thought, Jeong confidently swaggered to the door. He immediately pried it open, revealing the interior to the squad. However, contrary to the expected vendor and healing pod, the room was completely dark, seemingly a gateway to hell. This surprised the trio, but L.A.G wasn't done with its curveballs. A system notification popped up, announcing that entry was restricted to the keyholder. The entry was also mandatory, so Jeong couldn't refuse. Just as they were processing the bombshells, black tendrils burst forth, wrapping tightly around Jeong. They mercilessly dragged him into the darkness, offering no chance of escape. Realizing he was trapped, Jeong stopped his futile struggle and turned to his squad. He shouted at them to live on. He'd come find them soon enough. The 9th floor. That's where they'd meet up. He would meet them there, no matter what. So please, please, they had to survive until then. He would definitely find them there. With that, the door closed, separating Jeong from his squad. Fuck.